Come on. In a dark, damp room filled with the smell of mildew, Lu Feng had just opened his eyes when he saw a fair-skinned, breathtakingly beautiful woman slowly crawling toward him. Then she spread her arms and legs and lay down directly in front of him. How'd I end up here? Hey, miss, did you get the wrong room? Do we even know each other? Lu Feng swallowed hard, staring at the woman in utter confusion. Don't play dumb. Aren't you the one who beat us both senseless just because I didn't give it to you a few days ago? Niuniu's already asleep. Just do what you want. This is no different than being crushed by a ghost. The woman's expression turned bitter, her eyes full of resentment as she spoke. With that, she started unbuttoning her clothes. Stop. Lu Feng quickly backed away, shaking his head. Miss, you got this wrong. I really don't know you at all. Although the woman before him was undeniably gorgeous, with an amazing figure, Lu Feng knew there were strict military rules against misconduct. If his drill instructor found out Head touched an innocent civilian woman, he'd skin him alive. Lu Feng, just what do you want from me? I've already given in like this, yet you still won't let go of me and my daughter. Do you really want me dead to feel satisfied? Woo! Upon hearing his words, the woman suddenly broke down emotionally, screaming hysterically at him as tears streamed down her face. This doesn't add up. There's definitely something off here. Frowning, Lu Feng ignored the sobbing woman and jumped off the kong, a traditional Chinese heated brick bed, quickly rushing out the door. As he pushed it open and stepped outside, the sight beyond made him freeze completely. Huff! Nothing beats being alive. The cold wind bit into his face along with snowflakes, while Lu Feng gripped his homemade bow tightly, knuckles white. A rustling sound came from the distant bushes. He held his breath 30 meters away. He could already smell the beast's stench. Crack! Suddenly, a dry branch snapped beneath its weight, breaking the silence. It's coming. His Adam's apple bobbed as he pressed his back firmly against the rough bark of an old elm tree. This body wasn't as strong as his old one. 3 days ago, he had been reborn into this life. The original occupant had died of alcohol poisoning after partying too hard, and now Lu Feng had taken over his identity. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such a thing, something only seen in movies and novellas to happen to him. In his past life, he had been a soldier in one of Longwo's elite special forces units. During a bomb defusing mission, something went terribly wrong. Now, he had awakened in the year 1975, somewhere in northeast China. As for the original, Lu Feng brought it on himself. At such a young age, he had fallen in with a bad crowd, picking up every vice under the sun: drinking, gambling, whoring, and violence. He abused his wife and child, leaving them barely able to survive. When Lu Feng first woke up and saw the despair in his wife's eyes, it had truly shaken him. To improve their relationship and put food on the table, he had braved the snowstorm and gone hunting in the mountains. Before he could dwell further, a black shadow suddenly rose from the snow. It was a massive boar weighing close to 300 pounds. Its tusks gleamed coldly in the moonlight, fur bristling on its neck as it advanced with heavy steps. If I can take this pig down, they should have enough meat to last them a while, Lu Feng muttered, narrowing his eyes at the target. With the mountains sealed off by snow, prey was scarce. He had tracked this wild boar for days. Even so, he dared not grow careless. Even victory was uncertain. Back during training in Changbai Mountains, his instructor had warned, lone boars like this were extremely dangerous. You never approached unless you had a guaranteed killing shot. Lu Feng quietly adjusted his bowstring, the fletching of the bamboo arrow brushing against the calluses on his palm. Though this body was different, his hands were just as steady as before. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, startling birds perched on a tree. An instant later, the boar let out a deafening roar as the shaft buried 3 inches into its right eye. Lu Feng rolled sideways. The tusk narrowly missed his ear, slicing through the air with a foul breeze. He twisted around, pulling a hatchet from his leg wrap. The blade flashed in the snowy light as it drove into the boar's carotid artery. Hot blood sprayed across the snow, steaming in the cold air. The beast's massive body collapsed slowly. Lu Feng wiped blood from his face, chest heaving. This new body was weaker, just a few tactical maneuvers left him panting. Kneeling beside the carcass, he examined it carefully. The tusks were nearly half a foot long, its coat glossy and thick. Selling it at the Commune Collection Center would fetch at least 30 Jinnangfao grain coupons. Thinking about those grain tickets made his stomach twist painfully. In his memories, the little girl with pigtails had hugged an empty clay pot last night and whispered, "Dad, Niuniu isn't hungry." The original Lu Feng had been a real bastard, squandering the compensation money meant for his parents' work-related deaths on cheap liquor, leaving his wife and daughter to dig frozen wild vegetable roots just to survive. How the hell did such a man land a goddess-like wife? Lu Feng used his belt to tie the boar's hind legs and began dragging it down the mountain. Blood trailed behind him like a red ribbon across the snow. He planned to keep half the meat and sell the rest in town. Winter had come, and his wife and daughter were still wearing thin autumn clothes. They needed warm coats to survive the cold. The original Lu Feng may have been a scumbag, but he was dead now. His wife and daughter still needed someone to care for them, and Lu Feng couldn't turn his back on them. So, after much hesitation, he decided to embrace this new identity and look after the family, repaying the debt for having taken a man's life. After passing several mountain ridges, a small dilapidated thatched hut emerged from the endless white horizon. Icicles hung from the eaves of the mud brick house, and dim kerosene lamp glow peeked through broken windows. This was his home in this life. At the courtyard gate, Lu Feng paused to shake off the snow clinging to his clothes before heading inside. The wooden door creaked open with a loud groan. Inside the kitchen, the sharp crash of a clay pot hitting the floor echoed. "Who is it?" "It's me, Lu Feng." "I'm back," he said calmly. Through the kitchen doorway, he caught sight of a small figure. It was the original's daughter, 5-year-old girl. She wore shoes with holes, toes purple from the cold, clutching half a rock-hard coarse wheat bun. No, where's your mom?" Before he could finish speaking, a woman burst from the bedroom, wielding a door bar. She wore a patched-up floral jacket, thin, but with curves in all the right places. Underneath the worn fabric, her pale skin peeked through the collar, and her delicate face bare of makeup was stunning, capable of making any scenery seem dull by comparison. Her almond-shaped eyes were red and swollen from crying, strands of hair tangled with bits of straw. This woman none other than his wife, Qin Ruolan. Looking at her heart-stopping beauty, Lu Feng felt his breath catch. Even though he had seen her before, his heart still raced. How could the original brute bring himself to hit such a precious woman? "Have you been drinking again?" Her voice trembled as she pointed the door bar at his chest. Lu Feng realized then that his face was still smeared with boar blood. It probably looked terrifying under the moonlight. Quickly waving his hands, he dropped the boar carcass heavily onto the courtyard ground. "I haven't drunk anything. Truly." He untied the rope binding the beast. "Look, I just hunted this. Spent 3 hours waiting near Irdaoliang this afternoon." Before he could finish explaining, Ruolan staggered, gripping the doorframe weakly. Lu Feng rushed forward. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, dark circles under her eyes. Classic signs of malnutrition. Niuniu burst into tears, letting the bun fall to the ground as she ran into her mother's arms, eyes locked greedily on the boar. "Mom, meat. We're finally eating meat." Chapter 2. A Shattered Home. Her despair with a soft thud, Qin Ruolan released her grip, and the door prop fell to the ground. She turned her face away, her frail shoulders trembling slightly. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng felt as though his throat was stuffed with cotton. He crouched down and retrieved a paper-wrapped parcel from his pocket. Before venturing into the mountains, he had exchanged his last 2 eggs with Aunt Wang at the village for some milk candies, which had now softened in the warmth of his body. "Niuniu, come see what this is." Niuniu peeked out from her mother's embrace, tears glistening on her eyelashes. Lu Feng unwrapped the candy, and the white morsel gleamed enticingly in the moonlight. As the sweet aroma wafted through the air, he noticed his wife involuntarily swallow. "I was wrong before. I shouldn't have struck you and your mother. I promise, I will never harm you again, all right?" Lu Feng's gaze was fixed on Niuniu, yet his words were directed at Qin Ruolan beside him. Not long before his rebirth, the original owner had quarreled violently with his wife, intending to sell their daughter to traffickers for gambling money. It was only through Qin Ruolan's desperate protection that he was compelled to abandon his plan. After his rebirth, he had repeatedly apologized to Qin Ruolan, assuring her of his intentions. Gradually, their relationship began to thaw, yet she still regarded him with profound suspicion. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ruolan remained silent and turned to re-enter the house, her body colliding with the furniture, creating a clattering sound. Lu Feng hurriedly followed, concern evident in his voice. "Are you all right?" "Lu Feng, I beg you, leave me and Niuniu alone, please." Qin Ruolan turned back, kneeling before him with a thud. "What are you doing? Get up. I see that both you and Niuniu are too thin. I just wanted to prepare some meat for you." Lu Feng quickly stepped forward to help Qin Ruolan rise from the ground. "I truly have no ulterior motives. Would you trust me just once more?" The same words he had uttered countless times over the past few days. Yet the indelible bad impression left by the original owner made it impossible for Qin Ruolan to heed his pleas. He sighed, turning to drag the wild boar into the kitchen, swiftly setting up a pot. As he tended to the boar, he continued, "I'll save half for you at home. You and Niuniu can eat at your leisure. Tonight, I will make some soup to nourish you both. Lu Feng placed the trimmed bones into a clay pot. The hot water stung his frozen hands, and he realized he had a cut on his palm. Observing Lu Feng's busy figure, Qin Ruolan hesitated for a moment before grasping his wrist. She pulled a shell from her apron pocket and applied some pig lard to his wound. The firelight illuminated her graceful profile, casting small shadows from her eyelashes beneath her eyes. Lu Feng caught a faint scent of soap and noticed a large bruise behind her ear, a remnant of the original owner's drunkenness from days prior. I have wronged both of you in the past. Whether you believe it or not, I swear I will ensure a good life for you and Niuniu. Qin Ruolan paused in her actions but did not linger. After finishing the application of the ointment, she stood up and departed. The pot began to bubble, and Niuniu, perched at the doorframe, swallowed hard, her small, frozen nose twitching. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Feng set down 2 large bowls of pork bone soup on the only square table in the house. Ruolan, Niuniu, come for dinner, he called. Previously, all the valuable items in the house had been exchanged for liquor, and it had been a long time since Ruolan and Niuniu had enjoyed a proper meal, let alone a feast. The enticing aroma of the bone soup wafting through the air had already made Niuniu's mouth water. Upon hearing Lu Feng's call, she immediately tugged at Ruolan to come out. Lu Feng gestured towards the 2 bowls of soup on the table. Ruolan, Niuniu, drink it while it's hot, he urged. Observing the frail appearance of the mother and daughter, his heart ached. Yet, when Ruolan saw the 2 bowls brimming with soup, she did not approach. Instead, she firmly held Niuniu's hand, preventing her from getting close, her eyes fixated on Lu Feng with a wary expression. Ruolan had no faith in his previous promise to prepare bone soup for their nourishment. Whenever there was something good at home, Lu Feng had always prioritized himself. When had he ever considered the needs of the 2 of them? Once, they had only eaten leftover chicken bones that Lu Feng had discarded, and upon discovering this, he had beaten them mercilessly. How could he possibly be so benevolent as to offer them 2 bowls of bone soup? As Lu Feng prepared to urge them forward, he noticed Ruolan swiftly scoop up Niuniu, her gaze filled with hatred as she shouted in an agitated tone, Lu Feng, you scoundrel! Are you planning to sell Niuniu again for money? I tell you, don't even think about it. If you want to sell her, you must step over my dead body. Tears brimmed in Ruolan's reddened eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Her arms trembled violently around Niuniu. Enveloped in despair, yet her resolve was unwavering. Lu Feng's kindness could not be genuine. He must have ulterior motives to sell Niuniu. Daddy, don't abandon me. Wuwa. I don't want a father anymore. Niuniu's big eyes instantly filled with tears, cascading down her cheeks. She turned her head, burying her face in Ruolan's chest, clutching her mother's clothing tightly and refusing to glance at Lu Feng. Lu Feng realized that the original owner had always viewed Niuniu as a burden, contemplating selling her on several occasions. He inwardly cursed, acknowledging that Ruolan's accusation of him being a scoundrel was not unfounded. A tiger does not consume its cubs. The original owner could even consider selling her own daughter, rendering the term scoundrel too mild. The despairing Ruolan and the sorrowful Niuniu tugged at Lu Feng's heartstrings, prompting him to deny vehemently, I would never. Niuniu is my daughter. No matter how reckless I may be, I would never sell my own child. Niuniu, listen to Daddy, come eat some meat. He stepped closer to Ruolan, but she instinctively retreated, still clutching Niuniu protectively, not allowing him to approach. Seeing this, Lu Feng's heart sank. He could only halt in his tracks. Niuniu, Daddy would never sell you. Please trust me. Once, Father indeed behaved like a scoundrel. However, he is determined to amend his ways. From now on, let us live harmoniously as a family. Ruolan, would you and Niuniu mind having your meal first? Lu Feng initially intended to share a meal with the mother and daughter, but sensing Qin Ruolan's aversion to his presence, he retreated to the kitchen. After his departure, Qin Ruolan finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, she harbored no belief in Lu Feng's words. Each time he regained consciousness, he made similar promises, and to this day, he had not changed. Rather, he had escalated his behavior. To trust him again would be sheer folly. Mom, I'm hungry. Can I eat? Niuniu clutched her belly, her gaze fixated on the 2 bowls of meat soup. Qin Ruolan, after a moment of silence as she watched Lu Feng's retreating figure, carried Niuniu over and placed a bowl before her, gently patting her little head. Go ahead and eat. While she encouraged Niuniu to indulge, she herself had no intention of picking up her chopsticks. Even if Lu Feng had gone to the extent of lacing the soup with a sedative to abduct them for nefarious purposes, as long as she refrained from eating, she could protect Niuniu. As she observed Niuniu relishing the meat soup, tears welled in Qin Ruolan's eyes once more. In the kitchen, Feng discerned Qin Ruolan's thoughts and realized the extent of the emotional damage inflicted by his former self. He inwardly cursed, acknowledging that the original persona was truly despicable. In that moment, Qin Ruolan appeared as fragile as glass, yet for Niuniu's sake, she exuded unwavering strength. His empathy for her deepened further. Feng silently vowed to treat both mother and daughter with utmost care in the future, seeking to mend the wounds within their hearts. Contemplating the desolate state of their home, he resolved to sell the remaining half of the wild boar at dawn, hoping to procure some essential supplies. As night fell, Feng entered the house. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Ruolan instinctively embraced Niuniu, her eyes narrowing in vigilance as she scrutinized him. Although she had come to realize that he had not tampered with the soup, she remained on high alert. Feng's behavior upon returning was peculiar. She could scarcely believe that he had undergone such a dramatic transformation so swiftly, suspecting he harbored ulterior motives. Noticing Qin Ruolan's reaction, Feng quickly reassured her. "I merely came to check on you both. If all is well, you and Niuniu should rest." With that, he turned to leave. In truth, he had hoped to find a suitable spot to rest, but it was evident that none existed. The home contained only one sleeping area, and judging by Qin Ruolan's demeanor, it was clear she wished to avoid sharing it with him. No matter, there was no rush. He would wait until Qin Ruolan's resistance to him eased before addressing the matter. Feng endured a night on the chair, and at the break of dawn, he shouldered the half of the wild boar and prepared to venture out. As he lifted his head, he encountered the waking Qin Ruolan. She furrowed her brow, regarding him with a curious expression. Previously, Feng would sleep soundly until the sun was high in the sky, only rising leisurely once she had prepared the meal. When had he ever risen so early? Feng discerned her confusion and spoke up. "Ruolan, you and Niuniu should rest a bit longer. I will go sell this half portion of wild boar meat and bring something back." He added, "Oh, by the way, I've warmed up the bone soup from last night. Make sure you and Niuniu eat heartily." With that, he left home without a backward glance, vanishing into the vast night. Qin Ruolan gazed at Feng's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Had Feng truly changed? The journey was arduous. As dawn broke, Feng finally arrived in the town, over 40 miles away. He wandered about until he reached the black market, where he traded some pig offal for half a stall. In these trying times, many struggled to fill their stomachs, let alone indulge in meat. Pig offal was a rare delicacy, carrying a hint of meat flavor. The vendor, a cheerful elderly woman, gladly accepted the offal and even began to promote Feng's wild boar meat. She was indeed a skilled seller. Her enthusiastic calls soon attracted attention to Feng's offerings. In an era where everything required tickets, his wild boar meat was considered a rarity. Before long, Feng made his first sale of the day. After successfully selling 2 portions, a group of unruly young men approached. The leader, a tall figure with a toothpick in his mouth, stood out among the others, who were generally shorter due to the scarcity of food. Feng, however, was an exception, which pleased him. Upon seeing the newcomers, the elderly woman's expression shifted to one of fear. "Little Lu, they're the local thugs collecting protection fees. Since you're a new face, they'll surely cause you trouble. Avoid conflict and just give them something to appease them." Her face twisted in disgust. Life was already challenging, and these men made it worse, constantly demanding more. Who among them did not despise such figures? Yet, no one dared to voice their anger. As the group approached, their burlap sacks began to swell. The tall man raised an eyebrow as he stood before Feng. "Oh, we have a newcomer today?" His companions eyed the half portion of wild boar meat hungrily. Feng remained silent, adhering to the elderly woman's advice. He retrieved a pig's trotter and tossed it to them. After all, he was there to sell meat and wished to avoid any trouble. Better to err on the side of caution. However, his gesture did not elicit the desired response. "Kid, do you think you can brush us off with just a pig's trotter? Do we look like beggars to you?" The others spat in their hearts at such a suggestion. A pig's trotter was indeed a valuable item. Who would dismiss it as a mere handout? These ruffians merely covet the abundant pork before others, yearning for more. Yet, they dare not provoke these individuals, their grievances left unspoken. Feng cast a cold gaze upon the man before him. "What do you mean?" The towering figure, displeased by Feng's nonchalance, replied, "Of course, it's 1 pound of meat per person as a tribute to us, or rather, 2 pounds. His words resonated in the street like a decree, defying which would invite dire consequences, unless one wished to forfeit their standing in this locale. At that moment, As his words lingered in the air, a shifty-eyed lackey stepped forward, reaching out towards the wild boar meat. However, before his hand could graze the meat, a powerful grip seized his wrist, akin to a vice. Lu Feng effortlessly flung him aside, sending the man sprawling to the ground. He had no desire to incite trouble. Yet these individuals were overstepping their bounds. In his previous life, Lu Feng had feared no one. There was no reason to cower before a band of thugs in this life. The wild boar meat was intended to enhance the lives of his wife and daughter, and none would dare to covet it. "Brat, you possess an audacious spirit to lay hands on me," Scarface Chong bellowed the imposing man, now furious. He clenched his fist and lunged at Lu Feng. Though the physique of this incarnation was somewhat lacking, Lu Feng was a trained Special Forces soldier. Dispatching a few thugs was well within his capabilities. A nearby vendor watched anxiously, knowing Lu Feng was tall, but he was still outnumbered. Yet, her concerns proved unwarranted. Lu Feng seized Scarface Chong's fist with one hand, twisting it forcefully. There was a resounding crack as Scarface Chong dislocated his shoulder. His lackeys, witnessing this, charged forward. Yet their assaults were mere trifles in Lu Feng's eyes. With swift precision, he dispatched them to the ground. "If you wish to live, scram. Why, you brat, just you wait. I want to let this go." Scarface Chong, realizing the tide had turned against them, spat out a threat before retreating with his subordinates. The vendors, witnessing Scarface Chong's humiliation for the first time, felt immense satisfaction, their instinct to cheer suppressed only by fear of retribution. The vendor, astonished, gazed at Lu Feng. "Little Lu, I never imagined you possessed such prowess. But do be wary, Scarface Chong has connections, and he will surely seek revenge for today's affront." Lu Feng nodded. "Thank you. I shall remain vigilant." With the incident behind him, normalcy returned to the street. The stall Lu Feng chose proved fruitful, and soon he sold the half-carcass of pork. He also gifted the remaining 2 pig bones to the vendor, expressing gratitude for her assistance and warnings. She beamed with joy, her smile wide, and as he departed, she reiterated her advice to be cautious of Scarface Chong. Lu Feng sold the half-carcass for over 80 coins, a substantial sum in this era. Yet, for a home that was cold and bare, this amount would scarcely suffice. First, he decided to purchase some essential items, leaving the rest for later contemplation. Subsequently, Lu Feng exchanged his money for various tickets and made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative, reflecting on the almost empty rice jar at home. He first acquired a quantity of rice and flour, along with a thick cotton quilt and mattress. The previous day, he had observed that Qin Ruolan and their daughter were covered with a rather thin blanket, hardly sufficient to shield them from the biting cold. Relying solely on that blanket, it would be a challenge to survive the winter. With an image of Niuniu's little feet turning purple from the cold flashing in his mind, Lu Feng decided to buy her 2 warm cotton coats and a pair of cotton shoes. Naturally, he could not forget his wife. Since Qin Ruolan had become his spouse, Lu Feng felt compelled to provide her with the best, especially considering that the original owner had never given her anything of value. The sole decent wedding dress had been traded for wine. However, as Lu Feng browsed through the cooperative, he found that the women's clothing was largely of a single style and quite outdated. In this era, clothing was often patched and mended. With a new garment being a rare treasure, aesthetics took a back seat to warmth and practicality. After visiting other cooperatives in nearby towns, he finally discovered a piece with a pleasing design. Even draped in rags, Qin Ruolan's beauty would shine through in this garment. Imagining her in it brought a smile to Lu Feng's face. "Comrade, please wrap this up for me," he instructed, pointing to the dress hanging on the wall. To his surprise, the sales clerk, upon noticing the patches on Lu Feng's clothing, showed no intention of assisting him. The dress was indeed attractive and had garnered interest from many others. However, it was priced at twice the cost of other garments. Who would be willing to spend such a sum on clothing in an era where mere sustenance was a challenge? Thus, despite the inquiries, no one had purchased it, leaving it available. The man before her was decent-looking yet dressed quite ordinarily, hardly the image of someone who could afford such an item. $18.50. The sales clerk stated. She expected him to react like previous customers, deterred by the price. Instead, he merely nodded and replied nonchalantly, "Wrap it up." The clerk's face registered surprise. She hadn't anticipated that he would proceed with the purchase. "All right, please wait a moment," she exclaimed, thinking she had struck gold. "Wait." Lu Feng's voice interrupted just as the clerk finished wrapping the dress. A frown crossed her brow. Was he reconsidering? Was he toying with her? She had suspected he couldn't afford it. Just as the clerk was about to deliver a scornful remark, Lu Feng pointed at the milk candies on the counter. Also, please get me a pound of milk candy. The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment at his request. Even the townsfolk seldom purchase such quantities at once. They typically buy just a little to satisfy their cravings. By the way, I need another piece of fabric. There isn't even a decent piece of cloth at home. And whenever his wife mends their clothes, she resorts to patching one thing with another. If he brings home a piece of fabric, she will no longer have to worry. When conditions allow, he plans to renovate everything in the house. The shopkeeper was quite efficient, swiftly wrapping up the items. After paying the bill, Lu Feng took his purchases and departed from the supply cooperative. As the shopkeeper watched him leave, a flicker of envy arose within her. This man, dressed in tatters, had unhesitatingly bought that garment and some milk candies. One could only wonder which fortunate woman was blessed to receive such treatment from him. Having spent nearly all his money on this shopping spree, Lu Feng felt no regret. Spending on his wife and daughter brought him immense joy. In his previous life, he devoted himself entirely to the military and never established a family. But in this life, having a wife as beautiful as a celestial maiden and a lovely, understanding daughter, he cherished every moment. As he exited the town, he envisioned the joy on Qin Ruolan's and his daughter's faces upon seeing these gifts, filling him with renewed vigor, hastening his steps. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Someone was following him. Although his rebirth into this body had dulled his physical prowess somewhat, his instincts remained sharp. He quickly detected the presence of his pursuer. Having only made an enemy of Scarface Chong in the town, he surmised that it was most likely one of Scarface Chong's men. The follower was alone and seemed intent on shadowing him to discern which village he hailed from. Lu Feng had no intention of granting this individual any opportunity. He would ensure that his wife and daughter remained safe. Thus, he opted not to retrace his steps but instead ventured directly into the mountains. In his previous life, he had frequently traversed the mountains and was well acquainted with their terrain. Once in the mountains, Lu Feng was on familiar ground, and he soon eluded his pursuer. For safety's sake, Lu Feng did not head straight home, but meandered through the mountains, also taking stock of the surroundings. This year, the weather was unusually erratic. It was still early October. Yet several heavy snowfalls had already blanketed much of the mountain, although some areas remained unfrozen. As he had suspected, the money from selling half a wild boar was indeed insufficient to improve his family's situation. He needed to devise a way to earn more. After all, encounters with wild boars were not common, and this time had merely been a stroke of luck. After wandering for a while, he discovered that the mountains held not only game but also medicinal herbs. In his previous life, due to his unique status, he had acquired various essential survival skills, including the identification of medicinal plants. In times of inadequate medical supplies, these wild herbs could prove to be life-saving. So engrossed was Lu Feng in his exploration that he lost track of time, only realizing it was getting late when the sun began to set, prompting him to hasten back home. Brother Chong, we lost the person, reported a subordinate with his head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of Scarface Chong, whose arm was suspended in a bandage across his chest. Scarred Chong's expression darkened as he forcefully kicked his subordinate to the ground. You incompetent fool. You can't even handle this trivial matter. He snarled, his face contorted with rage. No one in this town dares to lay a hand on me, Scarred Chong. That brat must have the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. If I don't deal with him, then I am not Scarred Chong. Come, let us find my brother-in-law. In Hongha village, Qin Ruolan returned home with Niuniu after completing their farm chores. A woman of similar age approached her, concern etched on her face. Ruolan, Lu Feng still hasn't returned this late. He hasn't gone gambling again, has he? The woman, Tang Hong, lived a few hundred meters away from Qin Ruolan. Qin Ruolan merely pursed her lips, offering no reply, but tightened her grip on Niuniu's hand as they walked home. Tang Hong let out a cold huff, reveling somewhat in Qin Ruolan's misfortunes. Lu Feng, with his striking looks, impressive stature, and affluent background, was unparalleled in the village. Years ago, Tang Hong had aspired to marry him, but he had turned her down, choosing instead to wed Qin Ruolan. A feeling of resentment festered within her toward Qin Ruolan. Witnessing her plight brought Tang Hong an unexpected sense of satisfaction. What good was beauty if she had become nothing more than a punching bag for Lu Feng? Though her own husband might not match Lu Feng's handsomeness or height, he treated her well, rendering her 100 times happier than Qin Ruolan. Yet, she lamented that their marital life left much to be desired. The thought of Lu Feng's tall physique, coupled with his handsome face, made her cheeks flush and her knees weak. With a scornful glare in the direction Qin Ruolan had departed, Tang Hong thought, "How fortunate for you, you wretched woman. Humph, once Lu Feng loses his fortune, he will undoubtedly sell you and that worthless child." After venting her frustrations, she stomped her foot and stormed home to find her husband to quell her anger. "Mother, is father not coming home again today?" On the other side, as Qin Ruolan entered the main room, Niuniu looked up with her big eyes and asked, "I don't know." "Dear," Qin Ruolan replied, gently stroking Niuniu's head before turning to glance at the silent courtyard gate, her face filled with disappointment. "I should never have believed Lu Feng's words this morning. Selling wild boar meat for some goods? Such nonsense. It's all just a farce." Lu Feng had surely gone gambling again. How could he resist such temptations? He had never engaged in the barter system over the years. Why did she continue to harbor hope for him? Hadn't she learned her lesson well enough? With that thought, a resolute idea surged within Qin Ruolan. Chapter 5. Prejudices as heavy as mountains. Striving for change upon returning to the village, Lu Feng hurried home, warmth filling his heart at the thought of Qin Ruolan and their daughter waiting for him. However, when he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of Qin Ruolan, tears brimming in her eyes and disappointment etched across her face. Lu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed toward her. "Ruolan, what is the matter? Has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I shall take my revenge." His face was awash with worry and anger as he reached out to wipe away her tears. Slap. In an unexpected turn, Qin Ruolan suddenly struck his face. "Get out. Just leave me alone. You have deceived me once again. How many more times will you continue this charade? Have you come to gamble once more, hoping to witness my demise along with Niuniu before you find satisfaction?" Qin Ruolan screamed in despair. Though she harbored doubts about Lu Feng's transformation, a flicker of hope lingered within her. Yet, she knew she should not have hoped at all. The scoundrel had lost everything once more. It was a relentless cycle. "No, father, please, don't sell Niuniu." Niuniu had etched Lu Feng's penchant for gambling into her memory, and upon hearing Qin Ruolan's words, she too began to weep profusely. Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, but he soon grasped Qin Ruolan's thoughts. Hearing her words and witnessing the desolation etched across her face tightened his heart, prompting him to urgently explain, "My dear wife, I did not gamble, truly. You must believe me." However, Qin Ruolan was beyond believing his fabrications. If he had not gambled, how could he return empty-handed? "Get out. I do not wish to see you," she cried, her voice mingling with Niuniu's heart-wrenching sobs, tearing at Lu Feng's heart. "My wife, please trust me. I genuinely did not gamble. I have hidden our belongings at the edge of the village. Bringing them back now would attract too much attention. Just wait for me, and I will retrieve them." Lu Feng understood that Qin Ruolan would not take his words to heart. He swiftly made his way towards the door, anxious that her past wounds might lead her to act rashly. Despite his explanations, Qin Ruolan remained unconvinced. A leopard cannot change its spots. Lu Feng could not have changed. It is impossible. When Lu Feng finally returned with the items, he found Qin Ruolan sitting on the Kong, cradling Niuniu, who was still sobbing and appeared utterly pitiful. "Ruolan, Niuniu, I have returned." Yet, the mother and daughter paid him no heed. Lu Feng did not take offense. He understood that Qin Ruolan's heart had been severely hurt by the original owner of this body, and her skepticism was entirely reasonable. He resolved to regain her trust through his actions, demonstrating that he was indeed worthy of her faith. He began to take out the items from the basket one by one, speaking as he did so. "Today, I sold some pork to buy quilts. The blankets in our home were too thin. With new quilts, you and our daughter will not feel cold at night. I also bought clothes for both of you. The weather is growing colder, and it is unacceptable for you to wear such thin garments. Tomorrow, you shall wear the new clothes, which will keep you warm. Oh, and I bought Niuniu some milk candies. I promised I would ensure both of you live well. These candies will last Niuniu quite a while, and I will buy her more once she finishes." As Lu Feng's words echoed in the room, Qin Ruolan gradually came to her senses, slowly lifting her gaze to the man before her. Upon recognizing the items he had produced, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. He had indeed brought back the things. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Lu Feng's voice continued to resonate. "I also purchased rice and flour. You too must be hungry. Please rest for a moment, and I will prepare a meal." Upon finishing his words, Lu Feng took the rice flour and proceeded to the kitchen. Qin Ruolan glanced at the direction Lu Feng had departed, then shifted her gaze to the items at the foot of the bed. Was this merely a figment of her imagination? "Mother, father bought me candy. Does that mean he won't sell me any more?" Niuniu looked at the milk candy. then turned her gaze towards Qin Ruolan, her large eyes sparkling with hope. After a moment of silence, Qin Ruolan gently nodded. Seeing Niuniu's eager expression as she gazed at the candy, she reached out, took a piece, and offered it to Niuniu. The sweetness in her mouth brought forth a radiant smile on Niuniu's face. "Mother, the milk candy is truly sweet. You should have some too. Father said we can have milk candy every day from now on. How wonderful." Niuniu then fed a piece of candy to Qin Ruolan. With the sweetness enveloping her senses, Qin Ruolan gradually quelled the extreme thoughts that had plagued her heart. Just moments ago, she had contemplated taking her daughter with her into the abyss, believing that death would bring an end to their suffering. In the kitchen, Feng heard the sounds emanating from the next room and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hastened his cooking efforts, determined not to let the two women go hungry. His experiences from a previous life had endowed Feng with remarkable culinary skills, and he quickly prepared 2 dishes. Knowing how thin they were, he deliberately set aside a piece of meat and steamed some white flour buns for them. "Ruolan, Niuniu, come out for dinner," he called out, placing the buns and the 2 dishes on the table before retreating back to the kitchen. Qin Ruolan gazed at the white buns and dishes laid out before her and glanced toward the kitchen, where she saw Feng standing at the stove, devouring a coarse bread with a bowl of dishwater. In the past, all the fine food had been consumed solely by Feng. Today, he had shared it with them. Could it be that Feng had truly changed? Niuniu had never tasted white buns before, and thus, this meal left her feeling quite full. Qin Ruolan also indulged in a hearty portion. Seeing them eat with such delight brought joy to Feng's heart. Ensuring his wife and daughter were well fed was his primary goal after his rebirth, and he was diligently working towards that aim. As Qin Ruolan began to clear the bowls, Feng hastily took over the task of washing them. "There are still a few vegetables and buns left. You should eat them," Qin Ruolan remarked. Observing the empty bowl of coarse bread on the stove, Feng paused in his actions. "I am quite full. Leave those for you and Niuniu. You both are too thin and need nourishment. What need does a grown man have for such food?" Feng smiled. Qin Ruolan, taken aback by Feng's demeanor, was momentarily speechless. Her lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately, she said nothing and exited the kitchen. The concern from his wife buoyed Feng's spirits immensely. Although he understood that her kindness stemmed from her compassionate nature, he chose to perceive it as genuine care for him. The warmth of having his wife's concern felt delightful. He vowed to look after both her and their daughter with utmost devotion. With agility, Feng washed the dishes, tidied the kitchen, and even prepared a pot of hot water for Qin Ruolan. "Ruolan, I have boiled some hot water for you. You should take a bath and change into fresh clothes." On this occasion, Qin Ruolan did not refuse Feng's kindness. She took the basin and entered the kitchen, closing the door behind her. Upon returning to his room, Feng noticed the new clothes he had bought for Qin Ruolan still lying at the foot of the bed. Assuming that his wife had simply forgotten them, he picked up the garments and strode towards the kitchen. "Ruolan, your clothes are still here." Feng pushed open the kitchen door, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. Inside, Qin Ruolan had already shed her attire. Although the flickering light of the kerosene lamp was dim, it illuminated her exquisite curves even in the obscurity. Startled by the sound at the door, Qin Ruolan's face blanched. She quickly snatched up a nearby garment to cover her chest, her eyes fixed warily on Feng. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer. If you dare to touch me, I will end my life right here." Chapter 6. A Return to the Mountains and Unexpected Gains. Ruolan, please do not misunderstand. I merely came to bring you a piece of clothing, and I shall leave at once. Feng, taken aback by the scene before him and witnessing Qin Ruolan's terrified expression, hurried to clarify. He placed the clothes down and retreated. Qin Ruolan remained on high alert, fearful that he might inadvertently provoke her. Outside, Feng stood with his head bowed, contemplating the surge of blood rushing to his face, and let out a sigh. In his previous life, he had been singularly focused on achieving success, neglecting to establish a family, and even lacking a girlfriend. Such thoughts had scarcely crossed his mind. In this life, he had indeed acquired a wife and had begun to entertain aspirations, yet he found himself in a position where he could only admire from afar. Until he had managed to soothe his wife's concerns, he could only suffer in silence. When the cold wind outside quelled Feng's restlessness, he returned indoors to spread out the newly purchased bedding and blankets. Satisfied with the soft bed before him, he felt content knowing that his wife and daughter would no longer be cold. That night, with the ample cotton blankets, Qin Ruolan need not worry about Niuniu waking from the chill, nor would she be kept awake by fears of her daughter catching cold. Enveloped in warmth, Qin Ruolan mulled over the events of the evening, experiencing a surreal sensation as though she were ensnared in a beautiful dream that could shatter at any moment. Among the items Lu Feng had brought home that day, there was not a single thing for himself. Everything was for her and their daughter. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Lu Feng had never shown such consideration for the two of them before. Puzzled by Lu Feng's profound transformation, she decided to set aside her bewilderment. As for Lu Feng's thoughts of selling their daughter, he might as well abandon that notion, so long as she drew breath. He would never succeed in taking her daughter away from her. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Feng prepared breakfast for his wife and daughter before venturing once more into the mountains. The circumstances at home were dire, and he was determined to make a change, requiring continued diligence. He had surveyed the conditions of several nearby mountains the day prior. Many villagers had scoured the hills near the village, leaving precious little behind. The larger mountain, rumored to be inhabited by wild beasts, had seen scant human activity. During this frigid season, wild game was scarce, making it difficult to secure substantial provisions. Yet, fortune favored the brave, and Lu Feng boldly headed towards the deep mountain. It would be ideal to procure wild goods, but should that prove elusive, gathering medicinal herbs could also yield some financial return. The mountains outside are abundant with medicinal herbs, and the secluded one holds even greater treasures, untouched by many. Upon entering the mountain, Lu Feng retrieved his pre-prepared items and set 2 traps before embarking on his search for herbs. As he anticipated, the mountain indeed yielded a greater variety of medicinal plants than the others. After a morning of diligent effort, Lu Feng gathered a considerable amount of herbs. However, the traps he set failed to catch any wild game. He was not disheartened, for hunting in such weather posed considerable challenges. Fortunately, he had recently hunted a wild boar, which would suffice for a while. Just as Lu Feng was preparing to depart, a gray figure darted past him, a wild rabbit. Though small and meager in meat, it could serve as a delightful pet for Niuniu, who lacked toys. A pet would surely bring her joy. Lu Feng dashed after it. The rabbit, though diminutive, was surprisingly swift, bounding away with remarkable speed. After a lengthy pursuit, Lu Feng managed to seize it just before it could burrow into its hole. As he held the rabbit by its ears, Lu Feng's gaze fell upon a particular plant, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was a wild ginseng. Ecstatic, he realized that the value of wild ginseng rivaled that of the wild boar. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous find, and he wondered if more lay hidden nearby. He quickly scanned the surroundings and was thrilled to discover 2 more ginseng plants a few hundred meters away. This mountain was vast, and there could be many more undiscovered treasures. Faced with the opportunity to improve his family's situation, Lu Feng deliberated before choosing the smallest plant. Harvesting wild ginseng required a delicate touch, and he feared that his hands might tremble and damage its integrity. Even without extensive knowledge, he understood that an intact ginseng root would fetch a higher price. Moreover, he was uncertain of its exact value, so he decided to experiment with a smaller specimen. "You've done a great service today. I shall ensure Niuniu takes good care of you," he remarked, patting the rabbit's head before placing it in his backpack and rolling up his sleeves to begin the harvest. The technical demands of extracting wild ginseng were high, and despite considering himself meticulous, Lu Feng inadvertently severed a rootlet. Somewhat regretful, yet still satisfied, he wiped the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead. Unwilling to waste any time, he wrapped the ginseng in several leaves and tucked it safely into his pocket before making his way toward the town. Rather than returning to Qiushui town, he opted for Jingyang town, which lay over 10 miles away. Jingyang was closer to the city, larger and more prosperous, offering him a wider range of options. Additionally, he was wary of the lurking danger posed by Dao Bachong in Qiushui town. While he was not afraid of Dao Bachong himself, he feared the potential threat to his wife and daughter should his identity be discovered. He could not allow harm to befall them. Upon arriving in Jingyang town, Lu Feng ultimately made his way to a sizable traditional Chinese medicine shop located in a bustling area. "Good sir, seeking medicinal herbs?" inquired the shop owner. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his square face revealing the shrewdness of a businessman. "I am here to purchase herbs," Lu Feng replied, as he set his backpack down on the ground. In this day and age, many are impoverished, and the villagers nearby often seek out medicinal herbs to sell. The traditional Chinese medicine shop collects various herbs daily, resulting in the proprietor's enthusiasm being rather subdued. "Do you buy wild ginseng?" Lu Feng inquired, pulling a piece of wild ginseng from his pocket. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper paused, immediately rising to approach Lu Feng. Wild ginseng? May I see it? Lu Feng handed over the ginseng. The shopkeeper gently took it, inhaling its aroma and scrutinizing it closely. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed his face, but it quickly vanished. Noticing Lu Feng's tattered clothing and the dirt smudged on him, a shrewd glint flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. Comrade, this ginseng appears quite fresh. From which mountain did you unearth it? I haven't heard of wild ginseng in this vicinity. Lu Feng recognized the shopkeeper's intent and was unwilling to divulge the location. How much would the shopkeeper offer for this wild ginseng? Realizing that Lu Feng remained silent, the shopkeeper discerned that he was no fool and abandoned his previous calculations. He examined the wild ginseng once more, a look of regret crossing his features. Indeed, this is wild ginseng, but its age is insufficient. And you have broken off a rootlet, significantly diminishing its value. I can offer you 20. Who would prefer to pay a hefty sum when a small amount could suffice? There were individuals in the city willing to purchase wild ginseng at high prices. This particular specimen was of excellent quality, and he could resell it for several times its worth. Lu Feng frowned. 20? Did the shopkeeper truly think him a fool? Although one rootlet had been broken, the ginseng was worth far more than 20 yuan. The shopkeeper's offer was utterly absurd. I won't sell it. Without further ado, Lu Feng snatched back the wild ginseng and turned to leave. The shopkeeper, seeing this, quickly raised his hand to block Lu Feng's path. Wait. I was merely joking. After this encounter, the shopkeeper realized that this young man was unlike others, not easily manipulated by mere words. Furthermore, Lu Feng's demeanor was open and confident, unlike other timid youths, making him a challenge to deceive. It seemed that acquiring the wild ginseng at a low price was out of reach. If the shopkeeper offered more, he would earn a little less. If he did not buy it at all, he would earn nothing. He understood this well. This young man was astute. Having discovered one wild ginseng, he might find more in the future. The shopkeeper resolved to leave a door open for potential future dealings. In business, the more connections one has, the better. After a brief hesitation, he stated his bottom line. Comrade, along with your other herbs, I can offer you 80. This price is quite reasonable. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to sell. Wild ginseng is challenging to preserve, and should it be damaged, its value would diminish further. Having spent all his money from selling wild boar meat the previous day, he found himself without funds to improve his family's circumstances. Holding cash in hand brought him peace of mind. The shopkeeper handed Lu Feng several banknotes, assuring him that if he ever had more valuable items in the future, he would certainly offer a fair price. Rest assured, Boss Zhong, should I find more wild ginseng in the future, I will certainly come to seek you out. Lu Feng agreed to Boss Zhong's request, pocketed the large bundle, and departed from the traditional Chinese medicine shop. Boss Zhong sought to cultivate a rapport with him, and Lu Feng was equally eager to establish acquaintance with Boss Zhong. In the realm of social interaction, connections are of paramount importance. He would not squander his life in ceaseless toil. Once he amassed sufficient capital, he would embark upon his business ventures. The tide of opportunity was merely a few years away, and in this era, prospects abound. To ensure a prosperous life for his wife and daughter, he must accumulate ample wealth. The path to riches lies in entrepreneurship. However, this was not his immediate concern. His pressing priority was to ameliorate the dire circumstances at home. With the money in hand, Lu Feng made another trip to the supply and marketing cooperative. Jingyang Town was more prosperous than Qiushui Town, and within the cooperative, he discovered numerous items absent from the previous day's offerings, such as malted milk powder. Recognizing its nutritional value, particularly for his undernourished daughter, he procured a can, and also bought a box of snowflake cream for his wife. Noticing the peach crisps in the cabinet, he thought of how much his wife and daughter would enjoy them. He purchased those too. The roasted chicken by the roadside was also unfamiliar to his wife and daughter, so he bought that as well. By the end of his shopping, Lu Feng's backpack was brimming with goods. The weight of the laden backpack brought him immense satisfaction. These items were not a burden, but rather a source of comfort. After 2 days of diligent effort, he had temporarily resolved the issue of his family's basic needs, and he still had some tickets and spare change left. Though meager, it was certainly better than living in destitution. He believed that through his perseverance, the lives of his family would undoubtedly improve. With a warm hearth for his wife and child, and now having both a wife and child, how far could a cozy home be? Life indeed held promise. Envisioning that scene filled Lu Feng with excitement, and he smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. As he walked, Lu Feng contemplated his future. By the time he returned to Honghe village, it was well past work hours. A few women along the road were astonished to see Lu Feng returning to the village, laden with so many goods. Had Lu Feng struck it rich? Yet, what fortune could a gambler possess? Surely, he had merely won a trifling amount. A man who earns nothing and gambles instead is a misfortune for any family seeking a daughter-in-law. Just look at the dire straits of the Qin family's daughter. She struggles to find enough to eat and wear, toiling to sustain herself, her body marked with bruises, claiming she fell. How could she sustain such injuries on her own? It must be that scoundrel Lu Feng who inflicted them. That poor child, Niuniu, is so well behaved, and yet that wretch even contemplated selling her. What a sin. If I ever encountered such a man, I would rather hang myself than endure it. The words of the women were nearly spat upon Lu Feng. He felt a surge of anger, not due to their remarks, but because of the original owner's actions. At the same time, a sense of urgency arose within him. These women deemed the original owner's behavior excessive, let alone Qin Ruolan. He must treat his wife with twice the kindness, otherwise, if she were to despair and consider ending her life, he would find himself bereft of a place to mourn. With these thoughts in mind, he quickened his pace toward home. The aunts believed that these items were won through gambling, thus preventing anyone from casting their gaze upon their family. At home, Qin Ruolan was absent-mindedly preparing a meal. Lu Feng had been out all day and had yet to return, causing her to worry that his true nature would resurface and that he might gamble again, shattering her dreams. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed. Ruolan. Niuniu, I'm back. Upon hearing Lu Feng's voice, Qin Ruolan felt a sense of relief. Lu Feng placed his belongings inside the house and, noticing Niuniu peacefully asleep on the Kong, gently caressed her adorable face before heading to the kitchen. Seeing Qin Ruolan's weary expression filled him with concern. Ruolan, you've worked all day. Go rest in the room. I'll handle dinner. He strode over, took the firewood stick from her hands, and led her back to the room. Ruolan, this is food I bought for you and Niuniu. Have a little first, and I'll call you when the meal is ready. Lu Feng began to unpack the items from his backpack, displaying the fruits of his labor for the day. He envisioned the joy on his wife and daughter's faces as they enjoyed these treats, filling him with immense satisfaction. However, he failed to notice that with each item he revealed, Qin Ruolan's expression grew increasingly grim. When he finally presented the malted milk and snow cream, her countenance darkened to its nadir. Lu Feng, intending to offer her some food, noticed her unusual demeanor. Ruolan, what's wrong? Qin Ruolan's accusatory voice interrupted him. Where did these things come from? How did you acquire so much money? Qin Ruolan trembled with anger. Yesterday, Lu Feng sold half a pig and had some money for purchases. She had no objections to this, as long as it wasn't squandered on gambling. But today, malted milk cost several coins a can, and snow cream also cost a couple of coins. Those items must have totaled 20 or 30 coins. In this era, it was impossible to save such an amount even after several months of hard work in the village. So, where did he procure this money? Did you do something illegal? Qin Ruolan gazed at Lu Feng in despair, her lips trembling as she uttered this question. This suspicion overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. All she wanted was for Lu Feng to become a little better, just a little. Why was it so difficult? How could he dare engage in illegal activities? How could he? Chapter 8. A Change of Heart. True feelings revealed in adversity. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the situation. It dawned on him that Qin Ruolan believed he had committed some unlawful act, which was why she was so furious. Ruolan, you are mistaken. These items were not stolen. I earned the money to buy them, he explained with a bitter smile. Qin Ruolan dismissed Lu Feng's claims as nonsense. You earned this money? Do you take me for a fool? These items must cost 20 or 30 coins. Even those with secure jobs in the city would need to go without food for a month to afford them. Do you truly believe you earn 20 or 30 coins a day? Disappointment filled Qin Ruolan's eyes. Upon witnessing the disappointment in Qin Ruolan's eyes, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to swear an oath to the heavens. How could the original owner of this body be so reckless as to deplete Qin Ruolan's trust in him? Hastily, Lu Feng recounted the incident involving the wild ginseng. I truly earned this. This morning, I ventured into the mountains to hunt and stumbled upon the wild ginseng. Everything here was acquired from selling that ginseng. As he spoke, he lifted his garment and rummaged within. His movement instantly conjured memories in Qin Ruolan of the times Lu Feng had struck her with his belt. A look of fear crept onto her face, and she involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, yet she defiantly gazed at Lu Feng and said, What? Are you furious now that your lies have been exposed? If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. It would be better to end it all. Seeing her reaction, Lu Feng felt a pang in his heart and quickly replied, Ruolan, I want to hurt you. Please don't be afraid. I'm merely retrieving these. He then hurriedly produced the various and used tickets and the remaining 3 large denominations he had concealed within his clothing. As Qin Ruolan heard this, she slowly lowered her gaze. Upon seeing the tickets and the large denominations before her, she was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lu Feng truly found wild ginseng? Yet, she had never heard of such a thing existing in the mountains. The villagers frequently ventured into the woods, if there were indeed wild ginseng. It would not have lingered until now, nor would it have been discovered by a sloth like Lu Feng. Noticing Qin Ruolan's lingering skepticism, Lu Feng urgently declared, I swear to the heavens, I am not deceiving you. All of this was exchanged for that wild ginseng. If you still doubt me, tomorrow, you and your mother can accompany me to the town, and I will take you to the herbal shop where wild ginseng is sold. Observing the sincerity in Lu Feng's expression and the strength in his voice, Qin Ruolan gradually began to believe him. As the anger on her face dissipated, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as his wife believed him, that elder's words had cast a shadow over him, and he feared further upsetting Qin Ruolan. Ruolan, you should take this money and these tickets. Have something to eat first. I will prepare a meal, Lu Feng insisted, placing the money and tickets into Qin Ruolan's hands and setting food before her before heading to the kitchen. Hearing the sounds emanating from the kitchen, Qin Ruolan stared at the money and tickets in her hands, still at a loss. She could not comprehend Lu Feng's sudden change. Even during their early marriage, he rarely cooked, and after the passing of his parents, he had become even more irresponsible. He had never before handed over money or tickets to her. When Lu Feng lost a gamble, he would scour their home for anything of value, even if he won. He would not return with anything, but rather spend it on drinks with his unscrupulous friends. His recent behavior had indeed taken her by surprise. Uncertain whether Lu Feng had genuinely turned over a new leaf or was concocting some nefarious scheme, she called out, Xiao Feng, come here for a moment. At that moment, a voice rang out, causing Qin Ruolan's body to tense up. She feared it was Lu Feng's dubious friends come to drag him off to gamble again. However, she soon realized the voice belonged to Lu Dahu, Lu Feng's cousin, and she relaxed. The couple of Lu Dahu were good people, among the few who had offered her assistance over the years. In the kitchen, Lu Feng heard a commotion outside and tossed 2 pieces of firewood into the stove before stepping out. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the sight of a dark-skinned man with a square face standing at the door. Cousin, what brings you here? Lu Dai looked at Lu Feng. His brow furrowed. I heard you were gambling again. How many times must I tell you that those friends of yours are no good? I've warned you against associating with them. You're a grown man, yet you waste your days idling, refusing to seek work, and relying on your sister-in-law to support you. Even the most patient woman would be driven away by your behavior. If you continue down this path, you will lose everything. His words carried an undertone of disappointment and frustration. Lu Feng understood that Lu Dai, a man of few words, found it difficult to express his concern, yet genuinely cared for him. He felt a twinge of emotion. Cousin, I haven't been gambling, nor will I again. I acknowledge my past mistakes and have come to my senses. I shall not repeat them. Upon hearing this, Lu Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since you are willing to change, focus on living a good life. By the way, this is a batch of steamed buns freshly made by your aunt. Take them for your sister-in-law and Niuniu. Lu Dai pulled several buns from his pocket and stuffed them into Lu Feng's hands before preparing to leave. The buns were still warm, yet Lu Feng found them painfully hot against his palms. In recent years, Lu Dai frequently brought small gifts, which Lu Feng would accept without question. Given the scarcity of grain and the original Lu Feng's lack of gratitude, Lu Dai's wife had grown somewhat resentful over time. Nevertheless, Lu Dai continued to provide for their family with items such as a few buns, 2 eggs, and a bowl of meat soup. Contemplating this, Lu Feng stopped Lu Dai from leaving. Cousin, wait a moment. He quickly rushed inside to slice a piece of wild boar meat and grabbed several freshly steamed buns. Take these home for your family. He pressed the items into Lu Dai's hands. Lu Dai's hand trembled. Where did you get these? You foolish boy. What have you been up to? The white buns were a delicacy, rarely found even in the village chief's home except during the New Year. Let alone such a large piece of pork. This was certainly not something an ordinary family could afford. Lu Feng, observing his cousin's reaction, felt both amused and exasperated, as it mirrored that of his wife. I earned all of this through legitimate means, cousin. Rest assured, I will not act foolishly again. As Lu De departed, Lu Feng reflected on how, even when the original Lu Feng was in such disarray, his cousin had never severed ties and had consistently offered assistance. Once he achieved success, he vowed never to forget Lu De. At that moment, Lu De was unaware that his life trajectory would change due to this act of kindness. Returning home 200 meters away, he struggled to believe in Lu Feng's transformation. His wife, Li Yue, noticed her husband standing dumbfounded at the door and opened it with irritation. What are you doing out there? Have you brought something for that cousin of yours again? He is a hopeless case. Why do you bother with him? In the midst of a disheartening scenario, one cannot help but feel a sense of disdain for those who, despite their unremarkable appearance, are devoid of decency and harbor intentions of selling their own offspring. Were it not for the pitiable circumstances of Ruolan and her mother, I would have turned a blind eye to such matters. Alas, where did you procure these items, Lu De? Do you have a death wish? Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, I was startled by the sight of the objects in Lu De's hands. Chapter 9. Mending Relationships. The challenge of earning money with a furrowed brow, Lu De reprimanded. What nonsense are you uttering? These are from Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng would not act foolishly. He vowed to live harmoniously with his sister-in-law. In a village where secrets are scarce, the news of Lu Feng's return with goods had reached their ears. Initially skeptical, Li Yue's doubts were dispelled upon seeing what Lu De had brought back. Her heart swelled with joy for Qin Ruolan. Recognizing that she had finally emerged from her struggles, the thought of Ruolan's recent reticence filled Li Yue with trepidation. Next door, Zhang Mei, the wife of Lu De's brother, Lu Gang, frowned at the commotion. Gongzi, your elder brother has gone to deliver goods to your cousin again, hasn't he? You are his actual brother, yet he shares his bounty with others. How foolish. The couple, known for their compassion, could not possibly neglect their own kin. Yet, some individuals are insatiable, akin to a serpent that swallows an elephant. Lu Gang, equally discontent, remarked, my brother is stubbornly naive, insisting that our uncle treats us well. With both of his parents deceased, it is perplexing that he still clings to such notions. At that moment, a young boy named Huzi dashed in, his nose adorned with a lengthy trail of mucus. Father, I saw Uncle bring back white steamed buns and a substantial piece of pork. I want the buns. I want the pork. Zhang Mei and Lu Gang exchanged astonished glances. If you desire those treats, go play at your uncle's house. Zhang Mei sent Huzi off to the neighboring home before turning to Lu Gang. Surely, this is not a gift from your cousin? I heard he returned with quite a haul. Has he struck it rich gambling? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Gang's eyes. You should visit your cousin's wife tomorrow. If indeed he has brought back goods, you ought to borrow some as you did before. Zhang Mei shot him a disapproving glance. Do I require your guidance? At Lu Feng's residence, the atmosphere was one of delight. Father, this roasted chicken is delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Niuniu exclaimed, her face smeared with grease, her eyes shining with delight. Observing Niuniu's joy, Qin Ruolan allowed a rare smile to grace her features. In the kitchen, Lu Feng watched his wife and daughter from a distance, enveloped by a serene sense of tranquility, a feeling of happiness blossoming in his heart. This was the first time he had witnessed Qin Ruolan smile since his arrival in this world, leaving him momentarily entranced. As the ancients say, viewing a beauty beneath the lamp reveals an enchanting allure, and truly, I was not deceived. At that moment, he noticed the oil lamp beside him. While many households in the village had transitioned to electric lights, the meager funds of his former self had been squandered. With both Qin Ruolan and her daughter struggling to meet even their basic needs, the prospect of electric lighting was a distant dream. Last night, he heard Qin Ruolan get up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, nearly stumbling in the process. It was high time for their family to install electric lights. Although their savings were scant, under his diligent efforts, their family would surely prosper. Whatever others possessed, his wife should have as well. Lu Feng's gaze was fervent, and Qin Ruolan, noticing his attention on Niuniu, turned her head to meet his eyes. Rather than feeling embarrassed upon being caught, Lu Feng responded with a warm smile directed at her. Ruolan, our daughter says the roast chicken is delicious. You should have some too. Qin Ruolan's hand trembled slightly as she held her chopsticks. For reasons unknown, in the presence of Lu Feng, she experienced a quickening of her heartbeat. Indeed, the roast chicken is delectable. I shall partake as well. Niuniu, with her little body, deftly placed a piece of roast chicken into Qin Ruolan's bowl. Seizing the moment while her daughter spoke, Qin Ruolan casually averted her gaze, placing the morsel into her mouth, and confirming its delightful taste. As night enveloped them, Niuniu nestled in Qin Ruolan's embrace, whispering, "Mother, Father won't sell Niuniu anymore. He will buy me candy and roast chicken to eat, and even new clothes, and catch rabbits for me. I like the current father." Niuniu feels so happy. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Qin Ruolan's beautiful eyes flickered with emotion. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng entered the room and went straight for the thin blanket. Observing Lu Feng's silhouette, Qin Ruolan remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. "It's too cold at night. You should return to your room. Niuniu wishes to sleep with you." Her words left Lu Feng momentarily stunned. Had he misheard? Was Qin Ruolan indeed asking him to sleep in the room? A surge of joy filled his heart, and he could hardly contain his excitement, revealing a broad smile. The brightness in his eyes was almost overwhelming, causing Qin Ruolan to shyly look away first. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Lu Feng strode out of the room, brimming with eagerness to shout out his exhilaration, yet he refrained from startling his wife. He splashed a basin of cold water over himself. In the midst of winter, the cold water did nothing to quell his excitement. Just moments prior, in the courtyard, he had heard Niuniu's words. As a former Special Forces soldier, his hearing was sharper than most. He realized that Niuniu hadn't actually expressed a desire to sleep with him. Those words were Qin Ruolan's own. He understood that she did not mean it literally, but it was enough to send him into a state of elation. Clearly, Qin Ruolan had noticed his transformation, leading her perception of him to shift. His efforts were proving fruitful. He must continue to strive onward. Inside the house, Qin Ruolan reflected on Lu Feng's earlier demeanor, pursing her red lips. How had she not recognized this side of him before? In the past, whenever he returned, he behaved like a lord, collapsing into sleep the moment he lay down. This time, he had actually managed to sleep in a chair for several days. Had Lu Feng truly changed? As the kerosene lamp extinguished, darkness enveloped the room, and the stillness was profound, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. "Will you be going into the mountains again tomorrow?" Qin Ruolan's voice broke the silence in the dark. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately turned over and gazed into the darkness towards Qin Ruolan. "If you truly have reformed, you could seek a job in town." Lu Feng had been fortunate on 2 occasions, yet one must ponder how long such fortune could endure. Should Lu Feng find himself unable to procure wild goods or ginseng, the profound disappointment could easily lead him back to gambling. Qin Ruolan feared such an outcome. With employment, Lu Feng would have no time to dwell on those temptations. Lu Feng sensed the thoughts swirling in Qin Ruolan's mind. He reassured her, "Ruolan, I promise you, I will not fall back into gambling. I will strive to ensure a good life for you and Niuniu. Please trust me, just this once more. I assure you, I will not let you down." Life is arduous when it comes to finances. To earn money, one must let money beget money. If he were to heed Qin Ruolan's advice and seek employment, it would merely suffice to meet the basic needs of her and her daughter. However, he desired to provide them with so much more. Now that a lucrative opportunity lay before him, he could not afford to forsake it. To embark on a business venture, he needed to amass sufficient capital. Thus, he could not comply with his wife's wishes. Yet he could guarantee her that he would not engage in actions that would disappoint her. Lu Feng's words left Qin Ruolan in silence. Could she truly place her trust in him? Would Lu Feng truly not let her down? Doubts lingered in her heart. Chapter 10. A heavy burden. Sister-in-law's visit. Sharing a bed with his wife, Lu Feng enjoyed an exceptionally peaceful night's rest. Upon awakening, he beheld the soft sight of his wife and daughter by his side, filling his heart with warmth. What could possibly surpass this moment in beauty? He felt as though his life had reached its zenith. Suddenly, a cold breeze wafted through the gaps in the window, causing Qin Ruolan and Niuniu to shiver. It was then that Lu Feng noticed the dilapidated state of the window, with cracks adorning the walls. If a heavy rain were to fall, this house would scarcely provide shelter. It seemed that not only would they require electric lighting, but the house also needed repairs. Yet, fixing the house would demand considerable funds. And with his current financial constraints, the road ahead appeared daunting. Determined to earn money for rebuilding their home, Lu Feng felt invigorated. As he rose, he made a conscious effort to be quiet, preparing breakfast as usual before venturing into the mountains. Qin Ruolan and Niuniu awakened to find Lu Feng absent, though remnants of breakfast remained in the pot, revealing that he had once again gone into the mountains. Despite this not being her first experience, she still felt an odd sense of unreality. While Qin Ruolan and Niuniu were having breakfast, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Noticing that the door was ajar, the visitor boldly pushed it open. Sister-in-law is still having breakfast. It was Zhang Mei. Upon entering, Zhang Mei approached Qin Ruolan, her gaze wandering around the yard. When her eyes fell upon the spread of eggs and steamed buns on the table, they nearly glued to the sight. The aroma of the steamed buns made her mouth water profusely. While her family had eggs, they rarely enjoyed steamed buns throughout the year. The fact that Qin Ruolan and her daughter were having such a feast for breakfast left her astonished. Niuniu, a rather unfortunate child, is indulging in such lavish meals, while her brother Huzi is deprived of such delicacies. What a waste. At that moment, Zhang Mei noticed the new clothes and cotton shoes adorning Niuniu, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. It seems that Feng, that gambling fiend, has indeed come into a windfall. Even a child of misfortune is dressed in new attire. How splendid these items would be for her brother Huzi. How could a child of misfortune deserve such luxuries? Zhang Mei felt a pang of sorrow, as if it were her own money being squandered. "Dear sister-in-law, has my brother struck it rich?" she inquired, her gaze darting about like a detector, searching for the meat that Feng's family might possess. Last night, Huzi had mentioned that the piece of meat brought back by their uncle was quite substantial. If Feng could afford to give such a large portion to her elder brother, surely the Liu household must have an abundance of meat stored away. She was determined to procure some for a feast, as it had been ages since she had savored meat. Her sister-in-law was known for her vanity, and extracting something from her hands would not prove difficult. With this in mind, a flattering smile graced her face. "Sister-in-law, my brother has given a piece of meat to my elder brother, and now Huzi has seen it and is crying at home, insisting he want to eat without meat at noon. How can a little child go without food? I hardly have time to buy any. Hence I came to borrow some meat from you. I promise to return it once I am able to purchase some in a few days." Though she spoke thus, any morsel that fell into her possession would surely not find its way back to Qin Ruolan. That gambling fool Feng has the audacity to seek her out for a mere piece of meat? Having stated her case so explicitly, Zhang Mei was confident that Qin Ruolan would not refuse her and would lend her the meat just as before. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she prepared to take the meat and leave. This afternoon, their family would also relish the taste of meat. Zhang Mei's mind was racing with schemes. "Dear sister-in-law, if you could lend me the meat, Huzi will surely remember your kindness," she continued. "Niuniu will eventually marry off, and once she does, she will belong to another family, no longer concerned with you. When you grow old, Huzi will certainly show you filial piety. In our village, having a son is a source of strength. With a son born to the old Liu family, I stand taller than anyone else. Meanwhile, Qin Ruolan has only given birth to a child of misfortune. What status does she hold at home? I have heard that Feng nearly sold that unfortunate child. Without a son, Qin Ruolan would be eager for my son to care for her, and surely she would treat him well." In Zhang Mei's perspective, her words would compel Qin Ruolan to part with the meat. However, upon hearing Zhang Mei's remarks, Qin Ruolan's expression gradually grew colder. Was there any difference between this and openly berating Niuniu as a child of misfortune? Yet, Zhang Mei remained oblivious to the change in Qin Ruolan's demeanor. She was still contemplating other schemes, her gaze falling upon the white steamed buns and eggs on the table. "Ah, yes, Huzi has been looking rather thin lately. If there were some white buns and eggs, he would surely eat heartily. Last night, Tiger was sent away by her, and he indeed managed to eat a white steamed bun. However, that little rascal devoured it in mere bites, completely oblivious to the presence of his mother. She had not even caught a whiff of its flavor. As long as she could procure a few white steamed buns from Qin Ruolan, would she ever have to worry about food?" Qin Ruolan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. She could not fathom how Zhang Mei could be so shameless, maintaining a straight face all the while. The meat was intended for her cousin, and if her sister-in-law desired meat, she ought to seek it from Feng. In the past, Zhang Mei had borrowed a considerable number of items from her, none of which had ever been returned. Over the years, their lives had grown increasingly impoverished. And yet, Zhang Mei had managed to lay low until now. Observing the calculating expression on Zhang Mei's face, Qin Ruolan's eyes were clouded with coldness. If she had no fear of death, what need did she have to regard Zhang Mei? While others in the village treated their daughters as burdens, for her, Niuniu was a treasure. To speak ill of her daughter in her presence, while attempting to take advantage of her, Zhang Mei's audacity was quite absurd. Meat, eggs, and buns. How bold of Zhang Mei to make such demands. Zhang Mei was momentarily taken aback. Why had events not unfolded as she had envisioned? She had never encountered resistance from Qin Ruolan before. This was a first. Her expression soured, and in a fit of indignation, she retorted, "Sister-in-law, must you speak so harshly? Am I a beggar demanding meat? I merely said I would borrow. We are relatives, and yet you are unwilling to lend me even a piece of meat? How miserly of you. Do you think these items are not legitimately procured by Lu Feng? In due time, you shall face the consequences. Upon hearing Zhang Mei's venomous words after her request for items was denied, Qin Ruolan's countenance grew even colder. This is none of your concern. Instead of meddling in my family's affairs, why not devise a way to procure a piece of meat for your tiger? Humph. If you refuse to lend, then so be it. You will inevitably have your moments of sorrow. With a disdainful huff, Zhang Mei stormed away from the Lu household, vowing to make Qin Ruolan's life difficult. If she could not manage Qin Ruolan, surely Lu Feng, that gambler, could be dealt with. The bitterness in Zhang Mei's heart festered. Chapter 11. The trap is set. Things have truly changed in the mountains. Lu Feng did not immediately dig up the 2 wild ginseng plants he had discovered the previous day. Instead, he continued his search throughout the hills. After hours of diligent effort, his perseverance was rewarded as he stumbled upon several more wild ginseng plants. A wave of joy surged within him. With these ginseng, their new home would soon be secured. However, Lu Feng had no intention of excavating the ginseng right away, as time was of the essence. He needed to return early to spend time with Qin Ruolan and their daughter, lest he arrive home late and cause his wife to worry about his gambling habits. Since his wife felt insecure, he would provide her with reassurance. Remembering the locations of the wild ginseng, he proceeded to check the traps he had set the previous day. Fortune smiled upon him today, as the traps yielded a wild chicken and a rabbit. Binding the chicken and rabbit, he placed them into his backpack and made his way down the mountain. Upon entering the village, Lu Feng spotted his wife diligently hoeing the fields. As Qin Ruolan lifted the heavy hoe, Lu Feng felt a pang of concern for her back and hurriedly made his way towards her. In the distance, Tang Hong, who was also working, caught sight of Lu Feng. Observing his tall and commanding presence, Tang Hong felt her legs weaken. How could such a handsome and imposing man be tied to that wretched Qin Ruolan? It was truly a waste of such beauty. A wave of unwillingness surged within her as she rose to approach Qin Ruolan. Ruolan, why is Lu Feng back so early today? Did he lose a bet and come back to ask you for money? Tang Hong said with a sense of malicious glee. Lu Feng's family was currently in dire straits. It was unlikely that Qin Ruolan had any money to spare. If Lu Feng couldn't get any funds, he would surely unleash his wrath on Qin Ruolan. The thought of this scenario filled Tang Hong with a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing her words, Qin Ruolan turned to see Lu Feng striding towards her. Her delicate brows knitted together. His early return likely indicated a lack of success. She had advised him against venturing into the mountains yesterday and suggested he find some work instead, but he had chosen to disregard her counsel. Unaware of Qin Ruolan's thoughts, Tang Hong assumed that Qin Ruolan was frightened, and a smile crept across her face. As Lu Feng approached, Tang Hong stepped back slightly to avoid being caught in any potential conflict. Lu Feng reached Qin Ruolan's side and extended his hand. Tang Hong's expression of schadenfreude intensified. However, Lu Feng did not reach out to Qin Ruolan. Instead, he took the hoe from her grasp. Ruolan, you should take a break. Allow me to handle this. Lu Feng led Qin Ruolan to the edge of the field, set down his basket, and swiftly returned to work on their family's plot of land. In that era, while the land was collectively owned by the village, each family retained 2 to 3 mu for personal cultivation. Typically, Qin Ruolan managed their small plot, and Lu Feng had never lent a hand before. This scene left Tang Hong aghast, her eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? Shouldn't Lu Feng be confronting Qin Ruolan? Why was he working the fields? She could not recall ever seeing Lu Feng laboring in the ground over the past few years. Witnessing Lu Feng's earnest efforts only fueled her frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Ruolan was too preoccupied to notice Tang Hong. Her thoughts drifted to the prospect of a warm breakfast each morning. Seeing Lu Feng toiling away not far off, she sighed. It was enough that he had decided to abandon gambling. They would discuss finding work later. Those working in the fields glanced curiously at Lu Feng, for he had seldom set foot there, let alone engaged in labor. Ignoring the gazes of the onlookers, Lu Feng focused entirely on his tasks. Once he completed the work, Qin Ruolan could rest. Previously, all household chores fell upon her shoulders. Now, with Lu Feng's assistance, she would not have to bear such burdens alone. Lu Feng's strength was notably greater than Qin Ruolan's, and the tasks in the field were swiftly accomplished. Subsequently, Lu Feng and Qin Ruolan walked home together. Qin Ruolan refrained from inquiring why Lu Feng had returned so early today, fearing it might provoke him. She was acutely aware of the man's fragile pride, perhaps more than anyone else. In the past, she had suffered greatly for touching upon his sensitive spots. Ruolan, from now on, do not concern yourself with matters in the fields. Take care of yourself at home and look after Niuniu. I will manage everything related to the farm, Lu Feng stated. Surprised, Qin Ruolan cast a glance at him. Lu Feng had never uttered such words to her before. In the past, she would have found it hard to believe him. However, witnessing his hard work earlier had begun to sway her perception. Could it be that Lu Feng had truly changed? Was he genuinely worthy of her trust? Perceiving the doubt in Qin Ruolan's heart, Lu Feng gazed at her earnestly and said, Ruolan, I acknowledge that I have made many mistakes in the past, but I am determined to amend my ways. Will you trust me? We are husband and wife, and I will strive to become someone you can believe in and rely upon. Qin Ruolan remained silent. Lu Feng had disappointed her too many times for her to readily place her faith in him. After all, without hope, there could be no disappointment. Lu Feng sensed her resistance and let out a quiet sigh. It was only natural for Qin Ruolan to be skeptical after enduring so much pain. He would give her time and demonstrate his commitment through his actions to provide her with a sense of security. Eventually, after a considerable pause, Qin Ruolan spoke. This morning, Zhang Mei came, crying for meat, asking to borrow 2 pounds, and she also wanted eggs and steamed buns. I did not give her any. She felt a twinge of anxiety as she spoke. Zhang Mei was Lu Feng's sister-in-law, and Lu Feng was a man who valued his pride. In the past, Zhang Mei had taken things from her without returning them, and though she had informed Lu Feng, he had never intervened, expecting her to yield to Zhang Mei. This time, she had refused Zhang Mei, and a sense of unease gnawed at her. She feared her actions might anger Lu Feng. As a mother, she understood how much Niuniu adored the current Lu Feng, and she dreaded the thought that her own actions could lead him to lash out at Niuniu. She did not wish to see her daughter in distress. Lu Feng noticed the tension in Qin Ruolan and frowned slightly. To him, this expression appeared as irritation. Lowering her gaze, Qin Ruolan's eyes dimmed. How foolish she felt for believing that Lu Feng would side with her. She had momentarily trusted him when he claimed she could believe in his words. Lu Feng, perceptive to her shift in mood, recognized that his wife was lost in troubling thoughts again. How much pain had she endured to become so sensitive? At that moment, his heart ached for her profoundly. He quickly reassured her, Ruolan, we are partners. What is mine is yours. Come to me with anything that brings you joy, and if you wish to refuse, do so without hesitation. If there's any issue, let her approach me. From the original owner's memories, he understood that Zhang Mei was not a virtuous person. She often flaunted her son, taking advantage of the fact that Qin Ruolan had a daughter, bullying her at every opportunity. The original self, that foolish individual, fails to distinguish right from wrong. Yet in his heart, Qin Ruolan embodies the ideal wife, and Niuniu represents the perfect child. As for Zhang Mei, who not only desires 2 pounds of meat, but also craves eggs and steamed buns, he deems her aspirations absurd. Such a person deserves no indulgence. If anyone is to be pampered, it ought to be his own wife. Zhang Mei is of no consequence. Chapter 12, Sowing Discord. A resolute stance. Qin Ruolan was momentarily taken aback. Was she hallucinating? Lu Feng had not chastised her, nor had he laid a hand on her. What was amiss with Lu Feng these past few days? Had he taken leave of his senses? After all, she was your sister-in-law. Do you truly not hold me accountable for rejecting her demands? Qin Ruolan queried, uncertainty lacing her tone. Lu Feng dismissed her concerns nonchalantly, stating, sister-in-law? What does she count as a sister-in-law? Even if she were a full sibling, I would never allow her to bully you. Anyone who dares to mistreat my wife shall face my wrath. His words ignited a warmth in Qin Ruolan's eyes. As the accumulated grievances of years surged forth in that moment, had Lu Feng only once stood by her side in the past? Had he uttered such words even a single time, despair would not have enveloped her so completely. Ruolan, if you feel any lingering resentment, I can confront her right now. Consider it a way to cover her medical expenses for all the past grievances. Lu Feng assumed that Qin Ruolan was still angered by Zhang Mei's actions as he rolled up his sleeves, his voice low and resolute. However, seeing his determination, Qin Ruolan immediately grasped his hand, shaking her head vigorously. It has been so long, let it go. Besides, what would it say about you, a grown man? Striking a woman? Very well, should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall take care of it. Lu Feng acquiesced, not pressing the matter further. Yet, Zhang Mei should not expect to take anything from their household in the future. As Lu Feng and Qin Ruolan walked home side by side, Though she remained silent, he could sense that his wife was no longer as resistant towards him. This realization brought him great satisfaction. However, at such a moment, there always seems to be someone intent on spoiling the mood. As they neared home, a figure approached them. "Cousin, you're back. I have something to discuss with you." Lu Gang's gaze towards Qin Ruolan was decidedly unfriendly. Upon seeing Lu Gang approaching, Qin Ruolan faltered. Her complexion drained of color. His arrival could only signify trouble stemming from the morning's events. Both Lu Gang and Zhang Mei were far from virtuous. Having not received what they desired from her, they would surely embellish the story to Lu Feng. Would Lu Feng believe Lu Gang's words? She was uncertain. Even more troubling was the prospect of Lu Gang's involvement and which side Lu Feng would take. In the past, Lu Feng had often returned home to argue with her based on Lu Gang's accusations. She feared that the blissful dreams of the past few days might shatter due to Lu Gang's unwelcome presence. Lu Gang approached them directly, launching into a tirade against Qin Ruolan. "Cousin, last night, Huzi saw my brother bringing meat home and cried at the thought of going without it. We are short on meat coupons, and this morning, Mei came to ask my cousin for meat, but she refused. Everyone is related, and given how young Huzi is, isn't it rather cruel of my sister-in-law? After all, Huzi is destined to carry on the legacy of the Lu family. What will happen if he goes hungry? My sister-in-law outright rejected Ame. Does she truly believe herself to be the head of the family? She seems to disregard you entirely. You must discipline her properly. Her actions are jeopardizing the bond between us brothers. Furthermore, I heard from Ame that my sister-in-law had eggs and steamed buns for breakfast. Which woman in our village would dare to indulge like that? It is utterly wasteful. Brother, while you toil away outside, she revels at home. A truly outrageous situation." Qin Ruolan was incensed by Lu Gang's brazen remarks, her eyes burning with indignation. Instinctively, she glanced at Lu Feng to gauge his reaction, only to find him nodding in agreement. In that moment, her heart sank, and her flicker of hope shattered instantly, plunging her into an abyss of despair. Lu Feng actually believed Lu Gang's words. Reflecting on Lu Feng's earlier statements, Qin Ruolan felt a bitter irony. She had indeed been foolish to harbor any expectations of him. Seeing Lu Feng's response, Lu Gang smugly assumed Lu Feng had sided with him. A smirk crept across his lips. How audacious of Qin Ruolan to consider herself the matriarch of the Lu family and dare to refuse them. He would relish the opportunity to deal with her. Given Lu Feng's character, he would surely unleash his wrath upon Qin Ruolan. After all, in Lu Feng's eyes, his brotherhood took precedence over any woman, particularly one who had only borne him a burden. As Lu Gang awaited the spectacle of Lu Feng reprimanding Qin Ruolan, Lu Feng's voice rang out. "Ruolan is indeed the head of our household. She has every right to make decisions regarding our belongings. If you wish to borrow something, you must first ensure my wife is content. How dare you irritate my wife yet expect to borrow from us? Your son's hunger is of no concern to us. As for what she and her daughter had for breakfast, that was my decision. Those are the fruits of my labor, and I will not deny them to my wife and daughter. Why would I offer them to you instead? If your son is without meat, how can you concern yourself with what my wife and daughter eat? Do you not find that utterly ridiculous?" Lu Feng's gaze bore down on Lu Gang. While such words may have held sway over the previous owner of this body, they held no power over him. This fool dared to sow discord between him and his wife? Such naivety. Lu Feng's declarations caused Qin Ruolan to lift her head abruptly, staring at him in astonishment. Was this a dream? Lu Feng did not believe Lu Gang's words. He had chosen to stand by her side. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Lu Gang's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't he his cousin supposed to rage at Qin Ruolan and strike her? How could he possibly react in this manner? Frustrated at his unmet expectations, Lu Gang shouted at Lu Feng, "Cousin, what kind of enchantment has that woman cast upon you? She seeks to disrupt our family's harmony. You are being foolish." In an instant, Lu Feng's demeanor sharpened. He stepped forward, grasping Lu Gang's shirt and lifting him off the ground. Although Lu Gang and Lu Feng are cousins, their physiques differ greatly. Lu Gang's build is distinctly more slender than that of his cousin. In an instant, Lu Feng lifted Lu Gang off the ground. With narrowed eyes, Lu Feng fixed his gaze upon Lu Gang, coldly admonishing, "I warn you, show some respect towards my wife. It may have been overlooked before, but if I ever hear you disrespecting her again, if you dare to jeopardize our relationship, I assure you, you will regret it. Furthermore, you, Lu Gang, are not of my kin, so refrain from meddling in my family's affairs." With that, Lu Feng forcefully hurled Lu Gang aside. "Get lost." Lu Gang stumbled a few steps before colliding with a nearby tree, finally regaining his balance. His heart raced violently, filled with dread. Was this truly the weak-willed gambler of a cousin he had known? When had he become so formidable? In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had encountered a deity of death, terrifying beyond measure. Fear gripped him, compelling him to flee. He was genuinely afraid that if he lingered, his cousin's fists would descend upon him. With Lu Feng's imposing stature, he could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Previously, he had maneuvered through life effortlessly in his cousin's presence. For whatever he said was always taken at face value. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable barrier today. Chapter 13. Genuine emotion touches the heart. The feeling of home, wife. Do not let that person affect your mood. Come, let us return and prepare dinner. Niuniu must be hungry. Lu Feng took Qin Ruolan's hand and began walking home. The touch caused Qin Ruolan's body to stiffen momentarily, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand. At that moment, Lu Feng's earlier words of defense echoed in her mind, and memories of his recent thoughtful actions surfaced. Gradually, her body relaxed. Moreover, did he just refer to her as his wife? Lu Feng, with his somewhat patriarchal demeanor, had only ever called her by her name since their marriage. He had never used such a term before. She recalled how he had addressed her as his wife while speaking to Lu Gang. With this thought, her heart raced a little faster. Father, mother, you're back? In the house, Niuniu heard the voices and set down her little rabbit, rushing towards them. Cocking her head to one side, she observed their interlocked hands, her large eyes sparkling with delight. I want to hold hands with Daddy and Mommy too. With that, Niuniu extended her small hand. Qin Ruolan quickly withdrew her hand from Lu Feng's grasp and took Niuniu's hand instead. Mommy will take you to wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Lu Feng watched the retreating figures of Qin Ruolan and Niuniu, slowly forming a fist with the hand that had just held Qin Ruolan's. She had actually allowed him to hold her hand. Furthermore, he had inadvertently referred to her as his wife, and she did not express any disdain. It seemed she did not mind that term. This was indeed a positive development. Wife, I am off to prepare dinner. Lu Feng called out, glancing at Qin Ruolan and Niuniu, who were washing their hands in the distance. Lu Feng noticed that Qin Ruolan stiffened slightly upon hearing his affectionate address, a fleeting blush gracing her cheeks. Observing this, a smile unconsciously crept onto Lu Feng's lips. It appeared that Qin Ruolan had indeed begun to embrace this form of address. With that in mind, why would he continue to call her by her name? Referring to her as wife felt far more intimate. Had it not been for his concern that Qin Ruolan might struggle with the notion, he would have adopted this term much sooner. That evening, as Lu Feng playfully called her wife repeatedly, Qin Ruolan began to develop a certain resilience to it. Perhaps the events of the afternoon had shifted her perception of him, for during dinner, when Niuniu invited Lu Feng to join them, Qin Ruolan displayed no signs of resistance. Naturally, Lu Feng took note of this opportunity to bond with his wife and daughter, eagerly taking his bowl to sit beside them. It was, in fact, the first time since his arrival that Lu Feng dined at the same table with his wife and daughter. He generously served the wild chicken from his bowl to Qin Ruolan and Niuniu, while he contentedly munched on a coarse bun soaked in meat broth. Observing this, Niuniu promptly transferred some chicken from her bowl into Lu Feng's, declaring, Daddy, you should eat. I'm small, I only need a little. But you are an adult and should eat more. Seeing the chicken appear in his bowl, the rugged Lu Feng felt a pang in his heart. How could the previous incarnation of him have had the heart to abandon such a considerate daughter? He returned the meat to Niuniu's bowl, affectionately ruffling her hair as he said, Niuniu, be good. You're still growing, so eat more. Daddy has already had enough. This statement caught Qin Ruolan's attention. Throughout the meal, Lu Feng had not touched a piece of chicken. He had encouraged Niuniu to eat, claiming he was already satisfied. In that moment, Qin Ruolan realized that Lu Feng had indeed changed. Previously, most of the meat in their home had vanished into his stomach, leaving her and Niuniu to subsist on mere broth. Now, however, the dynamic had entirely shifted. Her once locked heart began to tremble ever so slightly. She picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in Lu Feng's bowl. This gesture illuminated Lu Feng's eyes, and a radiant smile broke across his face. This time, he did not refuse but savored the morsel. How delightful! Wife, Niuniu, I shall strive to ensure you both enjoy meat every day. Qin Ruolan tightened her grip on her chopsticks. The act of eating meat was of little importance. Her sole desire was for Lu Feng to continue in this manner. Once they finished their meal, Lu Feng suggested, Wife, let us install electricity in our home. These oil lamps cast too much darkness. I worry for you and our daughter. Qin Ruolan instinctively thought to decline, yet she recalled that their financial situation had improved. Although her funds were limited, she decided that as long as Lu Feng refrained from gambling, he could make the decision regarding this matter. Lu Feng had many plans for their future. Installing electricity was merely one among many, and a relatively minor one at that. He chose not to disclose all his intentions to Qin Ruolan just yet, opting to wait until he had earned sufficient funds before sharing to avoid any potential disappointments. The following day, Qin Ruolan expected Lu Feng to depart early as he had done in the preceding days. To her surprise, she discovered that he was still at home when she rose. Upon seeing the two of them awake, Lu Feng promptly beckoned them to join him for breakfast. He had thoughtfully prepared a bowl of malted milk for each of them. "Let Niuniu have it. What need does an adult have for malted milk?" Qin Ruolan remarked, as the distinctive aroma wafted through the air. Lu Feng, with a bowl of hearty grain porridge in hand, slurped it down vigorously. "Who says adults cannot enjoy it? My dear, both you and Niuniu are too slender. You should drink it together. Once you finish, I will find a way to bring back 2 more cans." He recalled Qin Ruolan's reaction upon seeing him bring home the malted milk and quickly added, "I will work hard to earn money to buy more." Reluctantly, under Lu Feng's insistence, Qin Ruolan consumed the bowl of malted milk. The rich flavor of milk and sweetness brought a hint of warmth to her otherwise cold heart. As she observed Lu Feng devouring coarse buns, she glanced at the white buns before herself and her daughter, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "My dear, I need to head into the mountains shortly. I spoke with the village chief this morning about getting electricity connected to our home. When the workers arrive, my cousin will be there to supervise. You need not worry. I have everything arranged." He continued, "Oh, and you need not go to the fields today. I have already taken care of that. Just rest at home. When the workers come, you can take Niuniu to my cousin's house." The men responsible for the electrical work were all from the village. Concerned for Qin Ruolan's convenience, Lu Feng had risen before dawn to assist Lu De with the tasks in their private plot, asking Lu De to oversee things while he was away. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Lu Feng shouldered his backpack and set off into the mountains. He intended to dig up some wild ginseng to sell. Aware of the demanding nature of his task and the necessity to return before nightfall, once Lu Feng had departed, thoughts of his hands, already cracked from the cold, filled Qin Ruolan's mind. Returning to the house, she retrieved a sweater from the bottom of the trunk, gently feeling the fabric. She hesitated for a moment before she began to unravel it, the yarn winding around a wooden stick, gradually taking the shape of gloves. Chapter 14. Into the mountains to dig ginseng for the second fortune. The joyful laughter of Niuniu resonated in Qin Ruolan's ears. Pausing in her knitting, she turned to see Niuniu playing with her beloved pet rabbit not far away, a faint smile gracing her lips. She could hardly recall the last time she had experienced such tranquility. Previously, she had toiled daily to ensure food for herself and her daughter, and even Niuniu had suffered alongside her. This existence was one she had never envisioned. Every day felt like hell, shrouded in darkness with no glimmer of hope. Had it not been for her daughter, she might have long ago lost the will to live. The current circumstances were a dream come true, for Niuniu's sake. She was determined to maintain this way of life. Before long, voices could be heard outside. Lu De had arrived with the workers for the electrical connection. Accompanying them was Lu Feng's sister-in-law, Li Wei, who entrusted the outdoor matters to Lu De before she returned inside with Qin Ruolan and her daughter. In recent years, Lu De and his wife have taken considerable care of her, not only in terms of food, but also assisting her with various farm chores. However, their household has become exceedingly impoverished, compounded by the presence of a gambling addict who sporadically returns home to deplete their meager resources, leaving her with little to express her gratitude towards Li Wei. Qin Ruolan is a person who understands the essence of gratitude. Thus, when Li Wei visited, she immediately offered her the milk candies and peach pastries that Lu Feng had brought home. Surprised by the items on the table, Li Wei looked at Qin Ruolan in astonishment, inquiring if these were indeed brought back by Lu Feng. Qin Ruolan affirmed with a nod, adding that they were purchased with Lu Feng's earnings. Li Wei grasped Qin Ruolan's hand, her heart swelling with joy for her. It seemed that Lu Feng had genuinely turned over a new leaf. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Feng had requested her cousin to come by today to keep an eye on things, and he had risen before dawn to tend to their fields. Qin Ruolan was unaware of this detail. Lu Feng had merely mentioned that he had taken care of his own land and had not disclosed that he had also assisted her cousin. The revelation from Li Wei caught her off guard, as such actions would have been unimaginable in the past. Lu Feng would never have lifted a finger for another's fields. let alone his own. Moreover, it was Lu Feng who had proposed the electrification of their home, to which Qin Ruolan again nodded. The night before, Day had returned, suggesting that Lu Feng had indeed reformed, though she had been somewhat skeptical. Yet, witnessing Lu Feng's actions today, it was clear that he had truly awakened. She had endured considerable hardships in the past, but it seemed that sweet relief had finally arrived. Previously, every time Li Wei encountered Qin Ruolan, she bore a pale visage, appearing malnourished and lacking vitality, as though a mere gust of wind could topple her. Niuniu, too, had suffered from malnutrition, her little face tinged with a bluish hue, evoking deep sympathy from onlookers. However, this time was different. Qin Ruolan's complexion remained pale, but exhibited a healthy glow, with a touch of color returning to her cheeks, and her spirit visibly improved. Niuniu's transformation was even more pronounced. Not only was she dressed in new clothes, but her charming little face had also rounded out slightly. This was evidence enough that the mother and daughter had been faring well in recent days, further solidifying Li Yui's belief that Lu Feng had indeed undergone a complete transformation. As Li Yui departed, Qin Ruolan packed some milk candies and peach pastries for them. In the past, she had nothing to offer as a token of gratitude, yet she had not forgotten their kindness. Without the assistance of this couple over the years, she feared she would have long succumbed to despair. Initially, Li Yui had declined the gifts, recognizing that such items were precious in this era, rarely enjoyed by the villagers even once a year. Moreover, just the night before, they had received a piece of meat and several steamed buns from Lu Feng, and with his help in their chores that morning, these offerings felt burdensome. Yet, despite their reluctance, they ultimately accepted them due to Qin Ruolan's insistence. After Li Yui and her husband left, Qin Ruolan found herself continually reflecting on Li Yui's words. On the other side, Lu Feng, having learned from his previous experience, had equipped himself with the necessary tools for digging wild ginseng. He spent the entire morning on the mountain before successfully unearthing 2 complete wild ginseng plants. With a heavy sigh of relief, he observed the 2 intact specimens before carefully wrapping them up and making his way toward Jing'an town. Upon seeing Lu Feng, Boss Zhang of the traditional medicine shop immediately brightened up and approached him eagerly. "Young man, what treasures have you brought today?" The last wild ginseng he had acquired from Lu Feng had been sold for a handsome profit, generating substantial revenue for the shop after a long period of modest earnings. Lu Feng was covered in dirt, clearly having just returned from the mountains, and it was uncertain whether he had found more wild ginseng. If Lu Feng could provide him with enough of these plants, the shop could thrive solely on their resale. With great anticipation, Lu Feng produced the 2 freshly dug wild ginseng roots. "Let me see what you have," Boss Zhang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Although he was eager, he handled the ginseng delicately, quickly realizing that these 2 specimens were even better than the last. Moreover, they were remarkably intact. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he contemplated the potential profit from reselling them. "Young man, these 2 are indeed exceptional. I can offer you 20 units of currency," Boss Zhong declared without hesitation. Having recognized that Lu Feng was no fool, but rather a shrewd negotiator, he refrained from attempting to lowball him. After all, if Lu Feng decided to sell to another vendor, Boss Zhong would suffer a significant loss. Furthermore, having wild ginseng in his shop would enhance its reputation within the city, providing immense benefits in both profit and prestige. Armed with the experience of his previous sale, Lu Feng had established a mental price for these 2 roots. Boss Zhong's offer was only slightly below his expectations. 220, and these 2 wild ginseng roots are yours, Lu Feng stated confidently. "Deal." Boss Zhong agreed without further deliberation, handing Lu Feng the currency with warmth and enthusiasm. With the money in hand, Lu Feng made a brief stop at the supply and marketing cooperative before returning home. Holding over 20 units of currency, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, knowing that each coin represented a brick or tile for building a house. He envisioned his wife and daughter living comfortably within their new home, where the walls would no longer let in the cold, and the rain would not create a symphony of drips within. With thoughts of his wife and daughter awaiting his return, Lu Feng hurried back to the village, his heart set on the plans for their new home. Chapter 15. The House Renovation Plan and His Wife's Sudden Attention in Honghe Village. 4 carefree young men were loitering at the entrance of the village. These individuals were nothing but idlers from Honghe Village and its neighboring hamlets, spending their days in frivolity. Upon spotting Lu Feng returning under the cloak of night, they raised their eyebrows in curiosity. "Is that Lu Feng? That lad hasn't come out to play in days. I wonder what he's been up to," remarked a slender man. resembling a bamboo pole as he picked his teeth. He must be tied down by his wife. Don't forget, that kid has a stunningly beautiful wife at home. The man continued, her delicate skin is enchanting. I don't know what kind of fortune Lu Feng must have accumulated in his past life to marry such a beauty. Just a glance at her makes my heart race. If she were to look my way, I would surely succumb to weakness. To have a taste of her, I can only imagine the ecstasy. Another man, known in the village as Wang Lizi, spat disdainfully. This kid has good parents, if it weren't for them. Would he have been able to marry such a gorgeous woman? You won't find another as beautiful within 10 miles. Truly, he is fortunate in love. If I had parents like his, that wife would belong to me. With such a partner, I would feel like a groom every single day, he mused. His thoughts drifting towards Qin Ruolan's exquisite face and fair complexion, nearly salivating at the thought. That wife may reside in Lu Feng's bed, but she could just as easily grace ours. One man, with a sharp face and a lewd grin, remarked. Lu Feng is so blinded by jealousy that he would even sell his daughter. What does a wife mean to him? Their eyes lit up with mischief as they shared a depraved laugh. This plan is brilliant. Let us go find Lu Feng. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, he was being watched. Upon returning home, he found his wife in the yard, busily working with a bundle of yarn. The sight of his wife and daughter banished his weariness from the day's labor. Wife, Niuniu, I'm back. Qin Ruolan paused her work, nodding in acknowledgement. She hastened her movements to finish up, setting aside her tools. Let us prepare for dinner. Hold on, my dear. Come inside with me for a moment, Lu Feng said, gently grasping her wrist and leading her into the house. Qin Ruolan looked at him with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, Lu Feng retrieved a large bundle of cash from his pocket and placed it into her hands. The light illuminated the cash, making it appear exceptionally vivid. Qin Ruolan's hand trembled. Where did you get so much money? She stammered, suddenly recalling that Lu Feng had ventured into the mountains that day. Did you find wild ginseng again? Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, I dug up 2 more wild ginseng roots to sell today. I bought a few things at the supply store, and the remaining money is here. My dear, please take good care of it. I promise to provide a good life for you and our daughter, and I am striving to fulfill that promise. You keep this money safe while I go serve dinner. After speaking, Lu Feng turned and headed to the kitchen. Qin Ruolan stared blankly at the large bundle of cash in her hands, her expression a mixture of emotions. Such a significant amount of money, and Lu Feng had entrusted it to her? She paused for a moment, then counted the notes, discovering there were precisely 213 yuan. In all her years, she had never held so much money before. With this sum, she and Niuniu could save a little, enough to support Niuniu until she came of age. The heavy burden pressing down on Qin Ruolan's heart eased slightly as she quickly separated the money, fearful of being seen by others. During dinner, Niuniu curiously gazed at the electric light. Daddy, Mommy, this light is so bright. Now I won't accidentally feed my nose while eating. Niuniu's innocent remark elicited laughter from Lu Feng and a smile from Qin Ruolan. Daddy, our home can be so bright at night. How wonderful. Lu Feng couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Is this enough? What if I say I'll get you a new house? Qin Ruolan froze, staring at Lu Feng in astonishment. Niuniu tilted her head. A new house? Are we really going to build a new house? Don't say such things in front of Niuniu, Qin Ruolan urged softly. After speaking, she tensed up, her heart racing. Although Lu Feng had changed somewhat, she was uncertain if he might be angered by her words. His decisions had always been beyond her questioning. Any opposition from her would provoke his wrath, leading to destruction within their home and possibly violence directed at her. She cautiously observed Lu Feng's reaction. Noticing the fear in Qin Ruolan's eyes, Lu Feng quickly softened his tone, saying, Wife, I'm not speaking carelessly. Look at how dilapidated our home has become. A few heavy rains could wash these rooms away. When I say I want to provide a good life for you and our daughter, it means more than just ensuring you have enough to eat. A home should shelter us from the storms. This house cannot even shield us from the wind or rain. How can it be considered a home? I will work hard to earn money, so you need not worry about finances. Seeing Lu Feng's enthusiastic demeanor, Qin Ruolan swallowed her words. The positive changes were indeed a blessing, and she feared that if she expressed any dissent, Lu Feng might revert to his old self. As long as Lu Feng was on the right path, spending money was preferable to gambling it away. As they neared the end of their meal, Qin Ruolan recalled the day's events. In the past, my cousin and his wife have helped us a lot, and I have never had a way to express my gratitude. Today, I packed some of the peach crisps you bought for my cousin and his wife. She glanced at Lu Feng, anxious that he might be displeased. considering those items were not inexpensive. He had previously stated that everything he brought home was hers, yet she worried it might have been a mere expression. However, Lu Feng dismissed her concerns, saying, "It's only right. I told you, everything in our home is yours. Feel free to use it as you wish. From now on, you can decide on such matters without needing to inform me." Hearing this, Qin Ruolan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Qin Ruolan truly believed that Lu Feng's previous words were sincere. Lu Feng devoured the steamed bun in his hand and took a sip of rice soup before turning his gaze towards Qin Ruolan. "By the way, I will accompany you to your parents' home tomorrow." Lu Feng's parents had long passed away. The parents he referred to were hers. Upon realizing this, Qin Ruolan's expression shifted to one of vigilance, her emotions surging with intensity. "You intend to visit my parents? What are you plotting?" Chapter 16. Regaining Confidence. Friends at the door. She had thought Lu Feng had turned over a new leaf, yet he was once again scheming against her parents. Rage ignited within her eyes. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback by her reaction. Gradually, he recalled the reason for her vehement response from the memories of his former self. The original had frequently lost bets and had gone to Qin Ruolan's family home, soliciting money from her parents. If he managed to obtain funds, it was well and good. If not, he would wreak havoc at her family home. He even took away the chickens and ducks raised by her parents. Qin Ruolan was powerless to stop it, ultimately severing ties with her family. Understanding the cause, Lu Feng felt an acute sense of anger. What a wretched creature the original was. Not only did he bully his wife, but he also disturbed her family, forcing her to cut off connections. Was this even human? Lu Feng recognized that Qin Ruolan was reminded of those unpleasant memories, and he hastily began to explain. "My dear wife, please do not misunderstand. I am not here to cause trouble. I know I was in the wrong before, and I assure you I will not repeat my mistakes. Today, I have brought some rice and flour, intending to deliver them to your parents. I was foolish in the past, and I wish to make amends." His words gradually calmed Qin Ruolan. Over the past few days, Lu Feng's actions had fostered a flicker of trust within her. She realized he was not as she had imagined, and with a sigh of relief, she shook her head and replied, "No need. I have already severed ties with my parents." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with profound sorrow, and her eyelids reddened. Witnessing such anguish in Qin Ruolan nearly shattered Lu Feng's heart. In this era, a woman's family was her greatest support, and to ensure her family would not be harassed by the original, Qin Ruolan resolutely cut ties, naturally feeling despondent. He knelt before her, taking her hand with utmost sincerity. "My dear wife, it is all my fault. I am to blame for everything. I have wronged you, and I have wronged your parents. What has happened cannot be changed. But I can seek to make amends. Will you allow me to do so? I swear I will never engage in such reckless behavior again. Tomorrow, I will take you to the village entrance, and you can visit your parents with Niuniu, all right?" Perhaps it was the warmth of his large hand or the earnestness of his demeanor, but Qin Ruolan finally nodded slowly. Lu Feng exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "Thank you, my dear wife, for granting me this opportunity to make amends." Lu Feng understood that Qin Ruolan had a delicate heart. How could someone like her not cherish familial bonds? The matters concerning her maternal family were a source of deep anguish for Qin Ruolan. If he failed to resolve these issues, she would never be able to open her heart to him. In this era, a woman's connection to her family served as her support. Since Qin Ruolan had reluctantly severed ties with her family, he would assist her in reclaiming that sense of security. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, a wave of emotion surged within Qin Ruolan. In that moment, she felt the sincerity of his intentions. After dinner, Lu Feng took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Once he finished, he was about to dry off and head back inside to sleep with his wife and daughter when suddenly, shouts erupted from outside the courtyard. "Brother Feng, are you home? Come on, let us go have some fun. We have drinks and snacks ready. Hurry up. All the brothers are prepared, just waiting for you. Tonight we'll battle until dawn." The voices outside were persistent, conveying an unwavering determination not to relent until they saw Lu Feng. Inside the house, Qin Ruolan's expression changed dramatically. The cacophony of voices felt like ghostly hands pulling her into darkness. She momentarily set aside her daughter Niuniu and staggered towards the door. As she stepped outside, she saw Lu Feng walking towards the commotion. Realizing he intended to meet those outside, her mind momentarily blanked, her body weakened, and she collided with the doorframe, barely managing to steady herself. Seeing this, Lu Feng rushed over in alarm, supporting her and gazing at her with concern. "Wife, why did you come out without even wearing a coat?" She grasped his arm tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with intensity. Are you going again? Are you going to join them in their debauchery? Are you going to gamble with them again? Her grip on his arm turned pale, desperation lacing her voice. In an instant, Lu Feng comprehended Qin Ruolan's fears. Father, please don't go. Don't sell Niuniu. I promise I will behave. I want to eat meat or wear new clothes. Niuniu rushed out, her joy replaced by terror, her large eyes timidly fixed on Lu Feng. A pang of pain struck Lu Feng's heart. How much trauma had the original owner of this body inflicted upon these two women to instill such fear in them? He scooped up Niuniu, gently stroking her head. Do not worry, my dear. I would never sell you. You are my treasure, and I cherish you beyond measure. Turning his gaze back to Qin Ruolan, he added, Wife, I have turned over a new leaf. I shall not err again. My intention in going out is not to join them, but to send them away. I know I have disappointed you in the past, but I assure you, I will not let you down again. Niuniu clung tightly to Lu Feng's neck, fearful of being sold. Will you really not go, father? Qin Ruolan's grip on him remained firm, clearly unconvinced of his words. Lu Feng nodded solemnly, looking earnestly at both mother and daughter. I swear by heaven, I will not go with them. I merely intended to drive them away. Otherwise, they would incessantly wail here, preventing our family of three from finding rest. Niuniu, stay with your mother. Your father will return shortly to join you both in slumber. With that, Lu Feng gently placed Niuniu in Qin Ruolan's embrace and stepped outside. Qin Ruolan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Feng, fearful that he might not return. Outside, Wang Lizhi frowned as he noticed Lu Feng had yet to emerge. Why is that rascal still inside? Could it be that he truly no longer wishes to engage with us? The others exchanged worried glances, their countenances shifting. This cannot be. How foolish is Lu Feng? Winning his money is as easy as pie. If he refuses to play, where shall we find such a gullible fool? Indeed, they had meticulously planned. If he declines to gamble, how can our scheme proceed? Rest assured, persuading Lu Feng to abandon gambling is as arduous as convincing him to forsake alcohol. If he could change, pigs would fly. Chapter 17. Malicious Intent, Turning the Tables Creak. With the sound of the door opening, Lu Feng's figure appeared at the threshold. The faces of the individuals outside brightened with delight. Wang Lizhi was the first to approach. Brother Feng, why haven't you sought us out to play these past few days? We have been eagerly awaiting your return. We just stood outside for quite some time. What have you been up to? Is it possible that your wife has kept you occupied? Indeed, everyone is waiting for you to gamble a few rounds. This evening. No one is permitted to leave until dawn. They all chimed in. At that moment, Wang Lizhi reached out, intending to drape an arm over Lu Feng's shoulder. Lu Feng stepped back 2 paces, the scheming in their eyes sending a chill through him. Begone. Do not seek me out again. I shan't be coming. Lu Feng's declaration left them all astounded, exchanging bewildered glances. What is going on with Lu Feng? Has he truly changed? This is unacceptable. Wang Lizhi furrowed his brow, displaying his displeasure. Brother Feng, how can a man of your stature be tethered by a woman? Your wife is quite unreasonable. A scrawny, sharp-featured scoundrel interjected. Indeed, Brother Feng. Your wife seems to lack understanding. How about this? You summon her out, and we shall educate her properly. We possess ample experience in dealing with women. As he spoke, a lecherous grin spread across his face, his gaze leering towards the doorway, filled with malicious intent. Lu Feng noticed their furtive glances directed inward, and his expression darkened, his eyes flashing with menace. When did my family affairs become your concern? Depart at once. Should I hear even a whisper of disrespect towards my wife from your lips, I shall ensure you pay dearly. The scrawny ruffian, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly approached Lu Feng, attempting to smooth things over. Brother Feng, don't be angry. They were merely jesting. Come, let us proceed. We have prepared the wine, and shortly, the two of them will offer you a toast and an apology. Another fellow with a buzz cut approached. Indeed, Brother Feng, do not stoop to their level. Wang Lizhi, Shouho, you must apologize to Brother Feng shortly. We are all brothers here. Let us not allow a few careless words to disrupt our camaraderie. As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with them. Wang Lizhi nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes, it is all our fault. Shouho also nodded in agreement. Indeed, we spoke without restraint, Brother Feng. Come, let us drink. They paid no mind to Lu Feng's peculiar demeanor. In their eyes, Lu Feng had simply been charmed by his young wife these past few days, leading him to withdraw from their company. Yet, they believed that no matter the issue, a round of drinks could mend it. If they could make Lu Feng enjoy himself, surely he would return to gambling? If Lu Feng could truly quit, Would he have lingered until now? That girl had the audacity to keep Lu Feng away from them. How infuriating. They would deal with her once she found herself in their bed. Their immediate priority was to coax Lu Feng back. However, just as they were about to drape their arms around Lu Feng's shoulders and lead him away, he suddenly seized Shouho's hand and flung his arm aside. Following that, he clapped his hands together, as if ridding himself of some filth. Shouho stumbled back a few steps, and Wang Lizi had to steady him before he regained his balance. Shouho's expression turned sour in an instant. Lu Feng had always been their plaything, a simpleton in their eyes, but today, this simpleton dared to act against him. Igniting Shouho's fury. Lu Feng, I swear you must be lost in the embrace of your woman. She has bewitched you into a fool. Why not bring her out for us to try? Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Feng's fist connected with his face, sending Shouho sprawling to the ground. Lu Feng placed a foot upon his face, towering over him with a fierce gaze directed at the man beneath his boot. You are courting death. What did I just say? Until this moment, Lu Feng had merely been a large, foolish figure in their eyes. It was now that they realized the extent of the intimidation he could wield. Under Lu Feng's fierce stare, Shouho felt like prey under the gaze of a predator. His scalp tingling and cold sweat breaking out across his body. Fear gripped Shouho. He immediately cowered. Brother Feng, I will not offend again. I swear I will not. The others, too, were paralyzed by the aura emanating from Lu Feng, their bodies tensing in silence, refraining from intervening as they had before. They were not fools. Given the current atmosphere, should they dare to speak up, they would meet the same fate as Shouho. Lu Feng lifted his foot from Shouho's face. And just as Shouho sighed in relief, Lu Feng delivered a kick to his stomach. Ah! The blow struck him in one of the most sensitive areas of the body. And Shouho's expression contorted in pain as he clutched his abdomen and cried out. Silence! Lu Feng barked sternly. The slender monkey, taken aback, immediately sealed his lips. The others trembled, their legs shaking in fear. They had never before witnessed such ferocity from Lu Feng. Even if they banded together, they doubted they could stand against him. In that moment, their gazes toward Lu Feng were tinged with unfamiliarity. Was this still the individual they had once manipulated so easily? Internally, they felt a surge of relief. Grateful that Lu Feng remained oblivious to their intentions towards Qin Ruolan, that little wife of his. Just a few disparaging words about her had provoked Lu Feng to such extreme measures. If he were to discover their scheme to trap him into delivering his wife to them, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The mere thought of such repercussions made their bodies shudder. From now on, should I ever hear a disrespectful word about my wife from your lips, I shall have your tongues severed. Lu Feng's fierce gaze swept over the group, causing them to instinctively tense up. They hurriedly exclaimed, We wouldn't dare, Brother Feng. From now on, sister-in-law is our own sister-in-law, and we shall certainly show her respect. Get lost. Wang Lizi and the others felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, hastily fleeing the scene. The slender monkey, disregarding his excruciating pain, also fled. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with a fierce intensity as he watched them go. Had it not been for the fear of alarming his wife and daughter, he would have ensured these individuals faced dire consequences. The original host had previously laid hands on his wife and given her delicate disposition. Witnessing him resort to violence would surely evoke unpleasant memories from the past. He had expended considerable effort to slightly mend his relationship with her, and he could not afford to jeopardize that. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Lu Feng turned and re-entered the house. Chapter 18. A Celestial Wife at Home. A long-awaited warmth in the courtyard. After Lu Feng stepped out, Qin Ruolan remained at the door, her gaze fixed on the direction of the gate. Although Lu Feng had promised not to associate with those ne'er-do-wells, he had made similar promises before, only to ultimately follow them into gambling. She feared he might relapse, worried he would once again succumb to their influence. Their lives had only just begun to improve slightly. She did not wish to return to the hopeless existence of the past. If they reverted to those days, she doubted her ability to endure it. Watching the time pass without Lu Feng's return filled her with growing despair. How foolish she had been to trust his words. They were hardly worthy of belief. The nature of a person is difficult to change, and how could Lu Feng possibly transform in just a few days? Alcohol and gambling were his true priorities. He had squandered even his in-laws' compensation on liquor, and he would even consider selling his own daughter for the sake of gambling. Such a heartless individual could never reform. Lu Feng was driving her to the brink, compelling her towards despair. A flicker of determination flashed in Qin Ruolan's eyes. Just then, she heard a commotion at the gate. She abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing the figure at the entrance, her eyes sparkled with excitement. You didn't go? Qin Ruolan looked incredulously at the person approaching her. In that moment, she felt as if she were caught in an illusion. Lu Feng sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he said, "Did I not just inform you that I would not be gambling with them? I simply intended to drive them away. Yet, you still doubt my words." As he spoke, Lu Feng recalled the actions of his former self, and the words he wished to express were swallowed back. The deeds of his former self indeed did not merit his wife's trust. "Look at how cold you are. Quickly, let us go inside to warm up." Lu Feng chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he took Qin Ruolan's hand, enveloping her icy fingers in his warm grasp, and guided her into the house. Since his wife doubted his assurances, he would henceforth demonstrate his sincerity through his actions. "Daddy, you're back," Niuniu exclaimed upon seeing Lu Feng, immediately rushing towards him, her face alight with joy. Lu Feng lifted Niuniu into his arms, playfully pinching her little cheeks. "Did I not tell you that I would not be gambling anymore? Do you not trust your father?" Niuniu quickly covered her face with her hands. "Of course I believe you, Daddy. Please don't pinch my face." She giggled. If Niuniu trusts Daddy, what about her mother? At that moment, Lu Feng turned his gaze to Qin Ruolan, his eyes filled with earnestness. Upon meeting Lu Feng's deep, dark gaze, Qin Ruolan fell silent for a moment before speaking. "You truly will not gamble again, nor drink with those ruffians?" After asking, her hand slowly formed a fist, anxiously awaiting Lu Feng's response. Lu Feng nodded resolutely. "Indeed, I will uphold my words." With his affirmative reply, Qin Ruolan felt her heart settle once more. Lu Feng's warm embrace provided Niuniu with a sense of security, and she soon drifted off to sleep in his arms. He gently placed her on the bed, tenderly covering her with a blanket, before turning to regard Qin Ruolan, who was seated at the foot of the bed, mending clothes. "My dear wife, it is getting late. You should rest," he suggested. Qin Ruolan set the sewing materials aside, her gaze falling upon the pair of gloves on the shelf. Reflecting on Lu Feng's demeanor that evening, she felt a stir of emotion within her. She picked up the gloves and approached Lu Feng from behind. "It is quite cold in the mountains. Take these and wear them when you go into the hills." Qin Ruolan extended the gloves towards him. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the item before him. "Aren't these the gloves you were holding when you returned this evening?" He had assumed that she was mending something and had not paid close attention. To his surprise, they were a pair of gloves hand-knitted for him by his beloved wife. At that moment, warmth flooded his heart, and he was overwhelmed by an indescribable gratitude. How fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. He reached out, pulling Qin Ruolan into his embrace, holding her tightly, breathing in her sweet fragrance. He felt a happiness unlike any he had ever known. "My dear wife, thank you. Thank you for granting me another opportunity. I am grateful that you have not lost faith in me." Lu Feng's sudden action left Qin Ruolan momentarily stunned. Her body stiffened for an instant. But as she listened to the rhythmic beating of Lu Feng's heart, she gradually relaxed. Over the years, Qin Ruolan had drifted like a leaf on the water, swaying amidst the storms, devoid of any support. Yet now, the warmth emanating from Lu Feng penetrated her clothing and enveloped her, imparting an unprecedented sense of comfort and a feeling of having found a refuge. Slowly, she clenched her fist, hesitated for a moment, and then gently raised her hand to embrace Lu Feng's waist. Lu Feng was elated by Qin Ruolan's response. It marked the first time his wife had reciprocated, igniting a whirlwind of emotions within him. He tightened his embrace, wishing to meld her into his very being. "My dear wife, I shall not let you down. I will strive to ensure a prosperous life for you and our daughter." The depth of Lu Feng's feelings stirred something within Qin Ruolan's heart. She nodded slowly, believing in his words at that moment. "You are truly wonderful, my dear." That evening, the atmosphere was delightful, and both Lu Feng and Qin Ruolan experienced an unprecedented beautiful dream. The following day, Lu Feng awoke to an unusual sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he found Niuniu lying beside him, her tiny hands playfully exploring his features. "Little rascal, why aren't you still asleep at this early hour?" Niuniu stifled a giggle behind her small hand, producing a series of delightful chuckles. Qin Ruolan awoke to the sound of her daughter's laughter, and upon seeing Niuniu's joyful expression, a smile naturally graced her lips. As a mother, she was acutely aware of her daughter's emotional fluctuations. It was evident that Niuniu had been exceptionally happy these past few days, a feeling that had been absent in previous years. Witnessing her daughter's smile filled her heart with satisfaction. With both mother and daughter beaming, Lu Feng couldn't help but join in their laughter. "Little troublemaker, you've woken your mother." He playfully rubbed Niuniu's small nose, eliciting another round of giggles from her. Her adorable demeanor compelled Lu Feng to plant a kiss on her cherubic face. Previously, the original owner had regarded Niuniu as a burden, offering her little affection and even contemplating selling her, which made it unthinkable to show her such tenderness. This kiss was Niuniu's first from Lu Feng, and her eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with delight, while her cherubic cheeks flushed with a charming rosy hue. Daddy. And Mama too. Mama should get a kiss. Chapter 19. An ambiguous atmosphere. The first intimate contact. Qin Ruolan was taken aback. Not expecting Niuniu to voice such a request, Niuniu's thoughts were straightforward. In her understanding, kisses represented affection. Mama loved her and often kissed her cheeks. Since this was the first time Daddy had kissed her, it indicated that he was beginning to like her. She wished for her father to also kiss Mama, desiring that he would come to love her as well. Niuniu's innocent words caused Lu Feng's smile to broaden instantaneously. The saying that daughters are like little warm blankets truly rings true. Niuniu was not only his little comfort, but also his delightful ally. Inspired by Niuniu's words, he resolved to earn money to buy her more sweets. Lu Feng smiled as he glanced at Qin Ruolan, who lay on the other side. Upon noticing his gaze, Qin Ruolan's cheeks flushed with warmth, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Daddy, quickly kiss Mommy. Niuniu's urging voice echoed, presenting Lu Feng with an opportunity crafted by his daughter that he could not afford to miss. He lightly clenched his fist and coughed into it. My dear wife, Niuniu is watching. We must not disappoint our child. Without waiting for Qin Ruolan's refusal, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her cheek. In that moment, Lu Feng felt an exhilarating rush within him. The sweet fragrance emanating from Qin Ruolan overwhelmed his senses, igniting a warmth throughout his body. Qin Ruolan, too, was not unaffected. Her heart pounded heavily, and a charming blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Lu Feng found himself utterly captivated by her. Had it not been for Niuniu's presence, he might have lingered longer. However, understanding the importance of sustainable development, he suppressed his excitement and sat up from the bed. He smiled at Qin Ruolan and then at Niuniu. Niuniu, you and your mother rest a little longer. Daddy will prepare breakfast for you both. Lu Feng's gaze was fervent, causing Qin Ruolan to shy away, unable to meet his eyes. Recognizing her bashfulness, he decided not to linger, swiftly dressing and heading to the kitchen. Even after Lu Feng's departure, Qin Ruolan's heart had yet to return to its normal rhythm. She touched her flushed face, perplexed by her reaction. They had shared far more intimate moments before, yet the mere act of kissing her cheek had rendered her so flustered. The memory of Lu Feng's ardent kiss ignited her cheeks once more. The morning's kiss had introduced an air of flirtation between them, leaving Qin Ruolan unable to meet Lu Feng's gaze throughout breakfast. After their meal, Lu Feng packed the flour and rice he had brought home the previous day into a backpack, slicing a generous piece of meat for Qin Ruolan to take along, as well as some assorted snacks. Since they were heading to her family home, Qin Ruolan donned the new cotton coat Lu Feng had purchased for her. This was the first time she wore it, and although Lu Feng had anticipated how lovely she would appear, he was still taken aback by her beauty upon seeing her in the garment. Noticing Lu Feng's gaze, Qin Ruolan felt a wave of discomfort and quickly averted her eyes, urging him to hurry. She could not fathom why his gaze made her feel uneasy, ultimately attributing it to the fact that he had never looked at her with such intensity before. Thus, she found herself unaccustomed to it. Qin Ruolan's family home was in Taohua Village, adjacent to Honghe Village. As they traveled towards Taohua Village, she remained silent, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Lu Feng understood that his wife was lost in thoughts of her family. This matter weighs heavily on Qin Ruolan's heart. He hopes that after visiting her parents today, she will return in a more cheerful disposition. He had initially intended to personally apologize to her parents, but given his past transgressions against them, his wife, having been bitten by a snake, is now wary of any potential harm he might cause. Thus, she firmly declined his request to accompany her. He understands her concerns. For now, he will allow his wife to take their daughter Niuniu with her. There will be ample opportunities in the future for him to seek their forgiveness. As Lu Feng escorted Qin Ruolan out of Honghe Village and into Taohua Village, she paused, reaching for the burden on his shoulders. Observing her frail figure, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. These items are quite heavy. Shall I accompany you a little further? He offered. Qin Ruolan shook her head. No need. Just hand them over. Respecting her resolve, Lu Feng acquiesced. He transferred the load to her while expressing his concern. Wife, these things are weighty. If you grow weary, take a moment to rest before continuing. I will await your return at home. He then turned to Niuniu, saying, "Listen to your mother, and when you come back, Father will buy you some candy." Lu Feng's words prompted a glance from Qin Ruolan before she took Niuniu's hand and ventured into the village. Once their figures faded from view, he returned to Honghe village. With both his wife and daughter absent, Lu Feng found himself alone at home with little to occupy his time. He decided to gather some supplies and venture into the mountains to check his traps for game. If fortune smiled upon him, he might acquire some fine provisions. In this era, meat was a precious commodity, and stockpiling it was certainly advantageous. Just as he was about to step outside, he remembered the pair of woolen gloves Qin Ruolan had entrusted to him the previous night. He retraced his steps back into the house and retrieved the gloves from the cupboard. At that moment, he noticed a black sweater tucked away in the corner. He paused. Recognizing it instantly, it was the very garment his mother-in-law had crafted as part of Qin Ruolan's dowry when they wed. He recalled how much she had treasured that sweater, only to have it relegated to the bottom of a chest after her ties with her family were severed. It was only during moments of longing for her family that she would take it out to gaze upon it, sometimes even shedding tears. He knew from the memories of his former self that there had been an incident when she almost bartered the sweater for wine, leading to a heated disagreement. He was acutely aware of the sweater's significance to her. Now, to his astonishment, he discovered that it had been unraveled. The sight of the gloves, matching the sweater's color, caused his heart to constrict. Qin Ruolan had indeed dismantled the sweater to knit him gloves. He had not contemplated where the yarn had originated. Their family was financially destitute. With any valuables either lost to gambling or exchanged for alcohol, there was no wool to be found in their home. In that moment, he realized the truth. The yarn for the gloves had come from the very sweater that held such sentimental value. Holding the gloves in his hands, Lu Feng felt as though his throat had been stuffed with cotton, overwhelmed by emotion. He tightly clenched his gloves in his hands, silently vowing that he would ensure Qin Ruolan donned the most exquisite garments every day in the future. Chapter 20. A sense of hesitation upon returning home. The reunion of mother and daughter. Meanwhile, upon her arrival in Taohua village, Qin Ruolan soon encountered two brazen ruffians, chewing on a stalk of grass. One of them hoisted a bulging snakeskin bag over his shoulder. Upon spotting Qin Ruolan, their eyes gleamed with delight, fixating on her stunningly beautiful visage. "Miss, why are you carrying such a heavy load all by yourself? Allow us to assist you." One of them spat out the grass and revealed a set of yellowed teeth. Niuniu, frightened by their demeanor, clutched Qin Ruolan's hand tightly. Qin Ruolan's expression shifted. She chose to disregard their advances, gripping Niuniu's hand firmly and quickening her pace towards the village. The ruffian's gaze remained glued to Qin Ruolan, admiring her graceful figure. He stroked his chin, curiously inquiring, "Since when did Taohua village have such a stunning young lady?" "Dragon brother, that seems to be Lu Feng's wife." The other recognized Qin Ruolan and remarked, "After all, it was indeed rare to find such a paragon of beauty in the surrounding villages. Just a glance at Lu Feng's wife would be unforgettable." Upon hearing this, the ruffian known as Dragon Brother's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this truly Lu Feng's wife? That big fool Lu Feng is fortunate to have such a beautiful spouse. This young lady appears to be a treasure. Once she is in our grasp, I shall savor the taste of her sweetness. Undoubtedly exquisite, he chuckled with a lewd grin. Qin Ruolan, gazing at her home in the distance, found herself halting in her tracks. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of trepidation washed over her as she neared her hometown. She wondered if her parents would resent her for severing contact over the past 2 years. But she had been left with no choice. She could not bear to witness her parents being dragged down by Lu Feng. At that moment, several women approached, their brows furrowed, vocally cursing. "Wang Yukai is courting disaster. How dare he gamble in an underground casino and accrue staggering debts." Just now, those from the casino stormed into his home and seized every valuable item, leaving nothing behind. Even if they stripped his house bare, it would not suffice to settle the debts. The casino has given him a fortnight to gather the funds, should he fail by the deadline. They will resort to using Wang Youcai's wife and daughter to repay the debt. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan immediately recalled the two ruffians she had encountered earlier. Surmising they were indeed affiliated with the casino, she felt a wave of relief, grateful that Lu Feng had turned over a new leaf. She could hardly fathom the calamity that would ensue if he were involved in such activities. Without lingering, Qin Ruolan led Niuniu back home. Soon, they stood outside a courtyard. Noticing the door ajar, she pushed it open and entered. A young girl within the courtyard spotted her arrival and immediately rushed inside, exclaiming, "Grandma, my aunt has returned." Following this, Hurried footsteps echoed from within the house. Soon, a frail figure emerged within Qin Ruolan's line of sight. "My dear, I have returned," she said. Upon noticing the strands of white hair adorning her mother's head, Qin Ruolan's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling. "Lanlan, is it truly you?" Qin's mother, Wang Yufan, hastily approached her daughter and grasped her hand. The sight of the burden on Qin Ruolan's back caused Wang Yufan's expression to shift dramatically. "Has that scoundrel Lu Feng cast you out? That wretch has gone too far. Come, let us summon your father and your two brothers. We shall confront that rogue." With that, she angrily tugged Qin Ruolan towards the door. Realizing her mother had misunderstood, Qin Ruolan quickly grasped Wang Yufan's hand and began to explain. "Mother, Lu Feng did not expel me. I merely returned to see you." Wang Yufan halted, casting a doubtful glance at her daughter. "Is it true? That scoundrel truly did not cast you away?" Qin Ruolan nodded affirmatively. Only then did Wang Yufan exhale in relief. She led Qin Ruolan back into the main room and, with a heavy heart, scooped out 2 spoonfuls of sugar from a stash she had saved for a long time. Wang Yufan placed a bowl of sweetened water before the mother and daughter. "Lanlan, quickly drink some water with Niuniu." As Qin Ruolan took a sip of the sweet concoction, her eyes reddened anew. Witnessing her daughter's distress, Wang Yufan felt an overwhelming tide of sorrow. She had 3 children, with the eldest 2 being sons. Qin Ruolan, the sole daughter, had always been exceptionally bright and had assisted her since a young age. Wang Yufan held a special affection for her. Had it not been for Qin Ruolan's insistence on severing ties out of fear that Lu Feng would bring them harm, how could she have borne the thought of losing contact with her daughter? Seeing her mother's condition pained Qin Ruolan deeply. "By the way, mother, I have brought back some items for you." She suppressed her emotions, carefully extracting the contents from her burden one by one. Wang Yufan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. "Where did you acquire these?" Without waiting for Qin Ruolan's response, she exclaimed, "Take them back. Quickly, take them back. If that scoundrel Lu Feng finds out, he will create a scene." Wang Yufan reached out to assist in repacking the items. Qin Ruolan grasped her mother's hand, saying, "Mother, he will not cause a fuss. These items were sent by Lu Feng for you. That scoundrel instructed you to bring these back? You cannot be deceiving me, can you?" Wang Yufan gazed at Qin Ruolan in disbelief. "Mother, it is true." Seeing the sincerity in her daughter's eyes, Wang Yufan began to trust her. However, she remained skeptical about the origins of the items, convinced that they must have been acquired through Lu Feng's gambling exploits. The mere thought of Lu Feng ignited a fire of anger within Wang Yufan. Upon hearing of Qin Ruolan's return, Qin's father and her 2 brothers, along with their wives, abandoned their work in the fields and hurried home. Upon seeing his long-absent daughter, Qin's father was overwhelmed with emotion, showering her with warm inquiries. The 2 brothers, though more composed, would often visit Qin Ruolan in Honghe village during their free time, assisting her with her agricultural duties. Upon the return of her younger sister, a wave of joy washed over them, though not as fervently as it did for their father, Qin. The sister-in-law also beamed with delight as she gazed upon Qin Ruolan. Only Qin Ruolan harbored considerable discontent. It was one thing for their parents to favor their sister-in-law, but it was another matter entirely when, a few years prior, Lu Feng had lost everything to gambling and had the audacity to plunder their household. During that troubling period, their possessions were significantly depleted. Even their rations were insufficient. Just as they thought they had rid themselves of that bloodsucker, here they were again. Qin Ruolan had assumed that Qin Ruolan had returned home with her child to seek solace in hard times. However, upon seeing Qin Ruolan and Niuniu, she was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with astonishment. Chapter 21. Family Matters and Hunting Turmoil. Qin Ruolan frequently ventured to Honghe village. Thus, she was well aware of Qin Ruolan's circumstances. Lu Feng had squandered every valuable possession they owned, leaving the household bereft of even a meager supply of food. She had expected Qin Ruolan and her child to be in dire straits, yet to her surprise, they appeared remarkably well off. It would not have raised suspicion if one were to mistake them for townsfolk. In fact, many residents of the town were not nearly as well dressed as the mother and daughter pair. Qin Ruolan's gaze remained fixated on the new garments adorning Qin Ruolan and Niuniu. In these times of widespread poverty, whose attire lacked patches, to procure new clothing, one must have long saved fabric tickets and cotton. The notion of purchasing ready-made clothes was almost inconceivable, as the cost of a single garment could fund the creation of 2 or 3. Who would squander their hard-earned money in such a manner? Yet, The garments worn by Qin Ruolan and her daughter bore no resemblance to homemade attire. They appeared akin to the ready-to-wear items sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. The clothing from the cooperative was priced at several yuan apiece, and the ensemble worn by the two women must have cost at least 20 to 30 yuan combined. Such an amount represented several months' worth of their family's income. Had they struck it rich? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her eyes darted around the living room. When she noticed the items beside the backpack, Qin Ruolan's eyes widened in disbelief. Her sister-in-law had returned with an impressive array of goods: rice, flour, and meat. These items were undoubtedly worth a significant sum. Setting aside the other items, the mere presence of that sizable piece of meat was enough to bring delight. Qin Ruolan swallowed hard, her gaze shifting as she promptly approached with a smile, saying, "Ruolan, it's rare for you to come back. Don't rush off. Stay for lunch before you leave. I'll prepare something right away." With that, she turned to Wang Yufan. "Mother, since Ruolan is back today, shall I go fetch some meat?" Before Qin Ruolan could finish her sentence, Qin Ruolan immediately interjected, "Sister-in-law, no need to buy meat. I brought some with me. Oh, and I also have some flour and rice. Let us use these for lunch. I'll help you cook." As she spoke, she picked up the items, heading towards the kitchen. Qin Ruolan quickly stepped forward, taking the piece of meat from her hands. "No need for that. You don't have to lift a finger. I'll manage this. You just keep our parents company." With one hand carrying the meat and the other hoisting the rice, Qin Ruolan huffed and puffed her way toward the kitchen. After exchanging a few words with Qin Ruolan and their father, Wang Yufan pulled Qin Ruolan into the house. Wang Yufan closed the door and, with a serious expression, pulled Qin Ruolan to sit on the calm. "Lan, do you remember Wang Yukai from our village? That scoundrel went to the underground casino and lost everything, even selling his own wife and daughter. How could such a beast exist? I never imagined Lu Feng would change so drastically. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. When I arranged your marriage to Lu Feng, I believed that scoundrel had a decent family background and appearance. Who would have thought that after his parents passed away, he would transform entirely, becoming addicted to drinking and gambling? It is I who have wronged you. Had I not promised this marriage for you, you would not have to endure such suffering." As she spoke, Wang Yufan's eyes grew red with regret. Qin Ruolan shook her head. "No, do not blame mother." At that moment, a resolute expression appeared on Wang Yufan's face. "Lan, I dread the day I hear news that Lu Feng has sold you and Niuniu at the casino. If that is the case, you must divorce him. He has become reckless. He could do anything in his obsession with gambling. You are still young and should not waste your life with him. If you do not wish to remarry, your father and I can support you. It is merely a matter of feeding a few more mouths, and we can manage. In this era, divorce may cause gossip, but nothing is more important than your happiness." This declaration left Qin Ruolan momentarily stunned. Divorce? In this age, no one would consider divorce. Even if couples faced hardships or fought fiercely, they would not part ways. It was never a thought that crossed her mind. Just days prior, when Lu Feng had threatened to sell Niuniu, she might have agreed. No matter how much she suffered or how much Lu Feng bullied her, she could endure it all. However, Lu Feng must never touch Niuniu. Yet, she had observed Lu Feng's recent actions and sensed his transformation. Now, to consider divorce. Was she truly willing? Seeing her daughter's silence, Wang Yufan comforted her. "Do not fear, Lan. What outsiders say is of no consequence. In my heart, nothing is more important than your happiness. If you are afraid that scoundrel Lu Feng will try to take Niuniu from you, your father and I would risk our lives to ensure she remains with you." As she spoke, a look of determination crossed her face. Caught between Wang Yufan's words and the promises Lu Feng had made, Qin Ruolan slowly clenched her fists, momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally shook her head. "Mother, I do not wish to divorce. Lu Feng has stopped drinking and gambling. He has even begun to earn money. He has truly changed. What I brought today are the fruits of his hunting, and the clothes Niuniu and I wear are also from him. He is different now. Mother, Niuniu cannot grow up without her father. I am willing to give him another chance." Hearing this, Wang Yufan finally noticed the clothes her daughter wore. They were clearly of fine quality. Could Lu Feng truly have spent money on his daughter? It was a blessing that he had not resorted to plundering their home. And now he was earning money instead. Outdoors, she initially believed that the items were won through gambling by Lu Feng, only to discover that they were, in fact, acquired through his own hard work. This revelation left Wang Yufan profoundly astonished. Furthermore, she noticed that Qin Ruolan's complexion was radiant, devoid of any sign of suffering. indicating that her daughter had indeed been living quite well during this period. The well-being of Qin Ruolan and her mother added a degree of credibility to Wang Yufan's previous statements. Could it be that Lu Feng had truly changed? Had he genuinely earned this? Wang Yufan sought confirmation once more. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Wang Yufan sighed, her expression softening considerably. No longer involved in gambling. She found solace in the knowledge that he had turned over a new leaf. If he had reformed, then they could live their lives peacefully together. With the news of Lu Feng's improvement, Wang Yufan felt a sense of relief. If he could change, there was no need for her to insist on her daughter's divorce. On the mountain, Lu Feng found himself somewhat distracted today. His thoughts were consumed by Qin Ruolan, uncertain of how his wife was faring at her family home. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from nearby, heightening Lu Feng's alertness. His keen gaze swiftly locked onto the source of the noise. With swift precision, he retrieved his bamboo arrow and drew back the bowstring. He treaded lightly, inching closer step by step. When he was merely 7 or 8 meters away, Lu Feng finally discerned the creature hidden within the grass. Chapter 22. The beast appears, a brush with death, a wild goat. It was indeed a wild goat. Goat meat is a nourishing delicacy. If he could capture this wild goat, it would surely benefit his wife and daughter's health. Lu Feng held his breath, his body taut like a bowstring, his gaze fixed on the wild goat a few meters away. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, allowing him to hear the gentle sound of the goat nibbling on tender leaves. His sharp eyes focused on its neck as it swallowed its food. He released the bamboo arrow with practiced precision. In the instant the wild goat sensed danger and lifted its head, the arrow struck true, piercing its throat. Success. Lu Feng exhaled, tossing the bamboo arrow into his backpack as he approached the fallen wild goat. This creature weighed at least 50 to 60 pounds. Enough to feed his wife and daughter for several months. Imagining the satisfied expressions on their faces as they savored the meat brought a smile to his lips. This wild goat was indeed an unexpected boon. Originally, Qin Ruolan had taken their daughter back to her family home, and he had ventured into the mountains to check his traps for any game while also foraging for medicinal herbs to trade. He had not anticipated such a significant catch. As he prepared to bind the goat with a rope, a sudden chill crept along the back of his neck. Danger. The acute awareness honed during his time in the special forces alerted him to an impending threat. Lu Feng tensed, his eyes scanning the surroundings like beams of light. At that moment, the sound of a snapping twig echoed from a distance. He swiftly turned his head to investigate. A few meters away, from the thicket, a pair of piercing eyes locked onto him with an overwhelming presence. It was a tiger. As Lu Feng caught sight of the dark golden fur concealed within the thicket, a shiver ran down his spine, and he felt a sudden pang of dread. The rumors of ferocious beasts in these mountains were indeed true. A resounding roar echoed through the mountains, and the tiger, as if it had detected its prey, charged towards Lu Feng with alarming speed, stirring up a foul wind in its wake. Startled by the approaching predator, Lu Feng swiftly unsheathed the machete secured at his waist. In the blink of an eye, the northeast tiger stood before him, its massive paw descending upon Lu Feng. He adeptly arched his body backward, falling to the ground and rolling twice to evade the lethal strike. The tiger's paw crashed down onto a nearby tree trunk, shattering it as though it were but a mere twig. A moment later, the northeast tiger pivoted and lunged at Lu Feng once more, its gaping maw aimed directly at his neck. His pupils constricted as he raised the machete to defend himself, the blade clashing against the tiger's fangs and sparking a shower of flames. Straining with every ounce of strength, the veins in his arms and forehead bulged. Yet even this immense effort seemed insufficient to ward off the encroaching jaws. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng held his ground as the tiger's maw continued to advance. In the next instant, the tiger's paw came crashing down again. In this moment of peril, Lu Feng executed a sudden twist of his body, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow that struck the ground with a resounding thud, reverberating through the air. The frigid atmosphere forced beads of sweat from his brow. It was only when a sharp pain shot through his shoulder that he realized the tiger's claw had left 4 deep gashes upon him. The northeast tiger recoiled, emitting a thunderous roar before lunging at him once more. "You wretched beast!" Lu Feng shouted in fury, seizing the opportunity to thrust the machete into the tiger's mouth, gripping the hilt with all his might and twisting it fiercely. Seizing the moment of the tiger's pain-induced release, he rolled away, escaping from beneath its massive form. Lu Feng's actions seemed to enrage the northeast tiger further, which let out a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the mountain, sending tremors through his very core. With fierce determination, The tiger's eyes locked onto Lu Feng, charging at him once again. At the instant the tiger pounced, Lu Feng swiftly sidestepped, raising his machete to strike at the tiger's eye. Although his aim was slightly off, he managed to graze the eye, blinding the beast in an instant. However, the tiger retaliated, its paw raking across his leg, leaving a trail of crimson wounds. Lu Feng understood that a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Even with one of its eyes destroyed, the tiger's combat prowess remained formidable. In his previous life, he had struggled to engage in close combat with such a beast, let alone in his current state. This mountainous terrain was not only the tiger's domain, but also his own. Having fought in the depths of the mountains during his time in the Special Forces, he was acutely aware of how to navigate this battleground better than anyone else. As the fierce tiger felt a sharp pang of pain, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the edge of the forest, where a precipice awaited. Fortunately, the distance to the forest's end was not great. Otherwise, he feared for his very survival that day. The moment he burst forth from the woods, the tiger pursued him relentlessly. Lu Feng found himself retreating under the tiger's relentless pressure. "Come on, beast," he shouted, raising his machete toward the beast. With a thunderous roar, the tiger arched its back and lowered its massive body, exuding a formidable aura of intimidation. In the next instant, the tiger lunged at Lu Feng with tremendous force. The sheer impact of its massive form could spell doom for Lu Feng. He turned and sprinted towards the cliff with all the speed he could muster. 8 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As Lu Feng neared the precipice, the gap between him and the tiger diminished perilously. The cliff loomed close, and at that moment, the tiger was less than half a meter away. Just as the tiger was about to collide with him, Lu Feng relinquished his machete and grasped a vine as thick as his arm protruding from the cliff. The tiger leaped off the edge, plunging into the abyss below. The tiger's roar echoed hauntingly in the chasm. Lu Feng stood above, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the swirling sea of clouds below, his heart pounding like thunder. He climbed the vine up the cliff and collapsed onto the ground. Sunlight bathed him, filling him with a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death. After resting for a considerable time, he finally rose and ventured back into the forest. He retrieved several herbs from his backpack, chewed them, and applied the crushed remnants to the wounds left by the tiger's claws. Originally, these herbs were meant for bartering, but fate had dictated their use for his own injuries. Once he had tended to his wounds, he bound the wild goat he had captured and descended the mountain. He pondered silently, realizing why the villagers nearby dared not enter this mountain. Had it been anyone else who encountered the tiger today, that person would surely have met a grim fate. Becoming a meal for the beast, Lu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had not encountered the tiger days prior. Otherwise, he too might not have lived to tell the tale. In his former life, a body consumed by vice, evading the tiger's deadly claws would have been a near impossibility, let alone survival. Chapter 23. A Transformation. The shock of family. Meanwhile, in Taohua village, at the Qin family home. After lunch, Qin Ruolan called her husband into their room. Speaking in hushed tones, "Janya, if Ruolan returned with so many items today, they must be worth a considerable sum. Moreover, the clothing worn by her and her child must be worth at least one large sum. How could she have acquired so much money?" As Qin Ruolan spoke, an unsettling thought flitted through her mind. That scoundrel Lu Feng hasn't been involved in any illegal activities, has he? Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. "No. You must go and inform our parents to sever ties with Ruolan. What if that rascal Lu Feng gets into trouble? What if it implicates us?" Qin Jenya shot her a glare upon hearing this. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Ruolan retorted, "What nonsense am I speaking? Your brother-in-law is such a scoundrel. Even when he loses at gambling, he dares to come to our home and take our belongings. What else is he capable of? If that were not the case, how could his family, so impoverished, possibly afford the clothes and other items that Ruolan has? Your family clearly favors your sister. But surely you cannot jeopardize our family for her sake. Are we to continue living under such circumstances? Can you bear to have our Shirtu ridiculed and scorned?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Jenya felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although his younger sister had severed ties with the family, he was somewhat aware of her situation and was cognizant of Lu Feng's actions over the past few years. Just as his wife had stated, Lu Feng was indeed a wastrel, having squandered his parents' compensation on alcohol and even taken valuable possessions from their home, leaving only a few thatched huts behind. Could it be that Lu Feng had truly engaged in some illicit activities? In that moment of distraction, a voice called out from outside, "Wang Yufan." announcing that Qin Ruolan intended to take Niuniu back home, prompting Qin Jianye to see them off. With his mind in turmoil, he bid farewell to the two women and summoned the elders into the house to relay what Qin Ruolan had just said. Wang Yufan shot him a disapproving glance and rebuked him sharply. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not wish for Ruolan's well-being? Your brother-in-law is not causing trouble out there. Those items were all earned by him. He has turned over a new leaf. If I hear you speak like this again, I shall break your legs. Outside, Qin Ruolan heard this and pursed her lips. Wang Yufan's words made her realize that the situation was likely not as she had imagined. If Lu Feng had truly engaged in illegal activities, the elders would have been in a state of distress, not exhibiting such calmness. As for Wang Yufan's claim that those items were all earned by Lu Feng, she was skeptical. Just 10 days prior, her husband had visited Honghe village. And at that time, Lu Feng was still misbehaving. How could he possibly earn so much money in such a short span? The items Ruolan had brought, rice, flour, a large piece of meat, and snacks, were not within the means of an ordinary family. Furthermore, the clothing worn by Ruolan and her mother must have cost at least 20 or 30, equivalent to what formal factory workers earn in a month. Could it be that Lu Feng, the scoundrel, had managed to earn such a sum in just a few days? Was his prowess truly greater than that of workers with stable jobs? This had to be a ruse crafted by their mother to support Ruolan. She suspected that the money must have come from Lu Feng's gambling winnings. What skill could a gambler possess? Yet, Lu Feng's generosity was striking. Not only had he purchased clothes for his sister-in-law and her daughter, but he had also prepared so many provisions for his own family. It seemed he had indeed struck it rich. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Qin Ruolan's eyes glinted with cunning. Meanwhile, Qin Ruolan remained blissfully unaware that she had caught someone's attention. Upon returning to her maternal home and discovering that her parents bore her no ill will regarding her past actions, the thorn in her heart was finally removed. After leaving her family, a smile lingered on Qin Ruolan's face. When Lu Feng had sent them off that morning, he had assured her that he would be waiting at home for their return. Qin Ruolan believed wholeheartedly that upon returning home, she would be reunited with Lu Feng. However, what awaited her was the firmly closed gate of the courtyard. This scene felt achingly familiar to her. Every time she returned home, it was always the same. The repetition of this scenario caused her smile to falter and a sense of unease to swell within her. Could it be that Lu Feng had succumbed to his old habits and gone off to drink again? Or perhaps those ruffians had come to fetch him, and upon finding her absent, he had followed them? Such thoughts surged through her mind, rendering her hands and feet icy cold. Were their dreams, those cherished aspirations shared between mother and daughter, destined to shatter? Mother, is father not home? Has he gone up the mountain again? At that moment, Niuniu's voice rang in Qin Ruolan's ears. The expectation in the child's gaze was palpable, as Lu Feng always returned from the mountains bearing gifts, sometimes game, sometimes treats exchanged for goods found in the wilderness. Neither the game nor the treats were luxuries Niuniu often enjoyed. Niuniu's words pulled Qin Ruolan back from her spiraling thoughts. Yes, undoubtedly, your father must have gone to the mountains, Qin Ruolan murmured, unsure if she was reassuring Niuniu or herself. Lu Feng had promised her he would not gamble again. He would not falter once more. As night fell and Lu Feng had yet to return, a wave of anxiety washed over Qin Ruolan. Even if he had gone to the mountains, it was dark now. Surely he should have returned by now. Was it possible he had truly gone back to gambling? Just that day, she had confided in her mother that Lu Feng had changed for the better, and now he might have relapsed? The flickering light from the hearth illuminated Qin Ruolan's distracted face as she lost herself in thought. She was so absorbed that she didn't even notice when the fire in the stove had extinguished. Suddenly, the gate creaked open. Startled, Qin Ruolan raised her head and glanced outside, then hurriedly made her way from the kitchen. At the entrance, Lu Feng had just stepped through the gate when he spotted Qin Ruolan rushing out from the kitchen, her face etched with urgency. Frowning at her worried expression, he immediately inquired, "Wife, what's wrong? Where have you been?" Instead of responding to his question, Qin Ruolan began to interrogate him. "I went up the mountain. Look what I've brought back," Lu Feng declared, striding confidently toward her, setting down the burden on his back. He uncovered the herbs on top and revealed the wild goat beneath. Qin Ruolan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. "Is this a wild goat? Did you catch it on the mountain?" The sight of the catch reassured her that Lu Feng had not gone gambling, but had indeed gone hunting. Lu Feng nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "Yes, after seeing you and Niuniu off, I headed up the mountain, and luck was on my side." This goat will provide a hearty meal for you and Niuniu for quite some time. At that moment, Niuniu, having heard Lu Feng's voice, dashed out from the house and threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, "Father, you're back." With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Feng felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Chapter 24. The Grievous Wounds. His wife blushed. "What's wrong?" Qin Ruolan inquired, glancing perplexedly at Lu Feng and then at Niuniu. Her peripheral vision swept across Lu Feng's leg, and only then did she notice something amiss. Upon closer inspection, she discovered several ghastly wounds hidden beneath the tattered fabric of his pant leg. Startled by the sight of Lu Feng's injuries, Qin Ruolan gasped. "What happened?" She turned her gaze to Lu Feng, but upon lifting her eyes, she realized that not only was his leg injured, but his shoulder bore several gory lacerations as well. What on earth transpired? Qin Ruolan's face was etched with concern as she fixed her gaze upon him. "It's nothing, just a minor accident while hunting," Lu Feng replied vaguely, wary of alarming his wife and daughter with the truth about the tiger. "I've already taken care of the wounds. It's nothing serious. Let us eat first." With that, he headed into the kitchen to bring out the meal Qin Ruolan had prepared. Qin Ruolan was no fool. She could easily discern that the wounds on Lu Feng were inflicted by a ferocious beast. Although he said little, she chose not to press further. However, during the meal, her eyes frequently darted to Lu Feng and his injuries. The fact that he had sustained such severe wounds yet still managed to bring home a wild goat for her and their daughter stirred her heart. After dinner, Lu Feng took a knife and went outside to butcher the goat he had brought back. During this time, Qin Ruolan stepped out briefly, and by the time she returned, the goat had already been processed. Gazing at the pile of entrails, Lu Feng was reminded of the warm goat offal soup, a perfect dish for such frigid weather. With that thought in mind, he set to work preparing the innards. By the time he finished, it was already late into the night. After tidying up the yard, he went to close the gate, ready to return indoors for some rest. Just as he was about to shut the gate, he caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past the entrance. In the dead of winter, the villagers had long since retired for the night, and at this hour, it was rare to see anyone wandering about. Thus, Lu Feng took a moment to scrutinize the figure, though he dismissed it, considering it an exception to the norm. After all, villagers often ventured into the mountains at night to procure wild goods to enhance their meager lives. He closed the gate and entered the house, where he found Qin Ruolan sitting at the foot of the bed, mending clothes with a sewing basket and fabric laid out on the counter. Observing this, Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he noticed the room felt rather bare. The entire space contained merely a counter, a cabinet, and a trunk, lacking even a single chair to sit upon. Lu Feng contemplated bringing back some furniture. This place hardly resembled a home. Upon noticing Lu Feng's return, Qin Ruolan quickly gathered her belongings from the counter. "Let us get some rest," she suggested. As Lu Feng climbed onto the counter, he inadvertently tugged at his wounds on his leg and shoulder, causing him to pause momentarily, and his brow creased in discomfort. Qin Ruolan, attuned to his reaction, faltered slightly in her movements. She returned the items to the cabinet and retrieved 2 bottles, making her way to the edge of the bed. She shed her clothing and, upon seeing Qin Ruolan standing beneath the light bulb, Lu Feng was instantly captivated by her exquisite visage. Initially taken aback, his eyes brightened, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. What did Qin Ruolan mean by her words? Did she intend to reward him for bringing back a wild goat today? No man could resist the invitation of the one he cherished, especially when she was his legitimate wife. Lu Feng felt an overwhelming heat rise within him, his body tensing involuntarily. However, the sharp pain in his leg and shoulder abruptly brought him back to his senses. He glanced at his wounds, feeling a wave of regret. Why did it have to be today? How could he showcase his prowess while nursing 2 injuries? If he failed to impress Qin Ruolan, it could tarnish his future happiness. Damn it, couldn't that old tiger have shown up a few days later? It was all ruining his good fortune. He sighed inwardly. "Darling, how about we postpone this?" After all, Niuniu was nearby. As a man, he certainly did not want Qin Ruolan to think he was inadequate. Moreover, it was that he was incapable. He simply feared that his injuries would hinder his performance. If Qin Ruolan came to see him as a mere failure, it would be a regrettable loss. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ruolan immediately understood Lu Feng's implication, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shot him a glare. What was he thinking? "I am asking you to undress so I can apply medicine." She raised the bottle in her hand. Realizing his misunderstanding, Lu Feng's expression turned regretful. It was merely for medicinal purposes. He had thought she intended to reward him for his hard work. With that, he loosened his clothing, revealing his robust physique. Adopting a posture of surrender to Qin Ruolan's ministrations. Come on. The overwhelming masculinity emanating from him quickened Qin Ruolan's heartbeat, and her cheeks flushed. They had already shared a child and had been intimate on numerous occasions. Why was she reacting so intensely now to merely applying medicine? Suppressing her unusual feelings, she opened the bottle of purple ointment and began to tend to the wound on his shoulder. As she examined the injury, she realized its severity. It was deep enough to see the bone. Just the sight of it made her wince, imagining the excruciating pain it must have caused. Lu Feng had not only endured such a grievous injury, but had also managed to return with a wild goat. Moreover, he had personally handled the goat without uttering a single grunt of discomfort. After years of marriage, she had never witnessed such resilience in him. In that moment, guilt washed over her for having doubted him earlier that afternoon, for suspecting he had relapsed into old habits and gone gambling. Lu Feng had braved such dangers in the mountains to hunt, and she had failed to trust him. With these thoughts, she softened her touch as she continued her ministrations. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. The mountains are perilous. Perhaps you should refrain from venturing into them and seek work in town instead. Mother and daughter could hardly consume much, and the land at home was sufficient for the sustenance of our small family. While savoring this moment of warmth, Lu Feng was abruptly brought back to reality upon hearing the words, "My dear wife, I will be more cautious in the future. Do not worry. I am aware of what I must do." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan understood that Lu Feng would not abandon his venture into the mountains. She opened her mouth to speak, but, fearing to provoke him, ultimately swallowed her words. After all, Lu Feng was not known for his patience. If angered, he could become quite unreasonable. Qin Ruolan applied some red ointment to Lu Feng's injury, then retrieved another small bottle to sprinkle the powder onto the wound. The familiar scent caught Lu Feng's attention, and he immediately glanced at the bottle in Qin Ruolan's hand. Is that Yunnan Baiyao? In his previous life, due to his unique circumstances, Yunnan Baiyao was a staple in the military, rendering him quite familiar with its aroma. However, in this era, Yunnan Baiyao was not inexpensive. A single bottle would cost several coins at the very least. Given their dire financial straits, how could they possibly afford such a luxury? Suddenly, he recalled that his wife had stepped out after dinner. Did you go to find Dr. Yang? Qin Ruolan nodded. Lu Feng felt a surge of emotion within him. He knew Qin Ruolan was typically very frugal. The money he had given her was already a substantial sum, yet she continued to live modestly, even hesitating to indulge in an extra egg for breakfast. The fact that she had gone out to purchase such an expensive medicine for him upon learning of his injury spoke volumes about her character. The more time he spent with the pure-hearted and kind Qin Ruolan, the more he found himself drawn to her. How blind was the original owner of this body, failing to see the goodness in his wife after so many years together. The next day, due to his injuries, Lu Feng refrained from entering the mountains again. His wounds were severe. Should he encounter another mishap, how would Qin Ruolan and her daughter survive? Earning money was vital, but his safety was paramount. Niuniu was delighted to learn that her father would be home to accompany her today. Previously, when she played outside, she had heard other children boast about their fathers spending time with them, but her own father had never done so. Now, she no longer had to envy them. Her father would be with her. After breakfast, Lu Feng took a piece of meat and some coins to the home of Su the carpenter at the edge of the village. Lu Feng was notoriously known in Honghe village as a gambler, often serving as a cautionary tale for parents trying to educate their children. Thus, when Su's wife saw Lu Feng approach, her expression hardened, and she eyed him warily. "What brings you to our home, Lu Feng?" "Auntie, I have come to seek Uncle Su's assistance in crafting some furniture for my home," Lu Feng replied, offering the piece of meat to her. Upon seeing the meat, Su's wife's demeanor transformed entirely. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, and she warmly welcomed Lu Feng inside. Spotting Su the carpenter in the yard, Lu Feng got straight to the point. "Uncle Su, I would like to request your help in making some furniture." He handed over the money and explained the items he wished to have crafted. "Rest assured, I shall have it completed within 3 days, and my son will deliver it to you." Su the carpenter readily accepted the commission upon seeing the money. After all, in these times, who would turn down such a substantial task? Su aunt, observing Lu Feng's departing figure, murmured to herself, "It truly is a rare sight to behold, Lu Feng, with his wealth, eschews gambling in favor of furniture making." However, this was merely someone else's affair, and after a few mutterings, Su aunt brushed the matter aside. Meanwhile, shortly after Lu Feng's departure, Arya from the Lu family came to invite Niuniu to play. Area, 2 years older than Niuniu, adored her little cousin and often sought her company. With Area present, Qin Ruolan felt assured enough to let Niuniu play, even going so far as to tuck a few milk candies into Niuniu's pocket for them to share. Arriving at Area's doorstep, they played with a bamboo dragonfly crafted by Lu Dei. Niuniu, in turn, offered some of her milk candies to Area. Not far away, Huzi, who was playing with several boys, noticed the candies in Niuniu's hand and rushed over, extending his hand towards her. "You little beggar, give me your candy." Niuniu, having often been bullied by Huzi, was naturally unwilling to comply. Those milk candies were a gift from her father, and she was loath to part with them. Immediately, she clutched the candies tightly, concealing her hands behind her back, and with wide eyes, retorted, "I am not a beggar. My father said I am his daughter, his treasure. You are a beggar. My mom says your gambling father is going to sell you to a trafficker. Beggars don't deserve candy. Hand it over." Huzi shouted, attempting to snatch it away. Zhang Mei cherished her son as if he were her very own eye, lavishing all the good food in the house upon him. As a result, despite being of similar age to Niuniu, Huzi was notably plumper. Niuniu stumbled as Huzi pulled her, still protesting, "I am not a beggar. My father is not a gambler, and he would never sell me." Sensing Niuniu's plight, Area quickly stepped in front of her, her face filled with indignation. "Huzi, what are you doing? You cannot take Niuniu's candy. You must not bully her." Huzi, spoiled by Zhang Mei, had long since become unruly and disregarded Area entirely, pushing her to the ground. "My mom says you are also a beggar. Beggars only deserve to play with other beggars." The words Zhang Mei had often uttered at home echoed in Huzi's mind, and he regurgitated them without a second thought. "You bully Area, you wicked person." Niuniu's eyes reddened with anger as she rushed forward and collided with Huzi. Huzi's eyes widened in shock as he lunged at Niuniu. "You little beggar. How dare you strike me?" He shoved her to the ground, pinning her down and seizing all the milk candies from her pocket. Niuniu burst into tears. From a distance, Feng, returning from Su the carpenter's, heard Niuniu's heart-wrenching cries. He had never encountered such a desperate wail from her before. Even when she learned of the original plan to sell her, her tears had been but a whisper. What had transpired? Feng's heart tightened as he hurried towards the source of the commotion. Upon nearing, he beheld a chubby boy pinning down Niuniu, clutching the milk candies he had snatched from her pocket, while hurling insults. "You are nothing but a worthless burden. Your father is a gambler, and he would sell you off, along with your mother." Niuniu, in tears, struggled to retort, "I am not a burden. My father is not a gambler. He would never sell me or my mother." With a grim expression, Feng rushed forward, lifting the boy, Huzi, off the ground, while cradling Niuniu in his other arm. Seeing Feng, Niuniu cried even harder, gripping his clothing tightly, her little face streaked with tears. "Father, I am not a burden. You won't sell me or mother, will you?" Feng nodded, lowering his voice to reassure her. "No, you are not a burden. And I would never sell you or your mother." With a dark gaze, he turned to Huzi, who dangled in the air. "Who do you call a burden? Who taught you such words?" Terrified, Huzi began to wail, shouting, "Mother! Mother, save me!" Hearing the ruckus, Lu Dei and his wife, along with Lu Gang and his wife, rushed out. Upon seeing her precious son being lifted by Feng, Zhang Mei's expression changed dramatically, and she shouted, "Feng, what are you doing? Put my Huzi down." Lu Gang approached angrily, confronting Feng. "Cousin, what is the meaning of this? How can you, an adult, lay hands on my son? It was one thing when you acted against me, but now you dare to harm my child? This is utterly outrageous." Seeing Lu Dei and his wife, Area immediately clung to Lu Dei's leg. "Father, Huzi pushed me and Niuniu down, stole Niuniu's candies, and called us burdens, saying that uncle would sell Niuniu and aunt to traffickers." Upon hearing Niuniu's words, Lu Dei's face darkened to an extreme. For such a statement could not have originated from a child without influence. He turned his composed gaze towards Lu Gang and Zhang Mei. Liu Yi knew exactly from whom those words had come and pointed at Zhang Mei, berating her. "You, Zhang Mei, we have never wronged your family. Yet you fabricate such tales about Area." Area's words left Zhang Mei momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that her own remarks would be echoed by Huzi. However, she did not consider it her fault. After all, had she spoken incorrectly? Were they not burdens? Huzi was still so young and naive. What harm could his words do? Was it necessary for a grown man to resort to violence over a child's utterance? Zhang Mei not only refused to accept blame, but brazenly accused Feng. Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall not lay hands on a child. He then placed Hu Zi into Zhang Mei's arms. She received him with a sense of satisfaction, for her son was the continuation of the Lu family lineage. Lu Feng had no son of his own. After his demise, he would rely on her Hu Zi to carry on his legacy, thereby rendering Lu Feng too cowardly to harm her child. At the moment Zhang Mei was reveling in her triumph, Lu Feng cast a glance towards Lu Gang beside him. A cold and stern voice rang out. If a son is not taught, the father must bear the blame. Your son has committed a wrongdoing, so it is you, as his father, whom I shall hold accountable. With that, a glint of icy determination flashed in Lu Feng's eyes as he raised his foot and kicked Lu Gang in the chest. Lu Gang was sent sprawling to the ground, the excruciating pain in his chest contorting his features. He felt as though his very insides had been displaced. Ah, Lu Feng, what are you doing? The suddenness of Lu Feng's actions caused Zhang Mei's expression to shift, her eyes widening in shock. Lu Gang was also consumed by rage, clutching his chest and preparing to unleash a torrent of curses, only to find himself ensnared by Lu Feng's cold, menacing gaze. In an instant, it was as if his voice had been seized, rendering him speechless. At that moment, Lu Feng's attention turned to Zhang Mei, causing her to recoil in fright, retreating 2 steps. What do you intend to do? Are you going to strike a woman as well? Lu Feng spoke in a deep, resonant tone. This is my final warning to you both. Curb your tongues. If I hear another word like that, I shall break your legs. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Zhang Mei and Lu Gang's legs. The malice in Lu Feng's eyes caused them both to stiffen, instinctively drawing their legs closer. Lu Feng's voice continued. Dare to provoke our family again, and you shall regret it profoundly. With that, Lu Feng snatched the milk candy from Hu Zi's hand and placed it into Niuniu's. Cousin, sister-in-law. I shall take Niuniu back now. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Dai and his wife, Lu Feng cradled Niuniu and departed. Wow, I want milk candy. Mama, I want milk candy. Hu Zi, staring at his empty hand, burst into tears. Zhang Mei, infuriated, smacked Hu Zi on the backside. Useless child. Why are you crying? Be quiet. Zhang Mei shot a glare at Lu Dai, who had remained silent throughout the entire ordeal. Elder brother, are you just going to stand by and watch as Gongzi is beaten? Are you going to let your nephew be bullied? Lu Dai glared at Zhang Mei with palpable anger, astonished that she would dare to play the victim. However, before he could respond, Li Yue interjected. Lu Gang's punishment is well-deserved. Lu Feng is right. If a child is not taught, the father must bear the blame. You have failed to raise Hu Zi properly. As for Hu Zi, he has not spared my second daughter and Niuniu from his bullying. How can you speak like that, sister-in-law? Gongzi and elder brother are blood brothers. How can you not support Gongzi and instead aid an outsider? Zhang Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Li Yue. Li Yue let out a cold snort, nearly laughing at Zhang Mei's shamelessness. It was Zhang Mei who had disparaged her daughter, yet she dared to accuse Li Yue of not supporting her. It is you, Zhang Mei, who labels my second daughter as worthless, not an outsider. You claim your daughter is a liability. What about yourself? Am I not different from you? Zhang Mei placed her hands on her hips, exuding a sense of righteous indignation. What is the difference? You merely gave birth to a son. What is there to be proud of? Does your family possess a throne for your son to inherit? Speak as if no one else has a son. Take your son and leave. From this day forth, do not come to our home. Take care of your precious son. Dare to come to my door, and I shall throw him out. With that, Li Yue picked up Arya, dragged Lu Dai inside, and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Zhang Mei glared at the closed door in frustration. If he doesn't come, so be it. I refuse to believe that I, Zhang Mei, will starve without you. She glanced at her man lying on the ground and then at her son, who was crying uncontrollably, and gritted her teeth. Get up. Look at your pathetic self. It infuriates me. I will make sure that Lu Feng, that gambling fool, pays dearly. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, who was returning home with Niuniu, Zhang Mei had already developed a deep-seated resentment towards him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He had managed to placate Niuniu throughout their journey, and to ease Qin Ruolan's worries. He played with Niuniu at the doorstep for a while before finally heading inside. Upon returning home, Lu Feng began to stew some lamb to nourish both Qin Ruolan and their daughter. With Lu Feng's presence, the yard was often filled with the sound of Niuniu's laughter. As Qin Ruolan engaged in her needlework, she glanced at the father-daughter duo playing nearby, and a sense of home washed over her. Ironically, despite being married to Lu Feng for so many years, it was the first time she felt this sense of belonging. Seeing Lu Feng preparing to chop firewood, she hurriedly stopped him. You shouldn't chop wood with your injury. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. My dear wife, you underestimate your man. Chopping a bit of wood is no great feat. He then demonstrated a one-handed chop. How about that? Am I not making you proud? If my dear wife rewards me with a kiss, finishing this wood will be a piece of cake. He smiled at Qin Ruolan, who, upon hearing his words, felt her cheeks warm with a blush and shot him a playful glare. Just chop your wood. How had she not realized before that this man had such a silver tongue? Nevertheless, she found herself more fond of Lu Feng's current demeanor. Lu Feng, observing the lively expression on Qin Ruolan's face, smiled even wider. Previously, he had seen no vitality in his wife, but now that she had changed, he felt a wave of relief. He was immensely grateful that he had sent her back to her family, which had eased their relations. He could distinctly sense that her mood had improved considerably since her return. This alleviated his worries about the gossip from the aunts. Niuniu, hearing her father's words, rushed towards him, clutching a little wild rabbit. She wanted to give her daddy a kiss. Lu Feng chuckled and crouched down. All right, if your mother won't kiss me, then a kiss from you will suffice. Niuniu planted a kiss on Lu Feng's cheek. Qin Ruolan, witnessing the joyful exchange between them, couldn't help but smile. When she was pregnant with Niuniu, she had envisioned such a scene. However, over the years, Lu Feng's actions had left her utterly disillusioned. She had thought that the cherished image she had dreamed of would never come to fruition, yet today it had become a reality. Chapter 27. Wealth should not be displayed. Lu Feng's transformation in the evening. The aroma of stewed meat wafted from Lu Feng's home, reaching far and wide. In the village, it is considered fortunate if the residents can indulge in meat once every fortnight. It is hardly surprising that they yearn for it. The tantalizing aroma of meat broth wafted through the air, causing the neighbors to swallow hard, their appetites awakened. Some even brought their bowls to the doorway, savoring their meals alongside the enticing scent of the broth. It baffled them how the impoverished Lu Feng family could afford such a luxury, leading them to conclude that Lu Feng must have won money from gambling. Once the lamb soup was ready, Lu Feng served it to Qin Ruolan and her daughter first before delivering a bowl to Lu Dehe's family. The enticing fragrance drifted next door, prompting Huzi to wail for meat, declaring his desire to eat at his uncle's house. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the yard and headed next door. Zhang Mei, unconcerned by Li Yue's earlier words, did not stop Huzi. After all, he was Lu De's nephew, and Lu De would never deny him entry. Zhang Mei too was irresistibly drawn in by the aroma of the lamb soup, secretly hoping that Huzi would remember her, bringing back a taste of the feast. However, what awaited her was a sobbing Huzi returning home, for Lu De's family had indeed turned him away. Enraged, Zhang Mei vented her frustrations at home. Once her temper had cooled, she gritted her teeth, muttering, how could a gambler like Lu Feng possess so much money, buying both pork and lamb, and even new clothes for Niuniu? Surely he must be involved in some unscrupulous dealings. Who could say? Never mind their affairs, Lu Gang interjected, rubbing his still aching chest with a grim expression. He had heeded Lu Feng's warning and dared not meddle in the matters of the Lu Feng household, fearing another encounter would be beyond his endurance. After a day of idleness at home, Lu Feng grew restless. As he prepared for bed, he informed Qin Ruolan of his intention to visit Jingyang town the following day. My dear, it has been quite some time since you and Niuniu have been to town. Why not accompany me for a stroll tomorrow? As soon as Lu Feng spoke, Qin Ruolan's drowsiness vanished. She regarded him with suspicion. Why the sudden desire to take them to town? In previous years, he had never suggested such an outing. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Was Lu Feng still contemplating selling Niuniu to traffickers? Yet, reflecting on Lu Feng's recent behavior, she concluded that perhaps her worries were unfounded. Still, a sense of caution lingered within her. She could not gamble with her daughter's safety. Consequently, she declined Lu Feng's invitation, unaware of Qin Ruolan's concerns. Lu Feng assumed her refusal stemmed from the distance to the town, and he chose not to press the matter further. The next day, when Qin Ruolan awoke, Lu Feng was already absent from the household. While it was common for him to be gone by the time she rose, he usually spent his nights gambling or drinking excessively. Now, however, he was out earning a living. She could not help but admit that the current version of Lu Feng instilled a sense of security within her. In recent days, Lu Feng's performance has taken her by surprise. He had previously been a slothful individual, yet his recent transformation is nothing short of remarkable. Can a person truly undergo such a profound change in merely a few days? Confounded by this enigma, she ultimately resolved to cease pondering it. content as long as Lu Feng had improved. Qin Ruolan and her daughter chose not to accompany Lu Feng to the town. Thus, he ventured into the mountains first, procuring a wild ginseng root before heading to Jingyang town. Although his injuries might hinder his hunting endeavors, they posed little impediment to his ginseng excavation, an activity in which he had gained considerable experience, allowing him to work with even greater efficiency this time. With the wild ginseng in hand, Lu Feng adeptly made his way to the traditional medicine shop. Following their previous transactions, Boss Zhong readily presented him with 11 large bills to complete the exchange. After placing the wild ginseng and medicinal herbs down, Lu Feng divided the money into 3 portions, securing them in different locations before departing from the shop. In this era, it is wise to conceal one's wealth. Boss Zhong watched Lu Feng's retreating figure, silently expressing gratitude for not having pressured him on price during their first encounter, thus ensuring the continuation of their business relationship. Had this young man sold his goods to another, it would have surely incensed him. For generations, their family had operated a traditional medicine shop in Jingyang town, and they had never encountered anyone capable of unearthing multiple wild ginseng roots in such a short span of time. If finding one ginseng root could be attributed to mere luck, then discovering several cannot be so easily explained, indicating that this young man possesses considerable talent. In just a few days, the profits he generated had equated to a year's earnings for their shop. This individual is indeed a veritable god of wealth, and it is imperative that he maintains a good rapport with him. If he can so effortlessly produce wild ginseng, who knows what more he might bring forth in the future. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, Boss Zhong harbored these thoughts as he exited the traditional medicine shop, heading directly towards the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a few garments for Qin Ruolan. She had painstakingly unraveled her cherished sweater to knit him gloves, and in light of such affection, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Yet, the clothing available at the cooperative was rather mundane, lacking the elegance befitting Qin Ruolan's beauty and grace. Ultimately, Lu Feng directed his steps towards the only department store in Jingyang town, the sole establishment of its kind among the neighboring towns. The merchandise within the department store was far more varied and superior compared to that at the cooperative, though naturally, the prices were somewhat elevated. Moreover, the foot traffic in the department store was significantly lighter, as in this age of scarcity, every penny is precious, making a visit to the cooperative feel extravagant, let alone to a department store. Upon entering the department store, the sales clerks briefly glanced at him, their eyes sweeping over his patched and mud-stained attire before returning to their tasks, disregarding him entirely. Lu Feng, unfazed by their scrutiny, made his way directly to the clothing section. As Lu Feng's gaze fell upon the women's garments, a flicker of delight crossed his countenance. He scrutinized the clothing, envisioning the scene of Qin Ruolan adorned in these outfits. At that moment, an unkind voice resonated from behind him. When did this place become a haven for any Tom, Dick, and Harry? Approaching was a young man, slick-haired and ostentatiously dressed, who deliberately elongated his tone, attracting the attention of those nearby. Upon noticing Lu Feng's attire, derision filled the young man's eyes. Accompanying him was a young woman, clad in a floral cotton coat and sporting a side braid. Though she remained silent, her gaze toward Lu Feng was rife with disdain. As the young couple drew near, the young man scoffed and spoke again. A mere country bumpkin dares to show up here? Do you even realize your worth? You don't actually think you can purchase clothing from this place, do you? This isn't a roadside stall where you can casually toss a couple of coins and make a purchase. Do you have any idea how much these garments cost? Allow me to enlighten you. Someone like you will never afford them in a lifetime. Step aside, you're blocking the way. With that, he led the young woman to the counter. Lily, pick something out. Today marks our first date. Consider it my gift to you, he declared with grandiosity. The young woman's eyes sparkled with delight at his words. Weigua, you are so generous. Unlike some country bumpkin who can only come in to gawk. How embarrassing for him. It's wonderful to be your partner. Anyone who ends up with that rustic fool is truly unfortunate, destined to wear those shabby, pudding-like garments. As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at Lu Feng, her eyes brimming with contempt. The young man, clearly pleased by her remarks, straightened his posture. A bumpkin like him cannot possibly compare to me. As your partner, I will certainly treat you well. Lu Feng, however, paid them no mind, his gaze sweeping over the garments until it finally settled on one particular piece. I do like this one, he stated. The young woman, upon hearing his words, laughed derisively. You, a country bumpkin, don't truly intend to buy something from here, do you? You need to be able to afford it. I fear that even if you sold yourself, you still wouldn't be able to purchase clothing from this store. I want that one too, the young woman declared, pointing in the same direction as Lu Feng. The young man nodded in agreement. Then it shall be that one. Comrade, please let my partner try it on. He dismissed Lu Feng entirely, directing his gaze to the sales clerk. The sales clerk, who had previously ignored Lu Feng's request, promptly retrieved the garment upon hearing the young man's command, eagerly presenting it to him. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, an expression of displeasure flickering across his face as he fixed a cold stare upon the young man. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? The young man scoffed dismissively. First come, first served? Even if I let you buy it, could you afford it? I'm unaware of any such principles. All I know is that money reigns supreme. With that, he snatched the garment from the sales clerk's hands. Lily, there's no need to try it on. This garment suits you perfectly. Just wrap it up. How much is it? As he spoke, the young man reached for his wallet. Comrade, this piece is 23 yuan. At the mention of the price, the young man's hand froze mid-motion, his eyes widening in disbelief, a look of shock etched across his face. How much? The sales clerk cheerfully reiterated the price. What kind of clothing costs 23 yuan? The young man's face flushed crimson, feeling the fabric in his hands burning hot. In preparation for today's date, he had visited this shop a couple of days prior to familiarize himself with the prices. The garments here were clearly priced at 15 to 16 yuan. How could this one now be 23? In a bid to impress his companion, he had brought along 20 yuan, which was half a month's wages. He had intended to purchase a single item and still have enough left for a meal. He believed that by making a statement today, he would capture his date's heart. Yet, this piece demanded 23 yuan. Even if he laid all his money on the counter, it would be insufficient. The sales clerk explained, Comrade, this garment was sourced from the province. It features the latest style. Not only in Jingyang town, but even in the city, you won't find another like it. The woman remained oblivious to the young man's embarrassment, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the dress. Weigua, I believe this outfit is perfect for me. I'll take it. Please wrap it up. The young man, who had previously exuded confidence, now broke into a fine sweat. The entire counter fell silent. Even the sound of breathing became pronounced. He turned to the woman, hesitatingly uttering, Lily, I think this dress isn't that appealing. Perhaps you could look at something else? The sales clerk, fully aware of the young man's financial predicament, pursed her lips and retrieved the garment, intending to return it to its place. I want this dress. At that moment, Lu Feng interjected. I also want those trousers and the scarf. He pointed towards the items on display. The sales clerk glanced in the direction of his finger, her expression turning cold as she quoted, The trousers are 8 yuan, the scarf 350, totaling 34.60. Yet, she did not retrieve the items, assuming he could not afford them either. However, Lu Feng produced 4 large bills and placed them on the counter. Please wrap it up. Upon seeing the 4 bills, the sales clerk's demeanor shifted instantly. A broad smile adorned her face as she warmly addressed Lu Feng. Certainly, I'll wrap it up for you right away. Comrade, you have excellent taste. This wool scarf is also from the province. Your partner is indeed fortunate. Her words struck the young man like a resounding slap, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. Moments ago, he had mocked Lu Feng for being a rustic who couldn't afford the clothing here. Yet, Lu Feng had not only purchased the dress, but also the trousers and the scarf. Meanwhile, he himself could not afford even a single item. His intention to impress his date had backfired, leaving him utterly humiliated. As the sales clerk handed the neatly packaged clothes to Lu Feng, the young man and the young woman had already vanished from the counter, their hurried figures fleeing the mall. Lu Feng, unaffected, took the garments and the change, departing the establishment without a second glance. He envisioned Qin Ruolan adorned in this attire, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. If Ruolan were to don this dress and stroll through the village, it would undoubtedly leave the local aunties in awe. Over the years, the original owner had been so reckless that Qin Ruolan had become the subject of ridicule. She was a virtuous woman, and how could the original owner have subjected her to such disgrace? Qin Ruolan deserved the very best, and Lu Feng was resolute in his endeavor to transform her into the envy of the entire village. At that moment, 2 ruffians loitered not far away, their attention drawn to Lu Feng, who immediately noticed their presence and spat out the toothpick he had been chewing. Damn it, is that the guy Brother Chong was looking for? Chapter 29. A heroic rescue and neighborly jealousy. The 2 ruffians had scarcely begun to follow when Lu Feng sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed, and he became alert. Who were these individuals? His mind raced, speculating on their identities. Could they be the youths from the mall? Perhaps that disgraced individual was seeking revenge by hiring thugs to teach him a lesson? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Only a few minutes had passed. And even if that were the case, there was hardly enough time to act upon it. If not the young man, then who could they be? Was it possible he had attracted unwanted attention while selling wild ginseng? Were they after the money he held? Regardless of their identity or intent, Lu Feng knew he must evade them. He quickened his pace, deliberately maneuvering towards the alleys of the town. In this regard, Lu Feng was quite adept. He effortlessly shook off his pursuers and swiftly departed from Jingyang Town. In Jingyang Town, the two ruffians followed for a while before losing sight of Lu Feng. Their frustration mounting, they spat in annoyance, cursing, "Damn it, that brat got away again. Can he really vanish into thin air? No wonder we searched all over Qiushui Town and couldn't find him. He had come to Jingyang Town instead. Let's head back and inform Brother Chang." The two ruffians promptly made their way back to Qiushui Town. Meanwhile, Lu Feng strode purposefully towards Honghe Village, eager to present the newly purchased attire to Qin Ruolan for her to try on. As he neared the village, he faintly heard the sound of a woman pleading for help nearby. He halted, straining to listen, realizing it was not merely his imagination. Something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, Lu Feng dashed towards the source of the cries. Upon rounding a dirt slope, he beheld a hunched figure pinning a young woman to the ground, hands tugging at her clothing. Lu Feng immediately recognized the man. It was Zhang Matzi, a 40-year-old bachelor from the neighboring Hongxing village. The thrill of his misdeed contorted Zhang Matzi's features in delight. "Shout all you wish. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. After trailing you for several days, I have finally seized my opportunity today. Once I transform you into my woman, you shall marry me, whether you like it or not. Who would have thought I could actually wed a woman of your exquisite beauty?" Zhang Matzi leered crudely. The young woman turned pale with fear, struggling desperately against her captor. Yet, the disparity in strength between men and women rendered her efforts futile. No matter how fiercely she fought, she could not escape Zhang Matzi's grip. Just as Zhang Matzi was about to tear at her clothing, Lu Feng rushed forward. "Beast!" he shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhang Matzi sprawling. With a pained cry, Zhang Matzi rolled across the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. The young woman scrambled to her feet, her face still ashen, clutching the collar of her shirt tightly as she trembled. Zhang Matzi's eyes burned with fury as he glared at the one who had thwarted his intentions. "Damn it! Lu Feng, you wretched gambler, how dare you ruin my plans?" Both men recognized each other. Though Lu Feng mingled with the village's wells, his reputation was infamous. Zhang Matzi, a perennial idler, was well aware of Lu Feng's identity. Clenching his fists, Zhang Matzi lunged at Lu Feng, aiming a punch at his face. "Look out!" the young woman gasped, her expression shifting in alarm. However, her concern was unfounded. Even in terms of physique, Zhang Matzi was no match for Lu Feng, who had been a trained special forces soldier in his past life. It was inconceivable that he would struggle against a mere scoundrel. Lu Feng extended his hand, fingers splayed, and effortlessly grasped Zhang Matzi's fist. With a swift twist, he disarmed Zhang Matzi, then kicked him far away. Lu Feng's gaze was cold and piercing. "Get lost." Though Zhang Matzi felt reluctant, he understood that he was no match for Lu Feng. Realizing he could not prevail, he slinked away, only to halt some distance off. Casting a vengeful glance over his shoulder, his eyes filled with malice. "Since you have thwarted my desires, I shall make you pay with your wife." He spat, clutching his dislocated arm as he fled. Once Zhang Matzi had departed, the young woman finally relaxed. She regarded Lu Feng's rugged visage, warmth flooding her cheeks. "Big brother Lu, my name is Li Chuanxiang, and I reside in Hongxing Village. I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention. Had you not come to my aid, the consequences would have been dire. You are my savior. Which village do you hail from? I must express my gratitude to my parents." Li Chuanxiang had reached the age for courtship, yet none of the young men from nearby villages had captured her interest until she encountered Lu Feng. Just when she was on the verge of being victimized by Zhang Matzi, Lu Feng had appeared like a knight in shining armor. Was this not a sign of fate between them? In contrast to Li Chuanxiang's enthusiasm, Lu Feng remained rather aloof. No need for thanks. It was merely a small act of kindness. In the future, avoid such places alone. With that, he resumed his journey. Lu Feng's reaction left Li Chuanxiang feeling somewhat disheartened. She gazed in the direction he departed, recognizing it as the way to Honghe village. It seemed that Brother Lu hailed from there. Reflecting on the scene where Lu Feng descended from the heavens at her moment of despair, her heart raced a little faster. She averted her gaze and hurried back to the village, unwilling to linger any longer. Furthermore, she had pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to squander time in that place. At this moment, Lu Feng remained oblivious to the significant troubles that his act of saving someone would bring him in the future. Upon returning to the village, Tang Hong spotted Lu Feng from a distance while working in the fields. As he approached, she quickly noticed the basket on his back, brimming with items. Furrowing her brow, she immediately headed towards Zhang Mei, who was working nearby. Zhang Mei, what has Lu Feng been up to lately? Yesterday, the aroma of meat cooking from your home wafted through half the village. Lu Feng's family was once so impoverished they could barely afford to eat. Yet now they are feasting on meat, and Qin Ruolan and her daughter are clad in new clothes. You should have seen that dress Qin Ruolan wore a couple of days ago. It was clearly a ready-made garment from the supply store, costing no less than 10 or more yuan. As Tang Hong recalled that scene from a few days prior, jealousy welled up in her eyes. Ever since she failed to marry Lu Feng, she had viewed Qin Ruolan as her adversary. The more wretched Qin Ruolan became, the more satisfaction she felt. Yet now, as Qin Ruolan thrived, her heart was anything but content. Chapter 30. Can a leopard change its spots? Who knows what unspeakable deeds he has been up to? Zhang Mei responded irritably, her heart brimming with anger. How could that woman, Qin Ruolan, flaunt clothes costing several yuan each while refusing to lend her even a few pounds of meat? What right does a wretch have to feel so proud? Her days of crying are still ahead. Lu Feng's transformation is merely temporary. It is said that a leopard cannot change its spots. If he could truly quit gambling, it would be a miracle. He would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. Sooner or later, Lu Feng will sell them both out. Lu Feng is nothing but a scoundrel, and his temporary change may well be a ruse to lower Qin Ruolan's guard. He must certainly be harboring ill intentions. She awaits the inevitable downfall of Qin Ruolan. Zhang Mei harbored a deep-seated resentment towards both Lu Feng and Qin Ruolan, eagerly anticipating their misfortunes. Little did she realize that an opportunity was about to present itself. At that moment, Lu Feng had returned home, unaware that he had become the subject of others' conversations. He pushed open the courtyard gate and saw Qin Ruolan and Niuniu in the yard. In his previous life, he had not established a family, living a solitary existence, free to come and go as he pleased, with no one waiting for him at home. Each time he returned, the house felt cold and devoid of warmth. He had thought he was indifferent to such things, only to now discover that he had never experienced the joy of someone waiting for him. Having gone through these experiences, he came to realize just how mundane his previous life had been. Every time he returns home, there are always loved ones waiting for him. Among the myriad of lights, one shines just for him. This must surely be the most blissful thing in the world. Observing the sight of his wife and daughter nearby, Lu Feng's face broke into a broad smile. Dear wife, Niuniu, I'm back. Daddy, you're back. Niuniu's eyes sparkled as she responded to Lu Feng and then scampered into the kitchen with her little legs pattering along. Just as Lu Feng was pondering this, Niuniu approached him with a bowl of water steady in her small hands. Daddy, you've worked hard. Please drink some water. In that moment, Lu Feng felt as though his heart was melting. He believed that Niuniu was a gift from heaven, a reward for the contributions he made in his past life. My precious daughter is so thoughtful. He gently patted Niuniu's little head, accepted the bowl, and took generous sips of water before retrieving an oil paper package from his bag. Take this back to your room and enjoy it. Thank you, Daddy. Niuniu said as she obediently took the package and returned to her room. Qin Ruolan furrowed her brow. Why did you buy Niuniu more food? There is still plenty at home. Lu Feng dismissed her concern. It's just a little snack. If Niuniu enjoys it, let her have it. I've owed so much to you both. This is hardly sufficient compensation. By the way, it's not just Niuniu who has a gift. I bought you some clothes as well. Come in and see if you like them. Once inside, Lu Feng revealed the items. Upon seeing the clothes, Qin Ruolan immediately recognized their significant value. Didn't you just buy me a dress a few days ago? I can't possibly wear so many. Hurry, return it. Don't waste money. Who would ever complain about having too many clothes? Besides, buying clothes for my wife is hardly a waste. Lu Feng explained that the clothes were from a department store and were non-refundable. Now that I bought them, you might as well try them on. He handed the clothes to Qin Ruolan. In his past life, he had heard a saying that a woman's wardrobe is forever lacking one piece. No matter how many clothes they own, they always feel they have nothing to wear. Yet, His wife seemed content with just one dress, a refreshing perspective indeed. Although Qin Ruolan felt a pang of guilt, she ultimately accepted the gift after Lu Feng's encouragement and tried on the clothes. As she donned the outfit and wrapped the scarf around her neck, Lu Feng's face lit up with astonishment. "Darling, you are simply stunning. If you step outside looking like that, even an 80-year-old grandmother and a 5-year-old girl would be captivated by your beauty." Qin Ruolan felt her cheeks flush at Lu Feng's flattering words, shooting him a playful glare. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Feng chuckled. "I'm not exaggerating. Ask Niuniu." "Niuniu, is your mother beautiful?" Niuniu nodded enthusiastically, her sweet voice chiming. "Yes. Mommy is the most beautiful person in the world. I want to be as beautiful as Mommy when I grow up." Hearing their exaggerated praises made Qin Ruolan's face grow even warmer. After changing out of the clothes, she carefully stored them away, never having imagined that one day she would wear something so exquisite. Even a fortnight ago, she was deeply troubled about her and her daughter's basic sustenance. Little did she know that within just a few days, her life would undergo a remarkable transformation. Over the past days, an unsettling feeling had settled in her heart. She feared that this was merely a fleeting dream, and upon waking, everything would vanish, returning her and Niuniu to their previous hardships. "Wife, why are you changing your clothes?" Lu Feng's voice pulled Qin Ruolan back from her thoughts. "What is the point of wearing that at home? You might ruin it." Qin Ruolan replied without turning her head. "If you ruin it, just buy another one. Clothes are meant to be worn, aren't they?" Lu Feng's words made Qin Ruolan pause in her actions. She neatly placed the clothes aside and finally turned to look at Lu Feng, who was clad in tattered garments. "With that kind of money, you should buy yourself some new clothes," she remarked. Lu Feng dismissed her concern. "What do I need new clothes for as a man? As long as I have something to wear, that suffices." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan couldn't help but scrutinize him for a moment longer. The Lu Feng of old would never have uttered such words. In Xiushui town, 2 inept fellows had found scarred Chong on the streets, who was busy collecting protection fees. "Brother Chong, I've located the scoundrel who struck you," one of them reported loudly. Chong's expression darkened, and he slapped the fellow on the head, scolding angrily. "If you can't articulate properly, then shut your mouth. I was simply out of sorts that day and failed to react. If that little wretch dares to show up again, I'll make sure he doesn't recognize his own mother. Where is he? Take me to him." Scarred Chong rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. The 2 inept fellows quickly added, "Brother Chong, that guy isn't in Xiushui town. We found him in Jingyang town. However, we lost track of him." Chong's face darkened further. "You 2 worthless fools. You can't even keep an eye on a single person. It would be better to tend to 2 pigs than to keep you around. That brat has the audacity to evade me. It's no wonder I've been searching for him in vain. Go, keep a watch on Jingyang town. Don't return without bringing that scoundrel back." Chapter 31. Seeking trouble, wrongfully accused as a thief in Honghe village, Lu Feng was enjoying dinner with his wife and daughter, blissfully unaware that Jingyang town had come under scrutiny. As night fell, the village gradually grew quiet. Lu Feng relished the process of Qin Ruolan tending to his wounds. The sight of those deep, bone-exposing injuries was enough to make her wince, yet the injured Lu Feng remained silent. His stoic reaction caught Qin Ruolan's attention. Noticing her gaze, Lu Feng fixed his eyes on her and smiled. "Wife, if you wish to look, you may do so openly. Why sneak about? We are certified partners. After all, you needn't feel embarrassed." "Such nonsense." Qin Ruolan shot him a glare. Yet, her stern look had no effect on Lu Feng. He found it rather playful and charming. As the lights in Lu Feng's home dimmed, the entire village succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, a shadow stealthily slipped out of the village. The following morning, Lu Feng awoke to the crowing of the neighbor's rooster. Rising from his slumber, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Qin Ruolan and her daughter. It was only upon hearing the rooster that he suddenly remembered they did not keep any poultry at home. In this era, every household typically raised numerous fowl. Yet theirs was devoid of any. This was not due to Qin Ruolan's laziness. Rather, all the poultry had been seized by the original owner to settle gambling debts. Lu Feng contemplated it was time to procure some poultry to raise, as having them would greatly facilitate both egg and meat production. Noticing the temperature had dipped further, he insisted that Qin Ruolan don the new clothes he had purchased for her after breakfast. Unable to resist his insistence, she reluctantly put on the garment. Just as she finished dressing, a shout echoed from outside the courtyard. "Lu Feng, come out. Hurry up and get out here." Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Ruolan's expression shifted. "What is going on?" Why is someone at the door? Has Lu Feng gotten into trouble again? Despite Lu Feng's assurances of having turned over a new leaf, doubts crept into her mind, and anxiety gripped her heart. As Lu Feng heard the uproar, he furrowed his brow. Before he could ponder the situation, the shouts resumed. Lu Feng, don't think you can hide at home. If you don't come out, I'll report you to the police. At those words, Qin Ruolan's apprehension surged to its peak, draining the color from her face. Had Lu Feng truly committed a crime? She looked at him, her lips trembling as she asked, "What have you done outside?" Lu Feng was equally perplexed. "I have no idea what is happening, my dear. I'll go out and check. You and Niuniu stay here. Don't worry, it's probably a misunderstanding." With that, he strode towards the entrance. Upon opening the courtyard door, he was met with a crowd of onlookers. At the forefront stood Tang Daqiang and his wife, Zhu Zuohua, residents of the village's edge. The name Tang Daqiang was a stark contrast to his appearance. He was not tall, but rather diminutive, even shorter than his wife. The earlier shouts had emanated from the couple. As they locked eyes with Lu Feng, both Tang Daqiang and Zhu Zuohua glared at him with fierce intensity. Behind them, a number of neighbors had gathered, drawn by the ruckus. Among the crowd, Lu Feng also spotted the couple, Lu Gang and his wife. The moment his gaze swept over them, Lu Gang stiffened, feeling a familiar ache in his chest, as if he had been kicked by Lu Feng. Unease began to gnaw at him. "Ame, should we just go back?" Zhang Mei shot him a glare and retorted, "Go back? Lu Feng is finished this time. If he can't pay, he'll end up in jail. Why should you care?" With that, Zhang Mei cast a triumphant look at Lu Feng, convinced of his misdeeds. Hearing her words, Lu Gang's anxiety dissipated. "You are indeed correct. The one who has committed the crime is he, and any consequence he faces is entirely his own doing, bearing no relation to us. I am merely an observer in this spectacle. He cannot possibly attribute these matters to me." What he failed to notice was the fleeting expression of peculiarity that crossed Zhang Mei's face as he uttered these words. At that moment, Lu Feng turned his gaze towards the couple, Tang Daqiang and his wife. "Brother Tang, Sister Zhu, what are you two shouting about so early in front of my door? If you continue like this, everyone will think I, Lu Feng, have done something nefarious." Zhu Zuohua, known for her fiery temperament in Honghe village, widened her sharp eyes and pointed an accusing finger at Lu Feng. "You know full well what you have done. Hand over the belongings immediately, or I shall report you to the authorities. Stealing from your own family? You must have lost your mind." At this juncture, Tang Hong, standing behind Zhu Zuohua, stepped forward. "Lu Feng, you truly possess an audacious spirit. You squandered your family's fortune in gambling, and now you resort to petty theft? 80 yuan is no trifling sum. Are you not afraid of the consequences?" Upon Tang Hong's words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? Lu Feng has actually stolen 80 yuan from Tang Daqiang's household? If this matter reaches the police, even if he escapes severe punishment, he could face years in prison. It was apparent that Lu Feng had descended into depravity. Gambling was one thing, but now he had crossed the line into theft. 80 yuan at that. He was clearly risking everything. Since the unfortunate incident involving the elder Lu couple, Lu Feng had become a shadow of his former self, and now he was engaging in criminal activities. Amidst such commotion, Qin Ruolan could no longer remain seated. She left her daughter, Niuniu, inside and ventured outside. However, upon stepping out, she immediately heard the discussions sparked by Tang Hong's remarks. Her complexion drained of color, her legs felt weak, and she nearly collapsed. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to step outside. As Qin Ruolan appeared, the previously raucous crowd fell into a stunned silence. Dressed in new attire, she radiated a captivating elegance that astonished everyone present. They all knew of her beauty, but they had not anticipated such breathtaking allure when she adorned herself. Among the onlookers, Zhang Mei and Tang Hong wore expressions of utmost displeasure. Zhang Mei's eyes burned with a desire to rend Qin Ruolan apart. How dare this vixen wear new clothes? Yet, her expression softened slightly as a smirk of schadenfreude crept onto her face. It was evident that Lu Feng had purchased this garment with stolen money. He would surely be unable to repay it, and Zhu Zuohua would never spend such a sum on a mere piece of clothing. If Zhu Zuohua denied Lu Feng the option of settling the debt with clothing, insisting on payment, she would undoubtedly report him to the authorities. Lu Feng could then expect to find himself behind bars. And as for Qin Ruolan, she could await her fate of living as a widow. Chapter 32. The Power of Words and Intense Conflict. Tang Hong, too, felt a pang of jealousy towards Qin Ruolan. In her eyes, Qin Ruolan had merely leveraged her beguiling beauty to secure Lu Feng's affection. Now, with that new garment, The disparity between them had grown even more pronounced. How could Tang Hong possibly contain her fury? Anger surged within her, nearly causing her teeth to shatter as she longed to rush forward and strip that garment from its wearer. That wretched woman, Qin Ruolan, was utterly unworthy of donning such luxurious attire. Moreover, it was purchased with the money from her elder brother's family. Oblivious to the astonished and envious gazes of those around her, Qin Ruolan fixed her pale countenance upon Lu Feng, her voice trembling with concern. Lu Feng, what is happening? Why do they accuse you of stealing money? Have you truly engaged in any dishonorable conduct? Uncertainty gnawed at her heart. Lu Feng claimed that the items he had brought back were obtained by trading wild ginseng. Yet with the biting cold, was wild ginseng truly so readily available? Were those possessions acquired through the sale of ginseng, or through some dubious dealings? Having been fed too many lies by Lu Feng, Qin Ruolan had long lost the ability to discern truth from falsehood. Observing her precarious state, Lu Feng realized that he had caused her distress and spoke gently to reassure her. My dear wife, worry not. I, Lu Feng, stand upright and true. I have never committed the acts of which they accuse me. I have vowed to reform, and I shall not transgress again, let alone engage in crime, he assured Qin Ruolan, hoping to alleviate her anxiety through his words. After speaking, Lu Feng shifted his gaze away. The moment his eyes left her, the tenderness on his face vanished, replaced by a fierce intensity directed at Tang Daqiang and his wife, as well as Tang Hong. Tang Daqiang. While meals may be consumed indiscriminately, words must not be spoken carelessly. Even the fiery Zhu Suihua felt a twinge of trepidation under Lu Feng's piercing gaze. Yet, upon reflection, she regained her composure. After all, they were the ones from whom Lu Feng had allegedly stolen. Rolling up her sleeves, she glared at Lu Feng with renewed vigor. What? Do you dare to act yet refuse to acknowledge your deeds? Are you not a man? Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. If I did it, I would certainly admit it. But if I did not, why should I confess? If I were to concede, would that mean anyone whose possessions went missing could come to me? Is my face inscribed with easy mark? Since you claim I have stolen your money, produce your evidence. If you cannot provide proof, then it is slander, and I can report you to the authorities as well. Lu Feng's words were a bold declaration, making it clear that not only could they report him, but he could equally respond in kind. They could not intimidate him with threats of the police. He was not easily swayed. Tang Hong scoffed, pointing at Qin Ruolan. Evidence is not hard to find. The meat in your home and the clothes worn by Qin Ruolan serve as proof. Who in the village is unaware of your affairs? You, Lu Feng. Gamble away your family's possessions, so what valuable items remain? The meat in your home and the garments on Qin Ruolan are worth at least 2 substantial sums. How could you possibly afford such things? If the money was not pilfered by you, then how else could it have come about? Engaging in such underhanded activities, yet daring to flaunt it, with both pork and lamb, and even purchasing clothes for Qin Ruolan and her daughter. Do you think everyone is a fool? As for the abundance of meat in Lu Feng's household, she had certainly heard about it from Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei is indeed a cousin of Lu Feng. So how could she be unaware of the circumstances surrounding his family? Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan felt an overwhelming chill, as if the very garments she wore could not provide her warmth. All she desired was for Lu Feng to abandon his gambling and drinking, to lead a decent life. The absence of meat or clothing mattered little. If Lu Feng resorted to dishonest means to provide for them, what would become of her and her daughter? With Niuniu still so young, the thought of her being ridiculed pierced Qin Ruolan's heart with despair. If Lu Feng were to commit a crime, Niuniu would bear the burden of shame for a lifetime. This line of reasoning struck Lu Feng as utterly absurd, his cold, dark eyes fixated on Tang Hong. The meat in my home is the result of my hunting endeavors, and the clothes my wife wears were bartered for with the spoils of the hunt. If such claims are deemed evidence of theft, then can I not assert that anyone who enjoys meat or purchases goods is also guilty of thievery? Tang Daqiang, as if entertained by a jest, let out a derisive laugh. Hunting? After living in the same village for years. How is it that I have never heard of your prowess in this regard? Ask around, see if anyone has heard of it. A mere gambler claiming to be a hunter is nothing short of ludicrous. If you are to lie, at least ensure your fabrications hold some credibility. Do you take us for fools? At that moment, Zhang Mei's voice rose above the crowd. Lu Feng, you grew up alongside my brother Gongzi. How could he be unaware of your so-called hunting skills? You should consider whether your tale is believable to anyone. Upon hearing her words, the already skeptical crowd became convinced that Lu Feng was indeed fabricating stories. Lu Gang and Lu Feng were cousins. If Lu Feng possessed any hunting talent, It would be impossible for their fellow villagers to remain oblivious, especially Lu Gang. Lu Feng was nothing but a purveyor of lies. Had old Lu and his wife known, they would have departed this world in despair. They were honest folk. How could they have birthed such a scoundrel? If he were my son, I would surely break his legs. The glee on Zhang Mei's face intensified as she listened to the crowd's remarks. Tang Daqiang's voice rang out once more. You claim that the pork and mutton at your home are from your hunts, yet the mountains nearby are well trodden by the villagers. And we seldom encounter wild boars or sheep, even in fair weather. What chance is there in this frigid season? Where exactly have you hunted? He pressed Lu Feng with his inquiry. Confronted with his challenge, Lu Feng met his gaze without flinching. Are you certain that you have traversed all the nearby mountains? The villagers promptly replied, of course. We have lived in Honghe village for decades. Which mountain have we not explored? We have not seen wild boars or mountain goats. The villagers are all impoverished, and the mountains are our shared bounty. Every household seeks sustenance from them. Over the years, they had indeed explored many mountains, yet had not encountered any such game, at most finding a few wild chickens and rabbits. Then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Wait, there is still one mountain we have not visited. As this voice resonated, the crowd collectively recalled a particular location. Tang Daqiang also pondered for a moment. But he merely scoffed. You speak of Yanwang Mountain? Even if there are wild treasures to be found, it is also home to ferocious beasts. In his youth, even that sun hunter dared not venture there, let alone someone like you, who idles away their days. He could not fathom that Lu Feng would dare to approach Yanwang Mountain. The mountain had earned its ominous name precisely because of the predatory creatures that roamed its slopes. Should one encounter them, they would inevitably become prey. Thus, despite the knowledge that there might be great fortunes atop the mountain, none would dare to ascend. Fool. Just because you, Tang Daqiang, are a coward does not mean others share your timidity. Lu Feng cast a disdainful glance at him. Chapter 33, Discerning Right from Wrong. The hunter emerges. Tang Daqiang choked on his words. He indeed feared Yanwang Mountain. Yet did Lu Feng truly possess the courage to go there? What a joke. Tang Daqiang was convinced this was merely a fabrication of Lu Feng's. Are you implying that you have traversed Yanwang Mountain? Who are you trying to deceive? Do you truly have that audacity? Zhu Tsueihua, growing impatient, interjected, enough with the excuses. Pay me back my money at once, or I shall promptly seek the village chief and involve the authorities. I believe Lu Feng is not capable of such petty theft. At that moment, a voice resounded among the crowd. I too believe Lu Feng has not stolen anything. The speaker was none other than Lu Dai and his wife, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Zhang Mei frowned upon their arrival, her displeasure evident. Brother, sister-in-law, the evidence is laid bare before us. If Lu Feng had not pilfered from Sister Zhu, how could he afford such meat and clothing? Even if you wish to favor him, you cannot forsake reason. Zhang Mei's insinuation suggested that Lu Dai and his wife were there to support Lu Feng. Upon seeing his sister-in-law, Lu Dai's expression darkened, and he rebuked, Silence. Gongzi. Keep your wife in check. With that, he and his wife positioned themselves beside Lu Feng, standing united against the crowd. Lu Dai addressed Tang Daqiang and his wife, as well as Tang Hong. You persist in claiming that Lu Feng has stolen your money to purchase that meat. Let us have Lu Feng present the meat for all to see, to determine whether it was indeed bought or if he procured it from the mountains. Li Yue quickly added, Yes, if we cannot discern its origin, we shall summon Sun the Hunter. He has spent his life hunting. He would surely distinguish between wild game and domestic fowl. Tang Daqiang furrowed his brow, a flicker of panic crossing his face. However, before he could respond, Zhu Tsueihua had already nodded and spoke first. Very well, let us have Sun the Hunter take a look. Li Yue immediately went to fetch him. Zhu Tsueihua glared at Lu Feng with a menacing expression. When Sun arrives, I shall see what you have to say. Prepare to repay me. I demand every last cent of what you stole from my home. I do not want those meats or garments. Should you fail to return the money, you may find yourself behind bars. Lu Feng fixed her with a cold stare. The matter remains unresolved. It is indeed premature for Sister Zhu to draw conclusions. Zhu Tsueihua let out a cold huff. Anyone with discerning eyes knows that this deed was committed by you. What further doubts can there be? Soon, Li Yue summoned Hunter Sun to come over. Lu Feng retrieved the meat that had been frozen in the snow. Upon seeing the meat, everyone gasped in astonishment. Their eyes fixated on those few pieces, unable to look away. It is no wonder that the aroma of Lu Feng's stewed meat was so enticing, with so much meat. How could it not be? Imagining the savory scent, the onlookers nearly drooled. Zhu Tsueihua stared at the meat, her anger boiling over. She was typically frugal, reluctant even to indulge in meat. Yet, all the meat she had saved up had ended up in the belly of that scoundrel Lu Feng. That rascal had stolen her money to buy such a bounty. How he relished his indulgence. She seethed with resentment, eager to deal with this scoundrel to alleviate her heartache. "Uncle's son, please examine this meat and see if it is poultry." Hunter's son was taken aback by the sheer quantity of meat. In this era, which household could present such a large amount at once? Especially from the notoriously reckless Lu Feng's home. However, he refrained from asking further questions. He approached the meat, inspecting each piece closely and then bringing them to his nose for a sniff. Once he set down the final piece, Zhu Zihua immediately inquired, "Uncle's son, what is your verdict? Is this all poultry?" Hunter's son shook his head. "This is not poultry. All of this meat is wild game." His words elicited expressions of surprise from the crowd, as this outcome was indeed unexpected. The most shocked of all was Zhu Zihua, her eyes wide with fury. "Wild game? How could that be? This meat was clearly purchased with the money he stole from my family. It could not possibly be wild game." Her words blatantly questioned Hunter's son, who looked at her with displeasure. "Are you suggesting that I am mistaken? I, old son, have hunted my entire life. If I cannot distinguish between a few pieces of meat, then my efforts have been in vain." Tang Hong was equally astonished by the result. How could that meat possibly be wild game? "Sisterly, have you conspired with Uncle's son on the way here? Those pieces of meat were bought with the money Lu Feng stole from my sister. How could they be wild game? Did you perhaps offer Uncle's son some benefit to sway him into speaking for you?" Tang Hong directed her accusation towards Li Wei. Hunter's son's expression darkened. His face filled with anger. "What nonsense are you spouting, woman? I, old son, have lived my life with integrity. Today, I find myself slandered. No matter who you call the witness, this meat is indeed wild game." Having hunted for a lifetime, he was usually composed, but now, in his fury, a menacing aura emanated from him. Under Hunter's son's intense gaze, Tang Hong felt a chill run down her spine, retreating 2 steps to hide behind Tang Daqiang. At that moment, the villagers began to voice their opinions. Old son is a man of great integrity. He would never engage in collusion. Indeed, old son is a figure of trust. If we cannot place our faith in him, then it would be difficult to find others worthy of our confidence in the entire Honghe village. We may struggle to discern whether the meat is truly wild, but old son will certainly know. If he asserts that the meat is wild, then it must be so. Old son would never deceive us. His character is commendable, and he enjoys a fine reputation in the village, which is why everyone chooses to believe in him. Lu Feng cast a cold glance at Tang Daqiang and his wife. "Uncle's son has already confirmed that this meat is indeed wild. Do you have any words to counter that?" Li Wei, hands on her hips and wearing an unfriendly expression, interjected. "Tang Daqiang, Zhu Zihua, do you dare to speak now? Do you truly believe the Lu family can be so easily slandered?" Tang Daqiang, called out, replied, "There is no way this meat could be wild. In such weather, how could one possibly hunt wild boars or mountain goats? Uncle's son, you have been hunting for generations and possess the most extensive experience in our village. Tell us, in this frigid weather, is it feasible to hunt such creatures?" Son the hunter furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression etched on his weathered face. "It is true that there are no wild boars or mountain goats in the nearby mountains, and hunting in this weather is indeed more challenging. However, this meat is undeniably wild." Chapter 34. Escaping the Tiger's Den. Proving innocence, Tang Daqiang selectively heard only the first part of Son the hunter's statement. "Did you hear that, fellow villagers? Uncle's son has declared that there are no wild boars or mountain goats in the surrounding mountains." Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. "While it is accurate that there are none nearby, there are indeed some on Yama Mountain." Tang Daqiang did not believe a single word of Lu Feng's assertion. "You claim to have hunted those creatures on Yama Mountain? What proof do you have? Do you think you dare to tread upon Yama Mountain? What a joke." He sneered, fixating his gaze on Lu Feng, waiting for him to present evidence. The villagers also doubted Lu Feng's courage to venture onto Yama Mountain. No one from the nearby villages dared to enter. How could Lu Feng possibly possess such audacity? For decades, no one had dared to set foot on Yama Mountain, and no one knew its true nature or the perils that lay within. Encountering wild beasts could cost one their life. Lu Feng is truly audacious to claim he has gone to Yama Mountain. I even question whether he knows how to find it. He may know where to find places to drink or gamble, but does he truly know the location of Yama Mountain? Upon hearing this, Son the hunter also frowned. How could this young man dare to fabricate such a lie? Even his own visits to Yama Mountain have been few and far between, let alone for this youth. Reflecting on the rumors surrounding Lu Feng in the village, he found it unsurprising. With Lu Feng's reckless nature, lying seems to be second nature to him. Just then, Lu Feng's voice rang out. Need proof? With that, he unfastened his shirt, revealing a muscular chest. The women in the crowd gasped in admiration at Lu Feng's physique, secretly thinking that despite his reckless demeanor, he possessed a commendable appearance and figure, which made even the elder women blush. Several young sisters-in-law were visibly excited, pondering how formidable such a robust physique must be on the Kong. Could Qin Ruolan's diminutive frame withstand it? Their gazes toward Qin Ruolan were tinged with a hint of envy. However, their curiosity was soon piqued by the long, deep wounds on Lu Feng's shoulder. Even from a distance, those scars appeared rather chilling. Standing beside Lu Feng, Lu Dai and his wife had a clear view of the injuries and were taken aback at the sight of the bone-deep gash on Lu Feng's shoulder. Before they could inquire about the matter, Tang Daqiang's voice rang out. Lu Feng, surely the evidence you speak of isn't merely these wounds on your body? What can a few scars possibly prove? He sneered. Lu Feng chose to ignore him and turned his attention to Uncle Sun, the hunter. Uncle Sun, having spent so many years as a hunter, you must be well acquainted with the marks of animals, correct? Uncle Sun nodded, fully aware of the significance of tracking claw marks to ascertain the presence of ferocious beasts in the mountains. Then I would appreciate it if you could examine what kind of claw marks these are, Lu Feng requested. Intrigued by the wounds on Lu Feng, Uncle Sun stepped closer to scrutinize the injuries on his shoulder. To assist, Lu Feng bent slightly, drawing Uncle Sun's attention anew. The onlookers, perplexed by Lu Feng's antics, fixated on the interaction between him and Uncle Sunday. When Lu Feng revealed his wounds, the seasoned hunter immediately discerned that the injuries had been inflicted by a large animal. As he inspected the wounds closely, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Feng. Did you encounter a tiger? These wounds were caused by a tiger's claws. And not just any tiger, but a massive adult one. His tone was unequivocal. In these deep mountains, tigers roamed. And as hunters, they had to be vigilant, observing the terrain for signs of such predators. Hence, Uncle Sun was intimately familiar with tiger claw marks and recognized them instantly. His confirmation left no room for doubt. These marks unequivocally belonged to a tiger. Tigers are the sovereigns of the mountains. And encountering one in the wild typically offers little hope for survival, especially during the frigid winter months when food is scarce. If spotted by a tiger, death would be inevitable. Yet, this young man before them had returned alive. Moreover, he had returned in one piece. This was nothing short of miraculous. Even if one were to face a tiger, the odds of survival are slim. The disparity in strength between man and tiger is insurmountable. Uncle Sun's gaze towards Lu Feng was filled with astonishment and inquiry. His words struck the villagers like a thunderclap, igniting a ripple of astonishment among them. What? Uncle Sun claims that the wounds on Lu Feng are from a tiger's claws? Not only did Lu Feng encounter a tiger, but he also survived its clutches? He bore the marks of a tiger's paw, which undoubtedly indicated that he had encountered a tiger. However, such fierce beasts are not found on the nearby mountains, save for the treacherous Yinhuang Mountain. Could it be that Lu Feng's earlier claims were indeed true? Had he truly ventured into Yinhuang Mountain? Were those wild boars and mountain goats genuinely hunted down by him from the heights? To survive an encounter with a tiger is almost inconceivable. When did Lu Feng acquire such extraordinary prowess? The glances directed at him shifted perceptibly. Was it conceivable that Lu Feng, who had previously achieved nothing of note, could accomplish such feats? Lu Feng nodded, thereby affirming the words of Hunter Sunday. Yes, my injuries were indeed inflicted by a tiger. I barely escaped with my life from its jaws. Those game were also hunted by me from Yinhuang Mountain. With Lu Feng's declaration, astonishment rippled through the crowd. They were taken aback to discover that he had truly ventured into Yinhuang Mountain. His audacity was remarkable. It was sheer luck. Decades prior, several villagers had also encountered tigers in the mountains, only to meet their demise, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, for years, no one dared approach Yinhuang Mountain. Yet he had the courage to enter. The very thought of encountering a tiger is terrifying, let alone the reality of such an encounter. Lu Feng was truly fortunate. They all began to believe that Lu Feng had indeed entered Yinhuang Mountain, as no tigers had been reported in the surrounding hills. Such formidable creatures could only be found on Yinhuang Mountain. Qin Ruolan was also drawn back to her thoughts, her eyes widening as she gazed at Lu Feng in disbelief. Earlier, upon seeing his injuries, she had suspected they were caused by a wild beast. She had assumed that Lu Feng was accidentally injured while hunting. Never did she imagine that his wounds were the result of a tiger's attack. Although she had never seen a tiger, she was well aware of their formidable strength. Once fixated upon a target, the description of a narrow escape is far from an exaggeration. She could vividly envision the perilous nature of Lu Feng's encounter with the tiger. Remarkably, upon his return that day, he had mentioned nothing of the ordeal. When she finally noticed his wounds, he had merely glossed over the incident. Was Lu Feng concerned about frightening her? She could not ascertain. Even more unsettling was the realization that he had faced such a horrifying experience. Not only had Lu Feng risked his life to escape the tiger's jaws, but he had also endured injuries to bring them wild mountain goats. Claiming he wished to nourish their health. Could Lu Feng truly be the kind of person they described, engaging in petty thievery? If he were genuinely involved in such misdeeds, how could he dare to take the risk of hunting in Yinhuang Mountain? Being a native of this village, he surely understood the dangers of Yinhuang Mountain all too well. The astonishment within Qin Ruolan was ineffable. Only now did she grasp that she had nearly lost Lu Feng forever. The thought sent a chill down her spine, and she was engulfed in a wave of trepidation. Chapter 35, The Peril of Betrayal, a sudden revelation with a swift motion. Lu Dai and his wife were equally startled. They had never anticipated that Lu Feng would brave such perilous risks to enhance the lives of Qin Ruolan and her daughter, especially by entering Yinhuang Mountain and confronting a tiger. The couple had never imagined how the meat from the Lu family had come to be. Lu Dai furrowed his brow, fixating on Lu Feng, his lips moving as if to utter something, yet ultimately, he remained silent. Not only they, but even Tang Daqiang and his wife, along with Tang Hong, were taken aback. No one anticipated that Lu Feng had truly ventured into Yinhuang Mountain. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Zhu Zuohua's expression darkened, and doubt crept into her mind. Could it be that their money was not stolen by Lu Feng after all? Previously, upon discovering the missing money, they immediately searched their home. It was Zhang Mei, passing by, who overheard the commotion, learned of the events unfolding in their household, and informed them of the sudden wealth of the Lu family, leading them to suspect Lu Feng. After all, Lu Feng was hardly a paragon of virtue. He had engaged in all manner of nefarious deeds, so it was not surprising that he might resort to theft. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of meat in his home and the fact that Qin Ruolan could afford new clothes? Thus, they had firmly concluded that Lu Feng had stolen their money. Who would have known that there was such a twist to the tale? Amidst the crowd, Zhang Mei clenched her fists, feeling a surge of indignation. Wasn't he that meat purchased with stolen money from Lu Feng? How could it possibly be acquired through hunting? When had Lu Feng, the gambler, ever possessed such prowess? At that moment, Lu Feng donned his clothing, his expression fierce as he glared at Tang Daqiang and the others. It has now been confirmed that the game I hunted down came from Yinhuang Mountain, and the clothes my wife wears were exchanged for wild produce. Tang Daqiang, your evidence is insufficient. Do you have anything further to say? Li Wei, too, cast a scornful glance at Tang Daqiang and his companions. There was no shortage of game on Yinhuang Mountain. It was not surprising that Lu Feng could hunt wild boars and goats there. If Lu Feng had indeed stolen your money, why would he risk his life to hunt in the mountains? How dare you slander him? Do you think our Lu family lacks defenders? I, Li Wei, am still very much alive. As she spoke, Li Wei rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them. Though she was known for her generosity, she also possessed a fiery temper and was no stranger to quarrels. She was not intimidated by Zhu Zuohua. The crowd, hearing her words, nodded in agreement. As Li Wei pointed out, if Lu Feng truly had stolen the money, why would he jeopardize himself by hunting in such a perilous location? Furthermore, if he had indeed committed theft, would he act so brazenly? This was tantamount to announcing his guilt to the world. It appeared evident that Lu Feng had not engaged in any underhanded schemes. At that moment, an idea struck Li Wei, and her eyes widened as she glared at Tang Daqiang and his wife. Are you envious of the Lu family's meat? Concocting lies to extort money from Lu Feng? How shameless can you be? You must be driven mad by your desire for meat. Dai, go fetch the village chief. I shall summon him to adjudicate this matter. There is no justice in this world. Li Wei adopted a resolute stance, determined to see this through. The villagers looked upon Tang Daqiang and his wife with disdain, their expressions reflecting their contempt. If matters truly unfold as such, then Tang Daqiang and his wife were utterly shameless, fabricating such a deceitful tale merely to extort a piece of meat from Lu Feng's family. Zhu Zuohua, already seething with rage over her lost money, felt the scornful gazes of her fellow villagers igniting the flames of her indignation. Who dares to accuse me? I, Zhu Zuihua, am not so brazen. It is a fact that I have lost 80 yuan. If it wasn't Lu Feng who stole it, then who could it be? Very well. Let us summon the village chief. If the chief cannot uncover the truth, I shall report it to the authorities. I am eager to discover which wretched scoundrel has pilfered my hard-earned money. That 80 yuan represents years of savings, the entirety of our family's wealth. If someone has stolen from me, I shall ensure they are found. Hearing Zhu Zuihua's words, a flicker of panic crossed Tang Daqiang's face, and he hastily replied, Zuihua, let us not involve the police. It would be shameful if this got out. We can search at our own pace. I am certain we will find it. Shameful? I shall not be the one to bear the shame. Once I catch that thief, I will certainly demand to know how their mother raised such a scoundrel. Zhu Zuihua was beyond reason. The thought of her family's entire savings being stolen nearly drove her to madness. She wished nothing more than for the miscreant who took her money to suffer dire consequences. Tang Daqiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him in response to her fervor. Lu Feng, having once served in a special forces unit, possessed a keen insight that was not to be underestimated. While others failed to notice Tang Daqiang's unease, Lu Feng could see the subtle shifts in his demeanor. Narrowing his eyes, he turned his gaze toward Zhu Zuihua. Sister Zhu, have you considered asking your husband where your money is gone? Zhu Zuihua furrowed her brow at his insinuation. What do you mean by that? Lu Feng's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of mockery. As the ancient adage goes, a thief within the home is the hardest to guard against. Your possessions have gone missing, yet you hastily accuse others. Why not suspect those who dwell under your own roof? Zhu Zuihua's eyes widened in disbelief at Lu Feng's words. How could it possibly be Daqiang? Has he lost his mind to take away so much money? Upon hearing Lu Feng's statement, Tang Daqiang's pupils constricted. His body tensed as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Feng, his emotions spiraling into an outburst. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I have taken it? Clearly, someone has stolen from my household. Tang Daqiang's reaction, evident to Lu Feng, was a manifestation of guilt. If it were not you, why the fervor? Are you feeling guilty? The villagers, observing the exchange, began to perceive Tang Daqiang's overreaction with skepticism. Ah, Tang Daqiang, how audacious of you to accuse others while being the thief yourself. Li Wei charged at him. Tang Daqiang swallowed hard and quickly retorted, It was not I who committed this act. Why should I feel guilty? I am being wrongfully accused. Is my reaction not justified? If you were falsely accused, would your reaction be any less intense? As he spoke, beads of sweat formed uncontrollably on his brow. Upon hearing this, the villagers recalled the earlier incident where Lu Feng had been falsely accused and noted that his reaction had indeed been measured. Consequently, they found Tang Daqiang's response even more suspect. Lu Feng fixed his gaze on Tang Daqiang and spoke coldly, 2 nights ago, in the dead of night. As I was about to close the courtyard gate to retire for the night, I saw a shadow flit past our door. The darkness obscured the person's face. Yet their silhouette bore a striking resemblance to yours, Tang Daqiang. That person was you, wasn't it? Chapter 36, Wrath and Discontent. A marital rift before Tang Daqiang could utter a denial. Zhu Zuihua furrowed her brow and interjected, What does this prove? Over the past few days, Daqiang has indeed been going out every night, but he ascends the mountain to see if he can find anything of value. This year's harvest has been poor. What is so unusual about searching for items on the mountain at night? Many villagers do the same. Lu Feng nodded, acknowledging the point. Yet, he inquired, What did he bring back with him? Before Zhu Zuihua could respond, Tang Daqiang spoke up first. In this frigid weather, there is hardly anything to be found on the mountain. His words had barely left his lips when a villager voiced their dissent. That is not right. I went up the mountain the night before last. Although the weather has been poor, it's still possible to find something. Just the other night, I caught a wild chicken and a hare. Their sizes may be small, but I certainly didn't return empty-handed. Indeed, I went up last night too and didn't come back empty-handed. Another added, How is it that you couldn't find anything? Yes, I also went to the mountain and caught a wild chicken, chimed in yet another villager. Doubts began to swirl among the crowd regarding Tang Daqiang's claims. Even Zhu Zuihua frowned, sensing something amiss. Why did everyone else return with something? Yet Tang Daqiang alone found nothing. It was one night, perhaps, but to go several consecutive nights without a find was simply abnormal. Just then, another voice emerged from the crowd. Oh, by the way, as I was descending the mountain last night, I too saw a shadow. Now that I think about it, that figure was about the same height as Tang Daqiang. However, They were not heading up the mountain, but rather towards the village entrance, as if intending to leave the village. Upon hearing this, Tang Daqiang grew anxious. Yes, I was leaving the village. I noticed that many villagers were heading to the nearby mountains, since there is nothing worthwhile on those mountains anymore. I thought to venture outside the village and explore the other mountains. Is there a problem with that? Who says one can only explore the mountains within the village? He never anticipated that someone would spot him at such a late hour. How unfortunate for him. Lu Feng, staring intently at him, asked, "Did you harvest any game from the mountains outside the village?" Under Lu Feng's penetrating gaze, Tang Daqiang felt as though his every secret was laid bare. He suppressed the unease within. After all, how could that gambler Lu Feng possess such insight? Gathering his composure, he feigned calmness and replied, "The mountain I visited is frequently traversed by others. There was nothing to be found." With this statement, the villagers' suspicions regarding Tang Daqiang intensified. How could it be that everyone else managed to catch game while he did not? If one were to search for a night and find nothing, one might attribute it to mere misfortune. However, if several nights pass without a trace, it becomes utterly implausible. Even Tang Hong began to sense something amiss with her elder brother. Tang Daqiang, in a state of panic, bellowed, "So what if I am simply unlucky?" At that moment, Lu Feng rendered a decisive conclusion regarding Tang Daqiang's situation. "You haven't merely gone up the mountain these past few days. You've left the village entirely. How could you possibly catch any game if you never ascended the mountain? Moreover, the money in your household wasn't stolen by anyone else. It was taken by you." Upon uttering this, Lu Feng turned his gaze toward Zhu Zuohua, who had started to harbor doubts about Tang Daqiang. "Think carefully, Sister Zhu, about where your money is kept. Who else knows but you?" Seeing that the villagers were beginning to question him, Tang Daqiang grew furious, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Feng and cursing vehemently. "You damned gambler, shut your mouth. Who do you think you are to say such things?" In a fit of rage, Tang Daqiang lunged at Lu Feng, throwing a punch. The villagers were startled by this sudden aggression, gasping in shock. Lu Feng seized his fist with one hand, narrowing his eyes as he glared at him, coldly stating, "Ah, has your faade been shattered, and you find yourself enraged? You wish to fight me? Are you certain?" Tang Daqiang felt as though his bones were about to be crushed. He attempted to retract his fist, yet despite exerting all his strength, he could not break free from Lu Feng's grip. It dawned on him that this gambler was not as feeble as he had presumed. Lu Feng released Tang Daqiang, who stumbled backwards several paces before regaining his footing. However, just as he steadied himself, Zhu Zuohua charged at him. "Tang Daqiang, you wretched man, where have you taken the family's money? Are you insane? That was our entire savings, and you dared to touch it." In a fit of fury, Zhu Zuohua grappled with Tang Daqiang. This morning, upon discovering the money was missing, she had panicked, focusing solely on finding it and overlooking numerous inconsistencies. Lu Feng's words had awakened her. She had hidden the money in several discreet locations, and there had been no signs of intrusion within the household during this time. If a thief had indeed entered, the house would have been left in disarray, not in its current undisturbed state. Furthermore, how could a thief know precisely where she had concealed her money? Thus, there was only one possibility. The money had been taken by someone in the household. The only individuals aware of the hiding spots were she and Tang Daqiang. It could only be him. With this realization, her confrontation with Tang Daqiang intensified. Those were her savings accumulated over several years. How could he have taken all of it? Though Tang Daqiang was not as physically imposing as Zhu Zuohua, it wasn't long before he bore several stinging slaps across his face, with fresh blood beginning to trickle down. As he dodged and recoiled, he cried out, "Stop! Zuohua, please stop. I didn't take that money." Tang Daqiang would never admit to stealing the money. To do so would surely incite Zhu Zuohua to end him. He silently cursed his own misfortune. This morning, upon returning home, Zhu Zuohua discovered that money was missing, and passerby Zhang Mei informed them of the incident involving Lu Feng. His wife suspected Lu Feng, and he secretly felt relieved. Lu Feng's reputation in the village was already tarnished beyond repair. Who in the village was unaware of the disgraceful deeds he had committed? They unjustly attributed the theft of the money to Lu Feng, and even if he protested, who would believe a man with such a notorious reputation? Thus, he opportunistically cast the blame upon Lu Feng. When the time came, Lu Feng would find himself powerless, left only to compensate them with his own money. Surely, Lu Feng must have come into a fortune, indulging in meat and purchasing new clothes. Once he paid them back, the matter of his gambling would be buried. Little did he know that those possessions were actually acquired by Lu Feng through hunting. Chapter 37, The Thief Crying Thief. Offering apologies at this juncture, the villagers understood everything. Tang Daqiang had stolen his own money and orchestrated a farce of accusing Lu Feng. Li Wei looked at Tang Daqiang with utter disdain. Indeed, Tang Daqiang was despicable, having pilfered from his own household and being caught by Zhu Cuihua. He went so far as to blame Lu Feng. Fortunately, those items were obtained by Lu Feng himself from the mountains. Otherwise, Tang Daqiang's scheme might have succeeded. He had calculated that Lu Feng's poor reputation would lead everyone to doubt his words, leaving Lu Feng to bear the brunt of the injustice. The crowd felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this. Li Wei was absolutely correct. They had initially believed Tang Daqiang's claims, thinking Lu Feng had stolen from him. After all, Lu Feng's reputation was abysmal. What misdeeds had he not committed over the years? Not only the villagers, but even the dogs of Honghe village would shake their heads in disbelief. They never anticipated that this entire affair was a self-scripted drama by Tang Daqiang. How ridiculous that Tang Daqiang would cry thief while being one himself. His audacity was astounding. Having stolen money, he attempted to frame Lu Feng. Indeed, his scheme was cunning, as he must have noticed Lu Feng's recent improvement in circumstances and sought to extort him. Once Lu Feng succumbed to this injustice and compensated them, Tang Daqiang's theft would be forgotten. Truly shameless. He presumed that they would not believe Lu Feng's words, which is why he devised such a plan. Yet, he failed to realize that Lu Feng's possessions were all wild game. If Cuihua were to confront him, he would truly deserve it. The villagers were astonished by Tang Daqiang's shamelessness. Hearing this, Lu Feng sighed inwardly, recognizing that prejudices in people's hearts are indeed formidable. Fortunately, the items at home were procured through his hunting. Otherwise, navigating this situation would have been quite troublesome for him. After all, his past reputation was indeed poor, making it unlikely that anyone would trust his words. Lu Feng glanced at the bickering couple, Tang Daqiang and his wife. Enough. My doorstep is not a battleground for you two. Take your quarrel elsewhere. Lu Feng's reprimand instantly halted their scuffle. Tang Daqiang's face was already marred with handprints, and there were traces of blood. Meanwhile, Zhu Cuihua was in no better condition. Her hair was disheveled like a bird's nest, and one of her eyes was swollen. Pointing at Tang Daqiang, Zhu Cuihua gritted her teeth and proclaimed, Tang Daqiang, this isn't over between us. Come back with me. With that, she seized his clothing, intending to drag him away. Tang Hong, seeking to slip away unnoticed, felt embarrassed by the entire incident, having never anticipated that the money was stolen by her elder brother. Wait. At that moment, Lu Feng's voice rang out once more. The three halted in their tracks. Lu Feng squinted at Tang Daqiang and the others. You have defamed me. And now you think you can simply leave? Tang Hong clenched her teeth and met Lu Feng's gaze. What do you intend to do? Lu Feng sneered. Just moments ago, you accused me of stealing the money and threatened to report me to the authorities. Do you think I, Lu Feng, can be falsely accused at your whim? Should I not also report you for defamation? The people here can testify on my behalf. Although the charge was not severe, it would still be possible to have them detained for a few days. Zhu Cuihua and Tang Hong's expressions changed, revealing their fear. The villagers were simple farmers, accustomed to hard labor, and even those without criminal records held a certain dread of the police, let alone in a situation where they had indeed committed a crime. No matter how brazen Zhu Cuihua might be, she too was afraid of the authorities, and Lu Feng's words had genuinely intimidated them. They could not afford to be imprisoned. For in the village, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Even a few days in jail would echo throughout the neighboring villages, shattering their reputations and leaving them unable to hold their heads high. Their families would inevitably be implicated as well. Zhu Cuihua hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry. Lu Feng, we have wronged you. I was deceived by that wretched Tang Daqiang. I promise I won't dare do this again. You have a generous heart. Please don't hold this against us. In that moment, Zhu Cuihua's earlier defiance had vanished. Seeing her sincere apology, Lu Feng decided to let her off the hook and turned his attention to Tang Hong. Though reluctant, Tang Hong dared not oppose Lu Feng. I apologize. I didn't foresee things unfolding this way, and I won't accuse you again. Lu Feng, unwilling to waste any more time on them, coldly commanded. Leave my sight at once. Zhu Cuihua, relieved that Lu Feng did not intend to pursue the matter further, yanked Tang Daqiang's clothing and angrily dragged him away. Tang Hong followed, eager to escape the humiliating scene. With matters clarified, the villagers returned to their homes. As the aunts and younger sisters-in-law departed, they cast envious glances at the expensive clothing adorning Qin Ruolan. Such costly garments seemed unattainable for them in their lifetimes. Who could claim that Lu Feng did not cherish his wife? How could he possibly buy her such luxurious attire if he did not? The young sisters-in-law gazed at the ethereal beauty of Qin Ruolan, their hearts stirred with desire. However, they soon dispelled this notion. Their men would never dare to venture into the ominous Yama Mountain, and even if they possessed the wealth, it would be impossible for them to afford such extravagant garments. Zhang Mei and her husband followed the crowd in departure, her teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. Once again, Lu Feng had managed to escape. She had believed that this time would be his downfall, certain that he could not repay Zhucue Hua, thereby facing imprisonment. To her dismay, she discovered that the money had been pilfered by Tang Daqiang himself, prompting her to spit in contempt at his name. Reflecting on the unscrupulous Lu Dai and his spouse, she irritably remarked to her husband, "Isn't Lu Feng your brother's biological sibling? How could they assist him so readily? Had it not been for them, this situation might not have turned out so differently." Nonetheless, contemplating Lu Feng's fierce determination sent a shiver down her spine. She privately rejoiced that he remained unaware of her role in instigating this predicament. The consequences of his discovery would be dire. After today's events, it became apparent to all that Yama Mountain harbored valuable treasures. Yet, they were equally aware of the lurking dangers, dissuading them from venturing forth. They could not afford to gamble with their lives for the sake of hunting, unlike Lu Feng. They did not possess the fortune to return unscathed from the jaws of a ferocious tiger. Should they encounter one, they would inevitably become its next meal. Chapter 38. A change of impression. Once the villagers had departed, Sun the hunter intended to leave as well. "Uncle Sun, please wait a moment," Lu Feng called out, returning to the house to gather some milk candies and a few provisions before stepping back outside. "Uncle Sun, I apologize for the trouble today. Please take these back with you." He placed the oiled paper bag into Sun the hunter's hands and even offered him a piece of meat. Seeing this, Sun the hunter quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, I cannot accept this, given that those people already claim I colluded with you. Accepting these gifts would only solidify that accusation. Lu Feng pondered this and conceded that Sun the hunter had a valid point, thus he ceased his insistence. "Take these tidbits anyway. Bring them home for your grandson to enjoy. They won't make much of an impact." Sun the hunter, being a straightforward man, accepted without further protest. His little one was at the age of insatiable curiosity, and there was little of worth in the village. These treats would surely delight him. "Very well, I shall accept them." As Sun the hunter left Lu Feng's home, he reflected on Lu Feng's earlier actions, realizing that he did not fit the unfavorable reputation he had heard. Not only did Lu Feng dare to enter Yama Mountain, but he also escaped from the jaws of a tiger, showcasing both courage and cunning. It was not common for one to survive such encounters, at least. None he knew of had returned alive after facing a tiger. He began to regard this young man with newfound respect. Throughout the entire Honghe village, he could scarcely find another possessing such valor and intellect. When everyone had departed, Lu Dai finally confronted Lu Feng with a stern expression. "Have you lost your mind? Daring to enter Yama Mountain? Are you weary of your life, cousin?" Lu Feng understood that Lu Dai was concerned for him. Yet he dared not disclose to Lu Dai that he had ventured into the mountains once more. "You sustained such grave injuries, and yet you say nothing? Come, I shall escort you to town to seek a doctor." Lu Dai grasped Lu Feng, determined to go to town. Lu Feng quickly replied, "Cousin, there is no need to go to town. This injury may appear alarming, but it is merely superficial. There is no cause for concern. Ruolan has applied Yunnan Baiyao for me, and with a few days of rest, I shall be well." Upon hearing this, Lu Dai relented. He offered Lu Feng a few words of caution before departing. "Wife, it is chilly outside. Let us return indoors." Lu Feng took Qin Ruolan back into the house. As she watched Lu Feng walk ahead, thoughts of his harrowing encounter with a tiger in the mountains filled her with guilt. When Tang Daqiang and his wife arrived, she had harbored suspicions that Lu Feng had caused trouble. Lu Feng had risked his life to hunt in the mountains to nourish her and their daughter, and he had even purchased warm new clothes for them. How could she have doubted him? Previously, she had been puzzled as to why the villagers frequently ventured into the mountains without discovering wild ginseng, while only Lu Feng had succeeded. Now, having learned of Lu Feng's expedition to Yama Mountain, she finally understood. The nearby mountains had been thoroughly searched by the villagers. There could be no treasures left to find. Only places like Yama Mountain, which no one dared to approach, held such rare items, explaining why she had never heard of wild ginseng in the area. As Lu Feng led Qin Ruolan back inside, he noticed her gaze fixed intently upon him. Raising an eyebrow, he teased, "What is it? Do you not recognize your husband?" Upon seeing the smile on Lu Feng's face, Qin Ruolan felt a pang of discomfort. Just moments ago, she had doubted him regarding the money from Tang Daqiang's family, yet Lu Feng bore no ill will towards her, amplifying her sense of guilt. Lu Feng, I apologize for not believing you, she confessed. Lu Feng, unfazed, replied, Oh, I thought it was something serious. It matters not. I have been foolish in the past, eroding your trust. It is only natural for you to question me. I shall strive to earn your faith once more. Qin Ruolan was deeply moved by Lu Feng's words. The door to her heart, once tightly sealed by despair, began to open slightly for him. Enough now, my dear. Do not wear a forlorn expression. Smile for me. Lu Feng gently ruffled Qin Ruolan's hair. This habitual gesture caught both of them off guard. He had not anticipated that a small action cultivated before Niuniu would find its way to Qin Ruolan. Qin Ruolan was taken aback by this intimate gesture. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her heart raced. She could not comprehend why Lu Feng's actions now made her heart flutter, a sensation she had never experienced before. The sight of Qin Ruolan, akin to a blooming peach blossom, quickened Lu Feng's pulse as well. He could even catch a hint of her fragrance, leaving him parched. Noticing Lu Feng's silence, Qin Ruolan curiously lifted her gaze to him. However, when she lifted her gaze, she met Lu Feng's intense stare, causing her heart to race like thunder. Qin Ruolan's exquisitely beautiful face drew Lu Feng closer. As he approached, she nervously clutched the hem of her garment. Lu Feng's large hand rested on her waist, and even through the thick fabric, Qin Ruolan could feel the warmth radiating from his palm. In the next moment, Lu Feng's dry lips pressed against hers. After a brief pause, he tightened his grip around her waist and began to deepen the kiss, their hearts beating heavily and rapidly in unison. Qin Ruolan's mind went blank. She could only surrender to Lu Feng's advances. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Finally, he could kiss the one he cherished. How could he not be exhilarated? Father, mother, where are you? After what felt like an eternity, the voice of Niuniu broke through, jolting Qin Ruolan back to reality. She gently pushed Lu Feng away. Niuniu is here. Let go. Reluctantly, Lu Feng released her. Qin Ruolan gasped for breath, too shy to meet Lu Feng's gaze. His spirits lifted. Lu Feng rested his head on her shoulder and teased with a smile. Does my dear wife mean that as long as Niuniu isn't around, it's fine? Before Qin Ruolan could respond, Niuniu dashed into the room. Daddy, Mommy, why aren't you paying attention to me? The instant Niuniu entered, Lu Feng let go of Qin Ruolan. Niuniu's large eyes darted between Lu Feng and Qin Ruolan. Is Mommy sick? Why is her face so red? Under Niuniu's concerned gaze, Qin Ruolan's cheeks flushed even more. Mommy isn't sick. Mommy is just too warm. Niuniu nodded as she gazed at Qin Ruolan's new clothes. The new clothes are so warm. My new clothes are warm too. When I wear them, I feel no cold. A look of satisfaction spread across her little face. Lu Feng felt a surge of tenderness in his heart as he ruffled Niuniu's hair, saying, Good girl. Daddy will work hard to earn money to buy you many new clothes. Niuniu's excited face blossomed with two rosy hues. Daddy is so wonderful. Daddy is the best daddy in the world. Observing the pair before him, Lu Feng felt invigorated. Chapter 39. Fear of the strong and jealousy deepens. Once Niuniu went out to play, Lu Feng noticed Qin Ruolan regarding him with a peculiar expression. He looked at her, puzzled. Wife, what's the matter? Are you still not satisfied? If so, I'm more than willing to continue. With a raised eyebrow, he leaned in closer. Qin Ruolan raised a hand to stop him, her face adorned with a look of reproach. You just touched Niuniu's head like that. Are you treating me like a child? Upon seeing her expression, Lu Feng burst into laughter. In that moment, Qin Ruolan appeared somewhat childlike to him, and this vivaciousness made her seem so much more alive than before. He relished this side of her. As for her words, he saw no harm in treating Qin Ruolan as a child. After all, she was only in her 20s. Was she not still a child in many respects? At such a tender age, she married the original body and took on the responsibilities of managing the household, only to find the original body utterly irresponsible. His heart truly ached for Qin Ruolan. In my eyes, you're merely a child. Lu Feng gently tousled Qin Ruolan's hair. Upon seeing the concern in Lu Feng's eyes, Qin Ruolan was momentarily taken aback. Was he genuinely worried about her? For a fleeting moment, she thought she was imagining things. She had never perceived such tenderness in Lu Feng's gaze. Even when she and her daughter found themselves in dire straits, his eyes had never reflected such emotion. The mere glance from Lu Feng brought a sting to the tip of Qin Ruolan's nose. Today, Lu Feng had originally planned to venture into the mountains. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he decided to rest at home for the day. In the afternoon, he took a hoe and brought Qin Ruolan and her daughter to the fields. This time, it was not Qin Ruolan who toiled in the fields, it was Lu Feng. The events of the morning had left Tang Hong feeling utterly humiliated. Thus, even when Lu Feng's family arrived at the fields, she paid them no heed. On the other side, Zhang Mei was taken aback by Lu Feng's actions. Previously, it had always been Qin Ruolan working the fields. Why had it changed to Lu Feng today? Yet, what shocked her even more was that Qin Ruolan sat on the embankment with that good-for-nothing. And Lu Feng did not express any anger. It was nearly inconceivable to find a household in the village where the man worked the fields while the woman merely observed from the embankment. Such a scenario seemed even less likely for Lu Feng, a gambler who had never even set foot in the fields. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Feng, the gambler, had indeed done just that. What a bizarre turn of events. It seemed as though Lu Feng had fallen under some strange spell. Nearby, Lu Gang overheard Zhang Mei's remarks and was equally surprised by Lu Feng's actions. However, after a single glance, he averted his gaze, furrowing his brow as he said, "Mei, get back to work. Don't mind them." Lu Gang epitomized the type who bullies the weak while fearing the strong. When the original body had regarded him as a brother, Lu Gang had taken advantage, showing no respect towards Qin Ruolan, his cousin-in-law. Nor did he think much of Lu Feng. After all, he had a son, while Lu Feng had only a worthless daughter, which gave him a sense of superiority. Moreover, with Lu Feng harboring hopes of his son providing for him in his old age, Lu Feng had been exceedingly accommodating to Lu Gang's requests. Over time, this led Lu Gang to regard Lu Feng with increasing disdain. However, after receiving a couple of thrashings from Lu Feng, he had come to understand just how formidable Lu Feng truly was. His fear only intensified upon learning that Lu Feng had managed to escape from an encounter with the tiger. Thus, he dared not provoke Lu Feng now. Previously, he had never perceived Lu Feng's physical presence as a significant threat, but now he realized just how terrifying Lu Feng's strength was. He had no desire to face Lu Feng's wrath again. It was because of Zhang Mei that he had received a kick from Lu Feng, a blow that nearly took his breath away. If Zhang Mei were to provoke Lu Feng again, while Lu Feng might refrain from acting against her, he would undoubtedly retaliate against Lu Gang, a thought that filled him with dread. Yet, at this moment, Lu Gang remained oblivious to the impending events that would soon unfold, which he so feared. As Lu Feng completed his work in the fields and set off with Qin Ruolan and her daughter, he had scarcely taken a few steps when someone called out to him from behind. It was Tang Hong and her husband, Zhao Taizhu, who had hurriedly pursued him. To be precise, it was Zhao Taizhu who led the charge, with Tang Hong reluctantly trailing behind. Upon nearing Lu Feng and catching sight of Qin Ruolan, Zhao Taizhu's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze fixated upon her, momentarily lost in reverie. "What do you need from me?" Lu Feng's voice broke the spell, snapping Zhao Taizhu back to reality. Noticing the displeasure etched on Lu Feng's face, he hastily averted his gaze, forcing a smile as he spoke. "Lu Feng, I've heard about this morning's incident. It was my wife's fault, and I specifically brought her here to apologize." He then turned to urge Tang Hong. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and apologize to Lu Feng." Reluctantly, Tang Hong recalled her husband's earlier words and approached Lu Feng to express her contrition. "Lu Feng, we were in the wrong this morning, but we were misled. It was Zhang Mei who informed my husband and me, suggesting that your family has been faring well lately and insinuating that the money was taken by you. Had we known those items were acquired through your hunting efforts, we would never have sought you out. Therefore, this matter cannot solely rest upon our shoulders. Had it not been for Zhang Mei's misleading information, we would not have suspected you." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan's expression shifted dramatically. She was taken aback to learn that Zhang Mei was the orchestrator behind this incident. She realized that her refusal to lend meat to Zhang Mei days prior had sparked this grudge. Anger surged within her. Zhang Mei had borrowed numerous items from them before, and yet they had borne no ill will towards her, while she harbored resentment and tarnished their reputation. What a malicious person. Lu Feng's countenance darkened as well, his eyes glistening with cold disdain. It seemed that Lu Gang and his wife had disregarded his warning as mere idle chatter. At this juncture, Zhao Taizhu interjected, "Lu Feng, we are all neighbors in the same village. As a man of stature, you should not stoop to the level of a mere woman. She too has been deceived." "Very well, I understand," Lu Feng replied, nodding. Seizing the moment, Zhao Taizhu, sensing that Lu Feng bore no grudge against Tang Hong, proceeded to articulate his ulterior motive. "Lu Feng, next time you venture into the mountains to hunt, Would you consider bringing me along? I possess considerable strength and can assist you in carrying the load. Furthermore, with two of us, there is mutual protection, is there not? Internally, Lu Feng let out a cold scoff. So that was his true intent. He scrutinized Zhao Taizhu, who was of modest height and lacked any imposing physique. Did he truly believe himself capable of hunting? He would be more suitable as prey for those wild beasts. As for accompanying him into the mountains, Zhao Taizhu's intentions were all too transparent. Chapter 40. A scheme to deceive? Not a chance. Lu Feng cast a detached glance at Zhao Taizhu and responded coolly, I am accustomed to venturing into the mountains alone. Moreover, I have sustained injuries and will not be going into the mountains anytime soon. He had faced immense peril to procure those items. And for Zhao Taizhu to simply attempt to reap such significant rewards through mere words was nothing short of folly. Zhao Taizhu rubbed his hands together and chuckled, no worries. Just call me when you head into the mountains. It was unclear whether he genuinely failed to perceive Lu Feng's refusal or was merely feigning ignorance. Lu Feng, leaving behind a vague promise to discuss it later, departed with Qin Ruolan and her daughter. Throughout the journey, Lu Feng wore a dark expression, his brow furrowed deeply. Zhang Mei's actions were undeniably sinister. Were it not for the fact that the meat at home was procured by his own hand from the mountains, or if this predicament were faced by the original owner rather than himself, he would find himself at a loss for words. Moreover, the original owner's reputation was tarnished. The villagers would not believe his claims. Ultimately, the burden of this situation would fall upon him. 80 yuan was no trifling sum. The original owner, being a gambling addict, could scarcely muster a single penny, let alone such a considerable amount. Should he fail to provide compensation, he would undoubtedly be imprisoned. And the ones to suffer would be Qin Ruolan and her daughter. Rumors have always been a potent weapon, and in this era, they wield even greater harm. He could scarcely bear to contemplate the fate that awaited Qin Ruolan and her daughter. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Feng's demeanor darkened further, emitting an aura of coldness. Having been married to him for several years, Qin Ruolan was acutely aware of his anger. Lu Feng's fury awakened a deep-seated fear within her, as horrifying memories from the past resurfaced. In days gone by, whenever Lu Feng faced adversity outside, he would unleash his wrath upon her at home, tormenting her. Recalling those experiences, Qin Ruolan tensed her body, her lips turning pale from being pressed tightly together. Would Lu Feng unleash his anger upon her this time? Was her beautiful dream about to shatter? A heavy gloom enveloped Qin Ruolan. She feared that Lu Feng might revert to his former self, and she dreaded the prospect of reliving their past life. If it were possible, she would even welcome an outlet for Lu Feng's frustration, provided he did not return to his previous state. Immersed in his fury over the matter, Lu Feng remained oblivious to his own countenance, nor did he notice Qin Ruolan's unease. Meanwhile, Qin Ruolan's heart felt perpetually anxious, her feet weighed down as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, each step requiring immense courage. Lu Feng's wrath loomed over her like a sword, poised to descend at any moment. Yet, upon their return home, Lu Feng showed no signs of intending to unleash his anger upon her. In fact, he acted as he had a couple of days prior, voluntarily heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. However, the more he behaved this way, the more unsettled Qin Ruolan felt. It seemed to her a calm before an impending storm. She dared not inquire, fearful of igniting Lu Feng's wrath. Once Lu Feng had set the food to cook, he sought out Qin Ruolan, who was lost in thought in the main room. As she heard his approaching footsteps, her body tensed instantly, her hands clutching the hem of her garment tightly. He was coming. Qin Ruolan's eyes began to glisten, tears welling up but refusing to fall. Wife, I've put the food on to cook. You and Niuniu eat first. I need to step out for a moment, Lu Feng announced before striding out of the door. He harbored thoughts of how to deal with Lu Feng and his wife, intending to instill a lasting memory in them. Oblivious to the subtle changes in Qin Ruolan's emotions, Qin Ruolan gazed at Lu Feng's retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. She had expected Lu Feng to unleash his anger upon her as he had done in the past. Why had he left? Nevertheless, a sense of relief did not wash over her. Even if Lu Feng refrained from erupting now, an outburst was imminent. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away at the Lu Gang household, the family of three was gathered around the dinner table. Zhang Mei looked at the meager, oil-free dishes before her, her mind drifting to the generous portions of pork and lamb she had witnessed at Lu Feng's doorstep that morning, her heart sinking further. Those meats must have weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. Why could they not spare a little for her? Zhang Mei reflected on how Qin Ruolan and that good-for-nothing could feast on meat daily while she was left with these insipid offerings. her features contorting in disgust and resentment. Bang! Upon seeing only hard, coarse flatbreads and dry vegetables on the table, Huzi threw his chopsticks down and began to wail. I want meat. I want white steamed buns. After his outburst, he fell to the ground, rolling in despair. Zhang Mei, already simmering with frustration from the past few days, found her anger erupting as she snapped. Shut your mouth. We have no meat, and if you don't eat, I shall starve too. Huzi had long been spoiled by both women, and in his tantrum, he ignored any admonitions. Useless. You and Dad are both worthless. I want meat. I refuse to be your son any longer. I want to be the son of uncle and cousin, to support them instead. Zhang Mei often disparaged Lu Feng at home, claiming he wished for Huzi to care for him in his old age, provided he treated them well. Huzi, having absorbed these words, now wielded them against his parents. The expressions of Lu Gang and his wife darkened, nearly choking on their rage. You ungrateful wretch. You dare to disown your own parents? Do you believe I won't beat you? Zhang Mei, trembling with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Huzi. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed from the courtyard entrance. Lu Gang and his wife turned to see their front door had come off its hinges, crashing violently into the yard and landing heavily beneath the eaves. Startled, they quickly regained their composure, only for Zhang Mei to erupt in a tirade towards the entrance. Who? Which wretched soul did this? Come out. As her words faded, a figure appeared at the courtyard entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor, their expressions shifted dramatically. Lu Gang felt a wave of dread. Lu Feng's fierce demeanor promised nothing good. The sight of Lu Feng's unfriendly countenance even reignited a dull pain in Lu Gang's chest. Zhang Mei, on the other hand, felt a twinge of guilt. Why had Lu Feng come to their door now? Could it be that he already knows the events of this morning were instigated by her? Impossible. The Tang couple must still be embroiled in their financial disputes. How could they even consider this matter? It is even more unlikely they would inform Lu Feng. Chapter 41. The true culprit behind the scenes. Let's get serious. Zhang Mei feigned composure as she glared at Lu Feng, leveling accusations at him. Lu Feng, what do you intend to do? Have you had too much to drink? Coming here to cause a ruckus. This is my home. If you wish to create chaos, do so in your own abode. Moreover, you have damaged my door. Compensate us at once. Lu Gang quickly reviewed the events of the past couple of days in his mind, confirming that he had not provoked Lu Feng. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief and newfound confidence. Cousin, what do you mean by this? He stepped forward, his brow furrowed in displeasure as he glared at Lu Feng. Lu Feng had barged into his home and created a disturbance, disregarding him as the head of the household. No matter how formidable Lu Feng was, he could not invade his home without cause. While he lacked the physical strength to confront Lu Feng, he could seek the village chief's support. As long as he was in the right, the chief would surely stand by him. What was there to fear? What do I mean? Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Have you forgotten so swiftly? Lu Feng advanced step by step into the courtyard, his gaze fixed firmly on Lu Gang and Zhang Mei. Each stride seemed to tread upon their very hearts, igniting a sense of panic within them. Lu Feng's words sent a jolt of anxiety through Zhang Mei. Could it be that Lu Feng already knew she had instigated the morning's events? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, an overwhelming dread washing over her. Lu Gang, oblivious to Zhang Mei's misdeeds, assumed Lu Feng had come to confront them for their earlier antics. His expression darkened further. Cousin, we merely went to observe the commotion. We didn't do anything wrong. You are being excessively domineering. Ame did say a few words, but what grave offense is that? We are brothers. How can you storm in here and create such a fuss? Isn't that too much? Oh, not a grave offense? Lu Feng scoffed coldly. If she hadn't insinuated in front of Tang Daqiang and his wife that I was the thief, would they have approached me? If I hadn't turned over a new leaf and gone hunting in the mountains, could I have cleared my name? She intended for me to be imprisoned. She sought to endanger my wife and child. With each word, his expression grew colder, and by the final syllable, a palpable aura of menace enveloped his countenance. Lu Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting shock. Initially skeptical of Lu Feng's claims, the evident guilt etched on Zhang Mei's face left no room for doubt. He had not anticipated such complexity in the matter, nor did he foresee Zhang Mei's involvement. The intensity of Lu Feng's gaze rendered him stiff with fear. In that moment, he truly believed Lu Feng might desire their demise. A surge of anger coursed through him. He had already advised Zhang Mei to avoid provoking Lu Feng. Yet she had disregarded his counsel and landed them in a precarious situation. At that moment, Lu Feng's voice continued to resonate. It seems that my previous words have fallen on deaf ears. The lesson I imparted was evidently too lenient, and you have failed to learn from it. With this declaration, Lu Feng's expression betrayed an unmistakable cruelty. In that moment, he resembled a ferocious beast poised for attack, and both Lu Gang and his wife sensed the imminent danger. Terrified, Lu Gang stumbled backward, hastily proclaiming, "Cousin, I was unaware of this matter. I will have Ame apologize to you and your wife." His words did nothing to quell the fury raging within Lu Feng, for his visit was not merely to demand a simple apology. Lu Feng's cold gaze fixed upon Lu Gang. "I previously instructed you to manage your household, yet it is abundantly clear that you have failed to do so." With that, Lu Feng delivered a powerful punch to Lu Gang's abdomen. Lu Gang staggered several steps back before collapsing to the ground. Lu Feng knew precisely where to strike for maximum pain without causing internal harm. The blow sent Lu Gang writhing on the floor, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. However, Lu Feng had no intention of letting him off that easily. He approached Lu Gang, looming over him menacingly. "It appears you have forgotten my prior admonition. Allow me to refresh your memory. I stated that if you could not manage your household, I would break your legs." As he spoke, Lu Feng lifted his foot and pressed it against Lu Gang's ankle. Ignoring the agony in his abdomen, Lu Gang, pale-faced, cried out, "Cousin, I was wrong. I will ensure that Zhang Mei behaves from now on. Please, spare me. We are brothers." Lu Gang had no doubt that Lu Feng was serious about crippling him. Trembling violently, he felt a warm liquid seeping beneath him. Lu Feng chuckled derisively. "Brothers? When did Lu Gang ever regard me as a brother? It is too late for that." He uttered these words with a sense of finality, applying pressure with his foot. Crack. Lu Gang's anguished cry echoed through the air. Gongzi, are you all right?" Zhang Mei shrieked, her pallid face betraying her concern. At that moment, Lu Feng turned his gaze toward Zhang Mei. Upon feeling his stare, she froze in terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to support her. Ever since marrying into the Lu family, she had viewed Lu Feng as a fool easily manipulated by others. Even though he had recently exhibited some changes, she believed he would soon revert to his former self. She never anticipated the depths of his ruthlessness. At that instant, genuine fear gripped her heart. What do you intend to do?" Zhang Mei stammered, retreating in fear. Yet, with Lu Feng's unwavering focus on her, escape was not an option. He raised his foot and kicked her in the abdomen. She crashed against the wall before crumpling to the ground. "I warned you long ago. Since you chose to ignore my words, I shall impart a thorough lesson." With that, Lu Feng seized a nearby stool. Qin Ruolan and her daughter represented his last line of defense. This venomous woman sought to harm him, and even aspired to endanger them. "Help! I was wrong. I will never dare again. Brother, save me, please." Zhang Mei's pupils dilated in fear as she witnessed Lu Feng's menacing actions, desperately calling for Lu Dai to come to her rescue. However, at this moment, Lu Dai and his wife were still in the fields. Calling out to them would be futile. In the next instant, the bench came crashing down. Bang! At the very moment the bench struck, Lu Feng altered his trajectory, causing it to land beside Zhang Mei. He had no intention of sacrificing himself for such a person, although it did not hit Zhang Mei directly. The bench shattered upon impact, sending splinters flying and leaving numerous wounds on her unprotected face and neck. Zhang Mei, terrified, lost her composure, trembling involuntarily. Lu Feng cast a sweeping glance at Lu Gang and his wife. "If you cannot remember the pain, perhaps you should see what else I am capable of." Chapter 42. Anger Rising. Qin Ruolan's misunderstanding. After Lu Feng departed, Lu Gang crawled over to Zhang Mei, dragging his injured foot. He raised his hand and began to slap her face with a frenzied expression. The room was instantly filled with the sound of slapping and Lu Gang's furious curses. "You wicked woman! I told you not to provoke him. Are you satisfied now that my foot is ruined? You treacherous harpy, trying to bring about my demise. I shall divorce you, you wretched creature." Zhang Mei, battered and pleading for mercy, had her face swollen to the size of a pig's head. Completely devoid of her usual arrogance, Tiger, huddled in the corner, cried in fear, but no one paid him any heed. On the other side, Lu Feng, having left the chaos behind, strode purposefully towards his home. He had expected that by the time he returned, Qin Ruolan and her daughter would have finished their meal or be in the midst of it. To his surprise, upon arriving home, he found Qin Ruolan still seated in the main room, her posture unchanged. What was going on? Lu Feng's anger simmered, and his tone was as rigid as steel. Qin Ruolan's heart had been in turmoil, and when Lu Feng's furious voice broke the silence, she trembled, her face paling. At that moment, the metaphorical sword hanging over her head finally descended, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within her. In the past, Lu Feng would vent his frustrations at home. It was evident that this time would be no different. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes barren, and her lips quivered as she spoke. Close the door. Do not let Niuniu see. As she spoke, she mechanically raised her hand to unfasten her clothing. It was then that Lu Feng noticed something amiss with Qin Ruolan. He hurried towards her. Her hand faltered, and an overwhelming sadness surged within her. Did he not even care about Niuniu now? This thought ignited her sorrow, and her tears fell once more. Wife, what is the matter with you? Lu Feng, alarmed, reached out to grasp her delicate chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze. You seem troubled. Are you not intending to torment me as you did before? Qin Ruolan forced a bitter smile, her expression one of desolation, her eyes devoid of vitality. A single tear slipped from the corner of her eye, landing in his palm. His hand trembled, as if his very heart were being seared with pain. Hearing his words, he realized that his expression, likely due to the earlier incident involving Zhang Mei, had led Qin Ruolan to misunderstand his mood. Just moments ago, his anger had yet to dissipate, and his tone was somewhat harsh, undoubtedly reminding Qin Ruolan of past events. This became the final straw that brought her to the brink of despair. A wave of guilt washed over him, and he hastily reassured her, Wife, that was not my intention. I was merely venting my frustration at that venomous woman, Zhang Mei. I wasn't directing my ire at you. I simply lost control of my emotions for a moment. Those past grievances are behind us, and I vow not to unleash my anger upon you again. Lu Feng knelt before Qin Ruolan, gazing up at her with eyes filled with remorse and anxiety. As she observed the sincerity etched on his face and heard his softened tone, the heavy burden pressing upon her heart began to lift. Simultaneously, her pent-up grievances could no longer be contained, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed, releasing the tumult of emotions within her. She was profoundly afraid that Lu Feng might revert to his former self, plunging both her and Niuniu back into those days of despair. Lu Feng, feeling a pang of sympathy, enveloped Qin Ruolan in his arms, gently patting her back. It's all right, don't be afraid. I will not harm you again. Leaning into his embrace, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, gradually finding solace. Suddenly, she recalled Lu Feng's earlier excursion and sat up from his embrace. Did you go to Lu Gang's house? What did you do to them? She inquired anxiously, recalling the fierce demeanor he had displayed earlier. Fearing that he had committed some irreparable act, I taught them a lesson, Lu Feng replied, deliberately vague to avoid frightening her further. After all, he had already startled her once. He feared that detailing how he dealt with Lu Gang and his wife would only incite more fear. Having finally bridged the gap between them, he had no desire to push her away again. In truth, he had not severely injured Lu Gang, merely dislocating his foot. A sudden grumble emanated from Qin Ruolan's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she bashfully covered her midriff. Lu Feng chuckled heartily. Hungry? That's what you get for skipping your meal. Call Niuniu to eat. I'll serve the rice. He playfully tapped her nose before heading to the kitchen. Simultaneously, Lu Dai and his wife returned from the fields. Just as they approached their courtyard, they were met with the sounds of angry shouts and wailing emanating from next door. The couple exchanged concerned glances, puzzled by the commotion caused by Lu Gang and his wife. With a furrowed brow, Lu Dai strode towards the source of the uproar. Upon entering the house and witnessing the disheveled state of Lu Gang and his wife, he was taken aback. What happened here? Zhang Mei, upon seeing Lu Dai and his wife, tearfully accused Lu Feng. Brother, that wretched Lu Feng has broken Gang's foot. You must stand up for us. Both Lu Dai and his wife inhaled sharply, and he admonished, crying one tea help. Hurry and fetch Dr. Yang. Without sparing a thought for the slap marks on her face, Zhang Mei scrambled to her feet, rushing outside without delay. She understood clearly that Lu Gang's leg injury was entirely due to her. If his leg truly could not be healed, he would indeed cast her aside. She could not afford to be sent back home, for if her actions were to become known, the spittle of the villagers would surely drown her. When Dr. Yang arrived, they learned that Lu Gang's leg had not been broken, but merely dislocated, and it could be set right. Lu Dai's furrowed brow finally relaxed as he recalled Huzi's bullying of Niuniu and Lu Feng's subsequent words. He surmised that Lu Gang and his wife had provoked Lu Feng in some way. What mischief have you wrought? Lu Dai glared at the pair. Zhang Mei, feeling guilty, lowered her head, afraid to speak. Lu Gang, nearly rendered disabled by Zhang Mei's negligence, had no intention of shielding her and openly recounted how the morning's incident had been instigated by her. Upon hearing this, Lu Dai and his wife finally grasped why Lu Feng had come knocking and resorted to violence. Their anger was palpable, especially Lu Feng's. You troublemaker! How dare you engage in such antics? Lu Dai exclaimed angrily. Gongzi, If you cannot manage your wife, send her back to her family. Otherwise, we shall sever our ties. I, Lu Dai, have no brother like you. Chapter 43. Seizing the initiative, trouble approaches in the dead of night. Lu Feng heard the rhythmic breaths of a large and a small being beside him, which instilled a profound tranquility within him. He contemplated the urgency of unearthing the remaining wild ginseng to exchange for money in town, following the morning's events. The villagers were aware that there were treasures on Yinwang Mountain, and it would not be long before word spread to nearby villages. Despite the presence of wild beasts, there would always be those bold enough to risk venturing into the mountain. If those few wild ginseng were to be unearthed by someone else, he would suffer a significant loss. Without hesitation, he set to work. At dawn, Lu Feng took his tools and ascended the mountain. The sooner he secured the ginseng, the more at ease he would feel, for those ginseng represented the bricks and tiles for his new home, just as Lu Feng had anticipated. News of his hunting expedition on Yinwang Mountain quickly circulated. Among the first to hear were idlers like Zhang Mozi. Zhang Mozi harbored resentment towards Lu Feng for ruining his prospects. Had it not been for Lu Feng, he would already have a wife and would not be hiding from Li Chuanxiang's family. When he heard that Lu Feng had encountered a tiger on Yinwang Mountain and had miraculously escaped, Zhang Mozi spat in disdain. That gambler Lu Feng survived a tiger's jaws? What a joke. If Lu Feng can escape, then I, Zhang Mozi, could surely defeat a tiger myself. Zhang Mozi dismissed the tale as mere jest, not taking it to heart. Frustrated by his inability to return home these past few days, he set his sights on Honghe village, determined to devise a scheme for revenge against Lu Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was diligently digging for wild ginseng on the mountain, unaware that someone was plotting against him. In light of the recent incident involving the tiger, Lu Feng has become increasingly vigilant while ascending the mountain, even as he forages for wild ginseng, remaining alert to the sounds around him. Last time, he narrowly escaped the jaws of the ferocious beast, a stroke of luck that allowed him to exploit the terrain of Yinwang Mountain, leading the tiger to plunge into the abyss, thus preserving his life. Were it not for this fortunate turn of events, he would have stood no chance against the tiger, if faced with a similar situation again. He harbors no confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. Life is singular, and he has yet to provide a comfortable existence for Qin Ruolan and her daughter. He cannot afford any misfortune. In Honghe village, upon waking, Qin Ruolan noticed Lu Feng's absence and understood he had ventured out again. Having completed the farm work yesterday, she chose to remain home after breakfast, engaged in mending and sewing. The sun streamed through the clouds, warming her as she felt a pleasant mood envelop her. This new chapter in her life filled her with hope. She mused on how wonderful it would be if Lu Feng could continue on this path. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the cotton jacket hanging from the eaves, which Lu Feng had washed and hung out to dry yesterday. The jacket was riddled with patches, its cotton filling clumped and rigid. Observing her own warm new attire in contrast to Lu Feng's tattered clothing, she bit her lip. Lu Feng braved significant dangers in Yinwang Mountain to provide for the two of them. Perhaps she should make him a new jacket. With this thought, she retrieved the piece of fabric Lu Feng had purchased previously. However, mere fabric would not suffice for a cotton jacket. She needed cotton as well. Their family had been impoverished, lacking even basic necessities, and the fabric had been procured through Lu Feng's sale of wild boar meat, so one could hardly hope for cotton. She returned indoors, cut a piece of meat, and sought out Li Wei to exchange it for some cotton. Li Wei was adept at managing her household and had accumulated such supplies. Just as she gathered the cotton, she overheard a fierce argument from next door. Specifically, it was the furious tirade of Lu Gang. Qin Ruolan was astonished. Lu Gang and Zhang Mei shared a good relationship, and he usually showed her considerable favoritism. In the past, when Lu Feng had acted foolishly and bullied her, she had envied Zhang Mei. What could have transpired today? Li Wei discerned Qin Ruolan's curiosity and explained. You must be aware that Zhang Mei instigated yesterday's incident, correct? Qin Ruolan nodded. Li Wei continued. Yesterday, Lu Feng confronted them, seeking retribution, and nearly crippled Lu Gang's foot. After that ordeal, Lu Gang has turned his ire towards Zhang Mei. Had it not been for her scheming, he would not have faced such a predicament. Now, Lu Gang is threatening to send Zhang Mei back to her family, leaving her fearful and submissive at home. Zhang Mei's actions have indeed been excessive. While her usual behavior might be tolerable, she has slandered Lu Feng, who is like a brother to her husband, and she ought to be held accountable. Qin Ruolan gasped. Sister-in-law, are you saying Lu Gang's foot is crippled? Li Wei hastily clarified, do not be anxious. I merely mentioned that it was a close call. Lu Feng only had his foot unceremoniously removed to startle him. Now that your Lu Feng has reformed, He is surprisingly reliable in his endeavors. Qin Ruolan had expressed her concerns yesterday, fearing that Lu Feng's impulsiveness might lead to trouble. It appears her worries were unfounded. Suddenly, upon hearing Li Yue refer to Lu Feng as your Lu Feng, her heart raced unexpectedly. By the way, why do you require so much cotton? Are you perhaps making clothing for Lu Feng? She speculated on the usage of the cotton based on its quantity. Observing the smile on Li Yue's face, Qin Ruolan felt her own cheeks flush and averted her gaze, awkwardly stating, I simply noticed that his clothes are quite tattered. And since he has bought garments for both me and Niuniu, I thought it fitting to make him something as well. Upon hearing this, Li Yue's smile widened. Well, I see now. You two are a couple. What is there to be embarrassed about in making a piece of clothing for him? After Qin Ruolan departed, Li Yue reflected on Lu Feng's behavior over the past few days and recognized that he had indeed changed considerably. In all the years she had been married, she had never witnessed Lu Feng in such a light. She had not anticipated that his awakening would manifest in this manner, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Meanwhile, as Qin Ruolan carried the cotton and approached her home, she spotted a figure hastily moving towards the back of her house. The person's speed was astonishing, and she barely caught a glimpse of their face. She stole another glance, but chose not to dwell on the incident. Surely, it must have been a neighbor passing by. After all, they were not devoid of foot traffic at the back. Setting the matter aside, Qin Ruolan returned home and began crafting clothing for Lu Feng. By midday, she paused to stretch her limbs and headed to the outhouse. Just as she was about to disrobe, a sudden voice echoed from outside the wall. Who was out there? Chapter 44. The scoundrels coveting a wife. Qin Ruolan was startled. She rushed outside to ascertain the situation, hoping to discover if someone was lurking nearby. However, upon stepping out, she found everything behind the house to be normal, devoid of any figures. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Could it merely have been a passerby? This incident left her feeling somewhat distracted. She remained vigilant of her surroundings, yet after noon, no further unusual sounds emerged from behind the house. For a moment, she even questioned whether she had misheard. Yet deep down, she knew she had not. At the foot of the mountains behind Honghe village, Zhang Matzi sat beneath a tree, gnawing on a coarse flatbread he had pilfered from another's home. Once he had satiated his hunger, his thoughts drifted back to the enchanting beauty he had glimpsed at Lu Feng's residence. Imagining her exquisite visage and fair skin ignited a warmth within him. However, upon recalling that this beauty was Lu Feng's wife, he spat in frustration. Damn it. That scoundrel Lu Feng has struck gold, marrying a celestial beauty. The scoundrel, having acquired a wife of his own, now seeks to thwart my chances of finding a partner, which is simply inhumane. Since he has disrupted my pursuit of love, I shall vent my frustrations on his wife. This rascal spends his nights either gambling or drinking. Once he departs, tonight shall be my wedding night. The mere thought of sharing a bed with such a beauty sends a thrill through me, and a lewd grin spreads across my face. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, who has just unearthed some wild ginseng, remains oblivious to the fact that his wife has caught someone's attention. Today, he has spent a considerable amount of time digging up the remaining wild ginseng plants, and by the time he finishes, it is already afternoon. Realizing the lateness of the hour, he decides against going to town. Instead, he checks his traps and returns home with 2 wild chickens ensnared in his net. The mountain proves to be his treasure trove, and he is fortunate that it is inhabited by wild creatures. Otherwise, the locals would have already overrun it, leaving nothing for him. In this frigid weather, he consistently manages to hunt successfully, and as spring approaches, the mountain will teem with game. However, that will also herald the awakening of the beast from their winter slumber, making the mountain more perilous. But those concerns are for another day. For now, his priority is to secure sustenance. When Qin Ruolan sees Lu Feng return, she breathes a sigh of relief. Throughout the afternoon, her nerves have been taught, acutely aware of the sounds outside. To claim she was unafraid would be disingenuous. With Lu Feng's arrival, a sense of security envelopes her. She sets aside what she was holding and heads toward the latrine. However, as she reaches the entrance, she hesitates, recalling the unsettling events of earlier, prompting her to call out to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, could you wait for me outside the latrine? She requests. Lu Feng, puzzled, gazes at her. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with the latrine? This is a request she has never made before. What has changed today? Qin Ruolan recounts to Lu Feng what transpired at noon. When I went to the latrine earlier, I heard noises outside, but when I looked out, there was no one there. Fearing he might doubt her words, she insists, I am certain I did not mishear. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression darkens. Do not worry. You go inside. I will check outside. Rest assured, I am here. With that, Lu Feng steps out of the yard and approaches the wall behind the house. When he reaches the wall near the latrine, he immediately notices something amiss. While the soil in other areas is compact, the earth beneath the latrine wall is disturbingly loose. It appears someone has left footprints there, perhaps attempting to conceal them due to fear of being discovered, hence the looseness of the soil. He inspects the wall of the latrine and discovers a hole the size of a thumb. This revelation sends a chill through Lu Feng's eyes. The audacity of someone attempting to voyeuristically observe Qin Ruolan is appalling. To covet his wife in such a vile manner is tantamount to courting death. Once he uncovers the identity of this miscreant, he shall ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions. Lu Feng returned with tools to seal the hole in the wall, and then he took a piece of cloth to cover it, feeling reassured at last. It seemed that the task of repairing the house could not be delayed any longer. The dwelling they currently inhabited was constructed from earthen walls, making it exceedingly easy to create openings. It required little effort at all. Once he employed bricks and cement. Anyone attempting to breach the walls would need to consider whether they possessed the capability to do so. With a wife as stunning as his, it was inevitable that many would covet her, and as a man, he must ensure her safety. He vividly recalled the astonished gazes of others when she donned new attire. If those were merely admiring looks, it would be one thing, but he feared some might harbor ulterior motives. This house could hardly deter those with nefarious intentions. However, the immediate priority was to uncover the individual attempting to spy. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's actions, Qin Ruolan felt a surge of anxiety. What was happening? Was someone indeed watching them? Lu Feng was both sealing the hole and drawing curtains. Qin Ruolan, not foolish, pieced together some of the situation. Although Lu Feng initially hesitated to reveal the truth to her, fearing she might overthink, he eventually concluded that it would be prudent for her to be aware and cautious. Thus, he shared the details with her. Qin Ruolan turned pale with fright. Who is it? Lu Feng soothed her. Do not worry. I will expose that person. You have nothing to fear. Qin Ruolan opened her mouth, as if to speak further, when a voice called from the entrance. Uncle, Aunt, are you home? Lu Feng opened the yard gate to find a young boy standing there, none other than Lu Day's son, Lu Pingyan. Upon seeing Lu Feng, Lu Pingyan's eyes lit up. Uncle, my parents sent us to invite you for dinner at our house tonight. Lu Feng instructed Qin Ruolan to take Niuniu inside first while he remained to thoroughly inspect the walls. The thought of someone employing such despicable methods to gaze upon his wife ignited a fierce anger within him. After a meticulous examination, he found no other breaches in the walls. As darkness began to fall, Lu Feng, carrying a wild chicken, set off towards Lu Day's home. Meanwhile, Zhang Matzi, concealed behind a large tree at a distance, smirked to himself upon seeing Lu Feng leave. This fool was heading out, using his belongings as stakes in a gamble. Go on, go on. If you don't leave, how can I seize my opportunity? Tonight, your wife will enter the bridal chamber with me. As he contemplated this, an exhilarating idea struck him. He was well aware that Lu Feng treated Qin Ruolan poorly. If Lu Feng were to discover that she had been with him, he would surely eliminate her. Yet, Qin Ruolan might not dare to expose the truth. Therefore, he could exploit this to threaten her, compelling her to submit to him regularly. Such beauty should not be savored just once. The prospect of continual indulgence was simply exquisite. Had the circumstances been different, he would have laughed out loud. He watched as Lu Feng walked further away, then found a concealed spot to hide, preparing to take action once darkness fell. Chapter 45. A Wall Apart. 2 worlds next door to Lu Day's home, Lu Gang caught sight of Lu Feng approaching from a distance and hurriedly shut the courtyard gate. Resembling a mouse startled by a cat. Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng merely glanced at the tightly shut door next door before striding directly into Lu Day's house. Inside, his sister-in-law, Li Wei, and Qin Ruolan were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Initially, Li Wei had disallowed Qin Ruolan from helping, but she could not resist Ruolan's insistence. Lu Feng handed the wild chicken to Lu Pingyan, instructing him to put it away. In the main room, Lu Day emerged upon hearing the noise. What are you bringing? I called you for dinner. He frowned upon seeing the wild chicken. Your injuries haven't healed yet, and you've gone back up the mountain? Lu Feng smiled as he explained. I was just at the foot of the mountain. I was very cautious, and nothing happened. Of course, this was merely Lu Feng's benevolent lie, as one could hardly expect to find wild ginseng at the mountain's base. Lu Day opened his mouth, intending to say something more. But upon reflection that Lu Feng was not gambling but instead trying to provide for his family, he swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Lu Feng has arrived. Dinner is ready. At that moment, Li Yui's voice echoed from the kitchen. The family of Lu Day consisting of 5 members. Along with Lu Feng's family of 3, filled the square table to capacity, the room brimming with the laughter of children and the chatter of adults. Throughout the meal, Lu Pingyan's gaze frequently drifted towards Lu Feng, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had often heard his mother speak ill of his uncle, claiming he was worthless, only indulging in gambling and drinking. To his astonishment, he discovered that his uncle possessed such remarkable skills, managing to escape the jaws of danger. How formidable must one be to achieve such feats? In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere here, the home of Lu Gang was much more desolate. Lu Gang and Zhang Mei exchanged glances, their expressions darkened by the raucous sounds emanating from next door. Zhang Mei felt a bitter dissatisfaction. Her husband was indeed Lu Dai's biological brother, yet Lu Dai invited an outsider to dine while neglecting them. Moreover, she had caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen next door. They were cooking meat. As Lu Dai's brother and sister-in-law, they were left without even a morsel, all of it going to an outsider. Such ignorance on Lu Dai's part. In the past, Zhang Mei would have voiced her grievances without hesitation, but now she refrained from speaking out, fearing her husband's temper. Lu Gang was still in a foul mood, and she dreaded the thought of him casting her aside. If she were sent back to her family, she would find it difficult to hold her head high. Her sisters-in-law would never accept her. Lu Gang too felt a sting of resentment. Previously, his elder brother had treated their family well. Why had he suddenly become indifferent? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. It must be that wretched woman. Had she not offended the eldest sister-in-law that day, would they not have been able to step over the threshold of the next door? Lu Gang's demeanor towards Zhang Mei grew even colder. After dinner, Lu Feng noticed that it was getting late and decided to return home with his wife and daughter. Outside Lu Feng's home, as Zhang Matzi noticed that night had completely fallen and the streets were nearly deserted, he resolved to take action. He envisioned the exquisite visage of Qin Ruolan and the alluring figure concealed beneath her garments, a lewd smile spreading across his face. "Ah, my beautiful maiden, here I come." Zhang Matzi swiftly approached Lu Feng's residence, scaling the earthen wall with agility. Upon peering inside, he was met with complete darkness, no glimmer of light whatsoever. A sense of surprise washed over him. Why are there no lights? Have they retired for the night so early? This was fortuitous, as it facilitated his intentions. Having kept watch from a distance before dusk, he had only seen Lu Feng depart, never suspecting that Qin Ruolan might not be at home. Anticipating the events to unfold, Zhang Matzi's blood surged with excitement as he eagerly advanced toward the house. He stealthily pushed the door open and entered, the moonlight outside casting a faint glow that allowed him to discern the interior. He spotted the earthen bed and rubbed his hands together, exhilarated as he approached. "My beautiful maiden, I have arrived. That scoundrel Lu Feng spends his days gambling and drinking. Today, I shall introduce you to the pleasures of womanhood." With that, he lasciviously wiped the saliva that had trickled from the corner of his mouth. However, as he drew near the earthen bed, he was struck by the realization that there was no beautiful maiden in sight. There wasn't even a ghost. Zhang Matzi's countenance shifted dramatically, and he cursed, "Where is she?" At that moment, Lu Feng returned home and pushed open the courtyard gate. As he did so, the sound of Zhang Matzi's furious exclamation reached his ears. "Someone's here." Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, instructing Qin Ruolan and her mother to remain outside, and strode boldly inside. Inside the house, Zhang Matzi, hearing the commotion at the entrance, felt a surge of hope. "Ah, they're back." As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhang Matzi concealed himself behind the door, waiting for his prey to unwittingly approach. When the footsteps arrived at the threshold, Zhang Matzi sprang forward with excitement. "My beautiful maiden, come to me." However, upon seeing the figure rushing toward him, Lu Feng's expression soured immensely upon hearing those words. He flicked on the light by the door, only to be met with the sight of Zhang Matzi's lecherous face. A wave of fury surged within him. Zhang Matzi, realizing that the person before him was not the enchanting maiden he had envisioned, but Lu Feng himself, was instantly taken aback. "Lu Feng, why you're back already?" Lu Feng had always returned home only at the break of dawn. What could possibly explain his premature arrival today? Panic seized Zhang Matzi, and he turned to flee. Yet, Lu Feng stood resolutely at the doorway, leaving him nowhere to escape. With a powerful kick, Lu Feng sent Zhang Matzi sprawling to the ground. He approached the fallen man, his teeth clenched in rage as he glared down at him, wishing nothing more than to end his life. However, he understood that such actions were unwise, especially within his own home. In their village, every whisper and rustle was scrutinized by the watchful eyes of the community. If he were to create a disturbance at home, nearby neighbors would undoubtedly take note. Should rumors begin to swirl, Qin Ruolan would be unable to withstand the ensuing gossip. At any given time, mere words could drown a person. He could not allow Qin Ruolan to suffer such indignity. He casually seized a rag and stuffed it into Zhang Mozi's mouth, then picked up a rope and bound him tightly before slinging him over his shoulder and striding towards the exit. Outside the village, Qin Ruolan caught sight of Lu Feng emerging, bearing a person upon his shoulder, her face paling in terror. Before she could utter a word, Lu Feng spoke first. "My dear wife, return home for now. I shall be back shortly. Do not fear, all is well." With that, he hastened towards the village entrance. He needed to swiftly deal with this troublesome burden. Otherwise, should anyone discover that Zhang Mozi had entered his home, the ramifications could be dire. Even if nothing truly transpired, gossip would undoubtedly ensue. To evade the prying eyes of the villagers, he even took a circuitous route. Once he exited Honghe village, Lu Feng unceremoniously dropped Zhang Mozi to the ground and dragged him towards his home. In the night, Lu Feng's expression was one of profound displeasure, as if a storm were brewing within him. Chapter 46. Teaching Zhang Mozi a lesson and guarding the courtyard. Zhang Mozi was in a state of utter panic. Though Lu Feng was merely a trifling gambler, in this moment, fear gripped him, compelling him to instinctively plead for mercy. Yet, with his mouth gagged, he could only emit muffled sounds. Lu Feng, however, paid no heed and continued his march towards Zhang Mozi's residence. The memory of recent events reignited his fury. He longed to inflict 1,000 tortures upon Zhang Mozi. He dared not contemplate the consequences had he, like his former self, chosen to stay out all night. What horrors might Qin Ruolan have faced? The thought sent a shiver of dread coursing through him. Lu Feng forcefully kicked open the door to Zhang Mozi's home, casting him inside and glaring down at him with unbridled rage. "How dare you scheme against my wife? You are courting death." He positioned his foot ominously between Zhang Mozi's legs. The realization of Lu Feng's intent struck Zhang Mozi, his eyes widening in terror, sweat soaking his body. He emitted frantic whimpers, desperately twisting in an attempt to escape Lu Feng's grasp. Yet, no matter how he struggled, Lu Feng's foot remained steadfastly planted. Amidst Zhang Mozi's anguished sounds, Lu Feng pressed down with force, and a sharp crack echoed through the room. Zhang Mozi's throat erupted in a pain scream, agony rendering his face crimson and veins bulging upon his forehead. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Feng afforded Zhang Mozi no opportunity for mercy. The safety of Qin Ruolan and her daughter was his unwavering boundary, one that must not be crossed. This scoundrel, who incessantly fantasized about women, would be rendered incapable of such pursuits. A frigid intensity glinted in Lu Feng's eyes as he crouched beside Zhang Mozi and lightly tapped his face. "You know what can and cannot be said. If I catch wind of even the slightest hint of gossip, I shall ensure you spend the rest of your days confined to the bed. Did you hear me?" Zhang Mozi's body trembled in sync with Lu Feng's rhythmic tapping. Once Lu Feng finished speaking, Zhang Mozi nodded vigorously, terrified of any further madness from him. He had no doubt that if he were to divulge any details, Lu Feng would indeed ruin him. Today's events had frightened Qin Ruolan, and Lu Feng knew she would undoubtedly be shaken. Thus, he did not squander time, swiftly resolving the matter before hastening home. Upon returning, Lu Feng found the light still aglow within the house. Taking a deep breath to suppress the fierce expression on his face, he approached the door. However, when he attempted to push it open, he discovered it would not budge. As if it were being obstructed, a wary voice from within called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, dear wife," Lu Feng replied hastily. When Qin Ruolan opened the door and saw Lu Feng, the vigilance in her eyes vanished instantly, and her previously tense body relaxed. "You have finally returned," she exclaimed. Lu Feng gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right now." As bedtime approached, Qin Ruolan inquired, "Is the incident at noon related to him?" Lu Feng nodded. Who else could it be but that beast? That night, plagued by nightmares, Qin Ruolan found solace in Lu Feng's embrace. Listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, she finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Feng lay awake, his mind racing with thoughts. He contemplated taking the wild ginseng to town the following day to exchange for money, expediting the construction of their new home. He envisioned raising a few dogs at home to safeguard Qin Ruolan's safety, ensuring that even in his absence, she would be protected. The next day, at the break of dawn, Lu Feng visited Lu Dade, inquiring whether Li Yui knew of any fierce dogs in the village. Li Yui was far more familiar with the village dynamics, and consulting her was undoubtedly wise. He mentioned he needed them for guarding the house but refrained from discussing the events of the previous night. Even though he trusted Li Yui, such matters were not to be disclosed lightly. Li Yui, without further thought, informed him that Sun the Hunter had several fierce dogs. "Whenever I pass by Sun the Hunter's home, those dogs bark ferociously," she remarked. Lu Feng was quite pleased. This was precisely the type of dog he sought. He returned home, taking with him the leftover wild chicken from yesterday and a handful of milk candies, and made his way to Sun the Hunter's residence. Sun the Hunter, now advanced in years, had ceased venturing into the mountains. When Lu Feng arrived, he found Sun the Hunter chopping wood in his yard. "Lu Feng, what brings you here?" Sun the Hunter set down his axe upon seeing Lu Feng. Lu Feng went straight to the point. "Uncle Sun, I would like to ask for a dog to guard my home." The dogs at Sun the Hunter's were the offspring of the wolf dogs that had accompanied him on many hunting trips. That wolf dog had been his companion for years, making him reluctant to part with them. Even though his wife was quite displeased with the number of dogs he kept, given that in such times of scarcity, feeding dogs was a luxury few could afford. It was precisely for this reason that Sun the Hunter was hesitant to give them away, fearing they might become someone else's meal. However, having witnessed the events of the past few days, he held Lu Feng in high regard. If Lu Feng wanted a dog, he was not opposed. Sun the Hunter promptly called forth several dogs and, upon learning that Lu Feng was willing to take in 2 more, gifted him a yellow and a black wolf dog. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude to Sun the Hunter, offering him the wild chicken as a token of thanks. Sun the Hunter, seeing this, immediately declined. Yet, Lu Feng insisted on bestowing the wild chicken upon him. "Last time, Uncle Sun was concerned about what others might say. But this time, I came to you to request 2 wolfhounds, and it is only fitting that I bring you something in return." Reluctantly, Hunter Sun accepted. While Hunter Sun was occupied with tending to the wild chickens, Lu Feng beckoned to a little boy playing with mud in the yard and handed him the candy he had brought. Hunter Sun witnessed this exchange. Compared to the rumors circulating in the village, he placed greater trust in what his own eyes beheld. When Lu Feng prepared to leave with the wolfhounds, Hunter Sun called out to him and emerged from the house with an old hunting rifle. It was evident that the rifle had seen better days and was quite aged. "I've grown old and no longer venture into the mountains. My sons find hunting perilous and are unwilling to learn. This rifle is of no use to me. You may take it," he offered Lu Feng. This was indeed something Lu Feng required. He frequently traversed Yama Mountain, and possessing a rifle would greatly facilitate hunting. Not to mention it would provide a measure of safety against wild beasts. Not one to refuse such a life-saving item, Lu Feng graciously accepted the rifle, thanked Hunter Sun, and departed with the hounds in tow. Nonetheless, he resolved in his heart to bring Hunter Sun some game in the future, for not only had Hunter Sun gifted him his rifle, but he was also one of the few in the village who regarded him without prejudice. Upon returning home, Qin Ruolan and her daughter were startled to see the 2 imposing wolfhounds. "Where did these come from?" they exclaimed. "I visited Hunter Sun's home and acquired these 2 wolfhounds. With them here, you need not fear any intruders," Lu Feng reassured them. He then crouched down to stroke the dogs' heads, saying, "From now on, you shall guard our home well. I shall not neglect you." The 2 wolfhounds seemed to understand his words and barked in response. Simultaneously, news spread rapidly through Hongxing village regarding Zhang Mozi's unfortunate fate, having been rendered incapacitated. Chapter 47. A breath of relief, yet trouble looms at this moment, in Li Chuanxiang's household. Her parents were filled with a sense of satisfaction upon hearing the news brought back by their eldest daughter-in-law. That scoundrel Zhang Mozi truly deserves it. Wasn't he unable to control himself? It serves him right, Li's mother exclaimed in a fit of anger. The day before, they had learned that Li Chuanxiang had nearly fallen victim to Zhang Mozi's disgraceful intentions, leaving them shocked and furious. During such a pivotal time for Li Chuanxiang's courtship, reputation was of utmost importance. They dared not confront Zhang Mozi directly. Who knew how the villagers would gossip if they found out? Thus, despite their simmering rage, they could only send their son to teach Zhang Mozi a lesson that night. However, they arrived too late, only to find that the wretched Zhang Mozi had seemingly anticipated their visit and vanished without a trace. Their pent-up anger remained unvented. Now, learning of his downfall, they felt a sense of vindication. Had Zhang Mozi succeeded that day, the consequences would have been dire indeed. Once this matter circulates, even if they withstand the scorn and disdain of the crowd and refuse to wed Chuanxiang to Zhang Mozi, no one will desire her hand in marriage. Their family will be unable to hold their heads high in the village. Father Li inquired, "Where did you hear this? It can't be true, can it?" The eldest daughter-in-law immediately responded, "This news was relayed by Dr. Wang himself. How could it possibly be false?" Dr. Wang also mentioned that Zhang Mozi seems to have been beaten. Upon hearing this, Mother Li nearly clapped her hands in delight. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. That wretched Zhang Mozi deserves such a fate. That despicable creature must have been eyeing someone else's young wife, only to be punished by another man. He has consistently engaged in vile acts, such as sneaking glimpses of young wives bathing and pilfering their garments. It is only fitting that he meet such a dire end. I wonder who performed this good deed. If I knew, I would sincerely express my gratitude. As Li Chuanxiang stepped out of the house, she overheard their conversation and felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The mere thought of Zhang Mozi's disgusting face made her want to retch. Fortunately, Brother Lu arrived just in time. Otherwise, having been subjected to the likes of Zhang Mozi would have rendered her utterly despondent. Contemplating this, she turned to her parents. Mother and father, when shall we go to Honghe village to thank Brother Lu? Upon hearing this, Mother Li's expression darkened. Thank him for what? That Lu Feng is hardly better than Wang Mozi. Just let your brother take a token of thanks to him. What business do you have meddling in this, as an unmarried girl? Lu Feng often mingled with the ne'er-do-wells of the village, indulging in drinking and gambling. As the saying goes, misdeeds travel far and wide. Who is unaware of his antics? What if that gambling fiend became entangled with you? The thought filled her with dismay. Lu Feng merely rescued her daughter in passing, and yet she had elevated him to the status of a savior, incessantly bringing him up before them in recent days. It would be a miracle if the faces of the Li family appeared pleasant in such circumstances. Li Chuanxiang pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Father and mother. Brother Lu is my benefactor. How could I not personally thank him? Though she voiced this sentiment, only she knew what lay in her heart. She had no faith that Brother Lu was the kind of person they described. Brother Lu not only treated her with kindness, but also declined her gratitude. If he were truly as they claimed, how could he refuse her thanks? Her eyes darted about, since her parents forbade her from going. Why could she not venture forth on her own? Meanwhile, in Jing'an town, Lu Feng hurried to the herbal medicine shop with several wild ginseng roots in tow. Upon seeing Lu Feng return with more wild ginseng so soon, Boss Zhong's eyes crinkled with delight. Envisioning the prospect of becoming the wealthiest man in Jing'an town if Lu Feng continued to supply him. This time, Lu Feng brought all 4 wild ginseng roots he had discovered, including one of considerable age. Consequently, Boss Zhang rounded up the sum and presented Lu Feng with 700 yuan. 700 yuan is no trifling amount. The herbal medicine shop does not typically possess such funds. Fortunately, his home was just in the backyard. Boss Zhong instructed Lu Feng to wait, while he returned to the backyard to retrieve the money. In a seamless exchange, Lu Feng handed over the wild ginseng to Boss Zhong, receiving the cash in return. He carefully tucked the money into his pocket, ensuring its safety before departing from the traditional Chinese medicine shop. With a substantial sum in his possession, Lu Feng chose not to linger in the town, but instead made his way directly out of Jing'an town. As Lu Feng stepped outside the town, 2 individuals suddenly emerged, blocking his path from the front and back. Kid, you're quite clever, one of them sneered. You offended our brother Chang and still thought to change locations. Huh. Even if you evade Qiushui town, we VE still caught up with you. To dare offend our brother Chang, you must possess an extraordinary audacity. Lu Feng immediately recognized their identities. He looked at the thugs before him and said, Were you the ones who followed me a couple of days ago? Upon hearing Lu Feng mention the events of the previous days, the thugs' expressions darkened. Had they not lost track of him before, they would not have been dispatched by Brother Chang to monitor Jing'an town. They had endured several nights of hardship in the town, all because of this kid. You slipped away the other day, but today, we'll take you back to see Brother Chang. One of them growled. Daily Eye, take action. The 2 thugs lunged at Lu Feng, attempting to subdue him. A glint of coldness flickered in Lu Feng's eyes as he deftly prepared to defend himself. Having undergone professional training, he may not have possessed the same physique as in his previous life, but he was more than capable of handling 2 thugs. In just a few swift moves, Lu Feng had the 2 thugs on the ground. They had not anticipated the ferocity of their opponent. They barely had a chance to lay a hand on him before being taken down. In that moment, they recalled Brother Chang's words, which warned them to beat the kid so thoroughly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. This kid's skills were remarkably strong. Could Brother Chang truly deliver on his promise? Doubt crept into their minds. Lu Feng fixed his cold gaze upon them and spoke in a low voice. Return to your leader and inform him that there is no significant enmity between us. It would be best to let this matter rest. However, should he wish to pursue trouble, I am unafraid. We shall see whose strength prevails. With that, Lu Feng cracked his knuckles ominously. He understood well that in the face of such individuals, only by being tougher could one resolve the conflict. Violence must be met with greater violence. To show fear would only invite further bullying. Hearing the ominous cracking of his knuckles, the thugs tensed, feeling the pain from their earlier blows intensify. Having witnessed Lu Feng's prowess, the thugs hesitated to engage further. They sensed that this individual was not ordinary. Who among people would not be wary upon hearing Brother Chong's name? Yet this man not only showed no fear but confronted them directly, a rarity in anyone. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Feng departed from their sight, too afraid to intervene. Chapter 48. The casino's arrival. Qin Ruolan's world collapses. Lu Feng brushed off the earlier incident, believing that challenges would arise as they may. He hurried towards Honghe village, eager to return and share the exciting news of their newfound fortune with Qin Ruolan. She would surely be elated upon seeing the money. Coupled with the earnings from selling wild ginseng, their savings had approached 1,000. In the entirety of Honghe village, this would place them among the wealthier families. With this sum, not only could they build a new house, but they would also have a considerable amount left over afterward. The new year was fast approaching. With their new home completed, they could celebrate the festivities there. The remaining funds would allow them to purchase numerous items for the holiday, ensuring that she and her daughter would no longer suffer from the cold or hunger during this time. He intended to provide for all that they had missed over the past few years, allowing them to enjoy a lively new year together, an auspicious beginning for their family of 3. He envisioned a future filled with prosperity, and excitement surged within him. The bundles of cash in his pocket provided a reassuring weight against him. However, unbeknownst to Lu Feng, a grave crisis loomed, threatening his family and nearly costing him his wife and daughter. The life he yearned for was on the brink of slipping away. At Lu Feng's home in Honghe village. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, quickly. A flurry of urgent knocks resounded at the gate. The 2 guard dogs in the yard sensed danger, barking fiercely at the entrance. Startled, Qin Ruolan turned towards the sound, an ominous feeling washing over her. She set down the fabric in her hands and opened the gate. Upon seeing the 2 men at the door, her complexion drained of color and her unease magnified. These were the same 2 ruffians she had encountered on her way to her mother's house, the very ones who had emptied Wang Youcai's home. Most alarmingly, they were affiliated with the underground casino. What could they possibly want? Had Lu Feng returned to gambling? Faced with their unwavering stares, Qin Ruolan trembled as she managed to ask, "What do you want?" The man known as Long Ge fixated his gaze on her as soon as she appeared, his eyes roving over her with a predatory gleam. He leered, "Lu Feng owes our casino money and has effectively sold you and your daughter to us. Will you come with us willingly, or shall we take you by force?" His expression betrayed an insatiable desire. The sight of the enchanting woman before them stirred an intense heat within them. They had been with numerous women, yet none compared to her exquisite beauty. The prospect of sharing a night with such a captivating creature was tantalizing. After all, she was already theirs. They had no reason to fear they would lack the opportunity. Hasten to return her, and they too shall retire early to the embrace of this young bride. Yet, the words of Brother Long struck Qin Ruolan like a bolt from the blue. Her body trembled violently, disbelief coursing through her veins. Impossible. For so many days, Lu Feng had not ventured into gambling. Her hands gripped the doorframe tightly as she faced the 2 men before her. Brother Long sneered. "A month ago, Lu Feng had already sold you. This is the contract of servitude he signed. Surely, you recognize your husband's handwriting?" He produced a note bearing Lu Feng's signature. The sight of Lu Feng's name seared Qin Ruolan's eyes, shattering any flicker of hope that resided within her heart without mercy. How could this be? How could he have sold us? Qin Ruolan mumbled, her eyes ablaze with despair. The 2 fierce dogs in the courtyard continued to bark menacingly, yet at that moment, Qin Ruolan heard nothing. The echo of Lu Feng's betrayal reverberated in her ears. "He has sold you and your daughter to us." Tears of despair streamed down her pale cheeks, tracing paths across her colorless visage. The events of the past few days played in reverse in her mind. And when the scene returned to that fateful day Lu Feng returned from hunting, the image blurred and her sweet dreams shattered. She had believed Lu Feng had truly turned over a new leaf, unaware that all was a fade, a mere illusion. Lu Feng had long since sold them both. What had his recent kindness amounted to? Was it merely a pang of conscience that compelled him to treat them well? Conscience. Did that scoundrel Lu Feng possess such a thing? She recalled the tale she had heard at her family home of Wang Youcai gambling away his own wife, and she had felt relieved that Lu Feng had reformed. Little did she know, the fate of Wang Youcai's wife was, alas, her own impending doom. How could she have believed in Lu Feng's redemption? She felt so foolish. Her heart brimmed with hatred for Lu Feng. She loathed him for placing her in such a predicament. She despised him for severing all her hopes. Her eyes were filled with a tempest of despair and bitterness. "Go inside and bring the little one. Take them back with you, Brother Long commanded. Another ruffian shoved past Qin Ruolan and dashed into the courtyard, seizing Niuniu in his arms. Mother! Mother! Wah! The sound of Niuniu's cries jolted Qin Ruolan back to reality, and she rushed inside in a panic. No! Please don't take my daughter. I will go with you. Please, spare my daughter. I beg you. She pleaded desperately. Yet, her entreaties fell on deaf ears. They carried Niuniu away, dragging Qin Ruolan along with them. The two fierce dogs suddenly lunged forward, biting at the legs of the ruffians. Damn it, beasts! Seeking death. Brother Long's expression twisted with rage as he kicked the black dog far away. The yellow dog met the same fate, drawing a curved blade from his waist. Brother Long prepared to strike at the dogs. No. Qin Ruolan cried out in desperation. I will go with you. I will go with you. Long Gu halted his hand, which was poised to strike the wolf dog. Qin Ruolan swiftly snatched up Niuniu, cradling her tightly in her embrace, as if this act alone could shield the child from harm. Niuniu clung to Qin Ruolan's neck, trembling with fear and weeping uncontrollably. Mother, I want father. Let father deal with the bad men. A wave of paralysis coursed through Qin Ruolan's body, her heart aching with a profound sorrow. Long Gu erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. You want your father? The very man who sold you? He no longer wants you. Even if he were to appear, he would have to bow before me. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, gasped at his words and began to murmur among themselves. Yet, all Qin Ruolan could hear were Long Ji's taunts. A bitter smile graced her lips. For it was true, her father had forsaken them, selling them for his own gain. Even two newly acquired dogs would fiercely protect her and her daughter. But what of her husband, Niuniu's father? Despairing tears streamed down her cheeks. Embracing Niuniu, she followed the crowd as they departed. Casting one last glance at the place she had called home for years, her eyes flickering with hatred and resolve. In another life, she wished never to cross paths with Lu Feng again. Chapter 49. The Daughters as Payment, a Disaster Averted. Stop. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from afar. The crowd turned their gaze to see a figure rushing towards them with great urgency. The villagers instantly recognized him. It was Lu Feng. Their eyes brimmed with indignation. How dare that scoundrel return? Just when they thought he might have reformed after seeing him venture into the mountains to hunt. It turned out he had already sold his wife and daughter. To sell one's own family, such an act is inhuman, beneath even the basest creature. Indeed, it was a stroke of misfortune for the Qin family's daughter to marry him. Lu Feng had squandered all the valuables in his household, and now he had even resorted to selling his wife and child. Truly, he was less than beastly. The old couple, who had wed Lu Feng to such a fine woman, must be distraught. Even after losing everything, Ruolan remained steadfast, yet now he had committed this heinous act. It was utterly intolerable. The villagers, though not directly affected, felt a surge of anger. Long Gu recognized the returning figure and smirked mockingly. Little girl, weren't you looking for your father? Well, he has returned. Niuniu, nestled against Qin Ruolan, gazed up with tear-filled eyes. Mother, I don't want father. He is a bad man. Qin Ruolan tightened her grip around Niuniu, showing no reaction to Lu Feng's return, not even casting a glance in his direction. Rushing back, Lu Feng found that both mother and daughter had not spared him a single glance, enveloped in an aura of sorrow and despair. His heart raced with panic. For in that moment, Qin Ruolan seemed even colder than when he first inhabited this body. He realized with dread that all his efforts over the past days had crumbled to nothing due to this calamity. However, this is not the time for indecision. The immediate priority is to resolve the troubles at hand. Lu Feng glared at Long Gu and his companion, his face darkened. What do you intend to do? Long Gu sneered, his demeanor haughty as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Feng. Are you truly unaware of our intentions? You owe our casino a substantial sum, and you explicitly promised that if you could not produce 30 large bills within a month, you would settle the debt with your wife and daughter. You signed an IOU, clearly written in black and white. Do you think you can evade your obligations? Our casino is not to be trifled with. No one in this vicinity dares to default on us. Do you aspire to be the first? He toyed with the curved knife in his hand, his expression menacing as he stared at Lu Feng. The onlookers gasped, taken aback. Heavens, Lu Feng has amassed a debt of 30 large bills, not to mention a month. Even earning that much in a year seems implausible. Truly a grave misfortune. Not just Lu Feng. Even the village chief would struggle to produce 30 large bills. They shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances toward Qin Ruolan. What a fine daughter she was, yet she had fallen victim to Lu Feng's follies. The denizens of the underground casino were no virtuous souls. they were devoid of conscience. What fate could await Qin Ruolan if sold to such a wretched place? As the saying goes, men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women fear marrying the wrong man. Marrying a scoundrel like Lu Feng had doomed her future. Everyone silently resolved to keep their families away from Lu Feng, for should they, like him, fall prey to gambling addiction, it would lead to ruin. The aunts pondered that in the future, they must be vigilant in choosing sons-in-law, lest they doom their daughters' lives. Even though Qin Ruolan's heart felt like ashes upon hearing this, her hands trembled as she held on to Niuniu. 30 large bills, how dare that scoundrel Lu Feng? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, a surge of immense rage swelling within him. He understood, well, the magnitude of $300 in this era. How could the original Lu Feng, such a beast, dare to gamble in an underground casino and accumulate such a debt? And to think he would propose using his wife and daughter as repayment. How monstrous. Since his rebirth, Lu Feng had been preoccupied with hunting and providing for his family, completely forgetting this perilous situation, which nearly led to disaster. I will repay this debt, Lu Feng declared through gritted teeth. Long Ge, observing Lu Feng's grim countenance, was convinced that he could not possibly repay the debt. In these times, 30 large bills was no trivial amount. It was far beyond the means of someone like Lu Feng, who was utterly impoverished, not to mention 30 large bills. Even 3 would be impossible for him to procure. A worthless wretch like you, able to produce 30 large bills? What a jest. Take him away. Long Ge seized Qin Ruolan's arm, pulling her away, causing her to stumble. I command you to stop. Lu Feng grasped Long Ge's wrist with a fierce expression. His eyes filled with wrath as he glared at him. Long Ge noticed the expression in Lu Feng's eyes, and a sudden sense of fear welled up within him. The excruciating pain radiating from his wrist left Long Ge no time to ponder. He instinctively released Qin Ruolan and violently shook off Lu Feng's grip, glaring at him with a menacing expression. What? Trying to play tricks? You're asking for death. With that, Long Ge brandished the curved knife in his hand and lunged at Lu Feng. The villagers, having never witnessed such a scene, were instantly struck with terror, and some let out sharp screams. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, deftly sidestepping Long Ge's blade. Seizing his wrist, he twisted it forcefully, and as Long Ge grimaced in pain, Lu Feng wrested the knife from him and kicked him violently away. Bang! Long Ge crashed heavily to the ground, coughing in agony. Long Ge. Another thug-esque expression shifted dramatically as he widened his eyes at Lu Feng and spoke in a deep voice. You dare lay a hand on our Long Ge? You're courting death. Long Ge, taken aback by Lu Feng's aggression, wore a grim expression and shouted furiously. Do you understand the consequences of defaulting on a debt at our gambling house? If you have a life to default, you must have a life to spend. Lu Feng advanced step by step toward Long Ge, for reasons unknown. A profound sense of unease and dread crept into Long Ge's heart as he faced the approaching figure. What do you intend to do? Are you truly willing to go against our gambling house? The consequences are not something you can bear. Long Ge glared at Lu Feng warily, stopping before Long Ge. Lu Feng fixed him with a cold stare. The month is up. I will repay you, but you shall not take my wife and daughter, he declared vehemently. If you dare to touch them, I will end you. With that, Lu Feng flung the curved knife from his hand, embedding it firmly into the ground, less than an inch from Long Ge. Long Ge's body stiffened as he beheld the knife planted so close to him, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He feigned composure and looked at Lu Feng, sneering. Repay you? You owe us 30 big notes, not just 3. Today is your final deadline. What do you have to repay the debt? You may lack skills, but your bravado is impressive. If you can produce 30 big notes, I'll call you father. But can you? Long Ge regarded Lu Feng with disdain. Chapter 50. Shocking the crowd. Stalemate again. The villagers scoffed at Lu Feng's words. Everyone in the village knew that he had squandered all his valuables long ago. For him to produce 30 big notes was utterly implausible. No one present believed that Lu Feng could muster such an amount. Oh, is that so? Lu Feng retorted coldly. He then pulled out a roll of big notes from his pocket. Upon seeing the roll of money, Long Ge and his companion's eyes widened in disbelief. Judging by the thickness of the roll, it was evident that it contained far more than 30 big notes. How could this young man possibly have amassed such wealth? At that moment, Lu Feng extracted 30 big notes and tossed them in front of Long Ge. This amounts to 300. From now on, we are square. Return the IOU. Lu Feng extended his hand. Long Ge had never anticipated that Lu Feng could produce such a sum. He had been thinking about that young wife for several days, initially anticipating the moment when Lu Feng would sell her to them, allowing him to savor her charms. To his surprise, Lu Feng managed to gather 30 bills of large denomination. Despite Long Ji's reluctance, he had no choice but to return the IOU to Lu Feng. However, when he caught sight of the remaining roll of bills in Lu Feng's hand, his eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Just then, Lu Feng's voice rang out. "From now on, I owe you not a single penny. If you dare to return, I assure you will regret ever stepping into this world." A terrifying aura emanated from Lu Feng. Long Gu was startled by Lu Feng's expression and had to temporarily suppress his thoughts, signaling his subordinates to leave. "Stop. Have you forgotten your earlier words? Do you need me to remind you?" Lu Feng squinted at Long Gu, flexing his wrist. Long Ji's face darkened. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never expecting Lu Feng to actually possess such funds. Regret filled his heart. Based on Lu Feng's demeanor, it seemed that if he did not call him father today, leaving would be quite difficult. Having already witnessed Lu Feng's abilities, he understood clearly that he was no match for him. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to temporarily concede. "Father." Long Gu squeezed the word out through gritted teeth. "Your father didn't hear you. Speak louder. If you can't manage it, I can help." Lu Feng's voice was cold. Long Gu clenched his fists, steeling himself, and raised his voice. "Father." "Good son. Now leave." Long Gu felt a deep sense of humiliation, but recognizing his inferiority, he swallowed his pride. "Go." Long Gu stormed off with his men. Although he was baffled by how this coward suddenly became so formidable, it mattered little. This scoundrel dared to humiliate him, and he had plenty of ways to exact revenge. He would ensure Lu Feng paid tenfold. Not only would Lu Feng face repercussions, but he would also pocket the bills in Lu Feng's possession. After Long Gu and his companion departed, the villagers' gazes turned towards Lu Feng. When they saw him produce 30 large denomination bills in one breath, they were taken aback. 300 was an astronomical sum for them, let alone the additional roll of bills Lu Feng held. Where on earth did this young man acquire such wealth? Good heavens. Such a substantial roll of money. I have never seen so much money in my life. Who knew where it came from? Just half a month ago, I saw him gambling with Zhang Lizi, and now, in such a short span, he possessed this fortune, certainly not through legitimate means. He was capable of selling his own wife and daughter. What else could he not do? We must keep our distance from this scoundrel. If he gets in trouble, we don't want to be implicated. With the revelation of Lu Feng selling his wife and daughter, the slight improvement in his reputation swiftly plummeted, leaving it in an even worse state. Lu Feng, however, was solely focused on Qin Ruolan and her daughter, indifferent to the villagers' gossip. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to appease his wife's anger. Lu Feng took a deep breath and approached Qin Ruolan and her daughter. Although Qin Ruolan stood erect, he perceived her fragility at that moment, as if she could shatter with the slightest touch. He feared she might do something foolish. Even when Lu Feng stood before them, Qin Ruolan did not glance in his direction, her eyes cast down, deliberately ignoring his presence. Niuniu, too, had lost her previous warmth towards him. She merely glanced his way before burying her head in Qin Ruolan's embrace, unwilling to look at him, not even for a moment. This scene caused a sharp pang in Lu Feng's heart. Faced with the mother and daughter, he felt a twinge of cowardice. Clenching his fists, he finally spoke softly. "Wife. Niuniu, let us return home." Qin Ruolan did not acknowledge him, remaining rooted in place, her demeanor unchanged. In that moment, a profound sense of confusion enveloped her. She could not see the path ahead and was uncertain how to proceed. It felt as though she had plunged into an abyss, devoid of any hope. Watching Qin Ruolan. Impervious to his words, Lu Feng spoke again. "Wife, I realize my mistakes. Would you please come home?" He felt utterly powerless. Aware that the events that had transpired had deeply wounded Qin Ruolan, today's incident had shattered her trust once more, and he was at a loss as to how to restore it. Just as Lu Feng grappled with his uncertainty, Niuniu's tearful voice broke through. "Mom, I want to go home." To Niuniu, home was the safest sanctuary. All she desired was to retreat there, where the villains could not reach her. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng held his breath, anxiety gripping him, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Ruolan, fearful that even Niuniu's plea would fail to elicit a response from her. Fortunately, Qin Ruolan still cared for Niuniu. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, a flicker of life returned to Qin Ruolan's eyes. She embraced Niuniu and entered the courtyard. When Lu Feng saw Qin Ruolan returning home, he felt a slight relief. Her willingness to come back meant she would not resort to foolish actions. He genuinely feared that the earlier events might drive Qin Ruolan to a desperate edge. However, as Lu Feng caught up with her and stepped through the courtyard door, Qin Ruolan abruptly slammed the door shut, the sound echoing against the frame with a resounding thud. Lu Feng gazed at the firmly closed door and sighed. It was then that he noticed something unusual by the stone table. A piece of fabric lay on the ground, and as he approached, He realized it was not merely a cloth, but the nascent form of a garment. The fabric was substantial, far too large to belong to Qin Ruolan, and even more unlikely to be intended for Niuniu. The only possibility was that it was meant for him. At that moment, the unfinished garment lay abandoned on the ground, marked with several footprints. He could almost envision Qin Ruolan crafting this clothing, only to suddenly hear the news of her and her daughter being sold. How cruel a reality it was for Qin Ruolan. Chapter 51. The pain of betrayal and the crisis of trust. Good news seldom travels beyond one's doorstep, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The events surrounding Lu Feng's family swiftly permeated the entire village. While working in the fields, Zhang Mei and Tang Hong learned of the incident during a brief respite, spoken of by fellow villagers. Tang Hong was taken aback. She never anticipated that Lu Feng, who appeared so respectable, could commit such a heartless act, selling even his own wife and child. In that moment, she felt a wave of relief, thankful that she was not the one married to Lu Feng, for today it could have been her facing such a fate. Zhang Mei, upon hearing the news, was equally astonished, yet soon felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Her own life had been fraught with turmoil these past few days, as her husband's demeanor towards her had grown exceedingly cold. Any slight misstep on her part could lead to him contemplating divorce, and her treatment within the household had plummeted. All of this was instigated by that woman, Qin Ruolan. Had she agreed to lend her some meat, the subsequent events might have been averted, and her life would not have spiraled downward in such a manner. That shameless woman, Qin Ruolan, deserved her fate. Zhang Mei had always believed Lu Feng to be incorrigible. And lo and behold, she had been right. He had indeed sold both Qin Ruolan and that worthless child. Lu Feng was no virtuous man. Selling them was well-deserved. He could expect to grow old in solitude. When the time came, she would ensure that her son, Huzi, would not be there to care for him in his old age. At that moment, the villagers conveyed further developments. Lu Feng had returned in time to reveal that he had kept Qin Ruolan and her child with him. A triumphant expression on Zhang Mei's face faltered, her inner resentment twisting her features into a grimace. She had believed revenge was within her grasp, only to discover that Lu Feng, the scoundrel, had chosen to retain them. Truly, the heavens were blind. The recently returned couple, Lu Dai and his wife, also caught wind of this news. Their expression shifted, and they hurried towards Lu Feng's residence. Li Wei, in a fit of rage, began to berate him. I had thought that Lu Feng had truly changed, but it was all a facade to deceive us. He has actually sold his own wife and daughter. This is outrageous. They burst into Lu Feng's home, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon him. You wretched scoundrel, how could you betray your own wife and daughter? Are you even human? Xiao Feng, how could a man like you commit such barbaric acts? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your uncle and aunt. Lu Dai, filled with disappointment, raised his hand to strike Lu Feng. After the tragic accident involving his uncle and aunt, Lu Feng had received a substantial compensation. With that money, along with a good wife, he could have led a comfortable life. Yet, he chose to self-destruct, succumbing to the vices of alcoholism and gambling. Not only had he squandered the compensation, but he had also lost all valuable possessions in his reckless pursuits, transforming a winning hand into utter ruin. Now, having sold his own wife and daughter, Lu Dai was on the verge of insanity. Brother and sister-in-law, I did not sell Ruolan and her daughter. They are safe within the house. Lu Feng's words halted Lu Dai's hand mid-air, leaving Li Wei momentarily stunned. What did you say? Ruolan and Niuniu were not taken away? Lu Feng nodded affirmatively. I have repaid the debts I owed to the casino. I have genuinely turned over a new leaf. During this period, I have abstained from both alcohol and gambling. This issue stems from my past transgressions, and I had temporarily forgotten it while focusing on earning a living for my family. I acknowledge the numerous mistakes I made previously, yet those are behind me now, and I assure you that I shall not repeat them again. Lu Feng raised his voice, not only addressing Lu Dai and his wife, but also elucidating his stance to Qin Ruolan. Soon, Lu Feng's words reached Qin Ruolan, who was sitting on the Kong with her daughter Niuniu. It was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that quickly subsided. Observing Lu Feng's earnest demeanor, Lu Dai and his wife began to believe in him. Considering that he had indeed been working hard for his family and had not been seen indulging with Zhang Lizi and his companions during this time, Lu Feng's determination was further evidenced by his willingness to venture into the treacherous Yama Mountain to provide for his family. However, Li Wei, being a woman herself, understood the profound impact this situation could have on Qin Ruolan. Qin Ruolan, who was naturally perceptive, had just begun to trust Lu Feng and open her heart to him. Now, this revelation struck her like a wake-up call. Li Yue genuinely feared that Qin Ruolan might resort to extreme measures. Having witnessed the hardships she had endured over the years, ultimately it was unbearable for them to realize that they had been betrayed by Lu Feng. Just recently, Qin Ruolan had been seeking her assistance in exchanging cotton to make clothes for him. How could such a calamity have transpired? With a heavy sigh, she spoke with heartfelt sincerity. I care not whether your words are true or false. I have but one request. Treat your wife kindly from now on. You owe her far too much. When your uncle and aunt passed away, you were inebriated daily, while Ruolan single-handedly managed their affairs and took care of the children. It pained me to witness her struggle. Lu Feng nodded solemnly, vowing within himself to double his efforts to cherish Ruolan and Niuniu. To compensate for the hurt they had endured, Lu Dai and his wife, realizing that the situation was not as they had imagined, felt a sense of relief. The issues between Lu Feng and his wife were matters for them alone to resolve, and so they returned home, leaving space for Lu Feng's family of 3. Lu Feng lingered hesitantly outside the door, continuously speaking to Qin Ruolan within, yet she offered him no response. A sense of helplessness surged within him once more. With her silence, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, striving to nourish his wife and daughter. Once he had finished cooking, he returned to the door and called out, "Wife, come out for dinner." As anticipated, there was still no reply from Qin Ruolan. He sighed and said, "Darling, I know you are very upset. Please come out. I will accept whatever you decide, all right?" After speaking, silence reigned once more within the room. He continued, "Though you are angry, do not neglect your health. Niuniu is still small. Would you truly let her go hungry?" This time, a faint sound finally emerged from within. Immediately, the door swung open, and Qin Ruolan emerged, cradling Niuniu in her arms. Upon witnessing her willingness to join him for a meal, Lu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled, poised to speak, but Qin Ruolan walked past him, pointedly ignoring his presence. Lu Feng sighed once more. Nevertheless, it was indeed a positive development that Qin Ruolan chose to step outside and no longer confined herself within the room, was it not? He followed her, noting that even during the meal, she held Niuniu tightly, as though fearful of losing her. With just the 3 of them in the room, he was acutely aware that Qin Ruolan's guard was directed at him. A pang of bitterness coursed through him. As Qin Ruolan attempted to feed Niuniu, she displayed no intention of picking up her chopsticks, her expression vacant and her eyes hollow, lost in thought. The sight of such a despondent Qin Ruolan unsettled Lu Feng deeply. "Darling, please eat something. I implore you," he thought. Yet, Qin Ruolan remained unresponsive. After Niuniu finished her meal, she rose with her in her arms and returned to the room, having exchanged not a single word with Lu Feng throughout dinner, nor even casting a glance in his direction. Chapter 52. Investigating the truth. My wife wants a divorce, damn it. 2 useless gluttons. You 2 can't even handle a mere peasant. What use do I have for you? Inside a brick house in Qiushui town, Scarface Chang fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at his 2 subordinates. The duo, visibly apprehensive, replied, "Boss Chang, that brat is too formidable. We are no match for him." Recalling the incident on the street when Lu Feng had acted, Scarface Chang furrowed his brow. However, he would never admit to his own inadequacy. He merely thought he had underestimated his opponent. He berated them again, "Practice more. I, Scarface Chang, do not support incompetence. If you mess up again, get out of my sight." His tone bore a hint of embarrassment and anger. One of the thugs, glancing at Scarface Chang's expression, gathered his courage to speak. "Boss Chang, that brat sent a message for you." Scarface Chang fixed his gaze on him, demanding, "Speak." The thug mimicked Lu Feng with remarkable accuracy. "Tell your boss that there is no significant enmity between us. It would be best to let this matter rest. However, if he wishes to cause trouble, I am unafraid. In that case, we shall see whose fists are stronger." As he spoke, the thug cracked his knuckles just like Lu Feng. Scarface Chang's face darkened, and he kicked the thug to the ground. "You wretched fool." The thug clutched his abdomen, feeling humiliated. "Boss, those were the brat's words, not mine," he protested inwardly, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I should have let Dallas speak. He wouldn't be the one getting beaten." Scarface Chang paid him no mind, clenching his fists, his anger making the scar on his face appear even more menacing. "How dare he provoke me, Scarface Chang? He truly does not know the meaning of death. Has there been any news from my brother-in-law? Have we uncovered that brat's background?" At this moment, Lu Feng remained oblivious to the fact that someone was secretly investigating his background. He tidied up his home and anxiously made his way inside. Approaching the door, he tentatively pushed it open, expecting Qin Ruolan to have locked it like before. To his surprise, The door swung open. He reassured himself that Qin Ruolan had not barred him from entering, which he deemed a positive sign. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of not returning to his room that night, but now that he could enter, he resolved to stay inside at all costs. Only by being with Qin Ruolan could he hope to explain himself. Upon entering the room, Feng beheld Qin Ruolan and her daughter already nestled on the Kong, with Niuniu fast asleep in her embrace. Although Qin Ruolan was awake, she offered him not a single glance, choosing instead to disregard his presence. He placed the clothing he had picked up from the stone table into the cabinet. Qin Ruolan noticed the item in his hand, her expression momentarily startled. However, she quickly averted her gaze and closed her eyes. Feng then retrieved a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Previously, his wife had been there to apply the medicine for him. But after today's events had hurt her feelings, it was unlikely she would do so now, compared to the warmth of the past few days. This evening felt starkly desolate. After applying the medicine, he climbed onto the Kong, lying tense and anxious, fearing that Qin Ruolan might ask him to leave. Fortunately, she remained silent, allowing him to gradually relax. The room was filled only with the sound of their breathing. In the past, such an environment had felt cozy. But tonight it only invoked feelings of unease and emptiness. Though Qin Ruolan did not speak or move, Feng sensed she was still awake. He swallowed hard before finally speaking. "Wife, it's my fault. I've been so busy making money that I neglected this matter and caused you pain. However, I truly didn't mean to." Before he could finish, Qin Ruolan interrupted him. "Let us get a divorce, Feng. We should divorce." Feng was momentarily stunned, almost doubting his own hearing. Yet, upon seeing the resolute expression on Qin Ruolan's face, he realized he had not misheard. She had indeed proposed divorce. A wave of confusion washed over him. He had never contemplated the possibility of divorcing Qin Ruolan, and now, she was the one initiating it. Panic surged within him as he suddenly embraced Qin Ruolan, his voice firm. "Wife, we want to divorce. I know today's events hurt you, and you can hit me or scold me, but we will not separate. I am changing, I truly am. I am striving to be good to you and Niuniu. We are a family, and we cannot be apart." His words broke Qin Ruolan's composure, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I want a divorce. I no longer wish to live with you. I can endure anything. But how could you betray me and our daughter? You are worse than a beast. I no longer believe you. You are a liar, and I refuse to trust you again." She cried out in anguish, her fist striking Feng repeatedly. How could she still trust him? Each time she chose to believe in Feng, she was met with disappointment and overwhelming blows, with this latest blow weighing especially heavy. She and Niuniu were both living, breathing individuals, yet Feng treated them as mere commodities to repay his gambling debts. How absurd. What meaning could such a marriage hold? Perhaps she should have heeded her mother's advice to divorce Feng earlier. Had she done so, she and Niuniu would not have come perilously close to being sold to an underground casino. The thought of endangering Niuniu was unbearable. She could hardly imagine the fate that awaited them as they were sold into a den of vice. How could Feng be so cruel? In her previous life, even when cut by a blade or struck by a bullet, Feng remained silent. Yet now, as Qin Ruolan's fists fell upon him, he felt a suffocating pain. Despite this, he did not release her. Instead, he held her tighter, fearing that if he let go, she would leave him. The thought of Qin Ruolan no longer being in his life, leading to a fractured family, was too much to bear. He whispered, "Wife, I will not divorce you. This incident has hurt you, and I will make amends with my actions. You are my wife, and Niuniu is my daughter. That will never change." Qin Ruolan stifled her cries, unwilling to wake her daughter beside her. This only deepened Feng's heartache for her. He held her close, gently patting her back, soothingly saying, "Wife, let us not talk of divorce. Let us live well from now on. I will treat you and Niuniu well. Such events will not recur. I swear. If I ever disappoint you again, may I face dire consequences." Chapter 53. The Pain Within. The fear of public opinion. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan fell silent, her mind drifting back to the scene before dinner. Niuniu nestled in her arms, timidly asked, "Mother, I like the old daddy. Can he be like he was before?" Niuniu's eyes brimmed with longing. Qin Ruolan could sense how happy Niuniu had been in recent days and how much she cherished the reformed Feng. However, the essence of a person is hard to change. Could Feng truly uphold his promises? This time, Feng had fortuitously earned money and was willing to spend it to redeem them, but what about next time? After a moment of silence, she glanced at Niuniu, whose eyes were still swollen, and felt a wavering in her resolve. Over the years, Niuniu had been remarkably understanding, never once asking for anything. If Niuniu desired a father, she could endure for her sake. She refrained from mentioning divorce again, and her previously tense body began to relax. Nonetheless, the incident had inflicted profound wounds upon Qin Ruolan, leaving a thorn deeply embedded in her heart, far from forgotten. Lu Feng noticed the change in Qin Ruolan and secretly sighed in relief. He secretly vowed to himself that he must never again commit such a juvenile mistake. Should he hurt Qin Ruolan once more, seeking her forgiveness would become an arduous task. Even clay figurines possess a measure of temperament, let alone a living, breathing person like Qin Ruolan. That night, Lu Feng meticulously revisited the memories of his past few years, discovering no similar incidents, which allowed him to sleep soundly. The following day, Lu Feng chose to remain indoors, one reason being that he had completely harvested the wild ginseng he had found on the mountain, and another being that his relationship with Qin Ruolan had yet to mend, prompting him to stay home. Moreover, Niuniu was still upset with him, and he couldn't forget how heartbroken she had been the previous day. He needed to cheer up his precious daughter. Though Qin Ruolan remained somewhat distant towards Lu Feng that day, he did not lose heart. The fact that she no longer mentioned divorce indicated that matters were progressing in a positive direction. Niuniu, however, was not as composed as Qin Ruolan. During breakfast, she had glanced at Lu Feng several times. Her actions did not escape Lu Feng's notice, and he found her utterly adorable. Reflecting on Niuniu's sorrow from the previous day filled him with compassion. After breakfast, Niuniu's rabbit had scurried to Lu Feng's feet. She stood still, glancing between the rabbit and Lu Feng, seemingly at a loss. It was evident she still remembered his earlier threat to sell her. Seeing his daughter's expression stirred a tumult of emotions within Lu Feng. He picked up the rabbit and extended it toward Niuniu. "Come here and hug your rabbit." Niuniu. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Lu Feng. Taking the rabbit from his hands, he affectionately ruffled her hair, a gesture that immediately brought tears to her eyes. She looked up at him with her big, tear-filled eyes and softly asked, "Daddy, can you not sell me and Mommy? Niuniu can take care of you." Lu Feng understood that Niuniu had internalized Zhang Mei's words, believing he intended to sell her because she could not support him in his old age. He recognized that the events of the previous day had caused her distress. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he crouched down to meet Niuniu's gaze, solemnly assuring her, "Do not be afraid, Niuniu. Daddy never intended to sell you. I could never bear to part with you or your mother. You may not grasp everything just yet, but remember, you will always be Daddy's precious daughter." Upon hearing this, Niuniu suddenly threw herself into Lu Feng's embrace, sobbing as she released her pent-up fears. "Daddy fights the bad guys. The bad guys want to take me and Mommy away. And they want to kill Xiao He and Xiao Huang." Lu Feng held her small frame close, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Do not fear, Daddy is here. And I will ensure that no bad person harms you again." Children's sorrows arrive swiftly but depart just as quickly. Following this heartfelt exchange, the bond between Niuniu and Lu Feng returned to its former warmth. Niuniu ran up to Qin Ruolan, eager to share the good news. "Mommy, Daddy won't sell us anymore? Niuniu will take care of you both from now on. Daddy also said I am his precious daughter." A hint of shyness colored her little face as she spoke these words. Qin Ruolan gazed at the smile adorning Niuniu's face, her emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Despite pouring all her love into her daughter, she could not fill the void left by the absence of paternal affection. She pressed her lips together, raised her hand to gently caress Niuniu's head, and a tender smile graced her features. Niuniu was indeed her precious daughter. In the courtyard, Lu Feng observed the mother-daughter duo within the house, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling in his heart. He felt immensely grateful for Niuniu's presence, as she served as the vital bond connecting him and Qin Ruolan. Without Niuniu, he dared not speculate on the fate that might have befallen him and Qin Ruolan. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Qin Ruolan's expression shifted dramatically. She instinctively pulled Niuniu into her embrace, tensing her body and watching the courtyard door with keen alertness. Noticing her reaction, Lu Feng understood that she was reminded of the events from the previous day. "My dear, do not fear. I will go check. Everything will be fine," he reassured her. "Lu Feng, is Lu Feng home?" called out the voice from outside, growing impatient as the knocks went unanswered. Frowning, Lu Feng strode out of the courtyard with an imposing demeanor. Upon exiting, he was met by a young man with a sallow complexion and a round face standing at the entrance. "What do you want?" Lu Feng asked, his tone fierce. The young man, taken aback by Lu Feng's intensity, stumbled back a couple of steps and hastily replied, "I was sent by my father to deliver some furniture." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng recognized the young man as Su Jiaowang, the son of the carpenter Su. Immediately, he softened his demeanor. "Thank you. Please bring the items inside," he said. Lu Feng assisted Su Jiaowang in carrying the furniture into the house, mindful of Qin Ruolan's earlier reaction. He stepped ahead into the courtyard and explained, "Dear, the furniture I ordered from Su the carpenter is ready. His son brought it over." With Lu Feng's clarification, Qin Ruolan relaxed, loosening her hold on Niuniu. The moment had closely mirrored the previous day, leading her to believe that trouble had once again come knocking. Together, Lu Feng and Su Jiaowang transported the furniture into the courtyard, after which Su Jiaowang departed. Given the events of yesterday, Qin Ruolan remained particularly sensitive and preferred not to have others lingering in their home. As Su Jiaowang left Lu Feng's residence, he glanced back at Lu Feng, who was busy arranging the items in the house. A sense of confusion washed over him. This Lu Feng did not appear to be the type to betray his wife and child. How could he have committed such an inhumane act? He shivered at the memory of Lu Feng's fierce expression when he opened the courtyard door. Perhaps it was wiser to keep his distance from Lu Feng. Chapter 54. The appearance of a home. Viewed as a fat sheep unaware of Su Jiaowang's thoughts, Lu Feng continued to move the furniture into the room alone. Once he arranged the items, he nodded in satisfaction, noting that the space no longer felt barren. Previously, the house had lacked the essence of a home. Now, it resembled one at last. Qin Ruolan observed Lu Feng bustling about, her feelings a tapestry of complexity. Lu Feng had once been indolent, indifferent to matters of the household. He returns home not for money, nor for rest. Sometimes he doesn't even come back to sleep. For Lu Feng, this place hardly feels like home. It resembles more of a temporary refuge. He remains oblivious to the absence of various things within the household. Such actions were foreign to Lu Feng in the past. He has indeed changed in some ways, but who can say how long he can maintain this newfound demeanor? As she pondered, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Qin Ruolan's eyes. The events of yesterday had left her with indelible scars, making her hesitant to trust Lu Feng again. "My dear wife, I have arranged the furniture. Do take a look and see if it pleases you," he called out. "Niuniu, quickly take your mother to see." Aware that Qin Ruolan would likely ignore him, Lu Feng enlisted Niuniu's help. Niuniu ran to Qin Ruolan, grasping her hand and leading her into the room. While Qin Ruolan could dismiss Lu Feng, she could not refuse Niuniu. As she observed the newly added furniture, it was impossible for her not to feel a stir of emotion. Ever since Lu Feng succumbed to the vices of alcoholism and gambling, the household items had been gradually taken away, exchanged for liquor or to settle debts. Over the years, only a cabinet and a bed remained. Yet now, Lu Feng had restored what was lost. This scene inevitably reminded her of the early days of their marriage. Back then, though Lu Feng was indolent, he treated her decently and had not yet fallen into addiction. Her life could indeed be described as blissful, but could they truly return to that time? Meanwhile, in Qiushui town at the state-run hotel, two unsavory characters were drinking in the lobby. "Long Gu, you never come without a reason. What brings you to Qiushui town this time?" Scarred Knife Chong took a swig of his drink and smacked his lips. "Why do you say that? Chong Gu, do you think I'd just be idle? The casino has been bustling. You see, I finished my work and came to find you for a drink," replied Guizhong Long, his tone shifting. "However, Changgu, I do have a matter of significance to discuss, and it is indeed a fortuitous one." He promptly divulged his purpose for visiting. "Recently, I've discovered a golden opportunity. Are you interested in a big score? A golden opportunity? Pray, enlighten me." Scarred Knife Chong tossed a peanut into his mouth, feigning disinterest. "People who frequent the casino are dwindling in wealth, so how could you possibly find a golden opportunity there?" Guizhong Long wasted no time in explaining. "Yesterday, as per our usual protocol, I went to collect debts. That lad handed me a large roll of cash, repaying 300 of our gambling debts. He must have at least 40 or 50 more bills on him." Scarred Knife Chong paused, the glass in his hand stilled, his eyes igniting with intrigue. "Really?" Initially, he thought Guizhong Long's golden opportunity might refer to someone with merely a bit of money, yet it turned out to be quite the lucrative prospect. In both Qiushui town and Qishir town, it was rare to encounter someone who could casually produce dozens of cash bills. It was no wonder Guizhong Long had journeyed all the way from Qingshi town to seek him out. This indeed constitutes a substantial business venture. Long Jiang nodded in agreement. "Yet I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could there be any doubt?" Scarred knifed down the liquor in his glass in one gulp, narrowing his eyes, which gleamed with greed. "We must find a way to secure that fellow's substantial fortune for ourselves." "Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Which is why I have come to seek your collaboration," Brother Long. The river-crossing dragon nodded in accord. Dozens of substantial fortunes. This is no trifling sum. And since it has already been presented before Scarred Knife, how could he possibly let it slip away? Let us discuss the details regarding that individual. The river-crossing dragon relayed the information about Lu Feng to Scarred Knife. This fellow is named Lu Feng. Upon hearing Lu Feng's name, Scarred Knife's expression darkened suddenly. Lu Feng, the river-crossing dragon, oblivious to Scarred Knife's reaction, continued speaking. Yes, precisely Lu Feng, a resident of Honghe village. He was once a notorious gambler. Yet within this short span of a month, I cannot fathom from where he has acquired such a considerable fortune. Scarred Knife's face clouded with displeasure as he let out a cold snort. How fortuitous. It was then that the river-crossing dragon noticed Scarred Knife's grim demeanor and promptly inquired, Brother Chong, what troubles you? Do you know this Lu Feng? Scarred Knife nodded solemnly and replied, there are some past grievances. He certainly did not disclose to the river-crossing dragon the incident of being refused protection money and subsequently beaten. After all, did he not care for his reputation? That scoundrel dares to offend even Brother Chong? He must be seeking his own demise. The river-crossing dragon exclaimed furiously. Scarred Knife narrowed his eyes. His face contorted with a fierce expression. Just last night, he had learned of that rascal's identity from his brother-in-law. And today the river-crossing dragon had come seeking him because of Lu Feng. Perfect timing. He would wait until he could seize the fortune from Lu Feng and then teach him a severe lesson. Brother Chong, that scoundrel is far too audacious. We cannot let him escape unscathed. He must pay for his insolence. Yesterday, he had endured humiliation at the hands of Lu Feng, and he could not rest until he avenged this slight. That rascal had inexplicably grown formidable. Was Scarred Knife to be intimidated by him? Scarred Knife had a powerful brother-in-law. How could a mere commoner like Lu Feng evade the grasp of Scarred Knife's formidable connections? Bang! Scarred Knife slammed his glass down on the table. Gritting his teeth as he declared, rest assured, I shall ensure that fellow regrets his choices. The river-crossing dragon, observing Scarred Knife's fervor, felt immense satisfaction. The more Scarred Knife loathed Lu Feng, the more severe his actions would be, and Lu Feng's suffering would only intensify. This was indeed a scenario he relished. At that moment, the river-crossing dragon rubbed his hands together and cautiously inquired, Brother Chong, once we have secured Lu Feng's wealth, how do you propose we divide it? 70-30, Scarred Knife replied. The river-crossing dragon's eyes lit up, excitement surging within him, ready to embrace Scarred Knife as a good brother. However, Scarred Knife's voice continued. I take 70, you take 30. The river-crossing dragon's expression froze. You take 70? Brother Chong, this is far too little. Everyone claims that their casino is unscrupulous. Yet Scarface Chong surpasses them in this regard. He discovered the lucrative opportunity, yet Scarface Chong only offered him a mere 30%. It seems Scarface Chong is intent on double dealing. Chapter 55. The two alliances, masters of Bejiquan. Scarface Chong patted Gui Jianglong's shoulder. Brother Long, that fellow is no ordinary ruffian. Dealing with him is not a simple task. I will take 70% and still need to spend money to hire help against him, while you only need to sit back and collect your share. If you sell me a piece of information, taking 30% is undoubtedly a good deal. Rest assured, brother, I would never deceive you. Wu Jianglong was well aware that Lu Feng was not an ordinary thug, for he had suffered losses at Lu Feng's hands. Otherwise, he would not have traveled such a distance to seek out Scarface Chong in Jiushui town. He exerted considerable effort to secure this deal, initially contemplating a 60-40 split in favor of himself, or perhaps an even 50-50 division if necessary. However, Scarface Chong demanded 70% outright. Why not just rob him? It was laughable for Scarface Chong to claim he wouldn't cheat him. Everyone in the underworld knew how Scarface Chang leveraged his brother-in-law's influence to dominate Jiushui town. Gui Jianglong had grievances he could not express, but now that Scarface Chong was aware of the situation, even if he refused, Scarface Chong could monopolize the matter, leaving him with nothing. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and acquiesce. Fine. We'll go with what Brother Chong says. 70 for you, 30 for me. Brother Chong, you must find some capable individuals. Without sufficient skill, they may not be able to take down that brat. Scarface Chong was acutely aware that if that rascal lacked ability, he would not have sent his two subordinates fleeing in disgrace. This time, he would not allow that boy to escape. The enmity between him and that brat was due for a reckoning. Even if Gui Jianglong remained silent, Scarface Chong would still prepare diligently. At that moment, Gui Jianglong added, By the way, Brother Chong, we must act quickly. Lu Feng is a gambling addict. If he loses the money he has on him, all our scheming will come to naught. As Scarface Chang poured himself a drink, he replied, I am well aware of this. You need not worry about the details, just wait for the good news. Come, let us drink to celebrate in advance. Indeed, here's to our impending fortune. Guo Zhonglong raised his cup, clinking it with Scarface Chang's before downing the contents in one gulp. Setting the cup down, he remarked, Oh, and Brother Chang. Lu Feng's wife is absolutely stunning. Few women in the surrounding areas can compare to her beauty. When you strike, could you possibly bring that little wife back as well? The thought of Qin Ruolan's exquisite face ignited a fire within Guo Zhonglong. Since he laid eyes on that enchanting woman yesterday, he had been consumed with desire. Last night, he sought the company of another woman to quell his urges, yet it felt unsatisfactory. Such a breathtaking beauty was incomparable to ordinary women. They had nearly succeeded in capturing those lovely wives, but who could have anticipated that Lu Feng would return just in time? As he witnessed the duck slipping away just before his grasp, he could hardly contain his frustration. Scarface raised an eyebrow and suddenly broke into laughter. Dragon brother, you truly are ruthless. Not only have you set your sights on that scoundrel Lu Feng's wealth, but you also have your eyes on his wife. Very well. Let it be as you say. Since you've already stolen his money, why not take his wife as well? Once I deal with that rascal Lu Feng, I shall bring his wife to you. With a grand gesture, Scarface acquiesced to the requests of the river-crossing dragon. Seeing Scarface's agreement, the river-crossing dragon felt a sense of balance restored within him. Although the distribution of the spoils was far from what he had anticipated, the prospect of being with that young wife brought him some satisfaction. After their meal, Scarface did not return home, but headed straight to his brother-in-law's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard the sounds of a woman's delicate laughter mingled with a man's heavy breathing from within the house. He clicked his tongue, secretly marveling at his brother-in-law's vigor. Even at midday, he was far from subdued. The commotion stirred a sense of restlessness within Scarface. He ran a hand over his buzz cut and spat. Damn it, this is going to make me seek release tonight. Once the noise subsided, Scarface ventured inside. Sister? Brother-in-law? As he called out, a pair of footsteps approached, and the door swung open. There stood a woman of alluring figure and striking features, her face still bearing traces of lingering allure. This woman was none other than Scarface's own sister, who Mayor Xiangzi has arrived. Come in quickly. Upon seeing his sister, Scarface dismissed any thoughts of the beauty spoken of by the river-crossing dragon. It was clear that the dragon was naive to consider Lu Feng's wife a true beauty. If anyone could claim the title of stunning, it would be his sister. Renowned in their village for her beauty and cunning, she had successfully attached herself to her brother-in-law, allowing their family to enjoy their current fortune. What was Lu Feng's wife in comparison to her? Sister, where is my brother-in-law? He inquired, pulling his thoughts back to the present. What do you need me for? Came the gruff voice of a burly man with dark skin and a fierce expression, who appeared at the doorway. He had one arm wrapped around Hu Mayor's waist, his hand audaciously groping her rear. Scarface felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No matter how much time passed, he could never grow accustomed to seeing his sister and brother-in-law together. It was truly a juxtaposition of beauty and beast. Diverting his gaze to the man, Scarface smiled and said, Brother-in-law, don't you have a master of Bajiquan among your men? May I borrow him? What do you need him for? The man frowned, his demeanor growing ever more intimidating. Scarface tensed instinctively and quickly replied, Did you not help me investigate someone previously? That scoundrel struck me in public. If I, Scarface, were to swallow my pride and let this slide, how could I maintain my reputation on the streets? However, that scoundrel is quite formidable. My men have all been bested by him. I have no choice but to seek your assistance. Hu Mayor's brow furrowed, revealing her displeasure. In the town of Qiushui, it is common knowledge that Xiangzi is Zhangji's brother-in-law. The audacity of someone laying hands on Xiangzi is a blatant disregard for Zhenggu's authority. Zhenggu, you must not let that individual go unpunished. If word of this spreads, it would tarnish your esteemed reputation. Xiangzi is merely borrowing a person. Zhenggu, why not lend him? Zhenggu cast a sidelong glance at Scar Chang and waved his hand. Return for now. I shall send him to find you shortly. Having achieved his objective, Scar Chang returned home in high spirits. The paltry sums they collected as protection fees on the streets were negligible, yet the overlord had mentioned that Lu Feng, that scoundrel, still had 30 or 40 large bills to spare. If he could pull off this heist, a windfall of 20 or 30 bills would fill his pockets. And Scar Chang would not fear a lack of funds. With the assistance of his sister's formidable Bajiquan master, that scoundrel Lu Feng was doomed. He would make that rogue regret ever coming into this world. Chapter 56. A broken mirror cannot be restored. Unexpected developments at this moment. Lu Feng remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis drawing near. Nor did he realize that someone had not only set their sights on the wealth in his pockets, but also on his wife. He was preoccupied with devising ways to placate her. Last night, Qin Ruolan had shed tears, releasing her pent-up emotions. Although she refrained from mentioning divorce again, she was still ignoring him. The transition from frugality to extravagance is simple. However, the reverse is arduous. Having experienced the joy of family togetherness, he was unwilling to return to the days of solitude he had known upon his arrival. In recent days, their home had been filled with Qin Ruolan's gentle voice and the laughter of Niuniu. But today, those sounds had vanished, leaving the atmosphere unusually desolate. He understood that Qin Ruolan remained hurt and angry. Yet, the events had transpired, and all he could do was seek to make amends. Lu Feng glanced at Qin Ruolan, who, as before, occupied her time with mending garments. However, the fabric in her hands was no longer that of the nascent dress she had begun crafting. Reflecting on that garment filled Lu Feng with a sense of regret. Would he ever have the opportunity to wear something lovingly made by Qin Ruolan's hands? With a sigh, he entered the room, retrieved the large bills left over from repaying his gambling debts, and approached her. Noticing his presence, Qin Ruolan halted her needlework momentarily, only to resume stitching as if unaffected. "My dear, please take this money." Lu Feng placed the roll of bills into her hands. In his previous life, despite not having a girlfriend, he was aware of a truth often spoken by women. A man who spends money on you may not necessarily love you, but a man unwilling to do so certainly does not. The money he earned was for his wife. He could only hope that these bills might bring her a semblance of joy. Upon seeing the substantial roll of bills in her hands, Qin Ruolan's hand trembled, and her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you come by such a sum?" She had overheard the words of the two men at the casino. Lu Feng owed them 30 bills. She was astounded that he had not only settled his gambling debt but still had this much money remaining. This bundle of money contains no less than 30 or 40 bills, and combined with the 30 bills repaid to the casino, it amounts to $600 or $700. Where did Lu Feng acquire such wealth? Could it be that he has engaged in some illicit activities? Otherwise, how could he possibly amass such a fortune in such a short span of time? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Qin Ruolan's expression changed dramatically. Sensing her reaction, Lu Feng quickly reassured her. "Wife, rest assured, this money is all earned from digging wild ginseng in the mountains. It is legitimate earnings. I had discovered those 4 wild ginseng plants earlier but had not yet harvested them. Now that the villagers are aware of the bountiful resources in Yinhuang Mountain, should someone dare to venture up and uproot the ginseng I found, I would incur a significant loss. Therefore, I went into the mountains to harvest the last 4 wild ginseng plants I discovered and exchanged them in town for money. In total, I received $700, repaid 300 of my gambling debts, and still have 40 bills left," he explained to Qin Ruolan while observing her expression closely. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan finally relaxed. She had genuinely feared that Lu Feng had engaged in unlawful activities. If it were indeed as Lu Feng described, there seemed to be no issue. Over the years, no one had dared to enter Yinhuang Mountain, so it was plausible that Lu Feng could find those wild ginseng plants. Noticing her relief, Lu Feng continued, "Wife, I have been so preoccupied with making money lately that I truly forgot about the casino. Otherwise, I would have repaid that debt long ago. And they wouldn't have come looking for me. This oversight is entirely my fault, and you have every right to be angry. You may scold me or hit me. I can take it, but please, do not harm your own health." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Qin Ruolan glanced at the bundle of cash in her hand, her expression shifting. It was not merely the money that swayed her, but rather Lu Feng's explanation. In the past, a debt of $300 would have been astronomical for their family. Even if they sold everything they owned, they could not have repaid such a sum. However, Lu Feng had recently brought back several valuable items from the mountains. First a wild boar, then several wild ginseng plants. The worth of these items far exceeded the 30 bills. And if Lu Feng had remembered his gambling debt, he would undoubtedly have repaid it. She had observed Lu Feng's diligent efforts. He left home early and returned late, often departing before she awoke and returning under the moonlight. Moreover, the family's situation had indeed improved due to Lu Feng's hard work, which was an undeniable fact. She could sense his genuine care for both her and their daughter. He provided them with the best of everything and bought clothes only for them, while neglecting his own needs. If this were all pretense, Lu Feng would indeed be an exceptional actor. Thus, it seemed that the situation was as he claimed. It was merely an oversight on his part. Slowly, reason began to ease her doubts about Lu Feng's words. Yet, within her heart, fear still lingered. The emotional scars Lu Feng had inflicted upon her over the past years were all too real. Although he had repaid the gambling debt and rescued them, the fact remained that he had once gambled away money and put both of them at risk in the casino. This matter, she could not pretend had never occurred. Lu Feng had once sold her and her daughter. Who could say he would not revert to such actions in the future and sell them once more? She dared not gamble with the safety of herself and Niuniu. I believe your words are sincere, yet I cannot fully trust you at this moment, Qin Ruolan spoke. Seeing her willingness to engage, Lu Feng felt a sense of relief. He nodded. I understand, my dear wife. I have betrayed your trust, but I shall earn it back. Grant me the opportunity to prove myself, this time. I shall not disappoint you. After a prolonged silence, Qin Ruolan finally nodded slowly. Her response ignited a flicker of hope within Lu Feng. As long as there was hope, he believed he could regain her trust. Following their conversation, Lu Feng distinctly sensed a softening in Qin Ruolan's demeanor towards him. Of course, it still paled in comparison to the warmth of previous days. Nonetheless, he was content with this progress. Her change of heart invigorated him with renewed determination. He must endeavor to perform well and win back her trust, longing for the days when he could embrace his beloved wife. Completing his household tasks, Lu Feng took up a hoe and headed to the fields. News of yesterday's events had already spread throughout the village, and the residents of Honghe village were well aware of Lu Feng's gambling loss and the sale of his wife and daughter. The villagers pointed and gossiped as they encountered him, their faces reflecting anger and disdain, clearly uttering unkind words about him. However, the next moment, Lu Feng's actions astounded everyone. Chapter 57. Rejecting internal strife. Lu Feng's first love returns. He completely disregarded the villagers' scrutiny and immersed himself in his work. Witnessing this scene left the onlookers in shock. What the hell? This guy sold his wife and daughter just yesterday, yet now he works so diligently. They wondered what scheme he was concocting. Hadn't he previously risked his life on Yinwang Mountain to hunt and provide for his family? Yet, that did not prevent him from engaging in such an outrageous act. Surely, he must feel guilty towards Qin Ruolan, prompting this newfound industriousness. Otherwise, how could a sloth like him be so diligent? Over the years, when had they ever seen him labor in the fields? Surely he could not sustain this effort for long. A dog could not change its nature. In a few days, he would surely revert to his former self. Because of Lu Feng's decision to sell Qin Ruolan and her daughter, the villagers held him in contempt, even deriding him. In this era, couples might bicker, but no one in Honghe village had ever resorted to selling their wife and daughter. It was utterly unthinkable. Akin to the behavior of beasts. They felt embarrassed to share the same village with someone like Lu Feng. Lu Feng was well aware of the villagers' sentiments, yet he paid them no heed. The actions of the original body belonged to a different person. They bore no relation to him. In truth, he was merely cleaning up after that individual. How could he allow the villagers' words to humiliate him, or permit their opinions to lead to internal strife within himself? In the days to come, he would treat Qin Ruolan with utmost kindness, ensuring that the villagers witnessed her enjoying a life of comfort. He intended to silence the gossipers with his actions and the life they would build together. At present, Lu Feng had little energy to ponder the opinions of his fellow villagers. He was diligently turning the soil. This year, the weather was particularly frigid, with several heavy snowfalls occurring soon after winter's onset. He needed to till the land before it became entirely frozen, preparing for the upcoming planting season. Otherwise, if more snow fell, the ground would be too hard to work. Before long, a voice of astonishment broke the silence behind him. Cousin, is that really you? Lu Feng turned to see a young man with a dark complexion and a square face approaching him. This was Qian Guoqing, the youngest son of Lu Feng's third uncle. Upon spotting Lu Feng laboring in the field, Qian Guoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He briefly thought he was imagining things, but upon seeing Lu Feng's face clearly, he was convinced that it truly was his cousin. Cousin, what has prompted you to work the fields? He exclaimed. It was no surprise that Qian Guoqing was taken aback. After all, Lu Feng had not engaged in such labor for many years. What brings you here? Lu Feng regarded him intently. His third uncle had shared a strong bond with Lu Feng's mother, and after her untimely demise, Lu Feng had veered off course. His third uncle had scolded and reprimanded him, yet Lu Feng remained steadfast in his ways, indulging in drinking and gambling, leaving his uncle powerless to change him. Despite his uncle's goodwill, having once come to Lu Feng's aid to settle debts when creditors threatened him, his uncle was also a farmer. burdened with a family to support and limited resources. Additionally, since they lived in different villages, he was often unable to assist Lu Feng. In recent years, the two daughters-in-law of his third uncle had caused various troubles at home, drawing his uncle's attention further away from Lu Feng. Qin Ruolan, 3 years Lu Feng's junior, had shared fond childhood memories with him, climbing trees to gather bird eggs and fishing in rivers. Thus, their bond remained strong. My father heard from the villagers that you intend to sell your wife and young daughter, so I came to inquire, Qin Ruolan said, his eyes wide with concern. Cousin, you wouldn't truly contemplate such a thing, would you? Lu Feng replied with irritation. Nonsense. That is merely a misunderstanding. How could I ever sell my wife and daughter? I may have been a scoundrel in the past, but I have turned over a new leaf. I would never stoop to such depravity. Qin Ruolan exhaled in relief, saying, That is more like it. Thankfully, you are not that kind of person, otherwise, I would have to reprimand you. Your wife is a wonderful woman. You must never treat her unjustly. Lu Feng had heard commendations of Qin Ruolan from various sources. Everyone recognized her admirable qualities. How could the former scoundrel not see what was so evident? At that moment, Qin Ruolan's voice continued, By the way, cousin, you aren't still pining for Zhong Xiaotong, are you? Upon hearing that Zhong Xiaotong was soon to return, one might speculate that Lu Feng intended to cast aside his sister-in-law and young niece in pursuit of her. Lu Feng was taken aback. Zhong Xiaotong? Who was she? What connection did she have with him? Would he truly forsake his wife and daughter for her? He began to reminisce about his memories associated with Zhong Xiaotong. To Qin Ruolan, Lu Feng's expression seemed to betray lingering thoughts of her. Furrowing his brow, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Cousin, you can't be serious, can you? I dare say your sister-in-law surpasses Zhong Xiaotong in every aspect, both in beauty and character. What merits does Zhong Xiaotong possess? When you were with her, she looked down upon you for being from the village, believing village dwellers to be mere farmers. She then turned to the city to find a wealthy man, and now that he has cast her aside, she seeks to return to the village to find someone else to marry. Cousin, don't lose your senses. Don't abandon your wonderful sister-in-law for Zhong Xiaotong. At these words, Lu Feng came to his senses and cast a glance at Qin Ruolan. Get lost. Am I out of my mind? Abandon my wife to become a stepping stone for someone else. Although Qin Ruolan did not fully grasp the term stepping stone, he understood that Lu Feng was not about to forsake his sister-in-law and niece, which relieved him greatly. After clarifying the situation, Qin Ruolan was no longer in a hurry to depart. He assisted Lu Feng with his tasks while engaging in light-hearted banter. As the day drew to a close, Lu Feng halted his work and called out to Qin Ruolan, Let us head home for a meal. Qin Ruolan gazed at Lu Feng with a complex expression. It then dawned on Lu Feng that the original owner of this body had depleted the family's grain supply, often seeking sustenance from his third uncle's household. It was understandable that Qin Ruolan regarded him with such eyes. Indeed, the family had been in dire straits, lacking provisions to offer him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Feng playfully slapped Qin Ruolan on the shoulder and cheerfully declared, Come on, if your cousin has invited you to dinner, rest assured there will be food to eat. Qin Ruolan, burdened by the daily reminders from his parents regarding marriage, felt overwhelmed. He had managed to escape for a day and sought peace from the incessant nagging. Fine, let us go. I'd rather avoid returning home to hear my parents incessantly pressuring me to marry. It's south enough to drive me mad. In that moment, Lu Feng recalled that Qin Ruolan was already in his 20s and still unmarried. In rural areas of that era, both men and women married young, and it was no surprise that his third uncle and his wife were anxious about their son's single status. Before Lu Feng could inquire further, Qin Ruolan began to vent his frustrations. Cousin, you have no idea what my sisters-in-law are like. They are both fiercely competitive. Ever since my elder and second brothers married them, there has been no peace in the household. Today, your child eats one more egg, and there is an uproar. Tomorrow, her child eats one more bun, and again, there is chaos. What is the point of marriage? If my future wife is to be like that, I'd rather remain single. It's far too bothersome. I've always envied you. Look at your sister-in-law, so beautiful and with such a pleasant temperament. You're truly a winner in life. I, too, yearn for a woman akin to my sister-in-law. Otherwise, I would prefer to remain unmarried. Lu Feng felt increasingly uneasy as he heard Qin Ruolan's words, his expression darkening. He forcefully slapped Qin Ruolan on the back and said in a low voice, That is your sister-in-law. Do you wish to be beaten? Qin Ruolan stumbled from the impact, rubbing his sore back as he grimaced and replied, Cousin, what are you thinking? How could I, Qin Ruolan, possibly be that kind of person? Besides, given your life-saving grace towards me, I could never commit such a beastly act. I merely meant a woman like my sister-in-law. I never said my sister-in-law. Hopefully not. Lu Feng cast him a sidelong glance. As they neared home, Lu Feng noticed the chimney of his house billowing smoke, indicating that his wife was preparing a meal. He pushed open the yard gate and immediately saw Qin Ruolan emerging from the kitchen. "Wife, I am back." Upon seeing Qin Ruolan, Qin Ruolan instantly flashed a broad smile and greeted her. "Sister-in-law." Qin Ruolan was taken aback to see Lu Feng returning with Qin Ruolan today, momentarily stunned. Before returning his smile, "Ruolan, you're here? Come in and sit." Lu Feng observed the familiar yet strange smile on her face, feeling a pang of jealousy. His wife had been upset with him these past few days and had hardly acknowledged him, let alone smiled. Yet now, she was smiling at that rascal Qin Ruolan. He shot a discontented glance at Qin Ruolan. "Wife, I brought Ruolan home for a meal. You go rest in the house, and let me handle the rest. Qin Ruolan, come help me with the fire." After saying this, he playfully hooked his arm around Qin Ruolan's neck, guiding him into the kitchen. There was no way he would allow Qin Ruolan to be alone with his wife. He had not forgotten Qin Ruolan's earlier remarks. Once in the kitchen, Qin Ruolan gazed at Lu Feng, who was rolling up his sleeves and preparing to cook, with a look of disbelief. "Cousin, I must be seeing things. You really intend to cook?" Having lived for so many years, he had never known his cousin to be capable of cooking, let alone witnessed him in action. "Rest assured, I won't poison you. Enough chatter. Hurry and stoke the fire." Qin Ruolan, still doubtful, glanced at Lu Feng before moving to the stove to light the fire. Lu Feng deftly began to prepare the ingredients, slicing them with remarkable skill. The sight left Qin Ruolan astounded. "Cousin, you really can cook." Lu Feng did not lift his head. "Did you think I was joking?" When Lu Feng retrieved a sizable piece of meat, Qin Ruolan was once again dumbfounded. Although his family was not affluent, they were certainly better off than Lu Feng's. They could only afford a small amount of meat occasionally, just enough to savor the taste. Yet, here was his cousin producing such a large piece. "Cousin, where did this meat come from? Are you preparing it for me?" "No need. Keep it for your sister-in-law and my niece. I'll manage with some coarse bread." He was acutely aware of his cousin's circumstances and understood that producing such a piece of meat was no small feat. His cousin and little niece scarcely had the opportunity to even catch a whiff of the savory aroma of meat in their daily lives. How could he possibly compete with women and children for a share of it? Yet, despite this assertion, his gaze remained firmly fixed on the piece of meat. For in this age, no one could resist the allure of such indulgence. Lu Feng discerned his thoughts and swiftly began slicing the meat. "Don't worry about it. With me around, how could I possibly let my wife and daughter go hungry?" This remark left Qin Ruolan somewhat speechless, unsure how his cousin could utter such words with a straight face. In the preceding years, he had squandered the family's valuables through gambling, leaving his cousin and her daughter often hungry. Indeed, his cousin had endured a great deal of hardship due to his brother's reckless behavior. Had it not been for the time his brother saved him from drowning in childhood, he might have distanced himself entirely. In such dire circumstances, his cousin remained steadfast, a feat not everyone could accomplish. Certainly, Zhong Xiaodong would not have been able to do so. He felt a twinge of envy towards his brother. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, Qin Ruolan was lost in thought as he poured the meat into the pot. As the meat sizzled, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing him to salivate. Watching Lu Feng, who was skillfully sought the ingredients with squinted eyes, felt surreal. His cousin was both toiling in the fields and cooking in the kitchen. Had he lost his mind? When Lu Feng presented a fluffy steamed bun, Qin Ruolan was taken aback. What a household! Steamed buns and meat, something his own family could scarcely afford even during the new year. When Lu Feng set the table and called for Qin Ruolan and her daughter, he beckoned Qin Ruolan to take a seat. "Cousin, do you have any wine at home? Shall we share a drink today?" Upon entering with Niuniu, Qin Ruolan's expression shifted and unwelcome memories resurfaced. "We don't have that. I've quit. Eating a few more pieces of meat is far better than drinking any wine." Qin Ruolan stared at Lu Feng in astonishment. Was this truly the same cousin who once drank to excess? "Wife, Niuniu, please sit down for dinner." Lu Feng's words eased Qin Ruolan's tension. Once they were seated, Lu Feng picked up a steaming bun and placed it into Qin Ruolan's bowl. "What are you waiting for? Eat while it's hot." He then served a bun to both Qin Ruolan and her daughter, expertly adding pieces of meat for them, as though he had done this many times before. Lu Feng's demeanor today brought Qin Ruolan immense surprise. he suddenly realized that his cousin seemed genuinely transformed. The house no longer felt desolate. Not only was there electricity, but also an array of new furniture. Could it be that his cousin had truly turned over a new leaf? If that were the case, it would be wonderful. Not only would his father cease to lament over his cousin's past, but his aunt would no longer have to endure such a difficult existence. He feared that one day his aunt might reach her breaking point, and that would spell the end of their family. Chapter 59. Renovation plans on the agenda after the meal. Noticing the late hour, Qin Ruolan decided it was time to leave. Before departing, Feng handed him a piece of meat. Take this home for third uncle to enjoy with his drinks. Upon encountering a substantial piece of meat weighing no less than 2 to 3 jin, Qin Ruolan exclaimed, "What is this? Cousin, how come you have such an abundance of meat? Have you struck it rich?" Previously, Feng had presented a piece of meat weighing at least a jin, which was quite considerable in the eyes of the villagers. Now, he was offering such a large cut. Who would purchase such an excess to keep at home? Feng thrust the chunk of meat into Qin Ruolan's hands, rebuking, "Can't you wish for me to have some good fortune? I have quit gambling. I will never gamble again. This meat is from my hunting in the mountains." This brief declaration left Qin Ruolan astounded twice over. Quit gambling? Hunting in the mountains? When did Feng's awareness reach such heights? Enough with the idle chatter. Take the meat and hurry home. Inform third uncle that I have turned over a new leaf, and he need not worry about me. I shall lead a good life from now on. Even after exiting Hongha village, Qin Ruolan remained in a state of disbelief. He halted, glancing back at the village, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Was the person he encountered today truly his cousin, who had been so consumed by alcohol and gambling? Not only did he find it hard to believe, but even his parents doubted the veracity of Qin Ruolan's words. Over the years, after Feng had gone astray, they had exhausted every possible means to help him. Even when his creditors had pressed a knife to his throat, he could not be dissuaded from his vices. How could he suddenly renounce them? If not for Qin Ruolan returning with such a hefty piece of meat, his parents might have thought it was a fabrication meant to deceive them on Feng's behalf. Their brotherly bond had always been strong. It was not inconceivable for Qin Ruolan to shield him from the truth. After hearing Qin Ruolan's account, third uncle Niuniu felt even more unsettled. He pondered what mischief Feng was up to now. He resolved to personally visit Hongha village to ascertain the situation. The following morning, as Feng stepped outside, a chill wind sent a shiver down his spine. The weather was growing increasingly cold, and it would not be long before temperatures plummeted. It seemed imperative to expedite the construction of a new home. Otherwise, once winter set in, his family would suffer the biting cold. While he could endure it, he worried whether Qin Ruolan and her daughter could withstand such hardships. Previously constrained by a lack of funds, he now possessed money and was unwilling to allow them to endure further suffering. After breakfast, Feng shared his intentions with Qin Ruolan. Recalling how Niuniu had trembled from the cold that morning, she swiftly nodded in agreement. Utilizing the funds to build a new house was far better than allowing Feng to squander it in gambling. Deep down, she still harbored doubts about Feng's capacity for complete reform. With a house, even if Feng were to revert to his former self, she and her daughter would at least have a place to call home. Should he waste the money on gambling, they would have nothing left. In these times, constructing a house was no trivial endeavor, and erecting a brick and tile dwelling was even more challenging. Bricks and tiles are not something that villagers like them can easily acquire. Thus, he planned to explore the black markets in several nearby towns. However, before embarking on that journey, he needed to visit the village chief's residence to request a parcel of land for building a home. At the village chief's abode, he was greeted with a chuckle. "Is that you, Feng? What brings you here so early in the day?" The village chief squinted at Feng. "Chief, I wish to obtain a plot of land for my dwelling. My house is on the verge of collapsing, and I wish to rebuild it." Feng explained his purpose. The recent uproar in Hongha village regarding Feng's intention to sell his wife and daughter was well known, and the chief was aware that Feng had managed to resolve the matter by offering 30 yuan in cash. The chief was astonished upon hearing this. 30 yuan is no trifling amount, and even he would feel the strain if he were to part with such a sum. It was unexpected that Feng could produce it so effortlessly. Now, with Feng seeking a land grant, it seemed he had indeed come into fortune. Recalling what the villagers had mentioned, that Feng still possessed dozens of yuan, the chief's eyes twinkled with a newfound scheme. He felt a pang of envy at Feng's rapid accumulation of wealth, and with an opportunity presenting itself, he was determined not to let it slip away. "Ah, a land grant?" the chief drawled. Given the current unified planning regulations, obtaining a permit for residential land is quite challenging. Lu Feng frowned. Chief, you are aware of the state of my house. When winter arrives and the heavy snow falls, it may very well collapse under the weight. Do not rush. Come in and sit. Let us discuss this matter further. The chief beckoned Lu Feng into the main hall. I have heard you recently ventured to Yama to hunt? Once seated, the chief casually inquired. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, subtly scrutinizing the chief before responding. Yes, my family has been stripped of all resources, even our remaining provisions. I had no choice but to venture into the mountains to procure some wild game. Otherwise, my wife and daughter would go hungry. The chief smiled with a knowing glint. You are being modest. I have heard you earned quite a sum. Goodness, several dozens of yuan. That is a considerable fortune. I must admit, I did not expect you to possess such capabilities. Lu Feng replied. I was merely motivated by the urgent need to rebuild my collapsing house, which is why I risked my life on Yama to earn that money. Chief, can you assist me in securing this land grant? He paused, steering the conversation back to the main topic. A land grant, you say? It is not impossible, the chief mused, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. However, due to prevailing regulations, securing such a grant may require a bit of persuasion. Lu Feng's expression darkened, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the chief. Chief, what do you mean by that? He had long heard whispers of the chief's unscrupulous nature. Previously, he had extorted a couple of pieces of meat during the wiring project, and now it seemed he was setting his sights on Lu Feng's hard-earned yuan. Quite simply, if you are unwilling to part with your money, then you may as well wait. The village chief's expression darkened, and crossing his legs, he remarked, I am kindly offering assistance, yet you do not appreciate it. Regardless, we shall adhere to the rules. Without a bribe, you shall not receive the approval documents. I am quite curious to see how you intend to construct a house. Then, what amount of bribe do you deem appropriate, Chief? Lu Feng inquired, suppressing his anger. Although he was fully aware that the other party was extorting him, he had no choice but to endure for the sake of Qin Ruolan and his daughter, wishing to provide them with a warm home. Precisely. The village chief grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and raised a finger, stating, not much. Merely 10 large bills of unity will suffice. Chapter 60. The village chief's obstruction. Li Chuanxiang pays a visit. Lu Feng's countenance darkened, a surge of fury welling within him. Damn it, he demands 10 large bills of unity, and he dares to call that not much? Is he out of his mind? Lu Feng spoke in a low voice. Chief, is not 10 large bills of unity a bit excessive? Excessive? Huh. For you, that is hardly a significant sum. Think carefully. Exchanging 10 large bills of unity for a piece of land is quite the bargain, the chief replied, still reclining with his legs crossed. Lu Feng's anger intensified. For him, it was hardly a trivial amount. Did the chief believe the rumors that he had repaid his gambling debts and had money to spare? Did he truly consider him a fool? Did he think Lu Feng could simply retrieve 10 large bills of unity at will? Was his money simply falling from the sky? The chief lifted a bowl of water to his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Feng. No need to rush. Take your time to ponder. Should you wish to offer a bribe, as the village chief of Hongga village, I shall make the effort to assist you. If you choose not to bribe, then do not expect to build a house. However, this winter may be rather cold. I wonder if your wife and child will endure. The chief even mentioned Qin Ruolan and her daughter, attempting to use them to manipulate Lu Feng. His demeanor exuded confidence, as if victory were assured. To build his house, Lu Feng needed the chief's approval, and those 10 large bills of unity seemed to be a certainty in the chief's mind. Lu Feng's expression darkened further as he stood up and strode towards the exit. There was no way he could produce 10 large bills of unity. Previously, he had offered 30 large bills of unity to settle debts because they were indeed the original owner's obligations. He had inherited this body, and thus, the original debts were his to bear. However, for the chief to expect him to pull 10 large bills of unity from his pocket merely by uttering a few words was utterly unacceptable. Just as Lu Feng stormed out of the village chief's home, a striking figure entered Hongha village. It was none other than Li Chuanxiang, the very person Lu Feng had rescued. Upon entering the village, Li Chuanxiang encountered 2 elderly women heading to the fields and promptly approached them, asking, "Excuse me, ladies. Could you please direct me to Lu Feng's home?" The 2 women exchanged glances before pointing the way to her. Once Li Chuanxiang walked away, they began to whisper among themselves. Is that girl here to find Lu Feng? What is her relation to him? What could she possibly want? That rascal has done all sorts of things. The girl is rather attractive. Could she be his mistress? Who can say for certain? That scoundrel would even sell his own wife and daughter. What wouldn't he do? Li Chuanxiang never anticipated that a simple inquiry about directions would lead to such a misunderstanding. However, even if she were aware of it, she would not allow it to trouble her. She stood tall and composed, unperturbed by the opinions or whispers of her fellow villagers. If she were concerned about their scrutiny, she would not have remained unmarried until now. Her aunt had always taught her to pursue her passions without regard for others' judgments. Following the guidance of the two aunts, Li Chuanxiang made her way to Lu Feng's residence, carrying her basket. From her parents, she had learned of Lu Feng's marriage and children, which undoubtedly brought her disappointment. Yet, after this revelation, any lingering affection she harbored for Lu Feng dissipated. She now regarded him solely as her benefactor. Not only was Li Chuanxiang beautiful, but she also had an aunt who held an official position in the town, attracting many suitors. She would never consider becoming a person who disrupts the happiness of others, as she held such individuals in disdain. With this new understanding, she recognized the reason for Lu Feng's earlier indifference towards her. She began to see that he was not as cruel as the gossip suggested. Had he truly been a man of such low character, he would have eagerly taken advantage of her kindness, yet he did not even disclose his home address. It was evident that his assistance stemmed from genuine goodwill, rather than a desire for personal gain. As Li Chuanxiang approached Lu Feng's home, she noticed a young and beautiful woman leading a charming little girl toward the yard, poised to enter the house. Instantly, Li Chuanxiang deduced their identities. They were undoubtedly Lu Feng's wife and daughter. She was taken aback, astonished by the beauty of Lu Feng's wife. It was no wonder that Lu Feng had shown her such indifference during their encounter. He hardly spared her a glance. Despite her own striking looks, which had earned her the title of the village beauty, Lu Feng had not acknowledged her at all. It seemed he had a wife of such exquisite beauty at home. Nonetheless, she felt no inferiority. Each woman possessed her own unique allure. Today, with the temperature dropping, both Qin Ruolan and her daughter were dressed in new clothes that Lu Feng had purchased from the town. Observing their attire further convinced Li Chuanxiang that the rumors she had heard were unfounded. As the youngest daughter in her family, she was quite cherished and frequently visited the town. Thus, she could easily recognize that the garments worn by Qin Ruolan and her daughter were from the supply and marketing cooperative. Such clothing was not inexpensive, and if Lu Feng could afford to buy his wife and child such costly outfits, he could not possibly be the man described in the rumors. Who would sell them off? In their village, how many children had the privilege of wearing new clothes? Most children's outfits were simply repurposed from adults' garments. The fact that Lu Feng had purchased new clothes for his child spoke volumes about his affection for her. Moreover, Qin Ruolan appeared in excellent health and spirits, clearly indicating a good quality of life. If Lu Feng were truly the type to abuse his wife, it was unlikely that Qin Ruolan would radiate such vitality. The individuals who spread such malicious words are truly despicable. Lu Feng, such a fine young man, has been misrepresented by them. As Qin Ruolan returned home with Niuniu, preparing to close the courtyard gate, she noticed a young lady approaching their residence from a distance. The gaze of this young woman was fixated upon Qin Ruolan and Niuniu, causing Qin Ruolan to furrow her brows in confusion. Who is this girl? What brings her to their home? And why is she looking at them in such a manner? Upon closer inspection, Qin Ruolan confirmed that she did not recognize the newcomer, intensifying her perplexity. Li Chuanxiang, noticing Qin Ruolan had spotted her, quickened her pace and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law, may I ask if this is the residence of Lu Feng, brother Lu? Hearing this, Qin Ruolan's frown deepened. Was this girl seeking Lu Feng? What was her connection to him? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Could this girl be Lu Feng's mistress? A surge of anger welled up within Qin Ruolan. How could that scoundrel Lu Feng cause such chaos and now allow someone to come to their door? What did he think of her and her daughter? Contemplating this, her eyes grew moist. Li Chuanxiang, perceptive to Qin Ruolan's distress, quickly sensed the misunderstanding and explained, Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. I was nearly bullied earlier, and brother Lu happened to pass by and saved me. I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Chapter 61, Plans Foiled. Hope arises. Qin Ruolan was taken aback. Lu Feng had saved her. She scrutinized Li Chuanxiang, feeling uncertain. Had Lu Feng truly come to the aid of this girl? Meanwhile, as Lu Feng approached, he saw a beautiful young woman with almond-shaped eyes and an oval face standing at his doorstep. Wife, do you have a visitor? He asked, glancing at Li Chuanxiang before returning his gaze to Qin Ruolan. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's apparent unfamiliarity with the young woman, Qin Ruolan realized that the situation was likely not as she had imagined. Her anger began to dissipate, and her expression softened. "This young lady has come to see you," Qin Ruolan stated, focusing her gaze on Lu Feng. Lu Feng's brow slightly furrowed. "She is looking for me. I do not recognize any young ladies. Could this be another trouble caused by the original owner?" Just then, Li Chuanxiang turned to face Lu Feng. "Brother Lu, it's me, Li Chuanxiang. You saved me before, and I came specifically to thank you. Here is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it." With that, Li Chuanxiang stepped forward, offering a basket filled with eggs and meat that she had exchanged for with her own savings. Upon hearing Li Chuanxiang's words, Lu Feng finally recalled who she was. Previously, he had been in a rush to return home after rescuing her and had not taken a good look at her, thus failing to recognize her now. Lu Feng nodded and replied, "Oh, it's you. I already mentioned that my assistance was merely a small effort. There is no need for thanks." He did not intend to accept her gift. The act of rescuing Li Chuanxiang was merely a fortunate coincidence for him, and his intention was not to seek her gratitude. In his previous life as a Special Forces soldier, certain values had become ingrained within him. He could not turn a blind eye to such matters. Li Chuanxiang widened her eyes, expressing her dissent. "How can this be? If it weren't for you, Brother Lu, I would surely have fallen into the clutches of that beast, Zhang Matzi. To be forced to marry that monster is worse than death." She clenched her fists, embodying a resolute demeanor. Qin Ruolan, discerning the implications of Li Chuanxiang's words, began to understand the gravity of her previous experiences. In this era, a young woman's reputation was of utmost importance. The consequences of a scandal could be dire. It was no wonder that this girl felt compelled to express her gratitude to Lu Feng, having endured the events of the past few nights. Qin Ruolan empathized with Li Chuanxiang's plight. Had Lu Feng not been at home that fateful night, the outcome of that encounter with the beast was too horrific to contemplate. If the truth had been revealed, the scorn of the villagers would have been enough to drown her. Thus, she felt a measure of sympathy for Li Chuanxiang. "I appreciate your gratitude, but I cannot accept any gifts. You may return now," Lu Feng stated, shaking his head. Li Chuanxiang's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief at his words. After traveling such a distance, he was dismissing her without even offering her a drink of water or a place to sit. Not only Li Chuanxiang, but even Qin Ruolan furrowed her brow in discontent. "What are you talking about?" She scolded Lu Feng with an exasperated glance before turning to Li Chuanxiang. "Sister Chuanxiang, ignore him. You must be tired from your journey. Please come in, sit down, and have some water." Qin Ruolan stepped forward, taking Li Chuanxiang by the hand and guiding her into the house. Initially concerned that Qin Ruolan might misinterpret their relationship, Lu Feng decided to follow as she had taken the initiative. Once they reached the main room, Qin Ruolan seated Li Chuanxiang and went to fetch a bowl of water, adding a spoonful of sugar for sweetness. "Sister Chuanxiang, please have some water. Rest for a moment. I will prepare lunch, and you can eat here before heading back." Upon hearing this, Li Chuanxiang quickly stood up, protesting, "Sister, there is no need to go through all that trouble. I'll just sit for a while and then leave. It's no trouble at all. Just relax for a bit. I will cook alongside Brother Lu, and it won't take long." With that, Qin Ruolan turned and left the main room for the kitchen, leaving Li Chuanxiang standing there in astonishment. Lu Feng could cook? In her understanding, cooking was solely a woman's domain. Her father treated her mother well, yet he had never stepped foot in the kitchen. None of her brothers would go near it. Kitchen duties were the responsibilities of her mother and sisters-in-law. Thus, this revelation exceeded her comprehension. Curious, she walked outside to see if Lu Feng truly possessed culinary skills. In the kitchen, Qin Ruolan and Lu Feng were busy. Observing Qin Ruolan's hands submerged in cold water while washing vegetables, Lu Feng rushed over, taking her hands from the icy water, which had turned a bright red. "You tend to the fire. Let me handle this," he insisted. After speaking, Lu Feng skillfully washed and chopped the vegetables. Li Chuanxiang entered the courtyard and, through the kitchen door, witnessed this scene. It left her utterly astonished, not only because Lu Feng could cook, but also due to the tenderness he displayed towards his wife. Having experienced the previous encounter and the situation outside the courtyard, she had come to perceive Lu Feng as a man of unwavering masculinity. She had not anticipated that he possessed a softer side. His kindness towards his wife, contrasted with his indifference towards other women, was truly a rarity. Li Chuanxiang began to see that Lu Feng was not as he had been portrayed in rumors. Seeing is believing. She placed greater trust in her own observations than in hearsay. Within the kitchen, Qin Ruolan lifted her head from behind the stove. How did it go with the village chief regarding the land allocation? Upon mentioning this matter, a surge of frustration ignited within Lu Feng, his expression darkening. Noticing his demeanor, Qin Ruolan furrowed her brow and tentatively inquired, "Did the village chief refuse to approve it?" Lu Feng replied tersely, "He demands 10 large unities." "What? 10 large unities?" Qin Ruolan's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in disbelief as her hand trembled around the firewood stick. 10 large unities was no trivial sum in these times. More than half the people in Honga village possessed less than that amount. The village chief's insistence on such a sum was utterly outrageous. Then, does that mean we cannot build a house? Although it was Lu Feng who had initially broached the idea of constructing a new home, her heart had harbored a flicker of anticipation upon learning of it. Now, with the revelation that the house could not be built, she felt a pang of disappointment. On the way back, Lu Feng had contemplated that if building a new house proved impossible, they could at least renovate their current one. Yet, upon witnessing Qin Ruolan's disappointed expression, he found himself at a loss for words. He recognized her hopes for a new home, but the thought of providing the village chief with 10 large unities was something he was unwilling to entertain. Just as he wrestled with this dilemma, a voice rang out. "Brother Lu, I can help you." Lu Feng and Qin Ruolan turned towards the kitchen door to see Li Chuanxiang entering, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Brother Lu, sister-in-law, I can assist you with the matter of the land allocation." Lu Feng had shown her great kindness, and she was troubled by her inability to find an opportunity to repay him. If she could resolve the challenge they faced, it would serve as her way of expressing gratitude. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan's eyes lit up. "Sister Chuanxiang, are you a relative of the village chief?" Li Chuanxiang shook her head. "No, I don't know the village chief of Honghe village." This revelation dashed Qin Ruolan's hopes once more. Lu Feng interjected, "All right, stop causing a commotion. The land allocation is a serious matter. If we wish to build a house, we must go through the village chief. Without his approval, it is impossible to construct anything. This is not a matter that a young woman can resolve." He dismissed Li Chuanxiang's offer without much consideration. Li Chuanxiang glared at Lu Feng, her face displaying clear dissatisfaction. "How could I have caused any trouble? Brother Lu, you underestimate me," she exclaimed. "Though I am not related to the village chief of Honghe village, my aunt is the deputy mayor of Qingshi town. It is merely a matter concerning a piece of land. My aunt is certainly capable of resolving it." Lu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Chuanxiang had such connections. As Honghe village fell under the jurisdiction of Qingshi town, if Li Chuanxiang's aunt was indeed the deputy mayor, she could indeed assist them. This situation had unexpectedly taken a favorable turn. Noticing Lu Feng's expression, Li Chuanxiang lifted her chin proudly. "So, do you believe I can help you now? Brother Lu, you and sister-in-law can rest assured. I will handle this matter for you." She patted her chest confidently. "I will take you to meet my aunt shortly." With a resolution regarding the land issue, the weight on Lu Feng's shoulders lifted. He hastened his cooking, and once they finished their meal, Li Chuanxiang and Lu Feng set off towards Qingshi town. Their departure from the village did not go unnoticed, especially by the two women who had directed Li Chuanxiang earlier that morning. Though Lu Feng and Li Chuanxiang maintained a distance of a meter or two apart, the onlookers interpreted their proximity differently. "See, I told you so. This girl must be the beloved of that lad. If they weren't close, would they leave the village together?" One of the women remarked. Could it be that Lu Feng intends to sell his own wife and daughter because of this girl? The plight of Qin's daughter was indeed pitiable. She had endured so much at home, and now her husband was considering selling her and their daughter for another woman. What misfortune had led her to encounter such a scoundrel? The two women shook their heads disapprovingly. Meanwhile, Lu Feng remained wholly focused on resolving the land issue, oblivious to the gossip circulating about him in the village. Upon reaching Qingshi town, Li Chuanxiang guided Lu Feng directly to an office building, effortlessly locating the deputy mayor's office. As they entered, they found a short-haired, middle-aged woman clad in a cotton coat seated at her desk, perusing a document. This was Li Chuanxiang's aunt, Li Guiying. "Aunt." Upon hearing Li Chuanxiang's call, Li Guiying looked up and smiled upon seeing her niece. "Chuanxiang, what brings you here today?" "This is." Li Guiying's expression shifted to one of surprise as she noticed Lu Feng standing behind Li Chuanxiang. "Aunt, this is my savior, Lu Feng." Li Chuanxiang immediately introduced him. "Savior?" Li Guiying's gaze turned scrutinizing as she regarded Lu Feng. Her niece was exceptionally attractive, with a figure to match, and many young men in the village were eager to court her. She wondered if this savior was a title the young man had claimed for himself. Lu Feng sensed Li Guiying's assessing gaze and met her scrutiny with calm composure. He allowed Li Guiying to scrutinize him without displaying the slightest sign of embarrassment. Li Guiying was taken aback, surprised that this young man could remain so composed under her gaze. At that moment, Li Chuanxiang's voice continued to resonate. A few days ago, I intended to come to town to find you, but shortly after leaving the village, I was intercepted by Zhang Mozi from our village. Had it not been for the timely appearance of Brother Lu, my reputation would likely have been irreparably tarnished. If that repulsive man Zhang Mozi had dared to take liberties with me, I would rather choose death. As she recounted the events of that day, a look of revulsion spread across Li Chuanxiang's face. Even after several days, the memory still filled her with dread. Li Guiying, startled, slammed her hand on the desk, causing a loud thud. How dare this beast commit such acts? He deserves to be punished. Didn't my brother go to confront that scoundrel? She was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, which fueled her outrage. Li Chuanxiang continued. My father sent my brother and second brother to find Zhang Mozi last night, but he had gone into hiding. However, it seems that Zhang Mozi has met his comeuppance and has been severely beaten. I wonder who performed such a noble deed. If I knew, I would certainly express my gratitude. Standing nearby, Lu Feng felt a flicker of emotion at Li Chuanxiang's words, though neither Li Guiying nor her niece noticed. Such scum deserves this fate. Had no one intervened, my aunt would have surely taught that beast a proper lesson. A glint of coldness crossed Li Guiying's face. At this juncture, she shifted her tone, glancing at Li Chuanxiang and then at Lu Feng. Chuanxiang, is there something specific you and Comrade Lu wish to discuss with me today? Li Guiying was no fool. On the contrary, she was quite astute. Otherwise, she would not have distinguished herself among a host of men to attain the position of deputy town chief. She could easily surmise that Li Chuanxiang and her companion had come for a reason. Upon hearing this, Li Chuanxiang promptly stated her purpose. Aunt, Brother Lu's family wishes to build a house, but their village chief is refusing to grant them land for it, and I hope you can assist us. Li Guiying glanced at Lu Feng and remarked, Build a house? Winter is upon us. Now is hardly the time for construction. Why does Xiaolu wish to build at this moment? Lu Feng met Li Guiying's gaze and replied with measured confidence, Previously, we lacked the funds. But I recently earned a bit of money from hunting in the mountains. Seeing the dilapidated state of our home, I thought it prudent to construct a few new rooms so that my wife and daughter won't suffer from the cold this winter. Li Guiying's expression shifted to one of surprise. You are already married? Chapter 63. Proof acquired. Ready to commence. Lu Feng nodded affirmatively. Yes. He did not shy away from the truth of his marital status. A twinge of regret surged within Li Guiying. This young man appeared remarkably steady, and his gaze was not as fleeting as those of other youths. It was evident that he possessed a strong sense of self. She had once thought highly of him and believed he would be a suitable match for her niece, but alas, he had already taken another. The young man's candid acknowledgement of his new family status elevated his standing in her eyes. Li Chuanxiang possessed commendable qualities. Yet had any other young man been in his position, he would likely have entertained ulterior motives. Such a young man is indeed a rarity. Li Guiying chose not to pursue the topic further. In light of your assistance to my niece, I shall lend my support in this matter. With that, she granted Lu Feng the land certificate, affixing her official seal. By the way, what type of house do you intend to construct? I plan to build several brick houses. Lu Feng replied. Li Guiying raised an eyebrow. Brick houses? Acquiring bricks is no simple task. Can you manage that? Lu Feng shook his head, responding honestly. I am uncertain at this point. I will first check a few nearby towns. If I cannot procure them, I shall consider alternatives. Very well. I shall prepare a certificate for you, which you can take to the local brick factory to purchase the materials, Li Guiying offered, providing him with the document. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Without a certificate, obtaining bricks would indeed be challenging. He initially intended to explore the black market in nearby towns, but even there, securing bricks was not guaranteed. Moreover, should fortune favor him, the prices at the black market would certainly be higher than those at the factory. If Li Guiying could assist him with the certificate, it would be most advantageous, saving him both time and money. With Li Chuanxiang choosing to remain, Lu Feng departed alone. The two certificates tucked in his pocket filled him with exhilaration, as he could almost envision his new home beckoning him. He exited the deputy mayor's office and made his way directly to the brick factory. Upon arrival, he presented the certificate and paid a deposit for the bricks. He had brought 10 units of emergency funds with him, never expecting to use them so soon. After securing the bricks, he also procured other necessary materials for construction, paying deposits for each and leaving his address before striding back to the village. Eager to share the good news with Qin Ruolan. As he anticipated, Qin Ruolan was delighted upon hearing the news. That night, Lu Feng gazed at her and said, "My dear, once the brick factory delivers the materials tomorrow, we can commence building our new home. After we complete the house, we shall begin a prosperous life together. The hardships of the past are behind us. From now on, we will live well." Perhaps the prospect of constructing their new home rekindled hope in Qin Ruolan, for she nodded with a smile, her face radiating dreams of the future. That night, she was so excited that sleep eluded her. Lu Feng, too, found himself awake, contemplating the days ahead. He had recently repaid 300 yuan of gambling debts and needed to devise a plan to recover that amount. Additionally, the costs of building the house were significant, and he must hasten to earn money. The quest for wild ginseng has become futile in recent days. Several snowfalls have completely blanketed the mountains, obscuring everything beneath. It is nearly impossible to search for anything concealed by the snow. Just days ago, he managed to locate 4 roots of wild ginseng solely because he remembered their precise location. Otherwise, it would have been a daunting task. It seems he must continue hunting, especially since the wounds on his body have begun to scab over. With the hunting rifle bestowed upon him by Hunter's son, the task of hunting has become considerably less challenging. For him, shooting has become almost second nature. Lu Feng resolved to prepare for the construction of his house and ventured back into the mountains to hunt. The following morning, the rumble of a tractor echoed outside, drawing the attention of numerous villagers. Curiosity piqued, they emerged from their homes to investigate. Upon witnessing the tractor entering the village, laden with bricks, expressions of shock spread across their faces. How could a tractor carrying bricks arrive in their village? Were these bricks purchased by someone in the village? Acquiring bricks typically requires documentation, making it implausible for them to be sold here. Bricks are quite expensive, after all. Who possesses enough wealth to buy such a large quantity? As the tractor passed by, it came to a halt in front of Lu Feng's home, inciting a collective gasp from the crowd, followed by a flurry of speculation. Why has it stopped at Lu Feng's doorstep? Could it be that he bought those bricks? They wondered. How is that possible? Purchasing bricks requires proof, and surely a gambler like him wouldn't have such means. Many dismissed the notion that Lu Feng had made such a purchase. The tractor driver exchanged a few words with Lu Feng, then proceeded toward the back of the tractor. Observing this, someone remarked, "See? I told you he was merely asking for directions." However, contrary to their expectations, the driver did not climb aboard to depart. Instead, he began unloading the bricks. This unexpected turn of events left the villagers bewildered. Could it be that the entire load of bricks truly belonged to Lu Feng? Where had he acquired so many? What could he possibly need with them? Was he planning to build a house? Amidst the murmurs, Lu Dai arrived, astonished to find a towering pile of bricks. He stared incredulously at Lu Feng. "Xiao Feng, what on earth are you planning?" Lu Feng replied, "My house is on the verge of collapse. I intend to construct a new one." Lu Dai's surprise deepened. He had not anticipated Lu Feng's desire to build anew. Constructing a new house is no trivial endeavor. It requires substantial funds. Moreover, observing the sheer volume of bricks, it was evident that Lu Feng was not merely planning to erect a modest dwelling, but rather a brick house, which would necessitate even more capital. However, considering that Lu Feng had recently settled 300 yuan of gambling debt and still possessed a considerable sum, Lu Dai felt somewhat reassured. Using that money for construction was undoubtedly wiser than risking it in another gambling venture. "Cousin, can you help me find 10 skilled workers for the construction? I can offer 40 cents a day per person, with daily payment," Lu Feng inquired of Lu Dai. As the agricultural tasks in the fields neared completion, the villagers found themselves with ample leisure time, preparing to embrace the winter months ahead. Although the payment of 4 mao seemed somewhat meager, it was immediate, and undoubtedly, everyone was eager to accept the offer. In these times, the majority of villagers lived in poverty. Earning something was far preferable to idleness. "Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Lu Dai promptly set off to gather people. Subsequently, the additional materials arranged by Lu Feng began to arrive in succession. That morning, Lu Feng's doorstep was bustling with activity. Within half a day, the news of his intention to build a house spread throughout the entirety of Honghe village. This announcement sparked envy and jealousy among many. In Chapter 64, Ambushed Midway, a confrontation with a master of Baji Quan ensued. At the village chief's residence, the chief's son, Zhang Xuejuan, relayed this news to his father. The village chief's expression darkened at the revelation. He snorted coldly and declared, "That rascal! In Honghe village, without my consent. Lu Feng's dreams of constructing a new house are nothing but folly." Zhang Xuejuan asked, "Father, should I take a few people to issue him a warning?" The village chief shook his head leisurely, saying, "There's no rush. It is still early. If he wishes to build, let him proceed. Once he is halfway through, we shall gather our men and confront him. Do we fear that he will not offer up his money willingly? If he dares to refuse, we shall demolish the very house he erects." A calculating gleam flickered in his eyes. Zhang Xuejuan's eyes lit up in agreement. "You are right, father. The cost of his house will far exceed just 10 yuan. If we confront him, he will surely spend to resolve the situation. If we truly demolish his house, his losses will be much greater than merely 10 yuan. As you said, let Lu Feng enjoy his brief triumph." Zhang Xuejuan envisioned the 10 yuan flying towards him and burst into excited laughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Mei had also heard of Lu Feng's plans to construct a house. Jealousy gnawed at her, nearly causing her to grit her teeth in frustration. Was it not said that Lu Feng's outside mistress had come to his door? Shouldn't that scoundrel have expelled Qin Ruolan and her daughter? Why had he not only failed to do so but also planned to build a house? It was no ordinary dwelling he intended to build, but a brick house. In Honghe village, this was a rarity. Wasn't Lu Feng once a reckless gambler who abused his wife? How had he suddenly transitioned into hunting and building? Once he completed his house, he would surely evict Qin Ruolan and her daughter, bringing back his outside woman. The days of sorrow for that promiscuous Qin Ruolan were yet to come. Zhang Mei thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, having arranged everything, was set to commence construction the following day. He gathered his belongings and ventured to Yinwang Mountain. He needed to earn money swiftly. Once the house was built, his savings would diminish significantly, and he could not afford to be idle. Lu Feng traversed the mountain. But alas, fortune did not favor him today. He found no prey, capturing only 3 wild chickens in his traps. 3 wild chickens were still a decent catch. He deftly bound them and placed them in his backpack before descending the mountain. As Lu Feng reached the foot of the mountain, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Instinctively, he became vigilant and turned to glance behind. There, 2 figures approached him leisurely, one of whom was the scar-faced brute he had encountered in Xiushui town. At that moment, the scar-faced man spotted Lu Feng and grinned maliciously. "You thought you could hide, huh? Yet here I am, having tracked you down. You've truly lost your wits. Not only assaulting my underlings but also daring to provoke me. Do you really consider me a feeble cat? Your demise is imminent. I shall ensure you regret your actions today." He advanced menacingly towards Lu Feng. At that juncture, Lu Feng noticed a stout, fierce-eyed middle-aged man beside the scar-faced brute. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Feng scrutinized this individual, recognizing him as a skilled fighter. Just then, the scar-faced man spoke again. "Of course, if you kneel and apologize. Perhaps I might show you some mercy once my temper has cooled. I have brought along a master of Baji Quan today. Should he strike, your fate shall be sealed." A smug smile spread across the scar-faced man's face as he envisioned Lu Feng being reduced to a pitiful state. "Ah, a master of Baji Quan? Just as I suspected." Lu Feng's gaze appraised the middle-aged man once more before returning to the scar-faced brute. "Kneel and apologize? Do you believe you are worthy of such a request?" Lu Feng's disdainful demeanor ignited the scar-faced man's fury, wiping the smile from his face, replaced by a countenance of rage and murderous intent. "You're courting death. How dare you remain defiant at the brink of your demise?" he bellowed. "Uncle Xiao, strike him hard. Just ensure he doesn't die. Maim his limbs. I want him to become a useless wretch who needs assistance even for the simplest of bodily functions." The scar-faced man roared. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xiao stepped forward. Fists clenched, striking a pose in the air. "Prepare yourself," he shouted, and in the next instant, he lunged forward. His right fist hurtling towards Lu Feng's face with formidable speed. The force of his strike sliced through the air, the sound echoing in Lu Feng's ears. Uncle Zhao's fist drew near, yet Lu Feng remained motionless. The scar-faced man, witnessing this, wore a sinister grin. He is already petrified at the first strike and still dares to act arrogant. What a farce. However, in an instant, Lu Feng sidestepped, evading Uncle Zhao's punch as it grazed his ear. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng retaliated with a powerful strike of his own. Uncle Xiao was no novice. He deftly dodged Lu Feng's attack and seized the opportunity to launch another punch towards Lu Feng's chest. Lu Feng swiftly raised his arms to shield himself. Thud! Uncle Zhao's fist connected with Lu Feng's palms, forcing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. Shaking off the numbness in his hands, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression sharpening into one of fierce determination. His close-quarters combat skills were once unrivaled within the entire military district. In comparison, this individual found himself striking against an immovable barrier. Today, he intended to teach this man a lesson. In the next moment, Lu Feng entered a fighting state, launching a fierce assault. Years of rigorous training and extensive experience swiftly granted him the upper hand. Lu Feng's techniques were exceedingly cunning, each strike landing with brutal precision, leaving Uncle Xiao completely defenseless. Scarred Chong was astounded by the rapid shift in circumstances. His expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening as he bellowed, "What are you doing? Attack him! Attack!" However, before Uncle Xiao could even react, Lu Feng delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying to the ground at Scarred Chong's feet. Scarred Chang instinctively stumbled back 2 steps, unable to fathom how a master of 8 extremes fist could be so easily vanquished. With fury etched across his face, he glared at Uncle Xiao, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Damn it, what a useless fool. Get up." Yet, before Uncle Xiao could rise, Lu Feng approached them deliberately. A chilling aura enveloped him, and his eyes gleamed with merciless intent. Witnessing this formidable presence, Scarred Chang trembled, a wave of dread coursing through him. At that moment, he finally sensed the imminent danger, and the fear compelled him to flee. "Ha! Think you can escape? You must first seek my permission." With that, Lu Feng drew the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, aiming it squarely at Scarred Chong. This rifle was originally intended for hunting beasts. Today, it shall begin with you. Chapter 65. An eye for an eye. Consumed by hatred, Lu Feng pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced directly into Scarred Chong's thigh, creating a gaping wound. Ah! Scarred Chong let out a piercing scream, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Feng stowed away the rifle, a cold smile adorning his face. "I warned you not to provoke me again. Since you have, be prepared to face the consequences." With that, Lu Feng advanced towards Scarred Chong. The latter trembled in fear, locking eyes with Lu Feng. What do you want?" "My brother-in-law is the renowned Zhengu of Qiushui town. He holds power across several nearby towns. If you dare lay a finger on me, my brother-in-law will surely take your life." He hastily invoked his brother-in-law's name, attempting to intimidate Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng was unfazed, continuing his advance as his voice turned icy. "That is futile. No one can save you today. We share no significant animosity. It is you who insisted on entangling yourself with me, and I fear not the confrontation. I only worry that you may not withstand the repercussions of provoking me." Standing before Scarred Chong, Lu Feng placed his foot upon the injured leg, his eyes radiating coldness. Scarred Chong's pupils constricted, his face contorting with a fierce expression. "Damn it! I'll fight you." Scarred Chong lunged at Lu Feng. Lu Feng brandished the hunting rifle, directing it towards Scarred Chong's face. In an instant, Scarred Chong was knocked to the ground, his face swelling from the impact, disoriented. At that moment, Lu Feng exerted force with his foot. Crack! A crisp sound resonated through the air. On that fateful day, Lu Feng merely dislocated Lu Gang's foot, imparting a lesson upon him. Yet this time, Lu Feng was resolute, ruthlessly shattering the leg bone of Scarred Chong. Ack! The agonizing wails of Scarred Chong reverberated throughout the desolate Yinwang Mountain. Nevertheless, Lu Feng did not relent. He proceeded to stomp upon the other leg. Scarred Chong trembled in terror, truly frightened at that moment, and cried out for help. "Save me, please." Situated in a remote area, Yinwang Mountain seldom saw villagers venture there. Hence, apart from the 3 of them, no one heard that anguished cry. Nor would anyone come to Scarred Chong's aid. Even if any nearby villagers had caught wind of the cry, they would merely assume someone had encountered a ferocious beast and would dare not approach. Although the expert in Bejiquan, Uncle Xiao, was allied with Scarred Chong, he was now preoccupied with his own survival and had no intention of rescuing Scarred Chong. Crack! Another bone shattered with a sickening crunch, rendering Scarred Chong's other leg useless. "Since you delight in becoming a helpless wretch who requires assistance even for the most basic of needs, I shall certainly oblige," Lu Feng said, gazing down at Scarred Chong, his voice imbued with icy disdain. The excruciating pain radiating from his legs caused Scarred Chong to curl up, emitting continuous groans of suffering. Once intent on reducing Lu Feng to a mere dead dog, he now found himself in the very position he had hoped to impose upon another. Witnessing Scarred Chong's fate, Uncle Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he had dismissed Scarred Chong, believing a mere country bumpkin could not possess any significant prowess. Yet here he was, defeated by this young man. It was only now that he realized the depth of this individual's strength. Regret flooded his heart. Had he known this person was so formidable, he would never have consented to come. Being a person of discernment, Uncle Xiao had aligned himself with Scarred Chong's brother-in-law for a reason. Thus, upon seeing Lu Feng approach him, he hastily exclaimed, "Comrade, I was deceived into this situation. I bear no responsibility for it. Please, spare my life. His very livelihood depended on his skills, and should he become incapacitated, his future would be irrevocably doomed. Above all, he must protect his hands. Lu Feng cast a cold gaze upon him. Those who assist the wicked are equally culpable. With that, he prepared to incapacitate him. Uncle Xiao gritted his teeth, his countenance darkening with malice. This is too much. Drawing a curved dagger from his waist, he lunged violently at Lu Feng. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them. Fool, it seems you have not learned your lesson. In the next instant, Lu Feng deftly evaded the strike, seizing Uncle Xiao's wrist and twisting it with force. As Uncle Xiao winced in pain and loosened his grip, Lu Feng swiftly wrested the dagger from his hand, the blade slicing through his wrist with fluid precision, each movement seamless. A crimson line appeared upon Uncle Xiao's wrist, blood flowing profusely as he instantaneously felt the loss of sensation in his hand. Panic surged within him. Ah, my hand, my hand. Following this, Lu Feng, amid Uncle Zhao's frantic cries, slashed at his other hand once more. With Lu Feng's deft actions, the tendons in both of Uncle Zhao's hands were severed. Lu Feng raised his curved blade, pointing first at Uncle Xiao, and then at the cowering scarred Chang on the ground. This is merely a minor lesson for you. Do not dare to appear before me again. Should you provoke me once more, I will take your lives. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. With that, Lu Feng hurled the blade, embedding it deeply into the trunk of a tree thicker than a thigh. Both Uncle Xiao and scarred Chang trembled at the sight. Lu Feng cast a cold glance at them before departing. At the foot of the mountain, only the incapacitated Uncle Xiao and the legless scarred Chang remained. Scarred Chang gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with malice as he glared at Lu Feng's retreating figure, his heart brimming with hatred. You wretched creature. I will not let you escape unscathed. I will ensure your body is shattered into pieces. Scarred Chang wished fervently that this was all just a nightmare. But the excruciating pain radiating from his legs made it painfully clear that this was reality. His legs were truly ruined, and he had become a useless being. Anger consumed him. He suddenly turned to Uncle Xiao, who was hastily wrapping cloth around his wrists, and began to berate him. Bah! What kind of 8 Extremes fistmaster are you, if you can't even defeat a mere peasant? How dare you call yourself a master of 8 Extremes fist? If you weren't so incompetent, I would never have had my legs broken by him. You losing your hands is your own fault. Scarred Chang unleashed all his pent-up fury onto Uncle Xiao. Hearing this, Uncle Xiao's rage surged, his face darkening with murderous intent. If it weren't for the fact that this fool was Brother Zhen's brother-in-law, he would have surely taken this fool's life. He had lost his hands because of this imbecile. And yet this fool dared to blame him. Unbeknownst to Scarred Chang, he had already traversed the gates of death without realizing it. That night, in Qiushui town, Brother Zhen. The doctor said Chang's legs cannot be treated. He will be a cripple for life. Hu Meyer's exquisite face was filled with fury, her usually captivating eyes now ablaze with anger. Brother Zhen, upon seeing his brother-in-law reduced to a cripple, wore an equally grim expression. Yang Zhen, not only the tyrant of Qiushui town, was also a renowned figure across several neighboring towns. Now, someone had dared to cripple his brother-in-law and his men. A blatant affront to him, a direct slap to his face. Rest assured, I will avenge Chang. That wretched creature will pay in blood for his deeds. With his words, a powerful aura erupted from Yang Zhen. Chapter 66. Construction of the new house. Third uncle arrives in Honghe village. Lu Feng remained unaware that danger was closing in. He looked at Niuniu, who was curled up in a blanket with only her little head visible, and asked, Niuniu, soon we will have a new house to live in. Are you excited? Niuniu beamed with a radiant smile. Yes, living in a new house means no more leaks when it rains. Lu Feng was also infected by Niuniu's joy, a smile breaking across his face. He gazed at Qin Ruolan, who was leaning against Niuniu, her face illuminated with joy. Was Niuniu's mother truly happy? Qin Ruolan, taken aback by Lu Feng's sudden inquiry, paused for a moment before nodding and replying honestly. Yes, I am happy. She had never lived in a new house before. The prospect of residing in a brick house was exhilarating. Previously, it had been a struggle for the two of them just to have enough to eat and wear, let alone dream of living in a new home. The very thought of one day residing in a brick house felt surreal to her. Seeing the smile on Qin Ruolan's face made Lu Feng's throat feel tight with emotion. Darling, as we build our new home, we must prepare a room for Niuniu. It would be right for her to keep sleeping with us, would it? Under Lu Feng's intense gaze, Qin Ruolan was reminded of certain thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush. What are you thinking? Niuniu is still too young to sleep alone. She shot a disapproving look at Lu Feng, her face betraying an unmistakable blush. However, before Lu Feng could respond, Niuniu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly interjected, "Can I have my own room? Really? I can sleep alone. I'm not afraid." Niuniu was brimming with enthusiasm, almost ready to pat her small chest in assurance. Though she was young, she understood that children typically did not have their own rooms. Even her older sister, Arya, still slept close to their uncle and aunt. The thought of having her own space filled her with immense happiness. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh, pulling Niuniu close and planting a kiss on her little cheek. "What a wonderful daughter you are." He then raised an eyebrow at Qin Ruolan. "My dear, did you hear that? Niuniu wants to sleep alone." "Niuniu, quickly plead with your mother. She is the one in charge in our family. If she doesn't agree, your father cannot make it happen." He playfully pinched Niuniu's small face. Niuniu wriggled her little body and burrowed into Qin Ruolan's embrace, saying, "Mama, can you give Niuniu a room? Just a little one that fits Niuniu." How could Qin Ruolan refuse her daughter's request? She gently tapped Niuniu's forehead with her finger. "You have certainly been influenced by your father. If I build you a room, and you find yourself too scared to sleep alone, don't come crying to me." Niuniu instantly broke into a wide grin. "I won't. I'm the bravest. If I get scared, I can ask Arya to sleep with me." Days passed, and laughter once again filled the room, bringing joy to Qin Ruolan and her daughter. This scene filled Lu Feng's heart with profound satisfaction. The prospect of building a new home had uplifted Qin Ruolan's spirits, allowing her to gradually set aside her earlier worries. Lu Feng felt increasingly convinced that his decision to build a house was indeed the right one. Otherwise, Qin Ruolan would still be upset with him, and they would not be enjoying such harmonious interactions. As dawn broke, Qin Ruolan awoke with anticipation. Today marked the auspicious beginning of their new house construction. Despite having stayed up late due to her excitement, she felt invigorated. As the sun rose higher, Lu Day arrived with the villagers. Though they looked down upon Lu Feng's earlier intentions to sell his wife and daughter, who would dare oppose the allure of money? As winter approached, they were anxiously contemplating the absence of income in their households, when an opportunity unexpectedly presented itself. The villagers, upon seeing Lu Feng, immediately inquired, "Lu Feng, is it true that Day settles wages daily?" It was evident that everyone was keenly interested in this matter, their eyes fixed on Lu Feng, eagerly awaiting his response. Lu Feng nodded affirmatively. "Since I, Lu Feng, have promised, I shall certainly deliver. Today's wages will be settled immediately after the work is completed this afternoon. If I fail to do so, you are welcome to take any item from my home as compensation." The villagers exchanged knowing smirks. For Lu Feng's family had already been stripped bare by his gambling. What could they possibly take? Just as they were about to voice this thought, they suddenly recalled that Lu Feng's family still possessed a considerable amount of meat. They had witnessed the tantalizing sight of fresh pork and lamb, which was utterly tempting. If Lu Feng chose not to settle the wages today, that meat could very well become theirs. This realization stirred excitement within them, and many entertained the notion of hoping Lu Feng would forego the wage settlement, thus granting them access to the meat. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, reminding them, "The condition is that you must work diligently. If anyone slacks off, do not even think about the wages." The villagers chimed in. "How could we possibly be those kinds of people? Everyone in Honghe village knows that my work is both swift and commendable. Indeed, we shall ensure that your tasks are executed flawlessly." After reaching an agreement, Lu Feng conveyed his requirements to the villagers, who rolled up their sleeves and began working industriously. Thus, the construction of Lu Feng's new house commenced in earnest. At that moment, Sanjiu Qianyuejin took a break from his endeavors and made his way to Honghe village. He felt that Qian Guiqing's words had been rather unusual, prompting him to investigate what Lu Feng, that scoundrel, was up to this time. He was all too aware of Lu Feng's character. Suddenly realizing that it was impossible for him to be unaware of Lu Feng's antics, he approached Lu Feng's home and noticed construction taking place adjacent to it, with bricks being used, clearly an endeavor to build a brick house. Qianyuejin could not help but click his tongue in envy. After all, in this day and age, most houses in the village were thatched, making brick houses a rare sight. He pondered who could possess such financial audacity when he overheard a conversation nearby. Who would have thought that Lu Feng, a gambler, could construct a brick house? I have personally witnessed such a substantial sum of money. I've never seen so much wealth in my lifetime. Qianyuejin abruptly turned around. Shock etched across his face as he stared at the two women. "Did you just say that the house being built belongs to Lu Feng's family?" The two women nodded in affirmation. "Yes, everyone in Honghe village knows that Lu Feng's family is constructing a brick house." Qianyuejin's expression darkened significantly as he hastened toward Lu Feng's residence. This was dire. That scoundrel must have sold Qin Ruolan and her daughter. After all, Lu Feng had spent years either drowning in alcohol or lost in gambling, never having engaged in any responsible work. His family not only lacked savings, but had also been left with nothing but empty cupboards due to his reckless behavior. How could he possibly afford to build a house? The considerable funds he had brought back were undoubtedly exchanged for his wife and daughter. He sensed that something was amiss. That wretched Qian Guqing had actually aided Lu Feng in deceiving him. Once he dealt with that scoundrel Lu Feng, he would ensure that the little rascal would be cast out. He, Qian Yuejin, would not tolerate such a son. Chapter 67. Unresolved Past, Unending Turmoil. Lu Feng. You little brat, get out here. Qian Yuejin stormed towards Lu Feng's residence, kicking open the gate with a furious shout. Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng emerged from the house to find Qian Yuejin's face twisted in anger. Third uncle? What brings you here? Please, come in and sit. Qian Yuejin seized a nearby stick and swung it at Lu Feng. Sit. Today, I shall avenge your parents by putting an end to your wretched existence. His rage was nearly overwhelming as the stick fell upon Lu Feng again and again. Lu Feng dodged frantically, exclaiming, Third uncle, what are you doing? What have I done? Unrelenting, Qian Yuejin continued to strike, his blows growing fiercer. What have you done? Aren't you aware? How could my sister give birth to such a wretch who would even sell his own wife and daughter? You are courting death. I will surely end your life today. It was only then that Lu Feng grasped the reason behind Qian Yuejin's fury and hastily began to explain. Third uncle, you've made a mistake. I did not sell my wife and daughter. Your mouth is full of lies. You still dare to deceive me. Qian Yuejin, unconvinced, allowed his anger to escalate further. Just as he prepared to strike Lu Feng again, a figure rushed over. Uncle, please don't hit Daddy. Don't hit my daddy. Niuniu clung to Lu Feng's leg. Her wide eyes fixed fearfully on Qian Yuejin, yet she did not withdraw. Niuniu? Qin Ruolan, hearing the commotion, hurriedly stepped outside. Third uncle, what brings you here? Ruolan? Qian Yuejin's eyes widened as he glanced at Qin Ruolan and then at Niuniu. Seeing them present, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You truly haven't sold your wife and daughter? He turned to Lu Feng, who appeared quite helpless. How could I possibly sell my wife and daughter? This is all a misunderstanding. Did Guqing not inform you? His brow furrowed. Damn it, that unreliable Qian Guqing. He would make that rascal pay for this. Qian Yuejin chuckled awkwardly. I thought that scoundrel was helping you deceive me. It's a relief you haven't committed such a monstrous act. At that moment, Niuniu reached out her small hand to touch Lu Feng's, her eyes glistening with tears as she asked, Daddy, does it hurt? Let Niuniu blow on it for you. Lu Feng affectionately ruffled Niuniu's hair, assuring her, Daddy is fine, it doesn't hurt. This scene left Qian Yuejin wide-eyed in astonishment. Previously, Lu Feng had shown disdain for Niuniu simply because she was a girl, never showing her affection and often looking at her with displeasure. Niuniu had been terrified of her father, avoiding him at all costs. What was this display of paternal tenderness and filial piety? Had Lu Feng truly changed? Uncle, could you please stop hitting Daddy? Niuniu fixed her large, expressive eyes upon Qian Yuejin and the stick he held. Instantly, Qian Yuejin discarded the stick, donning a benevolent smile. No more fighting. No more. Uncle is merely jesting with your father. Lu Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him as pain coursed through his body. Was this truly just a jest? Third uncle, please come in and have a seat. Enjoy some water. Qin Ruolan beckoned Qian Yuejin into the main room and poured him a glass. Upon noticing the new benches within, Qian Yuejin paused momentarily. As soon as he settled down, he eagerly inquired. I heard those folks outside are building a house for your family. Constructing a house requires a considerable sum, especially a brick one. Where did you acquire such funds? A thought flickered through Qian Yuejin's mind. Yet, before he could voice his concerns, Lu Feng spoke first. Third uncle, do not let your imagination run wild. That money was earned through my hunting trips in the mountains. It is absolutely clean. Lu Feng's candid demeanor instilled a sense of trust in Qian Yuejin. However, the content of Lu Feng's words left Qian Yuejin astonished. Hunting in the mountains? Since when did you possess such skills? When did this occur? Lu Feng replied. Though I have engaged in reckless behavior these past few years, I have also learned a few skills from others. I was fortunate enough to catch a large game and exchanged it for money, which is how I saved up for the house. Qian Yuejin gestured toward the evidently new furniture in the room. And these? Lu Feng responded. These were also crafted after I earned money. I truly had Guqing bring them. Third uncle, I have genuinely turned over a new leaf. In the future, I will strive to live well with my wife and daughter. Lu Feng's gaze met Qian Yuejin's, as if assuring him of his sincerity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qin Ruolan, a grown man, felt tears welling in his eyes as he covered his face and choked out, "Good. Now, if I were to pass, I would at least have peace of mind regarding your mother." Witnessing Qin Ruolan's tears, Feng felt a pang in his heart, recognizing the genuine care Qin Ruolan held for him. At that moment, Niuniu approached Qin Ruolan, tugging at his clothing. "Uncle, do not cry. Have some candy." She extended her tiny hand, revealing a piece of candy nestled in her palm. Warmed by her gesture, Qin Ruolan affectionately ruffled Niuniu's hair, saying, "Good girl, Niuniu." With her innocent intervention, Qin Ruolan's emotions began to settle. He observed the visibly uplifted Niuniu and the reformed Feng, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. In the past few years, he had exhausted every effort to inspire change in Feng, yet now, Feng had transformed on his own. How wonderful! Previously, he had lamented that Niuniu lacked a loving father, but now he could see the bond between her and Feng was strong. Niuniu would no longer endure hardship. Subsequently, Feng and Qin Ruolan engaged in conversation. Upon learning that Feng had hired workers to build the house at 40 cents a day each, Qin Ruolan gasped in disbelief. 10 men at $4 a day. For 10 days, that amounts to $400. This is an extravagant expenditure. Contemplating the lack of tasks at home, Qin Ruolan decisively declared that starting tomorrow, he would bring his 3 sons along to assist. He decided to share the news with Feng, who replied, "Third uncle, there's no need. I've already troubled you enough in the past." Qin Ruolan patted Feng on the shoulder. "You rascal, why be so polite with your dear uncle? We're not here merely for charity. We expect to dine at your home. Don't think we consume too much." Upon hearing this, Feng burst into laughter, thumping his chest and declaring, "It's a trivial matter. I shall take care of the daily meals for you, along with my 3 cousins." Qin Ruolan was immensely pleased to witness Feng's resolute commitment to amend things, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. Meanwhile, in Taohua village, Wang Yufan noticed that the villagers had been casting peculiar glances in her direction over the past few days, leaving her bewildered. That day, as she stepped outside, the same unsettling situation persisted. Frustrated, she stopped her aunt, hands on her hips, and said sternly, "And what do you mean by staring at me like that? Speak plainly. I am not one to tolerate nonsense." And he, caught off guard, looked at her with sympathy and spoke, "Yufan, are you not aware? Your daughter and granddaughter have been sold by that scoundrel son-in-law of yours." These words struck Wang Yufan like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily dazed. After a while, she regained her composure and vehemently protested Aunt He's claims. "Impossible. How could this be? My daughter just returned recently. She assured me that Feng had turned over a new leaf. Yes, Feng has indeed reformed. He would never commit such an act." It was unclear whether Wang Yufan was refuting Aunt He's words or merely attempting to console herself. "Whoever spread such slander about my daughter, I shall tear their mouth apart." With eyes wide open, she seemed ready to confront the source of the rumor. Yet, despite her fierce words, Wang Yufan's body trembled uncontrollably. And he gazed at her with pity and sighed, "It is true. This information originated from Honghe village. If we in Taohua village are unaware, do you think the people of Honghe village are oblivious?" This statement was akin to a bolt from the blue for Wang Yufan, draining the color from her face and rendering her legs weak. She stumbled back towards her home, bursting through the gate, crying out in despair, "Old Qin Ruolan and Niuniu have been sold. That scoundrel Feng has sold them." Her cries startled everyone in the household, who rushed out from inside. Qin Jinzhong, with a face ashen as stone, fixed his gaze on Wang Yufan. "What did you say? Ruolan and Niuniu have been sold by that scoundrel Feng?" Realizing he had not misheard, Qin Jinzhong, a robust man, nearly collapsed. Clenching his fists, veins bulged on his forehead as he roared in fury. How dare he sell his wife and children? "Come, we shall go to Honghe village." With that, Qin Jinzhong led his family with fierce determination towards Honghe village. At the end of the line, Qin Ruolan turned to Qin Jianya beside her and whispered, "Jianya, I told you so. I have long warned you that your sister's husband is not a good man. The words your sister brought back last time were nothing but deceit. That scoundrel Feng would have changed his ways if he intended to. He wouldn't have waited until now. He is like a dog that cannot change its nature. And I am certain he has returned to gambling, accumulating a mountain of debt, which is why he sold your sister and your niece." "Be quiet," Qin Jianya retorted darkly. Qin Ruolan pouted in discontent. It wasn't her who sold Qin Ruolan, so why was she being scolded? Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Wang Yufan at the front had caught sight of their commotion and turned to glance in their direction. Instantly, Qin Ruolan fell silent. Their parents were currently in a rage, and provoking them at this critical moment was unwise. If they were to direct their anger towards her, she would be the real victim here. Soon, their group entered Honghe village and overheard discussions regarding Lu Feng's construction of a house. The Qin family became even more incensed upon learning of this. Wang Yufan seethed. That scoundrel Lu Feng dares to use the money from selling Lan and Niuniu to build a house. I will not let him get away with this. I should have forced Lan to divorce that bastard last time. It is my fault that Lan and Niuniu have suffered. I should never have allowed Lan to marry that wretch. He has ruined her life. It is all my fault, all my fault. I am damned. With that, Wang Yufan broke down in tears. Qin Dage and his wife, along with Qin Ruolan, also had red eyes, filled with hatred as they silently vowed to make the culprit pay dearly. In Honghe village, Lu Feng, having left money for Niuniu for lunch, began preparing the meal. As noon approached and the food neared completion, he asked Qin Ruolan to visit Lu Dai's home and invite his cousin and her children to join them for lunch. However, just as Qin Ruolan stepped out with Niuniu, a loud commotion erupted outside. Where is that scoundrel Lu Feng? Get him out here. I must kill him today. Lu Feng paused, frowning at the unexpected ruckus. He dropped the vegetables in his hand and strode outside, cursing under his breath. Today is supposed to be a joyful occasion for my housewarming. Who dares to disrupt it? I will not let this go unpunished. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he was taken aback upon seeing the crowd, his fierce demeanor vanishing instantly. Father? Mother? What brings you and brother and sister-in-law here? Wang Yufan, upon seeing Lu Feng, charged at him, her emotions running high, and yelled, You beast! How dare you sell my daughter and granddaughter? Where have you sent them? Speak up. I will kill you today. Qin Jinzhong and Qin Ruolan's two brothers glared at Lu Feng with fury, their expressions resembling that of Wang Yufan, ready to pounce and tear him apart. At that moment, Niuniu quickly stepped in front of Wang Yufan, attempting to explain. Mother-in-law, please don't be anxious. Ruolan and Niuniu have not been sold. They are perfectly fine. Cousin Lu Dai anxiously exclaimed. Aunt, both my sister-in-law and Niuniu are perfectly fine. They are unharmed. For a fleeting moment, Wang Yufan regained her composure. Then where are my daughter and granddaughter? Summon them forth. She gazed hopefully into the courtyard, yet there was no response. Lu Feng hastily added, Mother, Ruolan and Niuniu have stepped out. They will return shortly. Internally, he lamented that just as Qin Ruolan had left, his mother-in-law had arrived. What a predicament. Wang Yufan, however, was unconvinced by their words. With a face twisted in rage, she glared at Lu Feng and hissed, Lies. You continue to deceive me. You are all in cahoots. You sold my daughter and granddaughter, and now you dare use the money from their sale to build a house. Let me tell you, as long as I am here, you shall not raise a single brick. Her face was suffused with hatred and malice. She would not let this despicable scoundrel escape unscathed for selling her daughter. Upon hearing her words, Qin Dage and Qin Urge immediately lunged toward Lu Feng. Just as Qin Ruolan and Niuniu returned, they were met with this alarming scene. Her expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, Father, Mother, eldest brother, second brother. What brings you here? At the sound of Ruolan's voice, Qin Dage and Qin Urge halted abruptly. Ruolan? Surprise illuminated their faces. Lan, are you unharmed? Wang Yufan rushed toward Qin Ruolan, grasping her hand and scrutinizing both her and Niuniu. Qin Ruolan shook her head and replied, I am fine, Mother. What brings you all here? I heard that you were sold by that scoundrel Lu Feng. As she spoke, tears welled in Wang Yufan's eyes. Qin Ruolan, upon hearing this, recalled the events of that day and pursed her lips. Lu Feng sensed the tension escalating and quickly intervened. Mother, this is all a misunderstanding. I never intended to sell Ruolan and Niuniu. You, father, eldest brother, and sister-in-law have traveled a long way. Please come inside and sit. He had only just managed to help Qin Ruolan forget the events of that day. He could not allow his mother-in-law to revive those painful memories. Indeed, Mother. Come inside and rest, Qin Ruolan said, regaining her composure, now aware of the reason behind the Qin family's visit. She took Wang Yufan's hand and led Qin Jinzhong and the others into the courtyard. Seeing that Qin Ruolan and her daughter had not been sold, the tension within the Qin family dissipated and their expressions softened considerably. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he swiftly served water to the Qin family. However, he had relaxed too soon. The matter was far from resolved in the eyes of the Qin family. Once seated, Wang Yufan fixed her gaze on Qin Ruolan and inquired, Lan, tell me the truth. What is going on? Why are there rumors in Honghe village that you and Niuniu have been sold? This question caused Lu Feng to grow tense once more, and he quickly seized the opportunity to speak. Dear parents, this entire affair is a misunderstanding. Previously, I owed some money to the casino and neglected to repay them, which led to their attempt to use Ruolan and Niuniu as collateral. A conflict ensued, but it has since been resolved. Subsequently, Lu Feng recounted the events of that day to everyone. When the casino representatives came knocking, many villagers from Honghe were present. Witnessing the incident firsthand, the Qin family could easily inquire and uncover the truth, leaving no room for concealment, if he were to hide it. And his father-in-law learned of it from others, the consequences would only escalate. Upon confessing, the expressions of the Qin family darkened considerably, their faces etched with palpable fury. Crash! Wang Yufan suddenly stood up, raising the bowl before her and shattering it against the ground with force. The bowl disintegrated into shards, scattering pieces everywhere. In the next moment, she pointed at Lu Feng and unleashed a torrent of furious accusations, venting years of pent-up anger. You heartless scoundrel! You truly intended to sell Ruolan and Niuniu. Are you even human? Ruolan has endured so much hardship alongside you. Over the years, your alcoholism and gambling have stripped her home bare, leaving her and her daughter without sufficient food or clothing. She never once considered leaving you, yet you commit such a heinous act. Just recently, when Ruolan returned home, I urged her to divorce you, but she refused, insisting you had turned over a new leaf and deserved another chance. And this is how you repay her. I should never have allowed her to marry you. Had I known you were this kind of person, I would rather see her remain single for eternity than let her be with you. She was practically ready to leap at Lu Feng, wishing to tear him apart. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a revelation during Ruolan's recent visit home. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The Qin family's demeanor instilled a sense of urgency within him. He quickly interjected, Father, Mother, this situation is indeed my oversight. I have been preoccupied with hunting and providing for our family, and in my distraction, I forgot to address this matter sooner. I never intended to sell Ruolan and Niuniu. I genuinely care for them and am striving to create a better life for them. Having acknowledged the gravity of the situation, he could only express his remorse and seek the Qin family's forgiveness and trust. Yet, Wang Yufan was unwilling to hear a word from Lu Feng, casting doubt on every syllable that escaped his lips. Regardless of how eloquently you speak or how grandiose your claims may be, the fact remains that you intended to sell Ruolan and Niuniu. This time, you may have had a moment of conscience and resolved the issue with money. But who is to say there won't be a next time? I will not allow Ruolan to remain here. This marriage must end. Wang Yufan's stance was resolute. The Qin family did not dispute her decision, clearly in agreement with her resolve. Fear gripped their hearts as they contemplated the fate Ruolan and her daughter might have faced had they been sold. It was a thought too dreadful to entertain. In truth, Sister Qin harbored deep sympathy for Ruolan. As a woman, she inherently understands the cruelty that this world inflicts upon her kind. Women are sold into desolate places. And for someone as beautiful as Qin Ruolan, the fate that awaits her is all too evident. She concurs with Wang Yufan's decision. Facilitating Qin Ruolan's divorce is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The only dissenting voice belongs to Qin Ruolan, who is reluctant. Should Qin Ruolan return to her maternal home after the divorce, it would only mean additional mouths to feed for their family. The return of the mother-daughter duo would threaten to divide their provisions, a prospect she vehemently opposes. Yet, despite her internal discontent, she dares not voice her thoughts. Wang Yufan's words, however, astonish Lu Feng, as well as the couple, Lu De and Qian Yuejin. Divorce? Panic grips Lu Feng's heart. The matter of divorce, proposed by Wang Yufan, complicates things further. Yet, divorce is not an option. He could never relinquish his marriage. In 2 lifetimes, he has finally established a home, with a beautiful and virtuous wife and a dutiful daughter. How could he bear to abandon it all? In a flurry of desperation, Lu Feng exclaims, Mother, I have truly changed. I assure you, I shall not repeat my past transgressions. He nearly swears an oath to the heavens. Wang Yufan scoffs, her expression laced with derision. An assurance? When you were drowning in alcohol and gambling, you offered us countless promises. Yet, what was the outcome? You continued to err, even forcing Lan to sever ties with us. Your assurances are worthless. The decree remains. This marriage must end. Wang Yufan turns to her 2 sons, her voice steady and firm. Eldest, second, go pack your sister's belongings. Qian Yuejin interjects hastily, Mother-in-law, please, remain calm. Although Xiao Feng has been reckless in the past, he is genuinely striving for change now. Look closely. We have acquired numerous pieces of furniture. These are all thanks to him. Moreover, he is earning money to build a house. He is truly different from before. Grant him another chance. I, Qin Ruolan, assure you that Xiao Feng will not revert to his former ways. If he does, you need not intervene. I will personally escort Ruolan and her daughter back to the Qin family. You may treat him as you see fit, be it chastisement or reprimand. I shall endure it all. At that moment, Li Yue steps forward to address Wang Yufan. Aunt, if Lu Feng were still the scoundrel he once was, I would not dissuade you. I would support your decision. After all, I am well aware of the hardships Ruolan has endured over the years. As women ourselves, I empathize deeply with the struggles she has faced. Lu Dai feels a surge of anxiety upon hearing his wife's words. What nonsense is she uttering? Not only does she refrain from supporting him, but now she is advocating for Ruolan's divorce? If it weren't for the watchful eyes of the Qin family, he would be tempted to drag her away and administer a few slaps. Li Yue, undeterred by Lu Dai's disapproving glare, continues, however, Aunt, Lu Feng is genuinely improving. Just look at Ruolan and Niuniu. Their well-being is evident and cannot be feigned. Niuniu has never experienced a father's love before. And now that she finally has her father's affection, can you bear to deprive her of that? Upon hearing this, Wang Yufan's expression shifts subtly. Niuniu seemed to understand that her family was about to part ways. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she tightly clung to Qin Ruolan's neck. Her voice quivering with emotion as she asked, Mother, are we leaving home? Won't we live together with father anymore? I want father. He promised me he wouldn't sell Niuniu and mother. With wide, pleading eyes, Niuniu gazed intently at Lu Feng, as if fearing that a mere blink would cause him to vanish. Father, please tell Grandma that you won't sell me and mother, will you? Niuniu wants father. Though her voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of those present. The women in attendance, all mothers themselves, could hardly bear such a scene. Tears welling in their eyes. Even the men felt a pang in their hearts. Lu Feng approached Niuniu, wiping her tears and gently patting her head. Don't worry, my dear. Father will do his utmost to keep you and your mother. Wang Yufan noticed the abundance of furniture in the home and observed the harmonious interaction between Niuniu and Lu Feng, which stirred something within her. Previously, Lu Feng had viewed Niuniu as a burden, always looking down upon her, let alone nurturing any affection. Yet, in this moment, the rapport between them appeared entirely natural, suggesting that their relationship was indeed quite amicable. In that instant, she realized that Lu Feng had truly changed. Li Yue's voice continued to resonate. Aunt, given Ruolan's qualities, finding another partner is not an arduous task. However, even if Ruolan can find someone else, can you guarantee that he will be a good man? That he will cherish Niuniu? I do not mean to curse Ruolan, but knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart. Who can truly comprehend the human heart? Yet Lu Feng is different. The wrongs he committed against Ruolan and her daughter weigh heavily on his conscience, and he will undoubtedly treat them with greater kindness moving forward. Aunt, grant Lu Feng another chance. Let it be a dream fulfilled for Niuniu. Day and I will keep a watchful eye on him, and should he falter again, we will be the first to hold him accountable. It must be said that only women truly understand women, and Li Yue's words struck a chord with Wang Yufan. She did not wish to play the villain. She merely loved her daughter and sought to protect her. Had Lu Feng not been so cruel, she would never have considered disrupting their union. It dawned on Lu Dai that his wife was not trying to separate Lu Feng and his spouse. She was, in fact, aiding them. Moreover, it was evident that Aunt Wang's resolve was wavering. He quickly chimed in, Yes, Aunt. I will certainly keep an eye on Lu Feng and ensure he does not repeat his past misdeeds. Should he err again, I and Sanjiu shall deal with him decisively, and together we will return Ruolan and Niuniu to the Qin family, with the assurances from Qian Yujin and Lu Dai. Wang Yufan's stance softened considerably. If Lu Feng had truly changed, that would indeed be for the best. Yet, could Lu Feng genuinely transform? Wang Yufan found herself unable to reach a conclusion, nor did she dare to. She turned to Qin Ruolan and inquired, Lan Lan, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to divorce? Mother only desires your happiness. Nothing else matters. All eyes turned to Qin Ruolan, awaiting her response. My dear wife, grant me another chance. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. I will demonstrate my sincerity. Lu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He understood that should Qin Ruolan choose to part ways with him, her family would undoubtedly take her and their daughter away. Upon hearing his plea, Qin Ruolan remained silent. Her mind flooded with memories from recent days. Noticing her silence, Lu Feng's heart raced even more. At that moment, Niuniu tugged at Qin Ruolan's sleeve, gazing up at her with eager eyes. Mother, father will treat both you and me well. Observing her daughter's timid demeanor, Qin Ruolan took a deep breath before articulating her decision. Father, mother, I am willing to try once more. If he falters again, I shall divorce him. Her words felt like a reprieve to Lu Feng, who exhaled deeply in relief. Thankfully, Qin Ruolan was willing to grant him another opportunity. Otherwise, he would truly lose both her and their daughter. Niuniu and Lu Dai also sighed with relief. At that moment, the silent father-in-law, Qin Zhenzhong, finally spoke. Very well. I will give you one last chance. Should you misbehave again, I will immediately take Ruolan and Niuniu away. Your marriage was arranged by me and her mother, and it is I who will conclude it. Though it appeared that Wang Yufan held authority, the true head of the family remained Qin Zhenzhong. Once he spoke, the matter was settled. Lu Feng quickly assured, Father, rest assured, I shall not misbehave again. I need not say more. I will show you. Qin Zhenzhong glanced at him, ignoring his words. Let us depart. He rose, preparing to leave with the rest of the Qin family. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, the meal is ready. Please have lunch before you leave. Lu Feng urged. In-laws, please stay for a meal. Qin Ruolan echoed. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, it's lunchtime. Do stay for a meal before heading back. Qin Zhenzhong turned to Qin Ruolan and replied, No, we must leave now. If there are any matters, send a message home. With that, he led the Qin family out. Qin Erseo glanced towards the kitchen, pouting in dissatisfaction. Having come this far, why could they not stay for a meal? She could smell the meat they had prepared for lunch. The last time Qin Ruolan visited, they had meat. But the leftovers were preserved by her mother for the new year. Now that they were together, staying for a meal would satisfy their cravings. She could not fathom her father's reasoning. It was already lunchtime, and they would have to cook again upon returning, despite her desire to stay for the meal. Without her father's consent, Qin Erseo had no choice but to follow suit. Lu Feng hurried back to the kitchen, packed the freshly steamed buns, and sliced a piece of meat, then rushed out to catch up with Qin Zhenzhong and the others. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, take these buns for the journey, and this piece of meat to enjoy later. Next time, I shall return with Ruolan and Niuniu to visit you both. He thrust the object in his hand into the grasp of his elder brother, Qin Zhangwo, and strode away, fearful that Qin Zhangwo would return it. At that moment, Qin Ruolan stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing into the distance. A sense of profound sorrow enveloped her. Her family had come hastily for her sake. Yet they had left without even partaking in lunch, leaving her to wonder if they were blaming her for her shortcomings. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her eyes grew moist with unshed tears. Just then, Lu Feng returned and chanced upon this scene. He approached her, took her hand gently, and offered soothing words. My dear wife, do not be disheartened. In due time, I shall accompany you back to visit your family and personally offer my apologies to your parents. After lunch, Niuniu prepared to return to the village. He needed to arrange matters at home early, as he planned to bring his 3 sons the following day to lend a hand. Before departing, Niuniu deliberately summoned Lu Feng outside, his expression serious as he spoke. You are well aware of your father-in-law's disposition. It would be wise for you to mend your ways. Should you continue down this reckless path, neither I nor your cousin will be able to assist you. At that point, you shall find yourself devoid of a wife and daughter, destined to live a life of solitude. Reflecting on past events caused Niuniu a tinge of apprehension, had it not been for Qin Ruolan offering Lu Feng another chance. The Qin family might have already taken her and their daughter back home. Lu Feng nodded, solemnly assuring him, I understand, third uncle. I am grateful for your intervention today, and I assure you that I will not repeat those mistakes. You need not worry. In the afternoon, after the villagers completed their tasks for the day, Lu Feng settled their wages. The villagers, though slightly disappointed, held on to the hope of receiving meat from Lu Feng's family. Had he withheld their wages, they could have bartered their labor for meat instead. However, their discontent was short-lived. Receiving their payment on time indicated that they could continue working, and with that thought, they departed happily. That night, as Lu Feng lay on the Kong, he reached out to embrace Qin Ruolan, whispering, Thank you, my dear, for not choosing to divorce me. Qin Ruolan stiffened momentarily, pursed her lips, and then replied, I did it for Niuniu. Lu Feng felt no disappointment. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. It is sufficient that you are willing to grant me a chance. I promise to provide a good life for you and Niuniu. I shall not betray your trust. We have work ahead tomorrow, so let us retire early. In Taohua village, at the Qin residence. Second sister-in-law Qin reflected on the bricks she had seen outside Lu Feng's home at noon and kicked her nearly slumbering husband, Qin Jianya. Jianya. Lu Feng is indeed constructing a house, and it is made of bricks. That must require a considerable sum. Where do you suppose Lu Feng acquired such funds? Mother mentioned he was out hunting. Surely, it must be the earnings from his exploits. Awakened by her kick, Qin Jianya muttered a vague response before turning over to resume his slumber. Frustrated by his indifference, second sister-in-law Qin cursed him silently and fell into her contemplations. Constructing a brick house would likely cost at least 20 large bundles of cash, and given that she had observed Lu Feng employing numerous workers, the expenses would surely exceed 30 large bundles. Could Lu Feng truly earn such a fortune from hunting? Qin Erseo's eyes flickered with a newfound idea, prompting her to rouse Qin Jianya from his slumber. Startled awake once more, Qin Jianya sat up with a frown, his irritation palpable as he glared at Qin Erseo. What is the commotion at this hour? Do we not need to sleep? He grumbled. Qin Erseo replied, do not be so hasty. I have devised a way to earn some money. At her words, Qin Jianya became slightly more alert, wiping his face as he inquired. What scheme do you have in mind? With the harvest season drawing to a close, they were soon to rely on their savings, and the prospect of earning money piqued his interest. Upon hearing Qin Erseo's suggestion, he was intrigued. Lu Feng's family has built a brick house that must have cost at least 30 large bonds. In less than a month, Lu Feng has managed to amass such wealth. Why not join him in hunting in the mountains? As Ruolan's elder brother, he would surely not refuse your request, especially given his past transgressions against her and our family. If we manage to catch something substantial, we stand to profit greatly. Even if we only catch a few hares or pheasants, it would suffice for a feast. As she spoke, Qin Erseo's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning the bountiful catch of large bonds and wild game flying towards her. She had long coveted the garment Qin Ruolan wore during her last visit. When her husband returned with the money, she too could purchase a new outfit from the supply store come New Year. However, Qin Jianya frowned at her suggestion. I lack the experience. How can I hunt in the mountains? Qin Erseo shot him an exasperated look and retorted, are you foolish? While you may not know how to hunt, Lu Feng certainly does. If you accompany him, whatever he catches will be split equally between you. This is a foolproof venture. Her calculations were astute. Realizing her intent, Qin Jianya's expression darkened. Isn't that simply taking advantage of Lu Feng? No, Qin Jianya, am not that shameless. Enough. Sleep. This matter is not to be discussed further. Taken aback by her husband's refusal, Qin Erseo's expression soured as she admonished him. Qin Jianya, are you truly so dim? You would let such a golden opportunity slip away? Look at how much Lu Feng has earned. Do you not wish to profit as well? Let us not forget Ruolan. You are not her only brother. If the eldest brother gets there first, you will have no room to lament. Fuming, she glared at Qin Jianya, convinced this was an excellent plan, yet her husband remained obstinate. Enough. The eldest brother would not go. My younger sister has only just begun to recover. You would have me engage in such disgraceful acts? If our parents find out, they would surely be furious. Silence. If you dare mention this again, I shall inform our parents. With that, Qin Jianya turned back to his bed, closing his eyes and ignoring Qin Erseo. Incensed, she kicked him and turned away in frustration, muttering about his lack of ambition. If he would not go, she would find someone else to do so. The following morning, the atmosphere at Lu Feng's home buzzed with activity as Qin Weijin arrived, accompanied by his 3 sons and 2 daughters-in-law. Xiao Feng, with little to attend to at home, summoned his 2 cousins to assist him in preparing meals. Lu Feng was immensely grateful. With their help, he could also contribute outside. The additional hands would expedite the completion of their home. To encourage everyone to work with vigor, Lu Feng kindly invited 10 villagers to dine at his home for lunch. Fortunately, with the assistance of his 2 cousins and 1 aunt, the workload became manageable. The villagers were pleasantly surprised that Lu Feng had extended an invitation for them to share a meal, which included steamed buns made from a mix of coarse and fine flour, accompanied by a bowl of meat soup. Although the portion of meat was modest, it was a satisfying feast for them. Such a meal was a rare treat, typically reserved for festive occasions in their own homes. Consequently, the villagers toiled with renewed enthusiasm in the afternoon. Although the family of Sanzio volunteered their help without expecting wages, Lu Feng still offered them some rice and flour as they departed in the evening. Before long, a week had passed, and the new house began to take shape thanks to everyone's diligent efforts. One day, noticing that the rice and flour supplies were dwindling, Lu Feng ventured to Qingshi town to purchase some provisions. Upon his return home, and after placing the items down, he hurried into the courtyard with an anxious expression. Xiao Feng, trouble is brewing. The village chief has come with others. claiming that you constructed your house without his approval and that he never granted you the land use permit. He intends to demolish your house. Chapter 72. Raising Prices and Overstepping Boundaries. At this news, Lu Feng could not suppress a quiet laugh. He had anticipated that the old man would not relent, but fortunately, he was well prepared. "Cousin, do not panic. I will investigate," Lu Feng replied, returning briefly to his house before stepping outside. "Lu Feng, what is going on? Is the village chief really going to tear down our house?" Qin Ruolan emerged from the kitchen, her face pale with concern, her eyes fixed anxiously on Lu Feng. "Fear not. I have everything under control. Have you forgotten that we possess the official documents from the town?" Lu Feng's reassurances eased Qin Ruolan's worries. Indeed, they held the town's approval, which would deter the village chief from taking action against them. Once he had calmed Qin Ruolan, he ventured beyond the courtyard. During these past few days, Lu Feng's hospitality towards the villagers had successfully garnered their support. At this moment, the villagers stood defiantly before the village chief and his entourage. "Village chief, what is your intention in bringing so many people to my home?" Lu Feng confronted the village chief directly. Upon hearing this, the village chief turned to Lu Feng with a sneer. "What is my intention? Lu Feng, you have taken it upon yourself to build a house on village land without obtaining the necessary permits, which is a clear violation of regulations. As the village chief, I possess the authority to demolish your house. Others may be unaware, but you have approached me before. You knew your construction was unauthorized, and thus, you are guilty of willful misconduct." At this moment, Zhang Xuejuan, standing behind the village chief, chimed in, "Lu Feng, you clearly have no respect for my father." The village chief, "This matter shall undoubtedly be pursued by my father to the very end. Otherwise, how can he, as the village chief, establish his authority in Honghe village?" Upon hearing their words, Lu Day's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly interjected with words of appeasement. "Villager, look, Xiao Feng's house has already been constructed. We have all been neighbors in this village for many years. I hope you can show some leniency." Qian Yuejin also chimed in, "Indeed, villager, we are all compatriots. Could you not extend some mercy? Xiao Feng has faced many hardships to finally erect his house." The village chief's gaze swept over them, and he scoffed, "Oh, extend mercy? If I were to show leniency to everyone, then what purpose would my role as village chief serve? Moreover, his difficulties do not concern me. He complicates my duties. And in the end, I am to empathize with him? This house must be demolished today." Lu Day was exceedingly anxious. As the village chief, "Isn't the approval of land use merely a matter of your word? Can you not grant Xiao Feng the approval? Lu Feng has already invested significant funds into this house. If it is demolished now, would that not render his investment worthless?" The village chief sighed, displaying a countenance of distress. "I am merely a humble village chief. How can I decide every matter? I previously informed Lu Feng that there is a unified plan from above, and obtaining land use approval is not particularly easy. As the village chief of Honghe, I have consistently worked for the benefit of the villagers. If I could grant approval, would I not do so?" This statement nearly prompted a derisive laugh from Lu Feng. How shameless could this old man be to utter such words? Lu Day remained oblivious to the true nature of the village chief, his heart heavy with concern for Lu Feng's house, and continued to anxiously inquire, "Villager, is there truly no other way?" The village chief had been waiting for this question. "Of course, there is a way. I have already informed Lu Feng that while obtaining land use approval is challenging, I can assist him in navigating this matter. However, it will require 10 substantial tokens of gratitude." At this revelation, everyone inhaled sharply. 10 tokens? That is no trivial sum. It is no wonder Lu Feng would refuse. Who among them would agree to such terms? Lu Day's countenance also shifted. The village chief continued, "However, given that the house has already been constructed, this is a deliberate violation. This will certainly incite the ire of those above, making it even more difficult to secure land use approval. It will require no less than 15 tokens." Lu Feng scoffed, fixing his gaze on the village chief. "Villager, you are merely raising the price. In just a few short days, you have increased the demand from 10 to 15 tokens. Even loan sharks would not stoop so low." Zhang Xuejuan, darkened with anger, pointed at Lu Feng and rebuked him. "Nonsense. What are you saying? My father is kindly trying to help you, running errands for you. And this is how you repay him?" The village chief's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. "Lu Feng, as the village head of Honghe village, I have been considering the welfare of you, the villagers. Not only have I sought solutions for you, but I have also tirelessly run errands on your behalf. Is this the attitude you present to me? If that is the case, do not blame me for withholding my assistance as your village chief. We shall adhere to the established rules." You shall not construct that house. Lu Feng glared at the village chief with a cold expression. How have I spoken? You wish to be a harlot while demanding a chastity plaque. You only wish to extort money from me now that you see that I have earned some. Such lofty rhetoric. Do you perceive me as a fool? You believe I must part with my money at a mere whim? The situation had surpassed the expectations of the village chief and his son. They had assumed that upon their arrival, Lu Feng would willingly hand over the entirety of his fortune. To their utter astonishment, Lu Feng reacted in such a manner, even exposing their intentions in public. The village chief glared at Lu Feng, his face darkened with anger, and shouted, You wretched scoundrel! I have only sought to assist you, and you dare to slander me. Your land for the house has not been approved. This is an unlawful construction. Come, demolish this house. Zhang Xuejuan, upon hearing this, promptly led a group towards the house with fierce determination. Lu Feng, this rascal, refuses to part with his money yet still desires to build a house. How could such an arrangement be acceptable? If he is unwilling to pay, then let him abandon the construction. We shall see to it that this place is reduced to rubble. Lu Feng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhang Xuejuan, his gaze icy. I dare you to lay a hand on me today. Zhang Xuejuan let out a cold laugh. Huh? You threaten me? I am not easily intimidated. Get out of my way. With that, Zhang Xuejuan rolled up his sleeves and lunged towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng's expression darkened as he raised his hand to block Zhang Xuejuan's advance, causing Zhang Xuejuan to stumble back. You seek death. Zhang Xuejuan, humiliated and enraged, clenched his fist and struck towards Lu Feng's face. In a flash, an icy glint appeared in Lu Feng's eyes as he seized Zhang Xuejuan's fist, twisting it back with force. A sharp crack resonated through the air, followed by Zhang Xuejuan's pained cries. Release Xuejuan at once, the village chief reprimanded, his face now a deeper shade of fury. With a forceful shove, Lu Feng sent Zhang Xuejuan crashing to the ground at the village chief's feet. The village chief's face fell further. Lu Feng had the audacity to strike his son before him, a blatant affront to his authority. If he could not reign in this rogue, then he ought to resign as village chief. Through gritted teeth, he declared, Very well. Even if you were to present the entirety of your fortune to seek my assistance, I would not extend my help. I assure you. As long as I hold my position in Hongga village, you will not lay one brick of that house. The village chief's expression twisted in rage. His aged face flushed with anger. He had served as village chief for many years, and despite the villagers' unruliness, they had always shown him respect. He had never been so openly confronted before, nor had anyone ever slapped him in the face so brazenly. Today, however, that scoundrel Lu Feng had publicly humiliated him, and he vowed that this rascal would come to deeply regret his actions. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the group of young men as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Who dares to claim that my house violates any regulations? My construction is entirely legitimate. Anyone who dares to touch my property will find me unyielding. The young men had heard of Lu Feng's exploits against ferocious beasts on Yinhuang Mountain, and having just witnessed him effortlessly take down Zhang Xuejuan, they felt a growing trepidation. Under Lu Feng's intense gaze, they hesitated to approach. The village chief narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. Legitimate construction? Huh. Without my approval for the land, what do you call this so-called legitimacy? Lu Feng snorted derisively. Do you truly believe that Hongga village is your personal fiefdom? Open your eyes and see what this truly is. He produced a document and thrust it before the village chief. The chief's expression changed dramatically as he beheld the bold red stamp of Qishir town. This rascal had bypassed him entirely to obtain verification from the town. Lu Feng reveled in the village chief's incredulous expression. Surely, the chief would recognize the town's official seal on the land documentation I secured. Now, would the chief still dare to claim that my construction is illegal and attempt to demolish my home? Zhang Xuejuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Feng. Had he actually procured land rights? Was his beating, then, entirely in vain? All right, you may have some skill. Let us see how this unfolds. The village chief gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede, yet recognizing that with the proof in Lu Feng's hands, any attempts to challenge him would be baseless. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Let us depart. The villagers were equally astonished that Lu Feng had secured land rights from the town, leading them to reconsider their perceptions of him. This was no trivial accomplishment. Ordinary villagers rarely even managed to meet the town officials, let alone obtain such documentation. After spending several days in each other's company, they had come to realize that Lu Feng was indeed not the same man he once was. Building brick houses and procuring land rights from the town were feats far removed from the former Lu Feng's capabilities. It appeared that his claims of reformation were genuine. Once the crisis was averted, San Jiu's family and Lu De breathed a collective sigh of relief. With the danger past, they returned to their work. Meanwhile, the village chief and his son returned home, with Zhang Xuejiwen nursing his still painful hand, bitterness etched on his face. "Father, are we really going to let this matter rest?" The village chief, his face darkened with anger, replied through gritted teeth, "What else can we do? That scoundrel has bypassed me to secure land rights. Which means he must have connections in the town. If I pursue this matter, it would be tantamount to defying those officials. If they were to dismiss me from my position as village chief in retaliation, I would find myself worse off than before." That rascal had publicly slapped his face. And he would remember this grievance. As long as he was the village chief of Hongke, he would find an opportunity to settle the score with Lu Feng. The village chief's arrival was but a minor interlude. In the afternoon, Lu Feng and his companions were diligently engaged in their work when they were suddenly startled by a cacophony emanating from a distance. The anguished cries of men intertwined with the sobs of women, signaling that calamity had struck. Lu Feng hastily set down his tools and rushed towards the source of the commotion, eager to discern the nature of the incident. Upon his arrival, he found a considerable gathering of villagers, the ground stained with blood, and at the center lay a middle-aged man. His complexion was ashen, and his shoulder was grotesquely mutilated, devoid of an arm, leaving only a bloodied and mangled remnant. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, and before he could inquire further, the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears. "What has happened to old Lu? What transpired? I heard old Lu encountered a wild man on Yinwang Mountain. He lost an arm to the creature." The revelation caused a palpable shift in the crowd's demeanor. "What? A wild man? There are wild men on Yinwang Mountain? I've only heard of beasts lurking there. Never of wild men. Heavens, old Lu must be out of his mind to venture up there." Lu Feng recalled his previous encounter with a tiger on Yinwang Mountain and realized that old Lu had now faced a wild man. It was clear that the mountain was perilous and perhaps even a place that claimed lives. The news spread rapidly throughout Hongke village, and when Qin Ruolan learned of it, she was taken aback. As night descended and she prepared for slumber, she gazed at Lu Feng with concern and urged him, "Lu Feng, there are wild men on Yinwang Mountain, and Uncle Lu has lost an arm. Please, do not hunt there anymore." Lu Feng reassured her with a pat on the back, "Do not worry. I fear no tiger, so how could I be afraid of a wild man? Besides, I possess the hunting rifle gifted by Uncle Sunday. Even if I encounter a wild man, I can protect myself. Our meat supply is dwindling, and I must ascend the mountain tomorrow to procure some food. Rest assured, I will only gather sustenance at the foot of the mountain and will not venture into the depths." Not only had their meat supply diminished, but the large haul he had previously brought back had also significantly decreased. He needed to act quickly to secure funds, otherwise, in a matter of days, he would be unable to afford rice or flour. The nearby mountains had already been thoroughly scoured by several villagers, making it nearly impossible to procure substantial game elsewhere. His only option for a significant catch lay on Yinwang Mountain. Although Qin Ruolan was apprehensive about Lu Feng's decision, she could only implore him to exercise caution. The following morning, Lu Feng set off for Yinwang Mountain, equipped with his gear. The mountain was rich in resources, and he could not forsake its bounty for other less fruitful terrains. Even if wild men were said to roam there, he remained undeterred. After all, he believed that luck would not betray him. The mountain was vast, and the chances of encountering danger were slim. He had not faced any threats during his previous excursions. And even if he did confront one, he was confident in his ability to escape. Little did Lu Feng know, fate had other plans for him that day. Chapter 74. In the depths of the forest, peril abounds. As Lu Feng ventured into Yinwang Mountain, he navigated its familiar paths with ease, seeking out his quarry. He attentively listened to the sounds of the forest while sweeping his gaze across the surroundings. However, after several heavy snowfalls, the mountains were entirely blanketed in snow. After searching for nearly 2 hours, he had yet to uncover any substantial goods. Lu Feng could only continue deeper into the dense woods. His wife and daughter awaited him at home, and he certainly could not return empty-handed today. Upon entering the depths of the mountains, the environment changed dramatically. The snow-laden pines loomed overhead, casting an eerie silence all around. Lu Feng heightened his vigilance, fully aware of the lurking dangers within Yinwang Mountain. While he sought to earn money, he also wished to preserve his life, for he had a family to care for. Fortune favors the diligent. Half an hour later, Lu Feng finally heard a faint rustling sound nearby. He immediately halted, swiftly turned, and accurately locked onto his target. A pair of antlers rose high amidst the thicket, and Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise. Was that a deer? He squinted for a better look and discerned the robust body of a spotted deer through the underbrush. To his astonishment, it was an adult stag. Such a magnificent creature would fetch a handsome sum. He was truly in for a windfall. This stag was worth far more than the wild goat he had previously hunted, even surpassing the boar he had toiled so hard to capture on his first outing. If he successfully took down this stag, it would alleviate his family's financial woes for the time being. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Lu Feng cautiously approached the stag, step by step. At that moment, the stag remained blissfully unaware of its impending fate, leisurely nibbling on the leaves. When he was merely 40 to 50 meters away, Lu Feng raised his rifle, steadying his aim at the deer. Just then, the stag seemed to sense danger, lifting its head and preparing to flee. But Lu Feng would not grant it that opportunity. He swiftly pulled the trigger. With a resounding shot, the stag collapsed, struggling briefly before falling still. Lu Feng exhaled, dragging his rifle closer as he approached the fallen stag. Upon reaching it, he was filled with exhilaration. This stag was indeed an adult male. Selling it would yield no less than 50 or 60 substantial bills. His journey into the mountains had certainly not been in vain. In high spirits, Lu Feng prepared to haul the stag away, but suddenly, a shadow darted by not far off. Puzzled, he wondered why villagers, known to fear entering Yinhuang Mountain, were venturing into the depths of the forest. Were they truly unafraid of the dangers? It appeared there were indeed bold souls willing to brave the risks, with old Lu from the village being one, and this individual another. At that moment, Lu Feng felt a surge of relief that he had discovered the stag first. Had it been snatched away by someone else, he would have suffered greatly. Lost in thought, Lu Feng keenly noticed something peculiar about the stranger's attire. It seemed he was clad not in conventional clothing, but in the hide of a wild beast. A vivid image of the old Lu, who had returned to the village yesterday, flashed suddenly in his mind, causing a change in his expression. Savages. This was no villager. It was unmistakably a wild man. At this moment, the wild man also noticed him, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, fixating on him with an intense glare. Lu Feng tightened his grip on the shotgun, holding his breath, equally fixated on the direction of the wild man, afraid to make a sound. Damn it. Just moments ago, he had felt fortunate for having hunted a mature spotted deer, and now he found himself face to face with a wild man. What kind of luck was this? Fortunately, the wild man seemed deterred by the sight of his gun and after a brief pause, turned and fled. Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had no intention of confronting the wild man. He was merely there to hunt and wished to avoid any trouble. Swiftly, he bound the deer and departed from Yinhuang Mountain. The wild man had spotted him. Who knew if there were more companions lurking nearby? Leaving Yinhuang Mountain as quickly as possible was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Lu Feng mused to himself about the multitude of dangers that Yinhuang Mountain harbored. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience gained from years of training in his previous life, he would not have dared to tread upon Yinhuang Mountain so recklessly. After descending the mountain, Lu Feng arrived at a small river at its base, where he carved an ice hole and swiftly began to process the deer. He packed the venison, hide, and antlers into his backpack and set off toward Qin Town. During his previous visit to Qin Town to procure materials for building a house, he had stumbled upon a black market that was larger and more bustling than that of Choshui Town. It was now the late 1970s, and the fervor against speculation had begun to wane, leading to the emergence of black markets across various regions. Bringing the spotted deer to Qin Town would surely facilitate a quicker sale. Upon reaching the black market, Lu Feng first found a suitable spot to display his goods. He divided the venison into 2 portions, selling one half for cash while reserving the other for home. With several workers at home, he needed to keep some meat for his family. Today, fortune favored him. Shortly after setting up, a well-dressed middle-aged man approached, inspecting the antlers and hide. After some negotiation, they settled on a price of 30 yuan, and Lu Feng happily accepted the money. Soon after, several others came to purchase pieces of venison. By the time he sold most of the displayed meat, his cash had increased from 30 to 40 yuan, a sum that aligned well with his expectations, leaving him quite satisfied. As Lu Feng prepared to pack up and head home, he noticed a few blue and white porcelain cups in a corner, his pupils dilating slightly. He halted, turned, and made his way toward the stall. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, glanced at Lu Feng, whose clothes were tattered and patched, then quickly returned his gaze, continuing to pick his teeth without any intention of greeting him. This man clearly viewed Lu Feng as a rustic bumpkin, assuming that someone like him could hardly afford such items, rendering any attempt at conversation a waste of effort. At this moment, Lu Feng crouched down and examined a cup. The middle-aged man clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, "If you're not buying, don't touch it. If you break it, you won't have the money to compensate. Lu Feng paid no heed to him and continued to inspect several other cups. Once he had thoroughly assessed them, his eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. These were antiques. In his previous life, he had never settled down nor had a girlfriend, and he lacked other hobbies, yet he had developed a keen interest in appraising treasures, acquiring a wealth of knowledge on the subject. In his leisure time, he would often watch live streams on appraising treasures. While he wouldn't claim to have a complete understanding of antiques, he was sufficiently knowledgeable to grasp about 80% of the subject. Although these items might not be particularly valuable in this era, in a few decades, their worth could multiply several hundred or even 1,000 times. The opportunity for sudden wealth lay before him, and he would not let it slip away. Chapter 75, Bargains in the Black Market. The mysterious elder. How much for the cups? Lu Feng inquired of the vendor. The vendor spat out the toothpick from his mouth and scrutinized Lu Feng from head to toe, doubting that he would make a purchase. Nevertheless, he quoted a price, 200 yuan for each cup. He returned the cup that Lu Feng had touched to its original place, thinking that the young man was merely inquiring without any intent to buy. For these villagers, 200 yuan was not a trifling sum, and he suspected that Lu Feng could hardly muster that amount. Had the vendor witnessed Lu Feng selling antlers and venison, he might have thought differently and displayed a more favorable attitude. I'll take all four. 600 yuan, Lu Feng declared, unfazed by the vendor's demeanor. Upon hearing this, the vendor hesitated, suddenly lifting his head in astonishment, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "What? You want them all?" It was no wonder he was taken aback. After several days of displaying his wares without a single sale, he had grown accustomed to inquiries that led nowhere. A few decades ago, these cups might have held some value, but in these times when people struggled to afford their daily meals, who would spend money on such frivolous items? And here was a young man from the village, boldly declaring his intent to purchase 4 cups at once, leaving the vendor utterly shocked. Lu Feng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I want them all." The vendor stared at Lu Feng for several seconds, realizing he was not joking, and replied, "These are authentic Qing dynasty antiques. Offer me 700 yuan, and you can take them all, not a penny less." After all, it was rare for someone to inquire about these cups, and the vendor was eager to sell. However, he was unwilling to part with them at a loss. Yet, 700 yuan was likely the total savings of an entire household in the village, and he began to doubt whether this young man could actually produce such an amount. "All right, 700 yuan, I'll take them," Lu Feng replied without hesitation, recognizing that acquiring them was already a profitable venture. Only a fool would hesitate. With that, he produced 700 yuan and handed it to the vendor. Upon encountering the roll of currency, the vendor's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. He promptly rose to his feet, his face blossoming into a radiant smile, and warmly exclaimed, all right, I shall prepare it for you at once." "Young man, you cannot fathom. These cups have been handed down through generations in my family. Were it not for the dire state of our finances, I would never part with them. Come, allow me to pack them for you." As he spoke, the vendor carefully placed the items into Lu Feng's backpack. Upon seeing the numerous pieces of meat nestled within, he was taken aback. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. This man, appearing to be a mere peasant, not only possessed several rolls of currency but also an abundance of meat. Even the townsfolk would seldom encounter such a surplus. With over 30 rolls of currency in hand, Lu Feng suppressed his excitement, shouldering the deer meat and the antique treasures he had unearthed from the black market. For exquisite Yozheng Dotsai chicken cups, if auctioned in later years, they would fetch no less than several million each. Yet today, he had acquired them for a mere handful of coins, a truly rare find. Meanwhile, at the edge of Qingshi town, in a pavilion, an elderly man with graying hair and a vigorous spirit practiced his martial arts. Upon completing a set of movements, a young woman with a high ponytail and striking features approached, holding a water bottle. With a smile, she remarked, "Grandfather, your military boxing is executed with such finesse. I doubt anyone in the army could surpass you." The elder accepted the water bottle, chuckling as he shook his head. "Ah, you little girl, always flattering me. The tides of the Yangtze River push the waves forward. What am I in comparison? I sincerely hope those in the military can surpass me. Only then can we be spared from the humiliation of others." The young woman nodded earnestly. "I believe they will. I hope to witness such a scene in my lifetime." The elder took a sip of water and resumed his practice. Lu Feng, on his way home after selling his goods, passed by this pavilion and was instantly captivated by the elderly man's performance, particularly his martial techniques. He paused, observing the elder as he practiced. The old man displayed commendable skill, His movements bore resemblance to the military boxing Lu Feng had learned in his past life, albeit with a rougher edge. Recalling his own experiences with military boxing, Lu Feng felt a longing. In his previous life, he practiced daily, but since arriving in this world, he had been preoccupied with improving his family's circumstances and had not trained in quite some time. The elder's actions piqued his interest, prompting him to set down his backpack and approach. "Old man, your technique has its flaws." The elder halted at this remark. "You claim my technique is flawed? Young man, do you understand martial arts?" He squinted, scrutinizing Lu Feng with an assessing gaze. Just then, the young woman stepped forward, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she sternly declared, "How dare you? Who do you think you are to criticize my grandfather's technique? He has practiced this art for many years, and it is widely regarded as exceptional. What right do you, a presumptuous youth, have to speak so boldly?" "I merely spoke the truth, believe it or not," Lu Feng replied, touching his nose. "Very well. Since you put it that way, it seems you possess quite an understanding of martial arts. Allow me to test your mettle with a strike. I am curious to see how you dare to critique my grandfather." The young woman clenched her fists, swinging them towards Lu Feng's face, her punches slicing through the air with a whistle. Utilizing the military boxing techniques her grandfather had just practiced, she intended to make him kneel and beg for mercy. Given his claims that the technique was flawed, Lu Feng deftly tilted his head to evade her assault, seamlessly transitioning from defense to offense. His fists aimed at the young woman. In that moment, memories of sparring with comrades in his past life surged forth, igniting a fervor within him as he unleashed the military boxing skills he had honed over many years. As Lu Feng's attacks landed, the young woman quickly found herself at a disadvantage, struggling to withstand his formidable onslaught. Initially, the elderly man refrained from intervening, observing as his granddaughter engaged in combat. As he stepped back, he found himself besieged by various individuals seeking to ingratiate themselves with him for ulterior motives. He had assumed this young man was aware of his identity and had approached with a purpose, hoping to draw his attention through such means. Had the young man sought to connect with him through other avenues, he would not have been as incensed. However, to belittle the military boxing that he took pride in was utterly unacceptable. These young individuals with ulterior motives truly needed a lesson, and thus, he allowed his granddaughter to teach this seemingly insidious youth a lesson. Those who, at such a tender age, do not devote their thoughts to righteous paths, but rather engage in underhanded tactics, were individuals he held in disdain. Yet, to his astonishment, as he observed the young man's prowess, he was left speechless. His granddaughter, whom he had meticulously trained, would be a top-tier expert even among military ranks. Yet, she quickly found herself overmatched by this young man, unable to retaliate effectively. The military boxing techniques he had imparted to her were being overwhelmed with no chance of recovery. At that moment, Lu Feng stepped forward, his fist striking with unparalleled ferocity towards the young woman's chest. "Young man, show some mercy. Jingru, quickly evade." The elder's countenance shifted dramatically, and he urgently called out. Lu Feng had merely intended to engage in a friendly spar after witnessing the elder practice, harboring no intention to inflict harm. Thus, upon hearing the elder's plea, he immediately tempered his strength. His fist halted mere inches from Han Jingru's chest, though she heard her grandfather's warning. The speed and intensity of his attack left her little time to react. As she saw his fist come to a stop before her, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had restrained his power. Otherwise, that punch would have struck her squarely in the chest. Taking a few deep breaths, her heart rate began to steady as she gazed at the young man before her, utterly astonished by his remarkable skill. The earlier encounter had indeed presented her with unprecedented pressure. Growing up under her grandfather's tutelage, she had been steeped in military matters from a young age and had begun practicing martial arts alongside him as soon as she was able. At present, she would not dare to claim she is the mightiest in the military. However, she could confidently assert that her skills rank her among the elite. Yet today, she found herself ruthlessly overwhelmed, scarcely afforded the opportunity to retaliate. Initially, she had presumed that the individual's words were mere boasts, but she was astounded to discover he truly possessed remarkable prowess. Her prideful military boxing was rendered utterly ineffective. A newfound admiration blossomed within Han Jingru. Following the earlier encounter, the elderly man's gaze towards Lu Feng shifted from scrutiny to one of softened demeanor. The young man had, through his actions, substantiated that his words were not mere bravado, but rather an insightful critique of her boxing technique. His martial arts were indeed far more sophisticated than the style she practiced. Otherwise, her granddaughter would not have been so completely subdued. The elder turned to Lu Feng and inquired, Young man, are you affiliated with the military? Lu Feng shook his head. I am but an ordinary mountain dweller. Upon hearing this, Han Jingru's face expressed disbelief, exclaiming, What? You are merely an ordinary mountain dweller? How is that possible? Even the elder was taken aback. If you are an ordinary mountain dweller, then how do you possess such extraordinary martial skills? I have developed them through my own exploration. Lu Feng replied, unable to provide a more adequate explanation for his exceptional abilities. The elder was once again astonished. The military boxing he practiced was the culmination of much research by numerous elite soldiers. And for this young man to have crafted such a refined version of it was nothing short of genius. Moreover, from observing the encounter between the young man and his granddaughter, he could discern that Lu Feng's skills were indeed top tier. Such talent was truly a rare find. In the next moment, the admiration in the elder's gaze towards Lu Feng was unmistakable. Young man, you are correct. My boxing technique does indeed have flaws. And your execution is far more exquisite than mine. Would you be willing to demonstrate your technique once more? Of course, Lu Feng replied without hesitation. This military boxing was something he had learned from a future era, and instructing this grandfather and granddaughter duo would pose no issue. With that, Lu Feng confidently showcased the routine before them. The elder and Han Jingru watched intently, their eyes fixed on his movements, fearful of missing any detail. Once Lu Feng completed the military boxing, the elder was filled with exhilaration. This technique was remarkably sophisticated. If it could be implemented within the military, it would undoubtedly enhance their combat capabilities significantly. Suppressing his excitement, he turned to Lu Feng. Young man, I have an earnest request. Please, go ahead, Lu Feng responded. The elder found it somewhat difficult to articulate his request, but considering the benefits this boxing technique could bring, he steeled himself to reveal his intentions. To be frank, both my granddaughter and I are members of the military, and the boxing we practiced earlier was indeed military boxing. Your technique is far more refined than ours. Would you be willing to impart this skill to us, so we might utilize it within the military? Of course, you may express your requests. We shall not refuse as long as it is within our capacity. The elderly man gazed at Lu Feng with immense anticipation. Han Jingru, equally anxious, fixed her gaze upon Lu Feng, awaiting his reply. She had just personally engaged with this individual and was acutely aware of the formidable power of the martial art he practiced. If this technique could be utilized within the military, it would undoubtedly be a boon for all its members. However, Lu Feng shook his head under their watchful eyes. His reaction left them both disheartened. At that moment, Lu Feng's voice resonated. There is no need for a request. I shall impart this knowledge to you free of charge. He had discerned that this grandfather and granddaughter duo were indeed military personnel. Their demeanor distinctly different from that of ordinary citizens, a quality exclusive to those serving in the armed forces. This martial art was not of his own invention, rather. It was learned from the military, and he could not bring himself to barter it for personal gain. To do so would be an affront to his own principles. Lu Feng's words ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of the elderly man and Han Jingru, though they were also taken aback by the unexpected response. Young man, we in the military cannot take from the populace without due consideration. If you are willing to teach us this martial art, we can agree to any terms that do not violate our principles, the elder promptly declared. Despite the elder's insistence, Lu Feng continued to shake his head, meeting the old man's gaze with a serious and earnest demeanor. Sir, I am merely sharing this martial art with you. It does not diminish my ability to utilize it. I incur no loss from this act. Moreover, contributing to our nation is an honor. If everyone sought recompense for their contributions, our country would not be as it is today. Lu Feng's words startled the elder. He had not anticipated such noble sentiments from this young man. His admiration for Lu Feng deepened considerably. The elder broke into a smile, patting Lu Feng on the shoulder. You speak wisely. I have been narrow-minded. Lu Feng responded with a smile. Sir, you are too humble. You simply wish to ensure fairness for the common folk. Subsequently, Lu Feng proceeded to teach the martial art to the grandfather and granddaughter. As Lu Feng observed that they had nearly mastered the technique and with the day growing late, he decided it was time to return to the village. Sir, my name is Lu Feng, and I reside in Honghe Village. Should you have any questions, you may find me at any time. Young man, wait a moment. The elder called out to Lu Feng. I am Hanwu, residing at number 1, Chisher Street. If you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will undoubtedly lend a hand. Chapter 77, An Unintentional Encounter. Cousin's subtle intentions. It was not until Lu Feng's figure completely vanished from sight that Han Jingru turned to Han Wu and spoke. Grandfather, I never anticipated that this individual would be willing to teach us that martial art and permit its use within the military. In this era, those with talent often prioritize their own interests, rarely yielding without benefit. His actions are indeed astonishing. Han Wu was equally surprised to discover such an exceptional young person in the modest town of Qingshi. He cast a glance in the direction where Lu Feng had departed, unabashedly expressing his admiration. This individual, in terms of both strength and ambition, surpassed the ordinary, and yet he was remarkably young. Given time, his future was undoubtedly boundless. Jingru, please investigate this person's identity and background. I have great use for this information. Han Jingru, seemingly lost in thought, displayed a look of astonishment. Grandfather, you cannot be considering. Han Wu interjected with a profound significance. Let us first conduct the investigation. The subsequent matters can wait. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, his seemingly innocuous action today would later assist him in evading a significant predicament, and he could hardly have anticipated that this deed would spare him from a potential incarceration. He hurried home, retrieving the half portion of deer meat. Qin Ruolan gazed at the meat, her emotions a mix of unease and concern. The news of Uncle Lu being attacked by a wild man on Yinhuang Mountain had already spread throughout the village. Today, as Lu Feng ventured into the mountains, her mind was preoccupied with worry, fearing for his safety. In contrast to her two cousins, whose eyes remained glued to the half portion of meat. Qin Ruolan glanced at it only briefly before diverting her attention, fixating intently on Lu Feng. Did you encounter any dangers on the mountain? Upon mentioning danger, Lu Feng's mind briefly flickered to the shadowy figure he had seen. However, he had no intention of revealing his encounter with the wild man to Qin Ruolan. Doing so would surely frighten her terribly. No, my dear, you needn't worry. Your husband is no fool. I would have fled at the first sign of danger. Lu Feng did not directly respond to Qin Ruolan's inquiry, but rather obliquely sidestepped the issue. Observing Lu Feng's gentle reassurance of Qin Ruolan, the two cousins couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. In this era, gender equality was merely a slogan. Men rarely exhibited such tenderness. They were taken aback by Lu Feng's transformation after his reformation. Yet, their thoughts did not linger on Lu Feng and Qin Ruolan. As their gazes returned to the half portion of deer meat, they exchanged furtive glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Later that evening, after the workers had departed, Lu Feng summoned Qin Ruolan into the room. In response to her puzzled expression, he presented her with a roll of banknotes, placing it in her hand. Qin Ruolan was astonished. Not only had Lu Feng returned with a substantial amount of deer meat, but he had also brought back a roll of banknotes. My dear, these are the proceeds from selling half a portion of deer meat, along with the money from the antlers and hide. Please keep it safe. We have spent quite a bit on building our home, but rest assured, I will strive to earn more. Our family's future will only improve. As he spoke, he recalled the 4 exquisite Yongjing Doucai chicken cups he had purchased. Oh, by the way, I originally sold for 40 banknotes, but I spent 7 to acquire 4 of these cups. Lu Feng then displayed the cups he had fortuitously obtained. What? You mean these 4 cups cost 7 banknotes? Qin Ruolan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the cups in shock. But they appear to be mere ordinary cups. How could they possibly cost 7 banknotes? She was nearly at a loss for words, ready to chastise Lu Feng for his extravagant spending. The 7 banknotes of great unity represented a substantial sum for the villagers. Yet Lu Feng astonishingly spent this considerable fortune on merely 4 rather ordinary cups. Observing Qin Ruolan's profound reaction, he promptly clarified, Wife, these are antiques. Although their current value may not be high, they will undoubtedly appreciate over time. In the future, they could even become our treasured heirlooms. However, Qin Ruolan was unconvinced by Lu Feng's words. After all, they were just a few ordinary cups. How could they possibly become a family treasure? Nevertheless, the purchase had already been made, and there was no point in protesting. She reassured herself that as long as Lu Feng refrained from gambling, a few cups were inconsequential. He earned that money anyway. Well then, let us place them on the table. We can use those cups for drinking water. Carrying bowls back and forth is quite bothersome. Lu Feng grimaced at the thought of using cups worth millions merely for drinking water. How extravagant that seemed. Clearing his throat, he suggested, perhaps we should store them instead. It would be a pity if they were to break. Qin Ruolan, lacking any understanding of antiques, felt exasperated as she witnessed Lu Feng spending such a significant amount on a few cups that he insisted on not using, allowing them to gather dust. However, she acquiesced to his wishes. Meanwhile, on the way back to the village, several men from the Qian family chatted amiably, expressing their delight at Lu Feng's transformation. However, Sisters-in-law Chen Kaifeng and Wu Liping were peculiarly quiet. Their minds were preoccupied with thoughts of the half-finished deer meat from Lu Feng's household. And they began to formulate their own plans. The moment Qian Yuejin stepped through the door, ready to wash up and retire for the night, Chen Kaifeng turned to him and cheerfully remarked, "Father, it seems that Lu Feng's house is nearly complete. There isn't much work left. Perhaps tomorrow. Going, and I should refrain from going." It had been several days since they had attended to chores at home. They could stay and manage the household tasks instead. Upon hearing this, Wu Liping immediately grasped Chen Kaifeng's intentions and chimed in, "Indeed, Father, I and Xinghua shall not go either. It feels improper for our family to dine at Lu Feng's every day. We should remain at home to attend to our own chores." Qian Goen and Qian Xinghua were left bewildered. They had completed the household tasks a few days prior, and there was little left to do. As for the idea of staying home, the brothers were reluctant. The fields were empty now, and they could only rely on their savings. Moreover, visiting Lu Feng's home was not merely for a free meal. They assisted with the construction, which also helped save on household provisions, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why would they choose to stay at home? Qian Guqing stared incredulously at his two sisters-in-law. They had always been the first to rush to any feast. So what had changed? Something was amiss, very amiss. Hearing this, Qian Yuejin shook his head and said, "Lu Feng's house is in urgent need of laborers right now. The sooner it is completed, the sooner they can move in. Lu Feng is not a petty man. He wouldn't begrudge a meal. If you feel guilty, simply put more effort into your work. Tomorrow, it will be as usual. Everyone should come to help." Qian Yuejin made a decisive decision. Upon hearing this, Chen Kaifeng and Wu Liping instantly grew anxious. "Father, tomorrow Goen has matters to attend to. Let us finish our tasks before offering assistance." Chen Kaifeng hastily interjected. Wu Liping immediately chimed in, "Indeed, Father, we cannot neglect our own affairs simply to aid the Lu family in building their house." Typically, Chen Kaifeng and Wu Liping were fierce rivals, at odds with one another in every aspect, yet in this instance, they surprisingly found common ground. Qian Yuejin, suspecting their intentions to be mere excuses for idleness, darkened his expression and spoke sternly, "What matters could possibly require your attention at home? It appears to me that you are merely trying to shirk responsibility. Has Xiao Feng deprived you of your sustenance in any way? During our time assisting with the construction, he has generously provided us with ample provisions. Do not forget that our rice and flour bins are nearly full, all thanks to Xiao Feng." Confronted by Qian Yuejin's ire, Chen Kaifeng gritted her teeth, compelled to articulate her intentions. "Father, let me speak frankly. I desire for Goen to venture into the mountains for hunting. If we could secure a substantial catch, we would have meat to sustain us throughout the winter. Surely this is for the good of our family." Of course, her motivations were largely self-serving. Should they procure game, her husband could exchange it for money. Who could possibly know? While the game may be visible, the money could easily be concealed. Yet, such sentiments were not for her to voice. Wu Liping, considering her own interests, stepped forward to support Chen Kaifeng's plea. "Eldest sister-in-law speaks the truth. Hunting in the mountains is indeed a profitable venture. This year's harvest has been poor, and without securing some food, our family will face a lean winter. If we can obtain game, we could trade it for rice and flour, ensuring we do not go hungry." These past few days, they had dined at Lu Feng's home, relishing the taste of meat, but once the construction of Lu Feng's house was completed, they would revert to the days of enduring long stretches without meat. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is a simple matter, yet the reverse is a challenge. How could they acclimate to a life devoid of richness? When Lu Feng returned today with a substantial portion of meat, it ignited their envy. If only their own husbands could secure a similar bounty, they would not need to fret over their meals. Qian Guqing, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but smirk to himself. He had suspected that his two sisters-in-law were up to something, and now their intentions were laid bare. The Qian brothers were equally taken aback by the revelation of their plan, yet they found themselves swayed by their words. Indeed, if they could secure a significant catch, would they truly have to worry about lacking meat? However, Qian Yuejin's expression darkened further. Is it truly so easy to secure a substantial catch? Such ignorance. If Xiao Feng could manage to do so, it is only because he risked his life in the treacherous Yama Mountain. Chen Kaifeng pouted in dissatisfaction and retorted, "For years, Lu Feng has been idle, yet he is still able to procure game. Why is it that Xinghua cannot achieve the same?" In her mind, her husband was far superior to that gambler Lu Feng. How could he possibly be incapable? Qian Yuejin slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing with his fury. "Absolutely not. You are unaware that atop Yinhuang Mountain, there exist not only ferocious beasts, but also wild men. Old Lu from Honghe village encountered one of these wild men, losing an arm in the process. Do you still dare to venture there? Are you not afraid for your life? Enough of this matter. Let it be. And should anyone dare to mention it again, I shall have them expelled. Now, return to your slumber. Upon the mention of wild men, Wu Liping regained her senses, instantly dispelling any thoughts of sending her husband up the mountain. The wild men are known to be aggressive, should fortune not favor them, and he encounters one. The loss of an arm would be catastrophic for her. What then would become of her and the children if further misfortune were to befall them? However, Chen Kaifeng from the adjacent room harbored a different perspective. She felt a surge of defiance, convinced her husband was superior to Lu Feng. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, pondering the situation until she finally devised a plan. The following morning, after the Qian family had breakfast and tidied up, they prepared to head to Honghe village as usual. It was then they noticed the absence of Chen Kaifeng. Qian Yujin initially assumed she was sulking due to the previous night's events and sent Qian Goen to fetch her. Upon inquiry, they learned that Chen Kaifeng was unwell. When she finally emerged, Qian Yujin noted her pallor and decided she should stay home while he took the others. Just as they were about to depart, Chen Kaifeng called out to Qian Yujin, "Father, let Goen remain as well. I feel dizzy and fear I may need to see a doctor." To ensure her father would consent, she added, "Once Goen accompanies me to the doctor, I shall send him to help in Honghe village." Understanding that his wife needed to return to her family and that they had a patient at home, Qian Yujin agreed to let Qian Goen stay back. He need not go today. He can assist tomorrow instead. With that, he left with Qian Xinghua and Qian Guqing. Once they were out of sight, Chen Kaifeng shed her earlier feeble demeanor and pulled Qian Goen out the door. "Goen, I have prepared everything for you. Hurry up the mountain." Qian Goen was taken aback. "Up the mountain? Weren't we supposed to go to the doctor?" "What doctor?" Chen Kaifeng exclaimed triumphantly. "I feigned illness. Otherwise, how could father have allowed you to stay behind? Hurry to Yanwang Mountain to hunt. If a gambler like Lu Feng can bring back large game, surely you, who are far superior, can do the same." Qian Goen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "But father said we are not to enter Yanwang Mountain. There truly are wild men up there. Were it any other mountain, he might dare to go, but with both ferocious beasts and wild men on Yanwang Mountain, he was indeed apprehensive." Chen Kaifeng shot him an exasperated glance. Why heed father's words? Lu Feng has ventured into Yanwang Mountain numerous times without encountering any wild men. Surely your luck cannot be so dire. Give it a try. Should fortune smile upon you, and you successfully hunt large game, we need not tighten our belts this winter. Besides, you wouldn't want to see our children go hungry, would you? Even if nothing was hit, this matter is known only to the two of us. Father will remain oblivious. If a significant catch were to be made, father would be too pleased to pursue this issue. Qian Goen was initially apprehensive. Yet Chen Caifeng's words swayed him. The meat from Lu Feng's family was indeed tempting. If he could manage to bring back a substantial haul, they would not have to be so frugal during the winter months. He resolved to venture into the mountains, as his wife suggested. Surely, his luck could not be perpetually dismal. Thus, Qian Goen set out, carrying his supplies towards Yanwang Mountain. Chen Kaifeng was immensely excited, as if she could already see large cuts of meat beckoning to her. As long as her husband successfully hunted, father would not oppose his endeavors, and she could orchestrate an exchange of their spoils for a bountiful harvest. Lu Feng had built a brick house through hunting. Once she saved enough, she too could construct a home of their own. She was soon lost in delightful daydreams. Chen Kaifeng envisioned a bright future, yet she remained unaware that her husband was perilously close to danger due to her influence. Chapter 79. Peril in the Mountains. Searching for someone in the dead of night in Honghe village, Qin Ruolan and his companions arrived at Lu Feng's home and immediately rolled up their sleeves to work. Unaware of the circumstances at home, nor of Qian Goen's ascent to Yanwang Mountain, as noon approached, a figure drew near. Li Chuanxiang was astonished to see the brick house taking shape before her eyes. It had been just a few days, and Lu Feng's home had remarkably progressed. His pace was indeed swift. "Step aside. Quickly step aside." Just as Li Chuanxiang was lost in astonishment, a startled voice rang out beside her. Before she could react, she was abruptly yanked aside and collided with a sturdy chest. Almost immediately, a half-brick fell from above, crashing with a resounding thud where she had just stood. Shattering upon impact, staring at the newly formed pit in the ground, Li Chuanxiang broke into a cold sweat. Had that brick struck her head, the consequences would have been dire. Qian Guqing was equally startled. He quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" Li Chuanxiang, regaining her composure, realized she was still in someone's embrace. She could hear the rhythmic beating of their heart and even sense their masculine aura. Her cheeks flushed suddenly, and she hastily straightened up. "I'm fine. Thank you for your help." She looked up, only to meet Qian Guoqing's gaze. Her face instantly flushed a deeper shade, and she averted her eyes in haste. Qian Guoqing, similarly taken aback, quickly shifted his gaze, and after a few moments, awkwardly managed to mutter a "no need to thank me." At that moment, realizing he was still holding her, Qian Guoqing released her hand, clearing his throat awkwardly. I didn't mean to." Seeing Qian Guoqing flustered made Li Chuanxiang's own embarrassment dissipate. She broke into a smile. "I certainly know you didn't do it on purpose." Li Chuanxiang was taken aback to discover that a grown man could be even more bashful than she, a young lady. Upon catching sight of Li Chuanxiang's radiant smile, Qian Guoqing felt a surge of discomfort and quickly averted his gaze, inquiring, "By the way, whom are you looking for?" "I am searching for Sister Ruolan," Li Chuanxiang replied. "My sister-in-law is cooking inside. You may go in," Qian Guoqing stated before once again immersing himself in his work. As Li Chuanxiang observed Qian Guoqing's diligent figure, she felt a subtle warmth emanating from the spot where he had touched her, prompting her to lightly nudge herself before entering the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Qin Ruolan greeted Li Chuanxiang with a smile. "Sister Chuanxiang, what brings you here?" Li Chuanxiang had assisted them in resolving their land issues, and Qin Ruolan was immensely grateful for her help. Had it not been for Li Chuanxiang's intervention, their home would have long been demolished by the village head and his men. Thus, Qin Ruolan's warmth towards Li Chuanxiang deepened. "I have no particular plans today. I thought I would come by and lend a hand. Sister Ruolan, may I assist you?" With that, Li Chuanxiang eagerly offered her help, and Qin Ruolan, unable to refuse, allowed her to assist. Upon seeing Li Chuanxiang, Li Yue suddenly recalled the rumors circulating in the village a few days prior. She furrowed her brow, contemplating how this girl bore such a striking resemblance to the one mentioned in the village gossip. Could it be that this girl was indeed the subject of those rumors? The more Li Yue observed, the tighter her brow knitted. Seizing the opportunity while Li Chuanxiang was distracted, she approached Qin Ruolan and asked, "Sister Ruolan, who is this girl?" Unbeknownst to Qin Ruolan, Li Yue was harboring suspicions, so she candidly shared the details of Li Chuanxiang's situation. However, given the nature of Li Chuanxiang's predicament, which could tarnish a young lady's reputation, Qin Ruolan only vaguely recounted the events without delving into specifics. Li Yue was astonished to learn that Li Chuanxiang had played a role in resolving the land issue for Lu Feng's family. Yet, considering the recent rumors, she couldn't help but scrutinize Li Chuanxiang a bit more closely. Nevertheless, she refrained from speaking out. After all, the village gossip often twisted the truth. What if the rumors were unfounded, merely the fabrications of the village matrons? Voicing her thoughts could jeopardize the relationship between Lu Feng and his wife. Lu Feng had committed a grievous error, and Qin Ruolan still bore the weight of that burden in her heart. If her words were to damage their relationship, she would bear the guilt. Consequently, Li Yue resolved to observe Li Chuanxiang and Lu Feng discreetly. Should Lu Feng dare to wrong Qin Ruolan, she would ensure her husband taught him a lesson. Throughout that day, Lu Feng felt the weight of many scrutinizing gazes from Li Wei. This left him bewildered, as he couldn't fathom why his sister-in-law was eyeing him as if he were a criminal. Seeing that Li Chuanxiang did not pay much attention to Lu Feng, Li Yue finally felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to Li Chuanxiang, her every move was being closely monitored. Recalling how Qian Guoqing had come to her aid at noon, she felt warmth where he had touched her. As she stepped out into the courtyard, she caught a few glances at Qian Guoqing, only to find him laboring diligently without lifting his head. Even Li Chuanxiang herself was unaware of how much attention she had inadvertently bestowed upon Qian Guoqing that day. After having lunch, Li Chuanxiang returned to the village. Just before her departure, she cast a glance towards the direction of Qian Guoqing. However, Qian Guoqing remained oblivious to her gesture, engrossed in his work. The tasks for the day were particularly numerous. After dinner, Qian Yuejin and his son, along with Lu Dai and Lu Feng, resumed their labors. By the time they finished, it was already past 8 in the evening. Just as Qian Yuejin and the others were tidying up and preparing to head home, an urgent cry pierced the air from not far away. "Father, something is wrong. Goen is in trouble." Upon hearing this, Chen Kaifeng hurriedly approached, her complexion pale and her demeanor frantic. Qian Yuejin furrowed his brow and asked in a grave tone, "Weren't you two at home? What has happened to Goen?" Breathless, Chen Kaifeng replied, "No, Goen has encountered trouble on Yewang Mountain. He went there early this morning, and he hasn't returned all day. Something must have happened. Father, you must go find Goen. Her urgency was palpable. Once Goen ascended the mountain, her heart raced with worry. She had been waiting at home for Goen to return from hunting, but as evening fell and Qian Xinghua was also nowhere to be found, Shen Kaifeng began to panic. The thought of wild beasts and savages on Yinhuang Mountain filled her with dread, prompting her to rush to Honghe village in search of Qian Yuejin. What? The crowd's expression shifted upon hearing Qin Sifeng's words. Goen had not returned all day. There was a high probability that he was in peril. Qian Yuejin's face turned ashen, and he cursed vehemently. Yinhuang Mountain? Nonsense. Didn't I tell you not to go there yesterday? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Lu Feng was taken aback by the revelation of Goen's absence from Honghe village, but he quickly regained his composure and stepped forward, saying, Uncle San, this is not the time for blame. We must urgently ascend the mountain to find my cousin. Yinhuang Mountain is no ordinary place. The longer we linger, the more danger increases. We must locate him swiftly. Yes, indeed. Let us hasten to find him. Lu Dade immediately concurred. Lu Feng took the initiative, stating, I am familiar with Yinhuang Mountain. I shall lead the search. At that moment, Qian Yuejin interjected, It is too perilous at night. We should all go together. Lu Feng did not object. Recognizing the vastness of Yinhuang Mountain, the more people searching, the sooner they could locate Goen and ensure his safety. They wasted no time. Leaving the women at home while the others armed themselves with flashlights and torches, setting off towards Yinhuang Mountain. As they departed, Lu Feng made a point to retrieve his hunting rifle. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Feng addressed Qian Yuejin and his sons, directing, Uncle San, you three and my cousin will form one team, heading left while I go right. Take this rifle. If you find my cousin, fire a shot, and we will regroup here. Uncle San immediately called out to Lu Feng, Wait, can you manage alone? Perhaps Biggie should accompany you. It's too dangerous by yourself. Lu Feng firmly declined. There is no need for concern. Your unfamiliarity with Yinhuang Mountain necessitates additional company for mutual support. Rest assured. I have traversed this mountain numerous times and am confident of my safety. Let us not waste any more time. We should ascend the mountain at once. The group, having set aside their doubts, promptly began the ascent. Lu Feng spoke the truth. He was indeed well acquainted with Yinhuang Mountain. Not only was he the most knowledgeable among this group regarding the terrain, but he also surpassed many villagers from the neighboring settlements in his familiarity with the area. In terms of combat prowess, even the four of Qian Yuejin could not match his single strength, which caused him to worry about their safety. Thus, he entrusted them with a hunting rifle. With a curved dagger at his waist and a flashlight in hand, Lu Feng strode purposefully up the mountain. As he walked, he swept the beam of his flashlight around, calling out Qian Goen's name, but the eerie silence of the forest yielded no response. An hour passed without any sign of Qian Goen or any reply. Similarly, the absence of gunfire indicated that his uncle and the others had not encountered anything either. At this point, Lu Feng began to genuinely worry for Qian Goen's safety, for the perils of Yinhuang Mountain were numerous. Even he needed to remain vigilant when navigating its treacherous paths. What audacity Qian Goen possessed to venture into such danger, one could only wonder at his reasoning. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. He quickened his search, for no one could ascertain Qian Goen's current predicament. The sooner he found him, the sooner Qian Goen could escape peril. As the flashlight beam swept across a large tree, he suddenly noticed something unusual. He swiftly redirected the light back to the tree. To his astonishment, he discovered a mark upon it. As Lu Feng approached to examine the mark closely, a glint of cold realization flickered in his eyes. This mark was unmistakably military in nature. While military insignias varied, they shared common traits. A typical hunter would never employ such markings. They were solely the domain of soldiers. Moreover, this mark appeared to be quite aged, suggesting it had been there for several years. However, in recent years, due to the frequent presence of wild beasts, no villagers had ventured up the mountain, nor had there been any reports of military activity in the area. Who could have left these marks? At that moment, Lu Feng recalled the wild man he had previously encountered on the mountain. Could he have been the one to leave them? If so, what compelled him to hide in the mountains? In an instant, Lu Feng began to question the true identity of that wild man. Was he genuinely a savage? Or did he possess another identity? Nevertheless, Lu Feng did not forget his primary objective. He shelved his thoughts and continued his search for Qian Goen. This search extended for another half hour. In the process, he stumbled upon two more trees bearing the same peculiar mark. Like the previous one, these also appeared to have been there for some time. Why were there so many marks within the mountain? This was exceedingly abnormal. His suspicion regarding the wild man's identity deepened further. Before Lu Feng could ponder further, a backpack emerged in the beam of his flashlight. He hastily disregarded thoughts of the markings and sprinted toward it. As he approached, he discovered a person lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Qin Ruolan. However, Qian's condition was dire. His face was smeared with blood, frozen, and his lips were a deep shade of purple. With a labored breath that appeared alarmingly precarious, a heaviness settled in Lu Feng's heart. Indeed, something terrible had occurred. Lu Feng quickly conducted a thorough examination of Qin Ruolan. To his relief, he found that Qin had merely fainted from an injury and was not in immediate danger of losing his life. Qin had a single wound on his forehead, and the excessive blood loss had understandably startled him. Wasting no time, Lu Feng hoisted Qin onto his back and hastened down the mountain. As he neared the base, he spotted torches flickering in the distance and heard calls echoing from that direction. Realizing it was Niuniu and the others, he shouted out to Niuniu. Upon hearing Lu Feng's voice announcing that he had found Qin Ruolan, Niuniu and the others rushed toward him. When they saw the bloodied Qin Ruolan on Lu Feng's back, they were equally taken aback. "Xiao Feng, what happened to Ruolan?" Qian's third uncle inquired anxiously. "He is injured and fainted. We must descend the mountain quickly and discuss it later," Lu Feng replied. With that, they swiftly made their way down. The proximity to Honga village allowed them to head directly to Lu Feng's home. Once back in the village, Lu Feng led Niuniu and the others inside while Lu Dai went to summon Dr. Yang, the village physician. When Dr. Yang arrived and examined Qin Ruolan, he confirmed that Qin had merely fainted from his injury and posed no further issues. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Qin Kaifeng, too, felt a wave of relief wash over her, her legs weakening as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, Qin Ruolan was safe. Otherwise, her father would never have forgiven her. If she had caused her husband's demise, not only would her in-laws reject her, but her own family would do the same, rendering her future prospects of remarriage utterly impossible. Who would marry a woman responsible for her husband's death? In that moment, Qin Kaifeng felt genuine fear and profound regret. She should never have encouraged Qin Ruolan to hunt on Yinwang Mountain. Upon learning that Qin Ruolan had been retrieved from Yinwang Mountain, Dr. Yang's brow furrowed with concern, and his tone grew stern. What foolishness! Yinwang Mountain is not a place to wander about freely. Haven't you heard about old Lu encountering wild men and having his arm severed? He was fortunate to be found by you. The mountain is vast, and had you not located him, combined with his significant blood loss, spending a night out there would surely have cost him his life. Chapter 81. The Enigma of the Wild Man. The storm of rumors startled. Chun Caifeng's complexion paled. She instinctively took a step back, fearful that Niuniu would notice her. Meanwhile, the rest of the Qin family looked at Lu Feng with gratitude. The expanse of Yinwang Mountain was unfamiliar to them. Without Lu Feng's willingness to search for Qin Ruolan, finding him would have been an insurmountable challenge. They were well aware that it was Lu Feng who had rescued Qin Ruolan. After Dr. Yang had treated the wounds and departed, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Thick with tension, Qin Kaifeng was utterly terrified, realizing her grave mistake. She dared not utter a word, not even to breathe audibly. Ghost! A ghost! Suddenly, Qin Ruolan on the bed began to scream. Brother! Hearing the commotion, Qin Ruolan strode over to the bed, calling out, Ghost! Qin Ruolan opened his eyes wide. Abruptly sitting up, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face a mask of terror. Brother, it's all right. You have descended from the mountain. You are safe. Qin Ruolan quickly reassured him upon witnessing his distress. Qin Ruolan, hearing these words, turned his gaze towards Qin Ruolan, then scanned the surroundings. Coming to the realization that this was no dream, he had indeed been rescued from the king of Hell Mountain, and the fear on his face gradually dissipated. Brother, what on earth happened on the mountain? How did you faint deep within the forest? And what was that about a ghost? Qin Ruolan inquired, perplexed. As Qin Ruolan recalled the events on the mountain, a fresh wave of terror washed over his features. He swallowed hard before speaking slowly. I had no intention of venturing deep into the mountains. It was an accident. I had wandered on King of Hell Mountain for quite some time before spotting a foolish roe deer. In a moment of distraction, I chased after it into the depths of the forest, only to find that it eluded me. Realizing I had strayed too far, I hurried to descend. Just then, I caught sight of a figure on the opposite cliff, leaping about chaotically, hurling stones at me while making incomprehensible sounds. I was terrified and turned to flee, but was struck by a rock and lost consciousness. Recalling that scene, His voice trembled, clearly still shaken. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, suspecting that the figure Qin Ruolan encountered was likely the wild man he had seen earlier. Just incomprehensible sounds? At that moment, Lu Feng recalled several markings he had discovered previously, further deepening his suspicions about the wild man's identity. With Qin Ruolan now awake, the Qin family decided to take their leave. That night, Lu Feng lay on the bed, contemplating the matter. The more he pondered, the more he felt that something was amiss. He resolved to ascend the mountain to investigate further. He must uncover the identity of that wild man. Otherwise, his future excursions to the mountain would be fraught with danger. Meanwhile, the Qin household was in disarray. Qin Ruolan returned home in a furious rage, while the family members dared not utter a word. Previously, when Qin Kaifeng and Wu Liping had caused some trouble at home, he, as a man, had refrained from interfering, choosing to turn a blind eye. However, this time was different. Qin Kaifeng had incited Qin Ruolan to ascend the mountain, nearly costing him his life. Not only was Qin Ruolan furious, but Qin Xinghua and Qin Guoqing also harbored resentment. Qin Ruolan pointed his finger at Qin Kaifeng, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon her, warning that should she ever dare to engage in such reckless behavior again, she would be swiftly sent back to her family. Following the recent events, Qin Kaifeng has become considerably more subdued. Wu Liping also experienced a wave of apprehension, for she initially harbored thoughts of sending her man up the mountain. At this moment, she felt profoundly grateful that she had refrained from doing so. In light of the incident involving Qin Ruolan, the members of the Qin family worked even more diligently the next day. Among them, Qin Ruolan and Qin Kaifeng were the most industrious. It was only after Qin Ruolan heard Dr. Yang's words from the mouths of his family that he realized the perilous nature of his previous situation. Had it not been for Lu Feng, he might have lost his life on Yama Mountain. Thus, despite still nursing his wounds, he came to Honghe village to assist Lu Feng. Similarly, Qin Kaifeng understood that had anything happened to Qin Ruolan on Yama Mountain, she would have been the architect of his demise. Lu Feng not only saved Qin Ruolan, but also rescued her from the weight of guilt. With this realization, her envy towards Lu Feng's ability to procure abundant meat dissipated, as it became evident that such feats were not easily accomplished. They ought to lead a humble life henceforth. That morning, Li Chuanxiang returned once more. After casting a few glances at Qin Guoqing, who was diligently working, she entered the house to assist Qin Ruolan with the cooking. Upon seeing Li Chuanxiang, Li Yue furrowed her brow, her gaze towards her laced with a hint of suspicion. Under normal circumstances, how could an unmarried young woman frequent another's home daily? What exactly did Li Chuanxiang intend? Regardless of her motives, with Li Yue present, Li Chuanxiang's schemes would not come to fruition. Consequently, Li Yue kept an even closer watch on Li Chuanxiang that day. Her vigilance proved fruitful, as she soon noticed that Li Chuanxiang was frequently glancing towards the site where the house was being constructed. Li Yue's expression darkened. She had finally caught the fox by the tail. Li Chuanxiang must be watching Lu Feng. It was evident that she harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have facilitated the approval for Lu Feng's homestead or visited so regularly. Li Yue resolved to keep a close eye on both Li Chuanxiang and Lu Feng. Thus, Li Yue found herself particularly busy, not only preparing meals but also monitoring Lu Feng and Li Chuanxiang. Fortunately, there was no interaction between the two. Otherwise, Li Yue would have exploded with fury. Due to certain rumors, Li Chuanxiang's family held a bias against Lu Feng, forbidding her from associating with him. Therefore, Li Chuanxiang's visits were mere excuses to escape, as she could not linger too long. After having lunch, she prepared to return to the village. As she was leaving, she noticed Qin Guoqing drenched in sweat, and moved by the sight, she offered him her handkerchief as she passed by. "Here, wipe your sweat." Qin Guoqing's heart raced at her gesture. He glanced at her, his fingers twitching, but ultimately accepted the handkerchief. "Thank you." Seeing that he accepted it, Li Chuanxiang's smile grew brighter. "No need for thanks. I'm off now. See you tomorrow." With that, she departed. Qin Guoqing watched her retreating figure, still pondering her words. "See you tomorrow." Until the figure of Li Chuanxiang faded from his sight, he did not use the handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, but instead tucked it into his pocket. After this gesture, he glanced around, and, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he let out a sigh of relief. Li Chuanxiang had visited Lu Feng's home for 2 consecutive days, and this had not gone unnoticed by many. In Honghe village, the rumors surrounding Li Chuanxiang and Lu Feng had intensified. However, as Li Chuanxiang hailed from a neighboring village, she was oblivious to these whispers. The Lu family was preoccupied with building their house and remained unaware of the village gossip, nor did they comprehend the potentially grave consequences it could entail. Chapter 82. Unspoken Affections. Investigating in the mountains in Hongxing village, Li Chuanxiang had made arrangements with Qin Ruolan to meet today, just as she had done the previous days. Thus, she concocted an excuse and left her home. When Li's sister-in-law noticed Li Chuanxiang heading out again, she inquired, "Mother, why is Chuanxiang going out every day?" Li's mother dismissively replied, "Who knows? She claims she is visiting her aunt every day, and her aunt doesn't seem to mind." Although Li's mother spoke in this manner, she was pleased that her daughter was visiting her aunt. After all, Li Guiying held a prominent position in the town, and the closer Li Chuanxiang was to her, the more benefits she would reap. If Li Guiying could introduce Li Chuanxiang to a well-off suitor, that would be even better. Previously, Li Chuanxiang had been incessantly mentioning Lu Degu, expressing a desire to thank the gambler Lu Feng in person at Honghe village. However, Lu Feng was hardly a reputable character, and as Li Chuanxiang was at an age for courtship, it was crucial that she did not entangle herself with Lu Feng at such a critical juncture, as long as she did not associate with him. Li Chuanxiang's daily trips to the town would not be met with opposition from her family. Upon hearing Li's mother's words, Li's sister-in-law raised an eyebrow. Visiting her aunt? I'm not so sure. Li Chuanxiang seems to be behaving like someone who is courting a partner. Perhaps she is using her aunt as a cover. However, she dared not voice this suspicion, for given her mother-in-law's protective nature, she would surely face repercussions, and she wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Li's sister-in-law soon dismissed the matter from her mind. Little did she know that shortly thereafter, she would learn from others that her sister-in-law was indeed pursuing a romantic relationship. A revelation that would create quite a stir within the Li household. Li Chuanxiang, oblivious to the scrutiny of her sister-in-law, made her way to Honghe village, her heart racing with excitement as she approached Lu Feng's home. To her dismay, however, she found no sign of Qin Ruolan that day. Li Wei, upon seeing Li Chuanxiang again, furrowed her brow in irritation. Preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Ruolan's absence, Li Chuanxiang failed to notice Li Wei's displeasure, with Qin Ruolan not appearing. Her mind wandered frequently to the outside as she worked, her focus waning. By noon, still without sight of Qin Ruolan, her disappointment deepened. She hastily consumed a light lunch before returning home. In the days leading up to this, Li Wei had only been attentive to the interactions between Li Chuanxiang and Lu Feng, neglecting to observe the exchanges between Li Chuanxiang and Qin Ruolan. Upon witnessing Li Chuanxiang's dejected departure, Li Wei became increasingly convinced of her feelings for Lu Feng. Observing Qin Ruolan treating Li Chuanxiang like a sister, Li Wei could no longer contain herself. She summoned Qin Ruolan back into the room and leaned in close, whispering, "Why has Li Chuanxiang come again today? What business does an unmarried woman have frequenting your home? I noticed she was peering outside earlier, as if waiting for someone. Could it be that she is awaiting Lu Feng's return? Tell me, how can you be so unconcerned about having an unmarried woman in your house?" Li Wei looked at Qin Ruolan with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Qin Ruolan, taken aback by these words, reflected on Li Chuanxiang's recent behavior and concluded that there was nothing between her and Lu Feng. In fact, it seemed that Li Chuanxiang had been engaging more with Qin Ruolan. Recalling how Qin Ruolan had casually mentioned Li Chuanxiang during their conversation yesterday, she began to form a hypothesis. However, it was merely speculation, and she refrained from voicing it. After all, in this era, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance. With Li Chuanxiang in the midst of seeking a marriage proposal, any harm to her reputation due to her words could ruin her. Li Chuanxiang had rendered them a significant favor, and she could not bring about her downfall. With a smile, Qin Ruolan reassured, "Cousin, rest assured, Chuanxiang harbors no such intentions. She visits daily because we share a good rapport. I am quite certain that her frequent glances outside today were not in search of Lu Feng, but rather Qin Ruolan." She mentally noted this matter, pondering whether to inquire with Lu Feng upon his return that evening. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, carrying a hunting rifle, was entering Yanwang Mountain, unaware that his cousin was on the verge of bestowing upon him an unwarranted label. Over the past few days, he had been speculating about the identity of the wild man. Yet he had been unable to ascertain who it could be. Thus, he had taken the opportunity of a hunting excursion to investigate further. Both he and Qin Guan had encountered the wild man deep within the mountains, and the peculiar markings he had discovered were also located in that remote area. Therefore, he surmised that the wild man must exclusively inhabit the depths of the mountains, which could explain why no one had learned of the wild man's existence in Yanwang Mountain over the years. However, this remained a mere hypothesis, and the truth awaited verification. As Lu Feng stepped into Yanwang Mountain, he heightened his awareness, beginning his search for any clues regarding the wild man. Yet, after thorough examination, he found nothing unusual at the foot of the mountain. This investigation only reinforced his belief that the wild man resided deep within the mountains. He resolved to venture further into the wilderness. With meticulous searching, he soon stumbled upon another peculiar marking. This marking bore similarities to the one he had discovered that night, indicating it too had been there for quite some time. As Lu Feng pressed deeper into the exploration, the snow underfoot grew thicker, and the surrounding environment became increasingly primal. Everywhere around stood trees, so vast that they could only be embraced by several people, their enormous canopies obscuring the sun, laden with snow, resembling clouds suspended in the air. Occasionally, eerie calls from unknown creatures echoed nearby, sending shivers down one's spine. This environment instilled a palpable sense of unease in Lu Feng, heightening his vigilance. His joints whitening from the firm grip on his hunting rifle, he advanced cautiously, step by step. Just as Lu Feng traversed a thicket, a black-billed grouse suddenly burst forth from an unseen perch, startling him. Before he could regain his composure, a shadow lunged at him from behind a tree. With a swift motion, Lu Feng rolled to evade the impending attack. Before he could rise, a gleaming long knife slashed towards him again. Lu Feng instinctively raised his hunting rifle in defense. Crack! In a shocking display, the rifle was cleaved in two. With a grim expression, Lu Feng hurled the remnants of his rifle, forcing his assailant back. It was then he recognized the figure, clad in animal hides, as the savage he had encountered during his previous hunt. As Lu Feng scrutinized the man's features, his brow furrowed in concern. The man bore a scruffy beard, yet his facial features were discernibly not those of a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. He resembled more a denizen of the islands. Chapter 83, Struggle in the Mountains. Erase the evidence. Moreover, the savage, no, the bearded man, wielded not just any blade, but an exceptionally sharp samurai sword. Instantly, Lu Feng's wariness intensified. If this man were indeed from the islands, what was he doing in the treacherous Yama Wang Mountain? Bakahatsu, you're dead. Without allowing Lu Feng a moment to ponder, the bearded man bellowed fiercely, gripping the katana once more and launching an aggressive strike. His expression was one of ferocity, filled with murderous intent. The blade whizzed perilously close to Lu Feng's ear, sending a chill down his spine. At that moment, the sword hacked down again, as if intent on claiming Lu Feng's life. In a swift motion, Lu Feng drew his machete from his waist, blocking the descending katana aimed at his face. Clang! A deafening clash of metal resonated, sparks flying from the collision. The bearded man was immensely strong, and Lu Feng felt the strain as he gritted his teeth, gripping the machete firmly against the katana. Veins bulged on the man's forehead, his face flushed with exertion. Kill! 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 He shouted wildly, retracting the katana only to strike at Lu Feng once more. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, the bearded man's attacks erratic and reckless. In a moment of distraction, Lu Feng felt a sharp sting as the katana sliced a deep gash across his chest, instantly staining his shirt with crimson. With a muffled groan, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes at the bearded man and declared in a low tone, "Whoever you are, if you seek death, then I shall oblige." With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lu Feng, his movements growing sharper and more decisive. He lunged forward with the machete, striking swiftly at the bearded man. In mere moments, several deep and varying wounds adorned the savage's body. The bearded man's eyes glowed crimson with rage as he brandished a katana, advancing menacingly towards Lu Feng. The sword lunged directly at Lu Feng's chest. With narrowed eyes, Lu Feng swiftly swung a machete, exclaiming, "Damn it, perish." The blade struck the bearded man's wrist with a resounding crack, a sickening sound of bone fracturing echoing through the air. The man let out a pain scream, instinctively releasing his grip on the katana. As the sword clattered to the ground, Lu Feng surged forward, planting his foot firmly on the hilt. In the next heartbeat, he seized the airborne katana and plunged it into the bearded man's chest, piercing him completely. The bearded man's eyes widened in shock, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The moment Lu Feng withdrew the katana, the man collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions, Lu Feng tore a strip of cloth from his attire to bind the bleeding wound on his chest. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the bearded man beside him, he felt no stirrings of remorse, for this was not his first act of taking a life. In his previous life, he had been involved in counterterrorism operations, where he had ended the lives of numerous criminals. Moreover, Given that the assault had been initiated by his adversary, he could easily justify his actions as self-defense. Nevertheless, to avert any unnecessary complications, Lu Feng pondered briefly before deciding to dispose of the body. He hoisted the bearded man's corpse and made his way towards a nearby cliff. After casting the body over the edge, he turned to leave but noticed a small notebook lying where the struggle had occurred. The notebook appeared quite old, suggesting it had been there for some time. Lu Feng surmised it must have fallen from the bearded man and, without a second thought, tucked it into his pocket as he descended the mountain. His injury was severe, and he needed to apply medicine promptly. An infected wound could very well cost him his life. To spare Qin Ruolan any worry, he deliberately avoided her on his way home. Once inside his room, he treated his wound and changed his clothes before finally stepping out to assist. That evening, when Qin Ruolan returned to her room, she recounted the day's events to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I noticed that Li Chuanxiang seems quite taken with Qian Guoqing. I wonder what his sentiments are. She mused. Qian Guoqing is of the right age to consider marriage. If he harbors feelings for Chuanxiang, it would be a fortuitous match. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow at her words. He had never paid much attention to Li Chuanxiang, hence he was unaware of this budding interest. If Qian Guoqing and Li Chuanxiang truly shared a mutual attraction, it would indeed be a positive development. He recalled Qian Guoqing's earlier remarks. Once they married, he would have one less concern on his mind. Contemplating this, Lu Feng nodded and replied, I shall subtly gauge Guoqing's intentions tomorrow. Encouraged, Qin Ruolan continued, Guoqing is mature and composed, with a commendable character. While Chuanxiang is both beautiful and capable, they would make a splendid pair. If you test the waters with Guoqing and find he has no interest, I can counsel Chuanxiang accordingly. Qin Ruolan's comments succeeded in darkening Lu Feng's expression. Did Qian Guoqing truly possess so many admirable qualities? His wife never uttered a single compliment about him. Given her assessment, even if that lad Qian Guoqing had no intention, he would surely devise a scheme to inspire some interest. Li Chuanxiang is quite a remarkable girl, especially with a doting aunt by her side. Qian Guoqing marrying her was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Unbeknownst to Qin Ruolan, she remained oblivious to Lu Feng's thoughts and the bitterness brewing within him. As she tidied up and prepared to retire to bed, at that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of something in the corner. She approached and picked it up. What is this? Upon hearing her words, Lu Feng lifted his head and saw Qin Ruolan holding the notebook he had collected earlier that day. He had long since put that notebook out of his mind, and upon his return, he had forgotten to retrieve it. It must have fallen out while he was changing clothes. Qin Ruolan casually flipped it open, and as soon as she glimpsed the contents, her brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. What is this? It looks like a scrawl. Hearing her, Lu Feng's brow knitted in concern as he strode over. Let me see that. He took the notebook from her, and as he opened it, his expression changed dramatically. The writing within was entirely in the language of the island nation. He had previously suspected that the savage who perished at his hands was from that nation, and now, this notebook further confirmed his suspicions. The individual was indeed from the island nation. He rapidly flipped through the notebook, eager to uncover more clues. In his past life, they had learned several languages for the sake of executing their missions, including that of the small island nation. Although the handwriting was somewhat hasty, it posed no challenge for him. However, as he read halfway through, a grimace spread across Lu Feng's face, his eyes ablaze with fury. Many parts of the text were illegible, yet he still managed to ascertain the identity of the individual and their purpose at Yinhuang Mountain. That person was indeed from the island nation, having committed heinous acts in Dragon Country. After suffering defeat, they dared not return to face judgment and instead hid in the depths of the mountains with a few companions. They remained hidden for nearly 30 years. Upon descending once more, they found the world had drastically changed, no longer resembling the era they once knew. This revelation left them astounded, forcing them to retreat back into the mountains. They faced not only a language barrier, but also the intense hatred of the populace toward the islanders. Should they be discovered, death would be their only fate. To survive, they had no choice but to continue hiding, burdened as they were with a legacy of bloodshed. Learning of their identity and intentions ignited a furious fervor within Lu Feng. He was consumed by rage. How could this pack of beasts have allowed him to die so easily? Following this, Lu Feng continued to peruse the diary, his expression shifting to one of confusion. The entries became increasingly chaotic, and the words within the notebook were disjointed. He recalled the encounter with the bearded man on Yinhuang Mountain and the words spoken by Qian Guolan that night. A conjecture began to form in his mind. Could it be that the bearded man had been on the mountain for so long that he had succumbed to madness? At that moment, a particular entry in the notebook captured Lu Feng's attention. It mentioned that the bearded man had concealed some items in the mountains. However, the notebook offered no further clues regarding their exact locations. Just as Lu Feng was about to put the notebook away, he discovered a hand-drawn map at the end. At first glance, it seemed somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the map of Yinwang Mountain. It was no surprise that after living there for decades, he had developed such an intimate understanding of the terrain. With this map, Lu Feng gained a general comprehension of the geography of Yinwang Mountain, making future hunting expeditions considerably more convenient. At that moment, he noticed a location on the map marked with a unique symbol. His finger traced the marking, and he speculated that this place must be the hiding spot of the bearded man over the years. He wondered if the items buried by the bearded man could be located there. After some contemplation, Lu Feng resolved to ascend the mountain and investigate once his injuries had healed. The next day, Lu Feng set out early with money in hand to visit Su the carpenter once more. Although he had previously commissioned some furniture from Su, the completion of his new house necessitated additional pieces, as the initial furnishings proved insufficient. He could not allow his new home to remain as barren as before. A house ought to reflect the essence of a home. The construction of Lu Feng's brick house had become the talk of Honghe village, with the villagers expressing a mixture of envy and admiration as they witnessed the structure rising steadily. They simply could not fathom how Lu Feng, once perceived as a good-for-nothing engaged in gambling and debauchery, had suddenly embarked on such an ambitious project. Upon arriving at Su the carpenter's home, Aunt Su greeted Lu Feng with a radiant smile, having anticipated his visit. With warmth, she welcomed him inside. Each day, more than 10 people worked on Lu Feng's house, which was progressing at an astonishing rate. It was evident that Lu Feng had come to finalize the details of the furniture. Last time, her husband had earned a handsome profit crafting furniture for Lu Feng. This time, with the demand for furnishings having increased significantly, they stood to gain substantially once more. This influx of money would ensure that they could enjoy a more comfortable winter without having to tighten their belts. Rumors about Lu Feng circulated throughout the village, but such gossip held little weight against the spirit of unity. After finalizing the quantity and style of the furniture, Lu Feng settled on a delivery date and left a substantial deposit with Su the carpenter before taking his leave. As he exited, he brushed past Su's daughter-in-law, who turned back to glance at him before entering the courtyard. "Mother, what brings Lu Feng to our home?" she inquired. Aunt Su, engaged in her tasks, replied, "Lu Feng is here to commission furniture for his nearly completed house." Upon hearing this, Su's daughter-in-law, lost in thought, set down her belongings and approached Aunt Su. Speaking in a hushed tone, "Mother, I just saw a young woman heading towards Lu Feng's house. Lately, the villagers have been whispering that she is his mistress. Moreover, I have heard that she visits Lu Feng's home daily. If there is nothing amiss, how could that be?" She lowered her voice further. "Do you think Lu Feng is busy constructing his house with the intention of bringing his mistress to live with him? He seems to desire to have both a wife and a lover." Aunt Su shook her head. "Who knows? Lu Feng has never been a decent man. If he is capable of selling his own wife and daughter, what else might he not do?" Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, the rumors about him in the village had intensified. Upon returning home, he found the Qin family already present. Among them, Qin Ruolan was scanning the surroundings, his gaze suggesting he was searching for something. At that moment, Lu Feng recalled the words Qin Ruolan had spoken the previous night. Raising an eyebrow, he strode over and slapped a hand on Qin Ruolan's shoulder. "What are you looking for? Searching for Li Chuanxiang? Cousin, what nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Ruolan exclaimed, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If not for Lu Feng's hand on him, he would have jumped up. Observing Qin Ruolan's flustered expression, Lu Feng was convinced that the latter held some feelings for Li Chuanxiang. This was fortuitous. With mutual affection, he need not play matchmaker. Lu Feng continued, "Are you not in search of Li Chuanxiang? Unfortunately, she waited for you all day yesterday. Since you have no interest in her, I shall inform Ruolan to tell Li Chuanxiang not to come again." With that, he turned to enter the house. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan's expression shifted instantly, and he hurriedly grasped Lu Feng's arm. "Cousin, wait. You still claim to have no interest in Li Chuanxiang?" Lu Feng smiled, teasingly observing Qin Ruolan. The latter rubbed his head, a hint of frustration in his voice. "I do have feelings for her, but how can I pursue her?" Lu Feng slapped Qin Ruolan's shoulder. "What do you mean you can't? How can a man lack ambition? If you like her, seize the opportunity. You are mature and composed." with a pleasant disposition quite fitting for Li Chuanxiang. Noticing Qin Guoqing's despondency, Lu Feng recalled Qin Ruolan's assessment of him. Just then, Lu Feng spotted a familiar figure approaching in the distance and patted Qin Guoqing. The person you seek is here. You two should have a good conversation. Make sure to seize this chance. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. If Li Chuanxiang turns to someone else, you'll have no place to weep. With that, Lu Feng entered the courtyard. It remained uncertain what Qin Guoqing and Li Chuanxiang discussed, but their feelings blossomed rapidly. Throughout the morning, Li Chuanxiang brought Qin Guoqing several pitchers of water. Even the most oblivious men noticed the shift, let alone the more perceptive women. Among the most astonished was Li Yue. She widened her eyes in astonishment at the sight of Li Chuanxiang standing alongside Qin Guoqing and exclaimed, "What is happening here?" She had initially assumed that Li Chuanxiang had her sights set on Lu Feng, having kept a vigilant watch over their interactions, ensuring they had no opportunity for private encounters. However, to her surprise, she now realized that Li Chuanxiang was actually interested in Qin Guoqing. Qin Ruolan nodded in affirmation. "Did I not inform you, dear sister-in-law, that Chuanxiang harbors no romantic intentions towards Lu Feng?" Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a wave of shame wash over her for her earlier assumptions. How could she have thought such a thing about a young woman? In the following week, Lu Feng remained at home, attending to various concluding tasks. Following the incident with Zhang Matzi, he had deliberately raised the height of the surrounding walls during the construction of his house, even incorporating shards of glass into the design. This precaution ensured that even the most nefarious individuals would find it difficult to trespass. During these days, Li Chuanxiang arrived punctually at Lu Feng's residence. And as the days passed, the bond between her and Qin Guoqing intensified rapidly. She would bring Qin Guoqing water and wipe away his sweat. Though there was no physical contact, it was evident to all that their relationship was blossoming, and everyone tacitly accepted that they were courting. The older men laboring alongside them would occasionally tease Qin Guoqing lightheartedly. As winter waned and the agricultural work diminished, the villagers found themselves with ample free time, many of them turning their attention to Lu Feng's house construction. Witnessing Li Chuanxiang's daily visits to Lu Feng's home only solidified their belief that she was romantically involved with him, further fueling the rumor that Lu Feng was building his house to accommodate his mistress. In Hoxing village, the Li family began to sense something amiss due to Li Chuanxiang's frequent outings. Li Dazhao confided his suspicions about his sister-in-law's romantic endeavors to his wife. Li Dazhao relayed the information, and upon recalling Li Chuanxiang's frequent smiles at home, their mother agreed with his suspicions. Chuanxiang has been running to town daily to see her aunt. Could it be that her aunt is introducing her to someone? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became, especially since Li Guiying had previously mentioned finding a match for Li Chuanxiang. Her face lit up with joy, believing that her daughter would be well taken care of, given that Li Guiying was an official in the town. "Mother, shall I accompany Chuanxiang tomorrow to have a look?" Li Dazhao voiced his concerns. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a glare from his mother. "What are you looking at? Is there any reason to doubt the person your aunt is introducing? If you dare to ruin your sister's chances, I will break your legs." Li Dazhao's thoughts were swiftly suppressed by his mother's words, which led them to miss the truth entirely. After a week of diligent work, the house was nearly complete, and Lu Feng's chest injury had mostly healed. They awaited only the arrival of Su Muji to deliver the furniture, after which they would be ready to move into their new home. Lu Feng settled the wages with the local villagers who had assisted him and invited them to join in a feast to celebrate their housewarming in a few days. The villagers were laughing heartily, their smiles wide and unabashed. Over time, they had come to realize that Lu Feng had indeed turned over a new leaf, transforming from the idle ne'er-do-well he once was. They had witnessed his remarkable change, and their impression of him had improved significantly. Now, Lu Feng was not only hunting in the wilderness, but also lending a hand with household chores. A stark contrast to the lazy man who once knew nothing of toil or the fruits of the earth. As for Qin Yuejing's family, who were reluctant to accept payment for their assistance, Lu Feng compensated them with a generous portion of grain and meat. They had already aided him considerably, and he felt it was only right to reciprocate. Initially, Qin Yuejing had declined, but he could not withstand Lu Feng's earnest insistence. Once everyone had departed, Lu Feng took stock of his pantry. Noticing the dwindling supplies, he contemplated a trip to the town to replenish his stock. With little meat remaining, hunting was also necessary. In a few days, he would be moving, and he intended to invite friends and family to warm his new home. Without provisions, how could he manage? Setting aside thoughts of grain for the moment, he decided to venture into the mountains. This would also provide him the opportunity to investigate the hideout of the bearded man, whose secrets had piqued his curiosity enough to warrant a note in his journal. Without further ado, he set out early that morning, equipped for his journey. Following the map left by the bearded man, he trekked deeper into the mountains. For safety's sake, he made a detour to the site of his previous encounter with the bearded man, retrieving the buried katana for self-defense. He had refrained from bringing it home earlier, not wanting to worry Qin Ruolan. After more than an hour of navigating the terrain, Feng located a cave as indicated on the map. His brow arched in realization. This must be the bearded man's hideout. With that thought, he tucked away his notebook and entered the cave. The entrance was modest, but as he ventured further, the space expanded. Upon reaching the inner sanctum, he was startled to find a pile of smoldering firewood in the center, still emitting wisps of smoke. There were indeed others present. Just as the realization struck him, two figures lunged toward him. As he cast his gaze upon them, he was taken aback by their attire, identical to that of the bearded man. In an instant, he deduced their identities. They were the companions mentioned in the bearded man's journal. He had assumed this cave was a secret known only to the bearded man, but it turned out to be their clandestine base. The two men, equally surprised that their hideout had been discovered after decades of concealment, were filled with rage. One, a towering figure, raised an axe, while the other, a scarred-faced brute, swiftly drew a dagger and advanced toward Feng, their expressions twisted with malice and intent to kill. In the blink of an eye, Feng sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the dagger that grazed the cave's stone wall, igniting a shower of sparks. In the next moment, the burly man's axe swung directly towards his face. Feng swiftly drew his katana from his waist, striking fiercely into the wooden handle of the axe, and with a quick pull, the axe was instantly in his grasp. That was Ichiro Koizumi's weapon. The burly man, upon witnessing this, became enraged, glaring at Feng with a twisted expression, and shouted in broken Dragonese, "Baka! You killed Ichiro Koizumi. I will have your life." With that, he picked up a wooden stick from the ground and hurled it at Feng. Recalling the heinous acts recorded in the bearded man's notebook, Feng felt his own fury igniting. "You have committed countless misdeeds. Surviving for decades has been a windfall for you. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions." Feng swung the axe towards the burly man's chest. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the burly man let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Baka, you seek death." Simultaneously, the scar-faced man thrust a dagger towards Feng's chest with a murderous intent. Feng tightened his grip on the katana, raising it defensively. Clang! The clash of the katana and dagger sent a blinding spark flying. The scar-faced man was pushed back by the overwhelming force, barely stabilizing himself against a rock. Die. At that moment, the scar-faced man inexplicably brandished a triangular military knife in his left hand, with his right hand engaged in a struggle with Feng's katana. He swiftly lunged the military knife towards Feng's abdomen. Die. He sneered wickedly. Chapter 86, Astonishing Discovery. Preparing to move, Feng's expression darkened, his face etched with intensity. He exerted force, compelling the scar-faced man to retreat 2 steps, his body leaning back just in time to evade the military knife that sliced through the air beside him. "Your life is forfeit." The scar-faced man, taken aback by the narrow escape, swung his dagger and military knife again at Feng with a pallid face. "Damn it. Get lost." Feng bellowed, gripping his katana and charging directly at the man's face. In the next instant, the cave reverberated with the scar-faced man's heart-wrenching scream. A deep, bone-revealing gash marred his face, even obliterating one of his eyeballs, blood streaming incessantly from the wound. The scar-faced man, eyes wide with madness, glared at Feng, his murderous aura intensifying. Clenching his dagger and military knife, he lunged once more at Feng. One of his eyes had become a gory pit, blood staining his entire face, rendering him particularly horrific. The injured burly man, seemingly struck by a thought, endured the agony and sprinted in another direction. Meanwhile, Feng saw the scar-faced man charging at him and raised his katana to defend himself. Despite his grievous injuries, the scar-faced man unleashed his latent potential. His speed towards Feng astonishingly swift, his dagger and military knife leaving afterimages in their wake. The narrow confines of the cave forced Feng to squint and suddenly drop to the ground, narrowly evading the thrusts of the military knife and dagger aimed at him. At that moment, the burly man had reached the corner of the cave, his hands rapidly digging into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng delivered a powerful kick to the scar-faced man's calf. Crack! The scarred leg contorted into a grotesque position before snapping audibly. A shriek echoed once more within the cavern, and just as the scarred face felt the sting of pain, Lu Feng swiftly rolled over. His katana slicing across the neck of the scarred figure, blood gushing forth in an instant. The scarred face seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Blood stained the earth beneath him a vivid crimson. Meanwhile, the burly man had unearthed the items they had buried underground. As Lu Feng caught sight of the object at the top, his pupils constricted. It was a handgun. Just as the burly man reached for the gun, Lu Feng, with remarkable speed, hurled his katana. The moment the man's hand grazed the weapon, the katana pierced through his back, emerging from his chest, leaving him impaled. The burly man's body slackened, collapsing to the ground in silence. Lu Feng gasped for breath. The fierce battle had left a sheen of sweat on his brow. Once his breathing steadied, he approached the corner of the cave. He kicked aside the body of the burly man, crouching down to examine the handgun, which not only contained a pistol but also dozens of bullets. Could this be what the bearded man had cryptically noted in his diary? Lu Feng furrowed his brow. Was a mere handgun worthy of such a notation? Disappointment flickered within him. He had anticipated the discovery of treasure. It seemed to validate the adage that without hope, there can be no disappointment. Just as Lu Feng prepared to rise, he noticed a glimmer of gold peeking from the spot where the burly man had unearthed the handgun. Frowning, he brushed away the dirt covering it. When he finally discerned the buried object beneath the soil, his pupils constricted once more, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. A large yellow croaker. It was indeed a large yellow croaker. Lu Feng hastily excavated the fish. However, as he unearthed the entirety of it, he discovered there were more beneath. In that moment, his heart began to race. Driven by excitement, he continued to dig. 2, 5, 20. A full 20 large yellow croakers. Though Lu Feng was no stranger to the world, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sight of 20 gleaming yellow croakers before him. He understood at last why the bearded man had meticulously recorded the hiding of such items in his notebook. Was this not treasure? With these yellow croakers, he was destined for wealth. After all, regardless of the era, gold is a universal currency. If he could exchange these yellow croakers for money, he would instantly become the first millionaire in Honghe village, undoubtedly the wealthiest in the area. Why bother to struggle any longer? He could simply relax. Provided he managed his newfound fortune wisely, his family of 3 would never run out of money. Yet, he soon came to his senses. In the modern age, yellow croakers represented wealth, but in this time, they were a matter of life and death. It was not merely the act of extracting 20 that posed a threat. Even retrieving a single fish could spell disaster. Thus, these yellow croakers must remain concealed, their existence never to be revealed. Lu Feng suppressed the excitement within him. And like the last time, he cast the 2 bodies off the cliff. He concealed the katana and handgun, ensuring the 20 large yellow fish were securely covered before returning home. As for the dagger and military knife of the scarred man, they were commendable weapons, which Lu Feng directly pocketed, knowing they would be useful for future hunts. Upon returning home, Lu Feng refrained from mentioning the incident involving the 20 large yellow fish to Qin Ruolan. It was not prudent for her to know, and he deemed it sufficient for himself to carry this secret. He planned to share it with her once the situation had calmed down. Qin Ruolan was somewhat surprised to see Lu Feng return empty-handed. After all, he usually brought something back after his excursions into the mountains, so his lack of spoils today seemed rather unusual. Lu Feng casually fabricated an excuse, claiming that the weather had grown colder and the prey had become scarce, resulting in his misfortune. Fortunately, Qin Ruolan did not suspect anything and had no intention of checking the backpack. Otherwise, the matter of the yellow fish would have been difficult to conceal. That night, after Qin Ruolan had fallen into a deep slumber, Lu Feng quietly stepped out with the large yellow fish and made his way to their new home. He dug a deep pit in the room and buried the fish within. Since they had not yet moved, there was no one at the new house. To be safe, Lu Feng also placed their 2 wolfhounds in the yard of the new home. Should anyone intrude, the dogs would surely deter them. With only 3 days left until their move and still no meat secured, Lu Feng set out before dawn the following day to hunt on Yewang Mountain. He spent the entire day on the mountain, and his perseverance was rewarded when he successfully hunted a foolish roe deer along with a few wild chickens and hares. As dusk approached, he returned home laden with his quarry. These past few days, Lu Feng had been exceptionally busy. purchasing rice and flour in town and preparing for the move. When Su the carpenter and his son delivered the furniture, Lu Feng settled the final payment, marking the completion of their new house. Building the house had required considerable expenditure, and custom-made furniture represented another significant cost. Lu Feng felt fortunate to have hunted a sika deer previously, which had provided some funds. Otherwise, their meager savings would have been depleted by now. With some savings still intact, they felt a measure of relief. During this time, Qin Ruolan and Niuniu wore smiles, and the home was filled with a joyful atmosphere, leading Lu Feng to feel optimistic about the future. On the eve of their move, Lu Feng proposed accompanying Qin Ruolan back to her family home, as he had caused them considerable trouble before and wished to formally apologize. He also intended to invite them to their new house the next day to warm the place and reassure them that he, Lu Feng, could provide a better life for Qin Ruolan and her daughter. Chapter 87. Returning in Glory. The Qin family's astonishment this time. Qin Ruolan did not refuse as she had previously. She had observed Lu Feng's transformation over the past few months. He had indeed turned over a new leaf and would no longer seek assistance from her family. Lu Feng's visit to Qin Ruolan's family was not merely an invitation for them to come and warm their new home, but also a sincere apology for the past troubles he had caused. Thus, he brought back a substantial assortment of items, including rice, flour, and meat, along with clothing purchased for the elderly during a recent trip to town and a roll of fabric. When Lu Feng returned with these provisions, Qin Ruolan was not at home and remained unaware of his endeavors. Upon witnessing Lu Feng produce the clothing and fabric, she was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, she realized with utmost clarity that Lu Feng had indeed changed significantly from his former self. Previously, he would visit her family without bringing anything and would often leave with items from her home. Now, having prepared such a multitude of goods, it became evident that his suggestion to accompany her back to her family was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a well-thought-out plan. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, alleviating her fears of past occurrences repeating themselves. Qin Ruolan experienced an unprecedented sense of elation. As they journeyed toward Taohua village, Lu Feng contemplated the necessity of acquiring a bicycle. With a bicycle, their family would no longer need to walk. He could easily transport Qin Ruolan and her mother, along with their belongings. This would not only save considerable time, but also eliminate the physical strain of carrying items. Lu Feng made a mental note of this intention, realizing that he needed to work diligently to earn enough money for their many desired purchases. After more than an hour, the three of them arrived at the Qin home. Wang Yufan was seated at the entrance, chatting amicably with several neighboring women. Upon spotting the trio approaching, they immediately recognized Qin Ruolan. "Is that Ruolan? Qin family sister-in-law. Your Ruolan has returned." Qin Ruolan had severed ties with her family for several years and had not returned during that time. Her last visit had only involved a brief lunch at home before her departure. Thus, these women had not seen her for quite some time, making their recognition momentarily falter. Given that the visitor was indeed Qin Ruolan, it followed that the man beside her must be her husband. The women quickly deduced that he was Wang Yufan's son-in-law, their expressions revealing a mix of unspoken sentiments. Years prior, Lu Feng had lost considerable sums in gambling and had frequently approached the Qin household seeking financial aid. On occasions when he was unsuccessful in securing money, he even resorted to taking household items. Although several years had passed, those incidents remained vivid in their memories. Despite Lu Feng's absence from the Qin home in recent years, tales of his past misdeeds had reached them. Each of his visits had brought misfortune, prompting them to distance themselves at once. With this thought, they rose to leave. "Well, Qin family sister-in-law, since your daughter and son-in-law have returned, we shall take our leave," they said hastily, departing as though fleeing from a harbinger of misfortune. Wang Yufan's expression darkened. She was acutely aware of the reason behind their reaction. Rising from her seat, she furrowed her brow and scrutinized Lu Feng, speculating about the purpose of his visit. Could it be that he had insufficient funds for building his house and had come to borrow money? Or perhaps he was short-handed and sought their assistance. In a fleeting moment, a series of thoughts flashed through Wang Yufan's mind, none of which painted Lu Feng in a favorable light. It was hardly surprising that she thought this way, given his past behavior. As the family approached, she noticed Lu Feng burdened with numerous items, including a bulging sack slung over his shoulder. Wang Yufan's expression changed abruptly. Before Lu Feng's family of three could utter a word, she launched into a tirade against him. "Lu Feng, you scoundrel! What are you trying to do? Are you intending to drive my daughter and granddaughter back to their maternal home? Let me make it clear. It is not your place to disdain my daughter. Since her separation from you, countless young men have been vying for her affections. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolan's face flushed, and she hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Wang Yufin's arm, explaining, "Mother, it is not as you think. Lu Feng has come back with me to visit you all. And those items are not mine. They are gifts that Lu Feng has brought for you." Wang Yufin was momentarily taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Lu Feng. Could it be that he had such benevolence? Observing that Qin Ruolan appeared in good spirits and was not showing signs of distress, she felt a sense of relief. "Mother, we are here to see you and father," Lu Feng said with a smile. Though Wang Yufin was still somewhat incredulous about Lu Feng's good intentions, she led them inside. During the past few days, there had been no work in the fields, and aside from Qin Jinzhong who had gone visiting, the rest of the Qin family was at home. Hearing the commotion, they all emerged from their rooms. Qin Jianjun's eldest daughter, Xiaoyu, upon seeing Lu Feng, instinctively recoiled in fright. A few years ago, when Lu Feng had caused a scene at the Qin residence, Xiaoyu had been 7 or 8 years old and was old enough to remember his wild behavior. Qin Ruolan, upon noticing the multitude of items Lu Feng had brought, assumed that Qin Ruolan was unwilling to continue her marriage with him and had returned to her parents' home. She frowned, feeling extremely reluctant. Their home consisted of only a few rooms, and before Qin Ruolan's marriage, her room had been shared with her 2 children and her elder brother's 2 children. If Qin Ruolan and her daughter returned, they would have to squeeze into the same room with her and her husband, which she found unacceptable. Furthermore, if Qin Ruolan and her daughter came back, they would also have to share their food. "Ruolan, Lu Feng has reformed his ways. Why not try to make it work with him? What could possibly be troubling you? Look around. Has any good person in the village divorced?" Qin Ruolan stepped forward, chastising Qin Ruolan. Although Wang Yufin harbored anger towards Lu Feng, she still favored her daughter. Her expression darkened as she rebuked, "If you cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. Ruolan and her daughter have returned to visit us. Who said anything about divorce?" Seeing that she had misunderstood, Qin Ruolan's dissatisfaction vanished instantly, and she forced a smile, saying, "I did not mean it that way. I was merely concerned that Ruolan might be acting impulsively. As her sister-in-law, I only wish for her happiness." Qin Ruolan smiled at the other members of the Qin family and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, Lu Feng and I have no intention of divorcing. We merely came back to see our parents." Upon hearing this, Qin Jianjun and his wife, along with Qin Jianya, felt their earlier concerns dissipate. Had their younger sister faced any distress, they would not have spared Lu Feng today. Lu Feng glanced at Qin Ruolan and then set down the burlap sack on his shoulder and the basket on his back. He began to take out the items from the basket: rice, flour, meat, and even a bottle of wine he had specially purchased for Qin Jinzhong from the town. Moreover, this time, Lu Feng brought back even more than what Qin Ruolan had returned with previously. The members of the Qin family were taken aback. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng presented some snacks he had purchased for Niuniu, instructing her to share them among the 3 little ones of the Qin family. But that was not all. Lu Feng then opened a burlap sack. As he revealed its contents, Qin Ruolan was momentarily rendered speechless. In Chapter 88, "A promise is worth 1,000 gold." Lu Feng extracted 2 winter coats from the sack. "Mother, these are for you and father. With winter upon us, they are just what you need." Qin Ruolan immediately recognized that these garments were sourced from the supply and marketing cooperative, stirring a pang of envy within her. It had been 2 or 3 years since she had worn new clothes. How could she not feel envious? Then, with Qin Ruolan's envious gaze upon him, Lu Feng produced a bolt of fabric and a bag of cotton. Qin Ruolan's eyes widened further with desire. At that moment, Lu Feng's voice rang out. "This fabric and cotton should be divided among you, mother, and my 2 elder brothers. This year for the new year, everyone can have a new outfit." Qin Ruolan was astonished to discover that so many items had been crammed into that burlap sack, even cotton included. Upon hearing that there was something for them, Qin Ruolan's eyes lit up, and she became quite animated. However, before she could utter a word, her elder brother, Qin Jianjun, immediately interjected, "We want to take it. Let mother keep it." Her husband, seeing his elder brother's stance, also chimed in, "We don't need it either." Their family was capable of working for themselves. It felt inappropriate to make clothes from her brother-in-law as gifts. Qin Ruolan, upon hearing this, became anxious and elbowed Qin Jianya, nearly jumping up to chastise him for his foolishness. "This is your brother-in-law's goodwill. If we refuse, he might think we harbor some grievances against him. In that case, I shall express our gratitude on behalf of our 2 children." Qin Ruolan smiled as she thanked Lu Feng. Just moments ago, she was envious of her mother for having new clothes, and now an opportunity had presented itself. For garments would cost a considerable sum, ordinarily. They would be reluctant to invest in new clothing. Such a splendid opportunity, she certainly would not let it slip away. Seeing Lu Feng's thoughtful gestures, Wang Yufan felt his sincerity and her expression softened considerably. Stay for lunch. I will join you and your two sisters-in-law in the kitchen. With that, Wang Yufan led her two daughters-in-law to the stove. Qin Dajiao, being an honest person, would not voice any objections. Seeing that she had received 4 new garments without any cost, and considering that the food they would enjoy today was brought by Lu Feng's family, Qin Ruolan happily followed to the kitchen. Mother, I will help you, Qin Ruolan called out as she trailed behind. Lu Feng assisted by carrying rice and flour into the kitchen, pouring it into the vat, while his gaze swept around, searching for tasks to undertake. Noticing that the firewood outside had yet to be split, he took the initiative to grab an axe and began chopping the wood. It must be said, the original owner of this body was not a commendable individual. After marrying into the Qin family, he had not only failed to assist them but had also caused a great deal of trouble. Now that he had become the son-in-law of the Qin family, he naturally had to fulfill the obligations expected of a son-in-law. Although there was little to do at home at present, he could not sit idly like his uncle. That would make him no different from the original owner. In the kitchen, Wang Yufan heard commotion outside and initially assumed it was her 2 sons at work. However, upon turning her head, she was taken aback to discover that it was her indolent son-in-law laboring outside. When had he ever contributed to their household? She was grateful enough when he simply refrained from asking for money or help with moving. The thought of him actually working was beyond her imagination. Mother, I believe my brother-in-law has indeed changed. It seems he is genuinely trying to turn over a new leaf, Sister Qin remarked in a hushed tone. A flicker of emotion crossed Wang Yufan's face, but it quickly faded. Who could tell if that scoundrel Lu Feng was merely putting on a show to prevent her from urging Qin Ruolan to divorce him? Whether he had truly reformed required further observation. Not just the women, even Qin Jinzhong was momentarily taken aback upon entering the courtyard. He thought he must be hallucinating from hunger. Otherwise, how could he possibly see his lazy son-in-law chopping firewood? Father, you're back. I came with Ruolan and her mother to see you, and Mother. Lu Feng's voice finally broke through his reverie, confirming that it was, indeed, his troublesome son-in-law. At that moment, a voice from the kitchen called out for dinner. Lu Feng promptly set down his axe and strode purposefully toward the kitchen. Witnessing this, Qin Jinzhong frowned and sneered. Indeed, he had overthought the situation. The act was unsustainable. As soon as he heard the call for dinner, Lu Feng dashed into the kitchen. Just when Qin Jinzhong imagined Lu Feng would rush in and fill his bowl with the best dishes, he saw Lu Feng emerge from the kitchen, carrying the food and placing it on the table. Qin Jinzhong was once again taken aback. Why did this differ from his expectations? Could it be that Lu Feng had truly changed his ways? By the time everyone settled at the table, Qin Jinzhong was still in a daze. Lu Feng poured wine for his father-in-law and 2 brothers-in-law, but bypassed his own bowl to fill a glass with plain water. Father, mother, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, I acknowledge my past misdeeds and wish to apologize to all of you. I assure you that I will not repeat those foolish actions and promise to treat Ruolan and her mother well in the future. I have vowed to Ruolan to abstain from alcohol. As a man of my word, I offer this glass of water in place of wine to toast to you all. With that, Lu Feng downed the glass of water in one gulp. The Qin family members were taken aback by Lu Feng's earnest declaration and astonished that he intended to quit drinking. Previously, alcohol had been central to his existence, and resisting its allure was no small feat. The mere thought of him giving it up was remarkable. They were all momentarily speechless. The first to regain composure was Qin Jinzhong. Well, I hope you can follow through with your words. The others also came to their senses, and their hearts lightened at the prospect of Lu Feng's transformation. This meal turned out to be the most harmonious gathering they had shared in years. Seeing that Lu Feng was no longer in a rage, Xiaoyu felt her fear of him dissipate significantly. As lunch neared its conclusion, Lu Feng addressed the Qin family. Today, Ruolan and I came not only to visit you, but also to invite everyone to our home tomorrow, as we are moving. Wang Yufan, taken aback, exclaimed, moving? So soon? As thoughts of moving into their new home tomorrow filled her mind, Qin Ruolan's face blossomed with a smile. Mother, our house is finally complete. Please come early tomorrow. At that moment, Niuniu dashed to Wang Yufan's side, tugging at the hem of her garment, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Grandma, Our house is beautiful and spacious. Wang Yufan smiled but remained skeptical of Niuniu's words. The last time they visited Lu Feng's home, the foundation had yet to be laid. How could the house possibly be finished so soon? Little ones are oblivious to the scale of things. In their eyes, a new house is simply delightful. Wang Yufan pondered that Lu Feng's family had likely constructed only 2 makeshift huts for shelter from the wind and rain. Despite these thoughts, she refrained from voicing them. After all, her lazy son-in-law had finally shown a desire to mend his ways. What if her words dampened his enthusiasm and drove him back to gambling? As long as he continued to improve and lead a good life, everything would eventually turn out well. Chapter 89. A Moment of Pride. The heartfelt Qin Ruolan. Qin Zhenzhong naturally shared the same concerns as Wang Yufan. His brow furrowed as he prepared to speak, but Wang Yufan discreetly pinched him under the table and promptly declared, "All right. Our family will definitely come early tomorrow." The others nodded in agreement. After lunch, Lu Feng assisted in clearing the table. Had it not been for Qin Dajia swooping in to take over the dishwashing, Lu Feng would have intended to wash the dishes himself. Qin Ruolan called her parents back to the room to try on their new clothes. Once dressed, they were reluctant to part with the garments. They rarely indulged in new attire. After trying them on, they were eager to change back, fearing they might soil them at home. Qin Ruolan quickly intervened, laughing, "Mother, father, please keep them on. What if you catch a cold from changing too much? There is hardly any work at home now. How could you possibly get them dirty?" Reassured by her words, Qin Zhenzhong and his wife decided to keep the new clothes on. Noting that time was slipping away, Qin Ruolan planned to return to the village with Lu Feng. Tomorrow's move would entail much to do, and they still had preparations to make. Before departing, she reminded her parents to arrive early, urging them to bring the entire family along, including all the children. The Qin family readily agreed. Lu Feng's conduct today had significantly altered the Qin family's perception of him. Thus, as the 3 of them departed, the Qin family came out to see them off. After witnessing Lu Feng's improved demeanor, the worries of Qin Zhenzhong and his wife diminished considerably. Once Lu Feng's family had walked away, the Qin family turned to head back inside. At that moment, someone called out to Wang Yufan, "Hey, Sister Qin, why is your son-in-law so well-behaved today?" With everyone devoid of work, they sought amusement in observing the lives of others. The nearby aunts had been listening intently to the happenings at the Qin household, anticipating that Lu Feng would stir up chaos as he had before. Instead, today was remarkably calm. Their astonishment was palpable. Thus, upon seeing Lu Feng's family leave, they rushed out. "Indeed, Sister Qin, your son-in-law used to create such a ruckus. Is the sun rising from the west today? Wasn't that scoundrel Lu Feng supposed to return Ruolan and her daughter? Why did he take them away again? Indeed, I even saw that rascal returning their belongings." Although they rushed into the courtyard this morning, they could still hear Wang Yufan's furious scolding. They all thought that Lu Feng intended to send Qin Ruolan and her daughter back home, and they silently cursed him a few times on Wang Yufan's behalf. Of course, in this world, there are both good and bad people. Some felt it was unfair for the Qin family, while others were merely spectators. And there were those who took pleasure in their misfortune. Lu Feng, as a loathsome son-in-law, had always been a source of pain for Wang Yufan. Previously, she felt humiliated because of him, but now that her son-in-law had turned over a new leaf, she could hold her head high. She smiled and said, "Who said Lu Feng was going to send my daughter back? The things he brought are gifts for our family: rice, flour, and meat, along with fabric and cotton for everyone to make clothes. Oh, and the clothes we are wearing were also bought by our son-in-law as a token of respect for us." At that moment, she silently rejoiced that she hadn't changed out of her clothes. Otherwise, how could she showcase them to the other women? Those aunts, upon seeing Wang Yufan's attire, had expressions of envy and jealousy. "These clothes don't seem handmade. They must have been purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, right?" I noticed Ruolan and her daughter were also dressed similarly, and their faces looked quite well, not at all like they had suffered. It appeared that Lu Feng had indeed reformed, and Ruolan and her daughter could enjoy a better life, allowing the Qin family's women to relish some comfort as well. Just then, a sour remark drifted over. "Buying a piece of clothing means he has changed for the better?" Lu Feng used to frequently take things from the Qin family. What is one piece of clothing worth? Wang Yufan glanced at the old aunt with a sharp and spiteful face nearby, her smile faltering. That woman had once been from the same village as her, and they had often competed against each other since childhood. Coincidentally, they both married into the same village, and their daughters were of similar ages. Whenever Wang Yufan fell short, that woman would compare their daughters. In recent years, she had mocked Wang Yufan for her son-in-law's behavior. With a cold laugh, she replied, One piece of clothing may not mean much, but our son-in-law has built a new house. He came to invite us to visit tomorrow. What about you, Sister He? Would you like to join us? Although her son-in-law had only constructed 2 small rooms to shield against the wind and rain, it was still a new house, wasn't it? In the village, it was unique enough to overshadow most others. Sister He's expression changed, her face contorting in anger. Haha, I won't be going. My son-in-law is taking me out for a meal tomorrow, claiming he wants to show his respect for me. In truth, it wasn't he, her son-in-law, inviting her to dine. She had heard that her daughter had been beaten and wanted to go see her husband. Yet, she would never reveal this, nor would she disclose it to Wang Yufan. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Lu Feng's family moving into their new home. Qin Ruolan and her daughter were particularly excited. Waking even earlier than Lu Feng. Daddy, wake up. We are going to our new home. Niuniu's small hands patted Lu Feng's face. With such commotion from Niuniu, Lu Feng could no longer sleep and had to open his eyes. All right, Daddy is getting up. My dear ancestor, could you please spare your father? Qin Ruolan couldn't help but smile at this scene. Upon seeing his wife smile, Lu Feng felt invigorated and swiftly donned his clothes. Come on, I'll take you to our new home. Wait a moment. Qin Ruolan called out to Lu Feng, retrieving a garment from the cupboard and handing it to him. Your clothes are torn. Wear this instead. Lu Feng's face lit up with uncontainable joy at the sight of the clothing in Qin Ruolan's hands. Is this for me? My dear wife? Qin Ruolan chuckled. Such a large piece of clothing. Who else could it possibly be for? Niuniu and I can't wear it, can we? Hurry, go change. Niuniu and I are wearing new clothes today. What good is it for you to wear tattered ones? Lu Feng grinned. My wife is truly wonderful. Thank you, my beloved. Saying this, he quickly planted a kiss on Qin Ruolan's cheek. Her face flushed, and she glanced at Niuniu on the Kong, who was struggling with her clothes and had not noticed their exchange. Only then did the heat on her cheeks subside a bit. When Lu Feng took the garment and unfolded it, he realized it was not the unfinished piece from before, merely similar in color. A hint of disappointment flickered in his heart. He had hoped it was something his wife had made for him. However, the disappointment soon dissipated. Since Qin Ruolan had bought him clothes, how far could it be until she made him something with her own hands? He cheerfully changed into the new attire. Upon seeing Lu Feng in his new clothes, he appeared transformed, tall and striking, with defined features that exuded a radiant charm. Qin Ruolan's heart raced inexplicably. She pondered how it was that, despite being the same person, Lu Feng now had an uncanny ability to make her heart flutter. Dear wife, what are you staring at? Have you forgotten who your man is just because he changed clothes? Lu Feng teased, raising an eyebrow. Qin Ruolan snapped back to reality at his words. She hadn't anticipated being caught off guard by Lu Feng. Embarrassed and annoyed, she shot him a glare. Stop your nonsense. Little did Qin Ruolan realize that her glare lacked any real intimidation and instead conveyed a playful femininity. Observing the lively Qin Ruolan, Lu Feng's smile widened. Daddy, Mommy, let us hurry to our new home. At that moment, Niuniu climbed off the Kong and urged them on. All right. Lu Feng lifted Niuniu under her arms and placed her on his shoulder, striding confidently toward the door. Let us go. I'll show Niuniu our new home. Laughter erupted from Niuniu as they exited the courtyard. After a simple breakfast, the family made their way to the new house. Just as they arrived, Lu Dai and his family appeared, bringing along a thermos and an enamel basin as gifts. In this era, such gifts were considered quite generous. Moreover, as soon as Lu Dai and his wife arrived, they rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Witnessing this, Lu Feng felt a swell of gratitude. His cousin and his wife were genuinely kind to them, doing things that even many of their own siblings would not. He would undoubtedly remember their kindness. As dawn broke, Qin Yuejin's family arrived, bringing with them a warm and substantial quilt for Lu Feng. Shortly thereafter, several local villagers who had assisted Lu Feng in constructing his house also came to pay a visit. They had benefited from Lu Feng's hospitality over the past few days, and they were acutely aware that he had treated them well, often providing them with meat to enjoy. Who wouldn't envy such generosity? Even their own wives remarked that after working for a while, they hadn't lost weight. In fact, they seemed to have gained some. Through their time together, they had come to realize that Lu Feng was quite an admirable young man, contrary to the unfavorable rumors that circulated about him. Hence, they all planned to arrive early to assist Lu Feng with his move. Each brought along something, whether it was vegetables, eggs, or a skilled carpenter who crafted a few small stools. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude to each of them. With their arrival, the atmosphere in Lu Feng's new home became lively. The men helped by lending tables and stools, while the women busied themselves with cooking. Before long, Li Chuanxiang also appeared. carrying half a basket of eggs and a mirror. Upon reaching Lu Feng's home, she spent some time chatting with Qin Ruolan before assisting Qin Ruolan with her tasks. Noticing that Li Chuanxiang had donned a new outfit today, Qin Ruolan worried about soiling it and asked her to help with the guests, distributing sunflower seeds and peanuts. Li Chuanxiang would occasionally engage in conversation with Qin Ruolan or fetch him something. Seeing this, Qin Ruolan felt happy for the two of them. Meanwhile, in Hoxing village, Li's eldest brother frowned upon seeing Li Chuanxiang leave the house again. Mother, is it really safe for my sister to go out every day? Li's mother waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned by her eldest son's words. What could possibly happen? The matchmaker Yuan introduced is quite reliable. Chuanxiang goes out daily, which likely means her relationship is blossoming. At this rate, it won't be long before we celebrate a wedding. Saying this, she broke into a joyful smile. The matter of Li Chuanxiang's marriage had always been a source of worry for her. The village girls had married early, and by Li Chuanxiang's age, many were already mothers, with some having 2 children. Yet, Li Chuanxiang remained unmarried and had no suitors. She had even sought out potential matches for her daughter, but none had caught Li Chuanxiang's interest. The thought of her daughter becoming an old maid weighed heavily on her mind. After Li Chuanxiang was saved by Lu Feng and began speaking of him frequently, her anxiety only grew. Associating with someone of such questionable reputation would surely jeopardize her chances of marriage. However, now that Li Chuanxiang had finally found a partner, and it appeared to be a promising relationship, how could she not support her? Furthermore, the match was introduced by Li Guiying, which reassured her greatly. She eagerly anticipated a wedding, hoping to alleviate her long-standing concern. Li's sister-in-law, overhearing this, contemplated silently. Who could truly verify whether the man was indeed the one introduced by the aunt? She thought it presumptuous for their mother to assert it without question, as if it were unacceptable for Li Chuanxiang to choose her own partner. However, she dared not voice her thoughts, for if she did, Li's mother would undoubtedly assume that she was displeased with Li Chuanxiang's absence, and she would be subjected to a scathing reprimand. Just as Li's mother was reveling in the joy of her daughter's impending marriage, a middle-aged woman abruptly entered the scene. Sister-in-law, are you busy? The newcomer was none other than Li's sister-in-law, Qin Tianfeng. What brings you here today, sister-in-law? Li's mother inquired, glancing at Qin Tianfeng. Yet, Qin Tianfeng did not respond to Li's mother's question. Upon stepping into the courtyard, her gaze darted around, as if she were searching for something. Sister-in-law, is your Chuanxiang not at home? Li's mother expressed her surprise, wondering what business Qin Tianfeng had with their Chuanxiang. Approaching Li's mother, Qin Tianfeng tentatively asked, Sister-in-law, are you aware of Chuanxiang's situation? What? You also know about Chuanxiang's romantic involvement? Li's mother raised an eyebrow, her mind filled with confusion. They were all speculating about Li Chuanxiang's relationship, but how did Qin Tianfeng come to know? Was it possible that Li Guiying had informed her? Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Qin Tianfeng's face. Sister-in-law knows? Does that mean you approve? Li's mother burst into laughter. Of course I approve. Otherwise, why would I allow Chuanxiang to go out daily to nurture her feelings with her partner? Qin Tianfeng was utterly astonished. She had presumed her sister-in-law was unaware of the matter. Yet, not only did her sister-in-law know, but she also supported it? Was it conceivable that her sister-in-law was genuinely concerned about Chuanxiang's chances of marriage to the extent of endorsing such a relationship? With a look of unspoken complexity, she gazed at Li's mother, and after a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Sister-in-law, but Lu Feng is a married man. Are you truly certain about letting Chuanxiang associate with him? Li's mother's smile faltered. Lu Feng? What does Lu Feng have to do with this? Not only Li's mother, but also Li Dage and his wife, who were nearby, felt equally perplexed. Qin Tianfeng stared at Li's mother in astonishment. Noticing her expression did not seem feigned, and her brow furrowed in concern. Sister-in-law, are you genuinely unaware that Chuanxiang has been quite close with Lu Feng from Honghe village during this time? The revelation struck Li's mother like a thunderclap, causing her to spring to her feet in shock. What? Are you saying Chuanxiang's partner is that scoundrel Lu Feng? This cannot be. Wasn't Chuanxiang's partner introduced by Guiying? How did it turn into Lu Feng? Li Dage and his wife were equally taken aback. Indeed, third aunt, my younger sister's partner, was introduced by her aunt. What does Lu Feng have to do with it? Third aunt, while one may indulge in chaotic eating, one must not speak frivolously. Chuanxiang is not yet married. Do not tarnish her reputation.